You're a college graduate from Beijing Film Academy. When the director asks you to play a corrupt official, you take a bite of noodles followed by a bite of garlic, looking so righteous and dignified that the audience collectively declares you must have been wronged. When the director asks you to play a eunuch, you immediately strike a delicate hand gesture and shout, "I want to climb step by step to the very top." Instantly, countless struggling youths find their inner conviction. But when you participate in a popular variety show, you encounter a small-time influencer who got in through connections. The role that should have been yours to play as a police officer was forcibly changed into that of a drug addict. At this moment, looking at the simple information in your hand, your already anxious heart completely sank. What kind of acting is this? I've never even seen what a drug addict looks like when they're having a withdrawal. Suddenly, an electronic voice rang out. "Congratulations, host, for activating that acting becomes reality system." Detecting the target role the host is about to portray, "Congratulations, you have now become a drug addict with 10 years of addiction." Immediately, you felt your whole body grow weak and floaty, as if all your energy had vanished in an instant. Unable to resist, you opened your mouth wide and let out a yawn. At that moment, the examiner said with a dark face and a loud voice, "Both contestants, please take your positions. The table and chairs in the middle of the venue will serve as the seats in the interrogation room." As soon as he finished speaking, you suddenly shouted loudly, "Please give me a moment to prepare." After saying that, you turned and ran to a corner, squatting down and retching violently. Everyone in the room was stunned. What's going on here? The minor internet celebrity Zhao Jilong sat on the chair, sneering, "Such poor mental resilience. If this were in front of a camera, who knows how much worse it would be." The reviewer surnamed Meng glanced at him and said, "Zhao Jilong, get into the zone and find your groove." "Got it," Zhao Jilong replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, you in the corner were deeply shaken. Something's not right. Even if you've never been exposed to such things, suddenly trembling limbs and breaking out in cold sweats definitely isn't normal. Thinking of the voice in my head just now, have I really become an addict? Can I change back? As soon as the thought arose, a voice sounded in your mind, "Post state switch completed." Instantly, you returned to normal, and all discomfort disappeared. At that moment, you were so overwhelmed with excitement that you almost burst into tears, but thankfully, you could still switch back. Suddenly, a furious roar from someone surnamed Meng came from behind you. "Lin Feng, if you delay any longer, you'll be directly eliminated." "Ready," you replied without turning your head, then with a thought, you switched back to the addict's physical state once more. Then, you slowly stood up, staggered over to Zhao Jilong's opposite side, and plopped down onto the seat. At that moment, everyone present froze. Why had his face turned pale? Action! With a loud shout from Mr. Meng, the assessment officially began. Zhao Jilong played the role of an interrogator, required to deliver sharp eyes and body language with strong intimidation. At this moment, although Zhao Jilong sat perfectly still, his gaze was anything but sharp. In fact, the makeup made him look somewhat sleazy. As for you sitting across from him, you're portraying a scene where a drug addict loses control during interrogation and starts experiencing withdrawal symptoms. As the performance begins, you sit there trembling all over, your face turning pale, with one hand constantly and unconsciously scratching your arm, scratching and scratching. "Comrade, got a cigarette? Give me one." Zhao Jilong blinked but didn't move, his eyes full of suspicion. Is this guy acting or is it real? You let out a forceful yawn, struggling to keep your eyelids open, but your body has already started shaking. "I really don't know who the supplier you're looking for is, comrade. Could you give me a glass of water? Staring at me like this won't help, I beg you, just let me have one smoke." Suddenly, your whole body trembled, your eyes became bloodshot, and you clearly started to grow somewhat manic. Opposite you, Zhao Jilong's posture shifted from arrogance to caution. The look in his eyes as he watched you no longer held any pretense, only sheer terror remained. Has this guy really started craving drugs? At this moment, the three examiners exchanged uneasy glances, as did the camera crew from the production team in the corner. Everyone shared the same thought. This guy seems to be genuinely experiencing drug withdrawal. By now, the expression on your face had turned somewhat ferocious. You kept wiping sweat from your face, and the look you gave Zhao Jilong was savage and frenzied. "Want to pry open my mouth? Get me a cigarette, or you'll get nothing out of me. What are you looking at? Ha ha ha, come hit me. I can see it in your eyes, you really want to hit me, don't you? Come on, kill me." The last few words were practically roared from the depths of your throat. Zhao Jilong was terrified by the look in your eyes and your expression. He instinctively stood up, staggering backwards several steps in panic, even knocking over his chair. At the same time, all three examiners rose to their feet, staring at you in shock. By now, the atmosphere in the examination room had completely changed. As your condition grew increasingly alarming, the examiner surnamed Meng hurried over to the senior examiner and asked.
The mace used the demon heavenly sword to fix the evil Senate beast in the ground. A powerful intentional energy pressed him down and he couldn't move. This was the strongest evil chi coming into play. No! You're just a brat. How can you be so powerful? Damn it! A pitch-black colored energy that appeared on the body surface of the evil Senator beast, and this was the energy born from negative emotions, which could drastically increase the strength of the exotic beast. It was the fusion of these energies that allowed the altered beast to see the light of day, and the evil ginseng beast's ability to spit out human words was mostly due to the incorporation of an actual human. Thus there is wisdom. When Xiaoyang saw this, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with this one evil ginseng beast, and in his scarlet goggles, killing intent gradually spread to his whole body. Slide the waste card box again. Then 3 cards popped up in a row. Pinched in the palm of his hand were 3 different totems of a dragon's head, sword-wielding, and armor, each of which was inserted into the dragon's mouth of the mace to magic heavenly sword, as well as in the 2 blades that diverged outwards. Then a dazzling light erupted from the long sword, as if the evil spirits hosted within were about to revive. Phase 1. Heaven and Earth, the Devil's Chopper. Each time it was inserted, the dark red energy on the sword grew a few shades stronger. Ah! The mace stabbed on his body with the demonic heavenly sword stirred up the negative energies within the evil Senate beast into chaos, causing him to wail incessantly with pain all over his face, as if he was covered in nails. Is that not good enough? When you were hurting my sister, did you ever think you'd be in the mess you're in now? Xiaoyang gripped the hilt of his sword and violently pushed it forward. The terrifying energy exploded out in an instant, like the power of a missile washing over the ground. Boom! This sword penetrated through the evil ginseng beast's chest, and one could even see the heart that was beating, only to see his breath instantly shrivel up, as if he was a withered bone in the wind that would dissipate at any moment. And Xiaoyang didn't stop there. Instead, he raised the mace in his hand with the devil's heavenly sword and directly cut off his head. Swish! With a sword chop, Xiaoyang lifted the head of the evil ginseng beast and casually threw it on the ground. Then his corpse couldn't resist the energy. Exploded into countless pieces of flesh. A blue magic sticker with a gold border appeared, with the sight of the evil samurai beast's life still engraved on it, and a look of horror on its face. Obviously dead on arrival. Sister! Sister! Xiaoyang didn't bother about the magic sticker. He rushed to Xiao Shui's side and looked at the bruised and battered her, and only felt a sadness in his heart. Why? Why? I've obviously tried my best to control it and hide myself well just to fit in completely with the world, and never got into trouble all these years. I just want to be a normal person and live a happy and fulfilling life. What is wrong with me? Why do you want to destroy my hard-earned happiness? Wow! At this time, the sky is very untimely pouring rain sprinkled on the mace to Interceptor's body. Scarlet goggles shine more and more bright. He hugged Xiao Shui's gradually cold body. Tears like weightless beans couldn't stop sliding down, no longer able to control his emotions. Grief made his throat feel like it was being choked by a pair of large hands. The intense feeling of suffocation prevented him from making another sound. A subtle voice came from a slender hand with various scars raised up, wanting to lightly touch Mace Elemental's face, but it stopped in mid-air. I'm sorry. Ah, Yang? It's my sister who didn't listen to you. I really want to stay with you. After saying that, his arm fell after him, no longer able to make a single sound, and his vital signs rapidly disappeared, receding as if it were a tidal wave. Ah! A hideous hissing sound, like a hellish ghost, spread throughout the streets, and only one thought remained in his mind. If only I could be faster, if I can kill all the monsters. If, sister, will it be safe and sound? At that thought, the sky and the earth resonated as well, and the surrounding scene followed and slid rapidly, being flushed by the white air currents that suddenly appeared. Wrapped around the two. Change of scenery. Hope City First Hospital. Emergency room door. What a useless brother. Xiaoyang's tears had long since blurred his vision. Sitting on the blue bench, he denounced his incompetence and pinched his head with both hands. Keep questioning in your mind. Why? I couldn't get there in time. Alien beasts. ING monsters. You all deserve to die. And armor collar. Rubbish. All of you are a bunch of losers. Soon, a nurse came up to Xiaoyang, and she spoke out to comfort him. Don't beat yourself up too much. It was the last thing anyone wanted to happen. There is no basis for the monster's whereabouts, and there have been quite a few cases of attacks occurring all over the place, so I fully understand how you are feeling right now. Are you the patient's family? The hospital's blood supply has been low lately, and we'd like your cooperation. Yes. And me. And me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang came to his senses, He was able to summon the mace to intercept her then. That meant that there must be some sort of substance present in the blood. After all, according to the urbane nature of the special, that's why the armor can be summoned. Then the sister must still be saved. Nurse, take me there. Good. Looking at the suddenly emotional Xiao Yang, this makes the nurse can't help but be a little scared. In case this one suddenly goes crazy, it's a very dangerous thing. Why don't you take a look at his brain later? Chapter 4: The Perfect 5 Elements Bloodline. Soon, Xiao Yang, who had finished drawing blood, resumed his seat on the blue bench, waiting for the results. Recall the previously bound system? System, answer me. Why are you just now binding on me? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice quest, using the mace to defeat the evil ginseng beast in one fell swoop with the interdictor. Reward: a life-preserving elixir. Note: it can protect the life of the Lord who is about to die and achieve the true meaning of changing the life against the sky recently. There is a joyful son who can't read it, so he changed it. After Xiao Yang saw the system panel, he froze in place according to this statement. Sister is saved. That's great. Ding! The host panel has been automatically retrieved. Shaoyang Prefecture Level City in Hunan. Age just turned 18. Bloodline: Perfect 5 Elements Bloodline. Aura: Peak of Evil. Height: 181. Omit a portion. Ding! A perfect 5 element bloodline, when not mature enough, will backfire on the body if used for a long period of time. Therefore, it cannot be used before the age of 18. In the special series, Wang Xiangyang had a bloodline defect that prevented him from ever summoning his armor due to automatic body protection. Thus was born a new successor named Lai Zuyang. So it's no wonder I'm gifted with an unusual talent. Just one passing thought is insurmountable. Could it be that my sister is a descendant of the village of light and shadow? That's why it's being targeted by the shadow world. Damned monsters! I will definitely expel all of you from this planet. I swear to the heavenly Tao here. If there is any violation, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Soon, the door to the emergency room pushed open and a lead surgeon stepped out. He said, "Which one here is the patient's relative?" "It's me." Xiao Yang walked out. He looked up at this doctor and asked eagerly, "Doctor, how is she, my sister?" The patient's condition has stabilized for the time being, which is odd to say. She has an extra unknown substance in her body that is rapidly dividing healthy cells. Unsurprisingly, the patient should wake up soon, something that would be a miracle in the entire medical world. After the lead surgeon finished, he turned to leave. The situation was too unbelievable and intended to go and report something to the top first. This blood is simply superhuman. Definitely more precious than gold. Fortunately, just now there are still some left. Can be sent to the research laboratory for analysis. Then it can be famous. Xiao Yang's hanging heart dropped slightly. The perfect 5 bloodline did its job. In the ICU, Xiao Shui was lying on a pure white hospital bed. The air was filled with a smell of disinfectant, somewhat pungent and unpleasant. There was always a feeling of being terminally ill. The original delicate cheeks were broken, and there was a scratch that made her not as beautiful as before. Shut the door behind him. Xiao Yang walked into the house. He extracted the life-preserving elixir given by the system and stuffed it into Xiao Shui's mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, the original golden life-preserving elixir quickly melted into liquid form. A burst of warm body heat came from Xiao Shui's originally cold, slender hand, and a touch of redness emerged on her pale cheeks as her vital signs continued to rise. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang was overjoyed. Fortunately, the system was powerful enough. But soon he found one thing, that is, Xiao Shui body scars have not disappeared. Although the recovery is very fast, can still leave a layer of indelible traces. It seems that the life preserver can only protect life. Sister, watch. Xiao Yang got up and walked towards the door. I will personally exterminate all those obnoxious monsters. Prove one thing to the world, that all the current armor summoners are losers. I'm going to be that strongest summoner. After saying that, he left the intensive care unit, not realizing that at the corner of Xiao Shui's eyes, there was a crystal-clear teardrop that was sliding down the skin. Outside, the heavy rain is still falling, forming a dense white cloth. At first glance is quite bluff, coupled with the atmosphere of lightning and thunder. Must not say a word. It's really not a good day. Xiao Yang walked out of the door of the hospital and he disappeared into the rainy night. Without an umbrella, he let the heavy rain beat on his body, as if saying over and over again, "Why can't you be cruel enough to stop Xiao Shui?" The cold, biting rain made the last vestiges of his humanity disappear completely. The only thing that could make him more conscious was the coldness that came over his body, as if it were a constant reminder of one thing: never forget that, this enmity, until death do us part. This was Xiao Yang's realization. The evil aura looked like it was about to break through the peak, making his boyish face become a bit unfamiliar, illuminated by a thunderbolt crossing the sky. It actually became a little scary. The dark penitentiary summoner, greedily sucking in this evil aura, only felt pure. It's ONG pure, simply rare. Shift. Xiao Yang was now able to use shifting shapes and changing landscapes at will, and his own intentional energy had reached a very powerful level. Could even be described as scary. His own perfect 5 elements bloodline gave him extremely strong intentional energy. Together with the obsession in his heart, it was even more so for a moment. When he returned to that quiet street, he saw the very same magic sticker that had stayed in place, floating in the air, reaching out and cupping it between his fingers. The Emperor's belt naturally appeared around his waist, and he aimed the magic patch at the Taiji diagram. Absorbed in moments, in the space inside the Emperor's belt, a purple magic crystal floated and appeared, rising and falling up and down inside it non-stop, a seal comparable to that of a magic sealing box. As long as he, Xiao Yang, survived for a single breath, the sealed alien beast would never be able to break away. At that moment, a male voice came from the end of the street. The good guys are all different, the bad guys are all the same. A man wearing a black leather jacket, holding an umbrella, came from the distance. He saw the scene of Xiao Yang taking the magic sticker and sealing it into his belt from a big distance. Let the black rhino armor of water clean you up. When Bei Miao finished speaking, she took out a green-colored stone from a shoulder bag and held it high in the air. Black rhino armor, combined. In a long rhinoceros whistle, the obsidian-like armor quickly spread from Bei Miao's chest to his entire body, completing the amalgamation in just the blink of an eye. Armor together. The left shoulder has a rhinoceros head on it, while the right shoulder is a hip, very defensive, with 2 spines and some offensive shoulder pads. The helmet, on the other hand, was on the spiky side, with a flash of coldness on the orange goggles, clearly treating Xiao Yang as a bad guy who was out to do wrong. After all, who is a good man who doesn't raise an umbrella on a rainy day and is covered in a head-to-toe reveal of evil? Almost didn't have bad guy written all over it. It's also just about right on the belt. Say, where did you hide the alien beast? Bei Miao had followed the scents in the water shadow stone earlier and arrived all the way here, but he hadn't found the monster's location. As a descendant of the Mizukage village and likewise a summoner, he had a certain sense of exotic beasts, and the Mizukage stone was the equivalent of an on-the-go summoner. After all, he's not joining the ERP base yet. Ha! Xiao Yang, however, just laughed coldly. Blind your dog's eyes. I sealed this exotic beast, and who the hell are you? Dare to run in front of me to show off your strength? I think you don't want to live. Listen, with such a villainous statement, it must be the actual bad guy who is guilty as hell. Bei Miao was even more convinced that the brat in front of him must not be a good thing. Humph. Looking for death. Chapter 5: A slap to your black rhino armor. Ha! Then let me see what you, the Civil War illusion god, is really capable of. With the Emperor's belt disappearing, in its place was a bright silver metal belt with the dark penitentiary summoner in his hand, which he placed in front of him, quickly scanning his retina before placing it flat into the belt recess. The next second, a transformation deck popped out of the card box on the side of the belt. Swish! It was quickly inserted into the summoner, and then the unique armor logo appeared. Mace to the criminal sky emerge. After saying that, his whole body was covered with a layer of dark black mist. The bright light of scarlet goggles came out from it, and his step actually carried a powerful to evil aura. Armor together. The mace to interceptor is like a demon god. The whole body is covered with a layer of purple and black heavy armor, bigger than the god of war interceptor, especially the facial helmet, obviously to be more hideous, a completely evil look. I can't say it has nothing to do with good people, only that it doesn't. What? You can actually summon armor as well. Bei Miao's face changed. He obviously did not expect Xiao Yang to be an armor summoner. But the one who has an evil aura all over his body and almost didn't write on his brain when I said bad guy. And how can it be a good person? Even if he is an armor summoner, he must be an evil being. Ha! Xiao Yang didn't say anything, and without any hesitation, he punched Bei Miao hard on his chest. Bang! The force of this punch was so tremendous that it directly smashed the black rhino armor's chest with sparks and a layer of white smoke, causing Bei Miao to take several steps back one after another. How is that possible? So powerful. It's a power armor. Damn it. Dare to be distracted even in the middle of a battle. I think you don't want to live. Xiao Yang did not give Bei Miao any opportunity to counterattack. He leaped up 3 meters high, raised his hand as a move to shield the sky palm, although the mace to torture the sky. But the interdictor armor has all the regular skills and is much more powerful. Boom! A dark black palm strike landed on the face of the black rhino armor, like a big mouth slapping Bei Miao in the face. A shower of sparks raged and fell towards the surroundings, making the otherwise dark streets brighten up a bit for a short while. Ah! The current Bei Miao wasn't strong enough, and this move, the sheltering sky palm, directly knocked him out 3 meters away, tumbling to the ground with intense pain coming from his face. It nearly made him pass out from the pain. Waste! You guys! Bei Miao was still unconvinced and tried to get up from the ground, but in the next moment, he was stomped on his back, and a wave of gravity came over him, making it impossible for him to get up. One can only bend over and press one's face into the silt, making out hard with the ground. This ing asshole. How dare you humiliate me like this? Damn! Ha! I see that you are still confused about the size of the king. It's true that you are the illusionary god of civil war. When it's true to its name, then let's give you some lessons. Xiao Yang had some playfulness in his eyes, and the strength on his feet increased a bit until he had Bei Miao completely sprawled out on the ground, like a dead dog. Ha ha ha! How dare you indiscriminately call me a bad guy? You're really tired of living. It just so happens that I'm in the middle of my anger today, and I'm still coming over here looking for trouble. I really don't know what to do. With that thought, he once again reached out and slid the card box on the side of his waist, and a card popped out to catch in his palm, with an arm design etched on it. Inserting it into the summoner, a pair of arm sleeves appeared on his right arm in the next second. The entire palm was also covered, like a futuristic exoskeleton outfit that was a dark purple color with streaks of energy flickering on it. Every bone in the palm is distinct. The devil's palm. It wasn't over yet, as a new card popped up again and was reinserted into the summoner, the graphic vignette of a palm strike flickering by. Demon Destroyer Palm. Rumble. A dark purple energy palm strike instantly fell, carrying a terrifying might, and blasted on Bei Miao's back. Even if it was as strong as the numerical value monster's black rhino armor, it was actually unable to withstand this move. Under a rushing energy aftermath explosion, the black rhino armor was heavily damaged, while Bei Miao was even spitting blood from his mouth, and he was lying on the ground only to feel that his spine was about to break. Eyes full of humiliation and anger. Ever since he left the Sunshine Orphanage, he had lived that life of fine clothes and food. When had he ever encountered this level of humiliation? It was simply throwing his dignity on the ground and trampling on it, which made Bei Miao how not to be angry. The black rhino armor automatically disintegrated, and the water shadow stone slid off of him and onto the ground. Much ado about nothing. Remember, today is just a lesson for you, and the next time I'll show you what true cruelty is. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he intended to leave, while in the next second a white pillar of light fell from the sky, and a handsome-looking man stepped out from inside. It looks like it should be the owner of the fire armor, but unfortunately the ERP base is too inefficient. After all, a system can be hacked twice in a row in the talent gathering place. What gold content naturally goes without saying. When Li Shinan saw this scene, he froze in place, shouting through the headset, "Mi Jin, the scene is a bit complicated. A new armor summoner has appeared, and this one doesn't seem to look like much of a good guy. All black and purple styling topped off with a bloody goggle, and stomping on a regular guy. What armor? But according to historical records, there should only be 5 sets of armor that have appeared since the Light and Shadow War. Could it be that the legends of armor in other cities are also true?" There was a bit of excitement in Mi Jin's voice. She hadn't expected to meet one of the left-out armor summoners, and had completely forgotten that there was another one who wasn't ordinary. Is being stepped on. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly slapped his forehead. "Nan, we must do our best to pull him into our ERP base. As for that ordinary person, you first look at what's going on and why an armor summoner would fight a normal person. And summoned armor. Okay, I get it." After Li Shinan finished speaking, he then looked at Xiao Yang and issued a question. Who are you and why are you using the power of your armor to bully an unarmed ordinary person? Is that funny? Well, Xiao Yang pretended to be contemplative and rubbed his chin with one hand. It's indeed quite funny, except that he's not an ordinary person. It's unbelievable. Li Shinan sensed that the meaning of the words was not right. He noticed the water shadow stone lying on the ground, and then his eyes widened. This is the light and shadow stone. How did it appear here? You mean this crap? There was a cutie just now. Holding it up, it transformed. Unfortunately, that little cutie got my armor blown off in one slap. Xiao Yang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He then shifted and disappeared in front of the two. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sealing the evil ginseng beast. Reward: 100 W Daxia coins. Yo, there's this good thing. Looks like another reason to kill alien beasts in the future. Chapter 6. When down and out and wretched eggs meet. What? Suddenly disappeared. What kind of tactic is this? Li Shinan was full of shock. It was the first time he had seen this kind of situation. But now he didn't have the heart to think about it in detail, and hurriedly turned his gaze to the water shadow stone on the ground. As for Bei Miao, it was as if he was afraid that Li Xianan would snatch it from him, and he immediately protected the water shadow stone under his buttocks with a wary look. At once, the scene became a bit awkward. This light shadow stone was a treasure that could summon armor, so it must not be a good thing if it was lost or left behind. Are you all right? This light and shadow stone? Where exactly did you get it from? Truth be told, I am also an armor summoner and a member of the regular organization ERP base. If you can, you are very welcome to join us in guarding this city. After all, that is the mission of our armor summoners. That's a righteous thing to say about Li Xianan, who himself is one of those guys who, at least in the early days before the pendulum swung, was a great teammate and was trustworthy and reliable. Until the back. It's only then that the stereotype is deepened by turning into a swinging little piano prince. The ERP base? That would have been where I wanted to go, too. It was only on the way that I sensed a special foreign energy and came here through the guidance of the water shadow stone. I didn't expect to meet such an eccentric kid. When Bei Miao said this, he was filled with anger, and he got up from the ground, only to feel that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and a pain came from his tiger's mouth. Ha! That kid. He's not a good person at first glance, to be able to summon such a terrifying armor. He's not a good person judging from his looks. Well, you can't say that, if he really is a bad guy. Before Li Shinan could finish his sentence, he was forcibly interrupted by Bei Miao in a very impolite manner, and the latter, with a frown on his face, was the one who immediately spoke out in rebuttal. Where's the evidence? How can a normal summoned person have such evil alien energy? He's not a psychologically normal person himself, is he? The proof is, you're still alive now. Li Shinan was still relatively rational. He didn't just bite the bullet and say that Xiao Yang was an evil summoner. On the contrary, he felt that if Xiao Yang was really a bad guy, then Bei Miao would definitely not be able to live until now, and the kick just now was enough to kill him. But if Xiao Yang didn't do it, it means, don't want to make an enemy of the summoner. At those words, Bei Miao was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. He couldn't even say something to retort, recalling the scene where he was brutally beaten earlier. He was then incomparably angry that such a disgraceful thing had even been seen by his future co-workers, which really made him a bit ashamed of himself. Damn it, man. I will defeat you and show you who is the strongest armor summoner. Li Xianan contacted Mi Jin and explained what happened, and at the same time got in touch with Bei Miao after some heated discussions. It was decided that he would be allowed to join the ERP base as a certified armor summoner. 10 or so episodes ahead of schedule. At this time, is walking in the street Xiao Yang. He is like a homeless beast. The sky pouring rain cannot cover the haze in his heart. The whole world seemed to be losing its color, and he couldn't even think of one thing. What is the point of living on your own? Possessing the most perfect 5 elemental bloodline, yet unable to guard even his own closest relatives. And what is the point of this power's existence? Ridiculous, sad, and pitiful. These 3 emotions are enough to depict the current life of Xiao Yang. Since God has given him the opportunity to live again, obviously he has done everything he can to change his life and destiny, just to get a simple happiness and well-being. He doesn't want anything. What perfect 5 elements bloodline he would rather not. As long as the people he cared about could be happy and joyful, and have a cozy little family, this was enough. But even if he didn't fight for it, he got such a tragic end. Those scars would surely be the most painful experience. 1,000,000 times more excessive for a girl who loved beauty than killing her. But all he wanted was for his sister to live. I, for one, will kill you all. The seed of vengeance, buried in the bottom of the heart to take root and germinate, until it grows into a big tree that no one can shake, and those who stand in the way only have a dead end to go. His downtrodden figure, in the dimly lit streets, appeared so small, compared to an entire city, but also just a mayfly. Perhaps no one will care. Walking, after an unknown amount of time, he came to the front of a supermarket and crouched under a pole, calming his out-of-control emotions. Too afraid to go back to the hospital, unable to face her, and at a loss to explain what happened. His little family is half-cracked and he's afraid of losing it all. He's just a regular guy, too. A short storm couldn't immediately make him an immensely powerful being. Too much rage can even put him in a twisted position. Everything is the fault of those monsters. Xiaoyang can only do this to constantly paralyze himself. He never likes to drink. Once was not want to let Xiao Shui worried. Do not dare to shut down the brain through alcohol. It's now. Won't drink. At that moment, a skinny figure walked down the alley, her umbrella raised in her hand. The slender white wrists looked a little sickly, as if they could be easily snapped off with a single push. She stared at the downtrodden figure, as if it was a world away from what it had looked like during the day, not much different from a big man who had lost a bet. Perhaps out of sympathy, she was actually brave enough to come forward. There was much less rain overhead, and the slide down my bangs slowed. What are you doing here? It's raining. What a whirlwind. I didn't think it would be you who would be holding an umbrella for me. You'll catch a cold like that. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly as he listened to this donkey's reply. He was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. This girl's focus was quite special. Looking upwards, it was a small waist as thin as a willow, and the thin dress was indeed colder in this hellish weather, unlike him, who at least had a lab coat on. Although, nothing works. Tang Shishir stretched out a small, white, clean hand, her face serious. Come with me. At least there's a place to hide from the rain. It won't be too cold. I don't understand. Xiaoyang felt the girl's goodwill. He reached out his palm to hold it, after noticing that there was not much flesh to touch. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. He couldn't understand why the girl was doing this. Was it out of gratitude for the daylight hours? To be honest, it hadn't been easy for her to survive until now, and she'd actually managed to jam in nutritional values on the verge of starvation, holding on until now, her body all skin and bones. I can't believe I'm being pitted by this kind of person. Sinning. Could it be that I'm really that down and out? P.S. Bamboo Leaf. Divisional base can be a good one to get into, plus the book is on the cool side. Of course there are some painful episodes, but only 5%. Goal millions. Chapter 7 We Are My World. Following Tang Shishir into the alley, there was a green trash can in an inconspicuous corner, right in front of a family's door. It's hard to imagine a small bungalow, a building not unlike the countryside, in the bustling city of this parallel world. Tang Shishir walked to the door and took out a key from her pants pocket to open the door to her room. Come in. Is this your home? Of course. You. Xiaoyang wanted to say something. He was afraid that what he said would hurt the heart of the girl in front of him. After all, in such a big city, it's pretty out of place to show up with a rural building, any way you want to think about it, right? Have living conditions gotten this bad? Compared to her, I don't seem so pathetic. No wonder I run to the supermarket and steal noodles. But that noodle wasn't worth a few bucks. Tang Shishir led Xiaoyang into the house. She didn't feel bad about the home she was living in, and she didn't notice the slight change in Xiaoyang's face. Let me get you a glass of water. Aha! He looked around and realized that the only place left to sit was 2 wooden benches, or the smallest model. Much like the knockout stuff from a couple years ago. The house is very small, almost only about 60 square feet. Looking at the facilities, there is only a place to sit and a bedroom. As for the kitchen, it is with the living room. Fans are non-existent, refrigerators are not available. Furniture is not available. There's only one gas fire. Huh, there's a bag of oranges. Xiaoyang noticed that in the open position of the bedroom door, there were a few small oranges placed on the bed, which was the cheapest fruit in the supermarket. The shelf life is also long. Soon, Tang Shishir caught some tap water from the hose, in a plastic cup, and handed it to Xiaoyang as she spread a smile. Here. Honestly, You're the best person in the world to me besides my sister. Thanks for the daytime thing. Xiao Yang was once again speechless. Were his words hard to understand? Why can you be ignored 3 times over? He took the glass of water and took a sip, finding it inexplicably hard to drink, with a metallic overpowering taste and some sand on his taste buds. Hard to tot. Is this how you live? Daxia didn't give you a poverty subsidy? Xiao Yang issued a query. Now in the era of peace, although there are all sorts of demons haunting the city, but single-parent families are given a subsidy. Orphans, in particular, are more able to reach about 2,000 Daxia coins a month, without being deducted by the unscrupulous dean or else another way. Tang Shirshir froze. She looked like she thought of something, and with a light in her beautiful eyes she trotted into the bedroom, then walked out holding the little orange. It was placed on the folding table in front of Xiao Yang, with a card clutched in his hand. Nah, here it is. You haven't been spending it? And what's the point of giving me little oranges? You don't usually eat them by the looks of you. Xiao Yang looked like he could guess what Tang Shirshir was thinking. He picked up a small orange that was a bit dried out, and could smell the fragrant fruit's fresh scent. No wonder it's at the foot of the bed. I'm going to save it. Save it? What's the use of saving that money when you're starving to death? Xiao Yang didn't eat the small orange. He wasn't hungry right now, and the scene of killing the alien beast just now still made his stomach a little nauseous. Tang Shirshir looked serious as she sat across from Xiao Yang. Being sick costs a lot of money, and I want to save more money so I can go to college later. You're still a college student? Xiao Yang asked. Tang replied, yes, but the tuition is too expensive. Dasha will pay you, right? I don't get that good of grades. Okay, that's fine. After some inquiries, Xiao Yang sort of figured everything out. This girl can't afford to spend money, so she's been saving up, including the little oranges, I'm afraid, until they've been put to rot. What a poor egg. Xiao Yang shook his head. He still felt the need to remind the other party. Remember, don't show your card to random strangers in the future. And don't lead it into the house, or you're done for. Why? Because some people are inherently bad and will steal all your savings, and then you will have to sleep on the streets. I know. Tang Shirshir nodded her head as she got up again and took out a dry short sleeve and shorts from the bedroom, handing them to Xiao Yang with serious instructions. Change into it, you'll catch a cold like that. Line. Xiao Yang also did not refuse. His cheek itself is quite thick. This one is really rather cold. In the rain, perhaps also because of adrenaline, not much feeling. But when he calmed down, he felt his body getting colder and colder. Sister has fallen. I can't go down again. He went into the bedroom to change, and just as he tried to close the door, he realized there was no door at all. And for a moment there was some silence, but it didn't matter. It's not like it's going to be a peekaboo. While Xiao Yang was changing his clothes. With that, Tang Shirshir turned on the gas stove, and she cooked some noodles with just a pinch of salt, and eggs that she had shunned from the crowd early in the morning. She can't afford to eat these on a regular basis, but Mom said to help a boy when he's down and out, so he can get out of the gloom faster and regain his confidence. It's not like he's a bad guy. A bowl of pasta was quickly cooked. Xiao Yang also walked out from the house. He once again sat on the wooden bench and glanced at the clear soup noodles on the table with a whole egg inside. Did you make this for me? Aha! Eat up. It won't taste good if it gets cold later. Tang Shirshir nodded her head, and although her mouth said so, her beautiful eyes kept staring at the clear soup noodles, and for a moment she couldn't move her eyes away, like a kitten staring at a cat strip. Xiao Yang heart touched. He did not expect, because 50 Daxia coins will be exchanged for such a goodwill. Such a gentle girl. Must be good luck. He split the egg in two. You eat the yolk, I'll eat the skin. Shut your mouth for a second. I'm a very picky eater. I don't like egg yolks by nature, and you don't want it to go to waste. Xiao Yang looked helpless. Tang Shirshir just wanted to say that she wasn't hungry, but when she saw his slightly threatening eyes, she still wimped out, and aggrievedly swallowed the words she wanted to say, back into her stomach. Watching Xiao Yang's stormy inhalation, he dazzled the noodles to the bottom in less than half a minute. She was actually quite surprised in her mind. My God. How in the world can someone eat so well, and he can eat so fast? Isn't he afraid of the heat? It must be made of iron. Soon after, Xiao Yang said, I'm full. But you didn't finish. Tang Shirshir was a little lost, thinking it was because she didn't cook well. Xiao Yang shook his head. I ate on the way out. Good. Tang Shirshir took the rest of the noodles. She took small bites as if she was savoring something delicious. Such a scene made Xiao Yang couldn't help but recall his childhood. Xiao Shui was the same way back then. He didn't want to eat anything himself, and kept it all for Xiao Yang alone. Whenever she did this, Xiao Yang would purposely not eat the whole thing or look like he hated it, when in fact he was hungry and loved it. You said, if I had the power to change this world, would I rule over everything and be the supreme king, or would I guard my loved ones? Protecting loved ones, of course. Tang Shirshir didn't hesitate. She answered quickly as if it wasn't a multiple-choice question. Yeah. Even she's so dry. And I? And what's the hesitation? You're right. Later. You are my world. And if anyone dares to bully you, report me. Xiao Yang's tone softened. My name is Xiao Yang. My name is Sissy Tang. Tang Shirshir naturally didn't believe it. Although she looked dull, she wasn't some little cutie, casually letting someone else trick her with a candy bar. But Mom has said that you can't let a boy be discouraged when he is particularly confident. Be sure to give great encouragement so that he can be in a good mood. Just give it emotional value. Xiao Yang, you're awesome. Humph, what's the use of being more powerful? When I slay all the monsters one day and you're say this, that's awesome. Whatever, you're just awesome. Okay. Brainless hard boasting. Kind of interesting. P.S. These days will enter the period of bursting stems. I hope you can urge more to give momentum. The base in the bamboo leaves is a catalyst. Chapter 8, All Monsters Deserve to Die. By the way, add you a contact information. Xiao Yang, with a smile on his face, seemed to have regained his old confidence. He felt that this girl was quite pure and kind. Ah, contact information? No, not. Tang Shirshir shook her head. She was a little nervous. I don't have a cell phone, And how do you usually spend your money? I don't spend money. You, me. Xiao Yang was once again dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say to describe his mental state. It's just a big nothing. It wasn't easy for the girl to survive this long. I'm sorry. I really didn't lie to you. Tang Shirshir lowered her head. But the voice was surprisingly serious, and you could clearly see some panic and aggravation appear in those very clear peach blossom eyes. Xiao Yang didn't understand. Why are you apologizing to me? If you don't have a cell phone, I'll just buy you one later. It's not a big deal. But a cell phone costs a lot of money. It's better not to buy it. Tang Shirshir was afraid that she couldn't afford to pay it back. She shook her head in a hurry. A cell phone wasn't that important to her, nor was it a necessity. What do you need a cell phone for when you have no money to spend? It doesn't cost you any money. Just say yes. Xiao Yang just clapped his hands. He never liked to procrastinate. But Tang Shirshir wanted to say something else. No more talking. Oh, she responded, just making a mental note of it. Secretly, he added, I'll definitely pay you back. Xiao Yang looked at the rain falling outside the door. He felt that he had stayed long enough, and it was time to leave and bravely face reality head-on. Avoidance is the most useless manifestation of all. See that he keeps looking toward the door. Are you leaving? Well, sure. I'll come to see you often. Remember to be kind to yourself in the future. You can only grow up healthy when your standard of living improves. Xiao Yang had planned to go to the supermarket to buy something, but now it was raining heavily and it was the middle of the night, and it had been closed for a long time, so it could only be another day. Tang Shirshir was obviously a bit upset. She hadn't spoken to anyone in years. Even in school, she didn't have many friends, and her classmates resented the fact that she stank. I'll be waiting for you. Haha. That's kind of weirdly misleading. Then I can interpret it as you wanting to be friends with me badly. Aha. Tell you what, every Sunday from now on, let's all agree to meet at the park next to the supermarket. Yes. Tang Shirshir nodded. With that, Xiao Yang walked out the door, taking the plastic-feeling white leather umbrella with him on his way out, and headed into the dimly lit street. A few steps out and a glance back. Tang Shirshir was still standing in the doorway, her thin clothing heartbreaking. LOL. Ding. A xenobiotic beast has been detected in the vicinity. Kill it and you will receive a chance at the universal sweepstakes. Will the host take it? Xenobiotics? What is this thing? Is it a xenomorph from the Masked Rider? It seems that there are really a lot of unclean things in this world. Wait a minute. Xiao Yang perceived a key point which was nearby. If he didn't take this mission, then Tang Shirshir was such a dull character. Must have been killed. The sister has been killed. How many more innocent people are you going to brutalize? As soon as he thought of this, in reason, Xiao Yang must be this xenobiotic beast to meet death. can run away from his hands. You are this thumbs up. Being able to not run after his transformation is more of this thumbs up for you. The mace is used to torture the sky. Merge. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out his dark interdictor summoner, and a burst of dark black flames rose from his waist, then organized into a dazzling belt. There is a card box with a printed M on the side. With the summoner scanned across the retina, it was inserted directly into the groove in the center of the belt. Boom! Under the shroud of berserk evil intent energy, he directly transformed into a mace eldritch heaven in front of Tang Shirshir, which could also be called demon heaven. Dark purple armor was spread all over his body, and his pitch-black cloak took on a crooked shape, split down the middle, with a ghostly seal map etched on his back. The helmet was hideous and terrifying, practically a demonized version of the god of war, Interceptor. Tang Shirshir was stunned. She didn't leave, she just kept looking at that back, not knowing what she was thinking about, and it took a long time before she said, "Wow, magic tricks. It's the armored warrior. Oh, so you're one of those big heroes that protect the city on the supermarket news. Remember, let me know if anyone tries to hurt you." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he didn't pull out his mace to take the demon heavenly sword. He directly made a shift, and instantly disappeared in the same place according to the intention and target in his heart. When he reappeared, it was behind the xenobiotic beast. The scarlet goggles seemed to have a face like a malevolent ghost, illuminating the dimly lit street. It somewhat emitted a demonic bright red color. The xenobiotic beast, however, was actually lying on its back, inhaling the smell from the trash can, as if it was tracking something unknown. But in the eyes of Xiaoyang, born evil xenobiotic beast, "I'll finish you off myself. Isn't it enough to hurt your sister? Just how many more innocent people are you going to maim?" When he looked at his surroundings, he realized that this was actually the vicinity of Tang Shirshir's front door, the same trash can that she had been hiding in during the day. The target of this xenobiotic beast was Tang Shirshir. The crime is unpardonable. A palm pinched the back of the xenobiotic beast's neck, lifting him up like a chicken cub, and the rampant evil energy stabbed into his body recklessly. Ah! The wail of pain immediately resounded throughout the street, but Xiao Yang did not let go. Instead, he was more excited, as if he was listening to the most beautiful symphony in the world. Looking at this ugly xenobiotic beast that looked like a humanoid mushroom, it was quasi not a good thing. It was just a waste of land to die, live to waste the air. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Why are you choking me?" The xenobiotic's beast was dying, and he still didn't understand what he had done. Topped with a large mushroom head, his body was a burnt brown color. His palms were sharp claws, and he kept fluttering but to no avail. Xiao Yang lightly scratched across the card box on his waist. Then a card appeared between his fingers and was inserted into the summoner. The silhouette of a hand was revealed on it. Mace to magic sky palm. Casually flinging the xenobiotic beast out, he crashed through a trash can like a cannonball and landed directly on a wall, where he was instantly in pieces. It almost didn't collapse in place. Wah! The xenobiotic beast only felt that his bones were aching all over his body, and when he saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately panicked. Wide-eyed, like he was looking at something unbelievable. Spitting green sticky liquid from his mouth, he struggled to get up, and just as he tried to raise his head, he was mercilessly trampled on the ground by a big foot. You're the armored warrior. How in the world can there be such a scary-looking armor? And who the hell are you? Perhaps we are kindred spirits. There is no point in having a world that is littered with pain and sadness. It's been rotten from top to bottom for a long time now. It's simply incorrigible and riddled with sores. Together, we can definitely change the entire world. Take our destiny into our own hands. The xenobiotic beast kept barking furiously. He tried to twist Xiao Yang's mind, thinking that such a terrifying armor must not be something a normal person could summon, and might be some kind of terrorist as well. But the only thing that greeted him was sheltering sky palm. A dark purple palm strike landed on the xenobiotic beast's heavenly aura, instantly setting off a burst of violent evil energy to explode, and the ground shook as if it was shattered like a spider web. The xenobiotic beast was even more of a bloody mess. The entire head exploded in place. Blood even splattered on the supermarket door. Ha! What kind of bull cult ideology dares to shake my determination to slay the monsters? You and your... Xiao Yang waved his arms, He was like a mad demon in a fit of madness, and his evil aura rose high again, seemingly breaking through this peak, and the mace became even stronger with Interceptor. Any creature feels pain and fear when it is attacked, but monsters don't feel that way, because you're not even as good as. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Gained 1 universal extraction. P.S. Do not like to see, please consciously leave. Recently saw a lot of brainless black reviews. This article is not suitable for jumping to see. Do not understand, don't brainless, drop wisdom. Chapter 9, it's an ordinary person who prays for world peace. Extract immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the special ability of the Grey Wolf King in the Scarlet Grassland, the body of immortality. Regardless of how severe the injuries received, it will automatically recover to its full state in the next chapter. What an immortal body! According to the plot of the cartoon in his previous life, this couldn't be the legendary Grey Wolf King who mastered the magic formula of the 6 weather elements. A mouthful of trust in science and building Wolf King heavy industries with your bare hands. A mouthful of protected nature and a backhanded hand pulls out the weather cube. The mortal body hardened against the 4 great weather beings. After freezing for 2 seconds, Xiao Yang then asked, "System, can it be transferred to my sister Xiao Shue's body?" Ding. Guess. Host, who owns the system. That. Ding. Can't. All right. Xiao Yang was still a bit disappointed, but he realized a very serious problem, and that was that the ability of a cartoon could actually be extracted. And that means conceptual level. No matter how serious the injury is received, will the next chapter automatically recover to the peak? Does it mean it's the next morning? Xiao Yang felt more and more this ability is very heavenly, simply comparable to a certain adventure inside the immortality charm. He can really be sure destroy all the monsters. That feeling, that's great. Umbrellas spilled over the dark purple armor, making the already eerie helmet even more frightening, as a puff of black smoke draped over his entire body. The next second, the armor disintegrated. Swish! Xiao Yang took the darkness interdictor summoner. He picked up the plastic umbrella on the ground and walked in the direction of his home, intending to pack up his things. By the way, taking stock of his savings, the medical bills were a sky-high figure, but he was going to do whatever it took to give his sister the best treatment and nourishment possible. Also, recycling motorcycles. TMs. Forgot to ride away. Shift. When Xiao Yang came to the dimly lit street again, he found that the motorcycle had long disappeared, and the rain had washed away the traces on the ground. Don't let me know which did it. Otherwise, I will make you look good. Xiao Yang was a little red warm. This was a cross-country motorcycle that he had spent a lot of money to modify, enough to spend about $50,000. When I thought of buying it, I was still begging Xiao Shui to softly persuade him to agree to it. That is, I was afraid that he would waste money and not know how to cherish it after buying it. There you go. He hadn't even covered it yet, and it was stolen. Damn petty thieves. I have the license plate and I'll go along and find you tomorrow. You better pray that it's not a monster getting. Otherwise, directly clear the account. Shift. Xiao Yang left the street. He stopped looking for the whereabouts of the motorcycle, intending to wait for tomorrow to take time out, and then go to check the positioning search. In a flash, it was back in the big villa. Pushing the door open, he was just about to step inside when he noticed an extra fruitcake on the table, delicately packaged in a box with some small band embellishments. There was a note laying next to it. Wait to walk over and take a look. Hello? I left the cake on the table because I couldn't get through on the phone. I think the address is here. Happy birthday. A message from a delivery boy rider. This is... Xiao Yang was a bit incredulous. He opened the packaging of the box and saw the full picture of the fruitcake. It was a 2-tier style worth about $288, at 12 inches. On it lay a chocolate chip with white cream that read, "Happy 18th birthday, Xiao Yang." A wave of sadness washed over him as the cake came with a small hand puppet in the very center, none other than his favorite Doro puppy. His hand kept trembling as he tore open the bag of forks and scratched at the cream, passed it to his mouth and savored it. This cake is really sweet. Today was supposed to be the most cherished day in Xiao Yang's life, the bar mitzvah at the age of 18, symbolizing special significance, because of that sudden appearance of the alien beast that ruined everything. As he closed the cake and put it in the refrigerator, he took out his long-cherished bank card from the cabinet, which had about $590,000 in it, plus the $1 million rewarded by the system. I will destroy you all. The peak of evil. There was a flash of scarlet in his eyes that appeared with a trifle of madness. Together with the image of Ben's cloaked hair, there was no image of a perfect five-elemental bloodline to speak of. Instead, it was more like a to evil existence than the villain's. In his heart, an invisible shackle, as if completely shattered. Gene Thaw is complete. A void-like voice appeared from within his mind, with a hint of surprise. Human, you're really great, to be able to possess such a pure, strong aura of supreme evil. Born to become a demon god. The first time he touched the mace with the Interdictor Summoner, he was able to cross over the base form of Dark Interdictor and do an armor upgrade, which was simply a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. In terms of energy, no one I've crossed paths with has been better than you. I would like to call you the strongest summoner. After saying that, the disembodied voice manifested a pitch-black colored humanoid shadow that appeared in front of Xiaoyang. He spread out his arms like a monarch looking down on the living world. His temperament of having fought hundreds of battles was on display at this moment, and the aura of supreme evil was likewise transmitted. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Get the hell out! Xiaoyang took out his mace to the Interdictor Summoner and was about to transform in the next second. The dark figure smiled contemptuously. Who am I? Naturally, I am the true owner of this armor, the former great general on planet Ares, who has been fighting in the galaxy for thousands of years in his life. This planet is nothing more than a habitat for lowly creatures. At best it counts as a transfer station. If you promise to resurrect me, I can make you king of this planet, to rule over all and be above all beings, to wield the true power of the supernatural. Ha! What about if I don't? Xiaoyang never liked to be threatened, and the ghostly thing in front of him looked empty anyhow. If he was really capable, I'm afraid he would have already taken himself over like the loofah dog thief. Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out. He can't do it. The black shadow sniffed and didn't react in any way, as if it had known this was the outcome. He reached out his palm and wrapped it around Xiaoyang's shoulders and hugged him in his arms. The two foreheads were pressed together. The man who is so stunning that he is a god can no longer call himself a mortal. Possessing such a supremely evil aura, one must be prepared to be swallowed up by fate for everything. Yeah. Saying that, the black shadow let go of Xiaoyang, while he could not move his body as if he was bound by an invisible force, and could not help but be a little surprised. He didn't see that happening in the specials. Not waiting for Xiaoyang to then think. An evil smile then appeared on the black shadow's face, and his two fingers were pressed against Xiaoyang's forehead, and his voice sounded like it was carrying a compulsion, like a devil's whisper. Demons lodged in the hearts of men. Just show me the devil in you. Soon, he entered the depths of Xiaoyang's consciousness and saw the demon hiding in his heart, realizing that something was wrong in just a moment. The black shadow's eyes widened in disbelief as cold sweat broke out on his forehead, sensing a terrifying greatness that was hard to match. What's going on? How in the world did this happen? An eye-opener. It was an eye-opener. How can the same human body host two different souls with two very different destinies? What is this? You, what the hell? The dark figure let out a question. Xiaoyang quickly fell into a kind of stiffness. The demon hidden in the depths of his soul slowly turned around, and under the broken cover of the breeze was a pair of incomparably confident eyes. Lightly quirking his lips with a touch of disdain, the arrogance in his bones at work. It's ordinary people who pray for world peace. The most perfect bloodline of the five elements, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, the ultimate imperial armor, master of the bright universe, the king who commands all armor. The black shadow only felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and a terrifying intentional energy rushed towards him, instantly forcing him out of the depths of his soul. Strip it out completely. He fell to the ground, incredibly weak and on the verge of death. You, what the hell? Ha! Xiaoyang sneered as he stomped his foot on the black shadow's chest, as if mocking the ridiculousness of this mole. What the hell is worthy of calling itself a god? It's just laughable. Remember, you've only survived this long because my perfect bloodline hasn't awakened, and never because you're competent enough. This will be my last piece of advice to you. After saying this, Xiaoyang's breath weakened quite a bit. It is common sense that good and evil have been at odds since ancient times. But in his case it was an exception. Truly the righteous can become kings and the wicked can become devils. The dark figure lay on the cold floor, and he felt nothing but overwhelming horror. Not good, something dirty. Funny as hell. P.S. All plots are reasonable, non-toxic and reassuring, and will be explained later. And the reason about the perfect 5 elements of the bloodline and the 2 chi of good and evil is also very simple. Please trust the author's penmanship. Chapter 10. The Galaxy's Most Wanted Fugitive. Your darkness cannot consume my darkness. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, his breath once again cut down by more than several times, returning to its initial state, and the starry sea of brilliance in his eyes quickly receded like a tidal wave, leaving a scarlet and demonic pupil behind. He froze. What's the situation? What was it just now that briefly affected my consciousness? Could it be the perfect 5 elements bloodline? But why? One voice, however, is saying to follow the word within to move forward. Could it be you? Heh, I'm not that capable. The only one who can influence you is you. Foolish human. What a close call to see you as a god. The black shadow collapsed on the ground. He strained to move away from Xiao Yang's feet and turned into a negative energy that was gloomy to the extreme and drilled into his body. Nima! Xiao Yang was shocked. He realized that he couldn't even stop the black shadow from possessing him. He could only watch his arm, and gradually several digitally similar stripes appeared, organized into a tattoo. Get out of my body! Human! Don't get so excited yet. Maybe this isn't such a bad thing for you. I hold much of the technology in the planet Ares. I can save your sister if you promise to bring me back to life in the future. The dark shadow spoke with some compulsion, and he stood in that shadowy place inside Xiao Yang, seemingly with a great deal of confidence. After all these years of getting to know the kid when he was storing up his energy, he would have said yes. The next second, however, was a slap in the face. You do realize that my sister isn't dead at all, but you don't know that she has the bloodline of the Light and Shadow Village flowing within her, and is the only water black rhino armor summoner in the world with a fit of 80% or higher. What do you mean? Hee. As I said, your fate was predetermined a long time ago. Possessing such a supremely evil chi, sooner or later, you have to be prepared to be devoured for everything, including the closest relatives and loved ones you hold dear. Even the grass and money and status around you will eventually be stripped away. Emotions never belong to you. After the black shadow finished speaking, he didn't intend to tell Xiao Yang any more extra information. After all, this was his only bargaining chip. Xiao Yang is also recalling why he and Xiao Shui have no impression of their parents since they can remember, and if they are descendants of the Light and Shadow Village, there will be a reasonable explanation. After all, the main group of protagonists are similarly orphaned, including many of the descendants of the Village of Light and Shadow, who were basically all written off in the previous generation, and the murderer is none other than the alien beast. You mean this bloodline will bring about my sister's demise? No, I said, the man who is so stunning that he is a god can never be immortal again. Whether you like it or not, you'll be drawn into this black vortex. Until it gets deeper and deeper, either you walk up on someone else's dead bones and wear that crown that is yours, or you get trampled underfoot. Take away everything you've got. After the black shadow finished speaking, he changed his mind and decided to tell Xiao Yang a heavy news, with a slightly amused smile on his face. The people honor me as king and see me as a god, and my name is God of War Ares. Ares? Your planet, could it be the planet Ares in the galaxy? I thought that was just a rename, but I didn't realize you were a wanted fugitive. Xiao Yang was once again shocked. He didn't remember that there was this part in the special episode but he had heard that there was a scrap case which was clearly written in it. Former General Ares. Mad Avenger. The worst legion of evil. Bringing destruction and disaster. Either way, the damn thing can't be any good, right? Human, it seems like you really know a lot, but there's no harm in telling you, because we don't have any conflict in our interests at all. If you bring me back to life, then you will have everything you want, whether it's power, money, status, anything you can name. I can make it happen for you. Even if you want dominion over hundreds of planets, I can personally hand it to you as well. It was not true that Ares was the god of war of his generation, and it was also true that he was revered, to the point of being praised as an immortal god. It's all true. Available at Mutiny is also real. The god of war who fell into darkness. Can you tell me why you are like this? If I'm not mistaken, that planet is called Ares, and you're supposed to be the king who rules over everything. Xiao Yang hit the nail on the head and asked the crucial question. He felt that the reason for everything was out of this place. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made a generation of war gods go into the darkness and become galaxy's most wanted. Also curious. Which is stronger, Lufa or Ares? You ask me why? I'd love to know. But I'm afraid the answer to that will have to go to the last ruler of Ares, who buried the future of the planet with his own hands. Conquest of the galaxy for thousands of years, but ended up with an unloaded end, change which generals can tolerate, and I just did what everyone would do. I cut off his head with my own hands, but I didn't expect it. He used the power of the Gungrai Vajrapesal to bring himself back to life. The latter also turned things upside down and banished me from Ares, sending heavy troops after me all the time. However, I heard from one of my men that he was later overthrown from power due to a lack of troops, which led to him being overthrown by a guy named King Pierre and a general with a high level of force. It ended in a lifelong imprisonment. As Ares spoke, he spat back, apparently still a bit miffed that he hadn't been able to cut off that dog's head himself. And his plan is simple. Clear the crown. He wants revenge on the planet Ares. Kill the damn Peel King himself. Take back everything and the glory that belongs to you. Xiao Yang is considered to have heard everything because Ares is high in merit. The whole planet has changed its name to Ares, which is enough to explain everything. No ruler is destined to tolerate the existence of an undefeated god of war. It's a threat to his position, and Lufa and King Peel actually pick up the leakage when it is on. Genuinely, it is a bit surprising, but it is worth mentioning that the latter was frantically hunted. Lufa, on the other hand, was smarter, taking along the Shura armor and the Gung Ho Vajrapesal, building up his strength all the way through the galaxy, and nearly completing a headwind turnaround. In other words, he could have just overthrown King Peel in the first place, too, because Ares he obviously just had something happen to him that caused a major loss of vision. Seeing as how none of the minions are there now, you can tell what's going on. A look of despondency. How can you compete with Rufus? Abbreviations. Brains don't work. That is, do you think there's a possibility that King Pierre has stepped down now too? The one who rules planet Ares now is a guy named King Louise. Ares was silent for a moment as he stomped his foot on the shadows, his face filled with madness. Impossible! Planet Ares is 70,000 light-years away from Blue Star, not to mention how you know about it. What King Louis alone, I've never even heard of him, and if that Lufa, maybe it's a bit of a possibility. But he and King Pierre complemented each other. How could King Pierre be so stupid as to cut off his own arm? Then you. Xiao Yang can't help but be a little skeptical. Ares forced himself to defend himself. I'm doing this because I'm a good writer and a good soldier. What is he, Lufa, compared to me? Xiao Yang was silent as he asked the most crucial thing. So, can you restore the scars on my sister? Heh, just a little trick. But the process can be a little slow. Ares was a bit uninspired. After all, his current energy had long been 10-1. If only he could be given more negativity to absorb. Maybe it can be done. Here's the deal. You go ahead and destroy a school and harvest a little bit of negativity. Question mark. If you can't, go next door over to Little Day Island. I hear there are a lot of xenobiotics. There must be a lot of potential negativity in the city. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, Is there anything a bit more simple? Although I would love to go to Tokyo, the location is a bit far after all. Shifting doesn't? Ares was speechless. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa. He sighed. It will be, but without coordinates. I'm crushingly unable to accurately locate what's in my heart. There's not even a picture of where it's going to fly me. Ares covered his face with one hand. You mean it's a waste of 18 years of living without even visiting a small-time capital city? Then we'll just have to wait for the next monster attack and take the opportunity to soak up some negative energy. In fact, this energy has another most crucial role, that is to help him recover his own body, when stored to a certain extent. Then you can take over and be reborn. Just. Xiao Yang is a bit hard to take over. Almost gave him a kick in the ass just now. Chapter 11 When Justice Hates to the Bone. It is the most evil. Hey, you're just going to keep hiding inside me. That's not very convenient, I'm afraid. Xiao Yang cannot help but be a little worried, after all, so that he usually have any privacy, not all by this black and unattractive things to see clearly. Ares, however, looked unconcerned. What the hell are you worried about? Am I hardly curious about a human like you? After thousands of years of silence, what big scenes have I not seen? The storms I've experienced are even more than the meals you've eaten. Then you're good. Xiao Yang casually made a perfunctory remark. Anyway, just don't disturb his daily life. Otherwise he will definitely drive this ghost out by all means. It's imperative that we get back to the hospital first. Shift. He instantly disappeared in place, and by the time everything in his peripheral vision became clear, he had already arrived at the hospital. Wherever the mind goes, even the sky and the earth can't stop it, if he possesses the Shura armor. It could even do the job of traveling through time and space, rewriting history that happened in the past and changing things in the future. It was simply a super bug armor. But everything depends on the user. Like the Wastely Haoyin, he did not change anything, simply resurrected a grapefruit, not enough righteousness. Evil Chi was not enough, and Lufa was even more extreme. Although the evil Chi arrived at an unprecedented height, he was taking the extreme route. It's evil, but not evil enough. There is no determination to win and the realization of wanting to defeat the enemy at all costs, even at the cost of one's life. He would have only failed. The paramedic was confused. She didn't even know when Xiaoyang appeared. It was as if he came to the payment office out of nowhere and rubbed his eyes. Not. You flew here, didn't you? Hello, sir. Need. Since it was early in the morning, very few people paid their bills at night, and it could be said that Xiaoyang was currently the only one standing in the empty hall. There were only 1 or 2 paramedics on night duty after all, and at night there wasn't much to pay for except for those in the emergency room. Of course, due to some recent inexplicable monster attacks in the City of Hope, that's what arranged for more substitutions. Pay up. 207 ICU. Xiaoyang took out a bank card and put it in the payment window, and soon the medical staff took it and went through the normal process. Payment successful. Aha! Xiaoyang retrieved the bank card and put it into his pocket. Then he turned around and left. Toward ICU 207. Pushed the door open. Z. This is a single room, for the sake of a quiet environment, suitable for toning the body, although the price aspect will be a little more expensive, but Xiaoyang thinks it's worth it. There can be no grubbing and skimping on such matters. Sitting on the chair, he looked at the hideous wound on Xiao Shue's face, although it was healing quickly with the help of the system and the perfect 5-element bloodline. Basically scarring, available at. This trauma is permanent. Aries, is there really nothing you can do now to help my sister regain her old skin ahead of time? Will consume a small amount of energy from the base unless you go and exterminate a school, or feed me back with your supreme evil. The shadow of Aries appeared beside Xiaoyang. He was similar in shape to Lufa, draped in a black robe, and a solemn face could be seen. With some unique tattoo paintings, is a symbol of the phase by the heart, referred to as into the devil. But there's one thing, you have to let me manipulate the body, and there's one great side effect, and that's on your sister. It may be tainted with evil spirits, which can cause changes in personality in the lesser cases, and in the more serious cases. Never be able to summon the armor. Aries informed Xiaoyang very seriously. After all, he didn't want to take that unwarranted responsibility. Simply tell the other side everything up front and just hand the choice over. Has the personality changed much? Xiaoyang asked. Aries replied, not much. For example, your sister, who is a gentle person, may show some symptoms of anger after being exposed to too much evil. For example, I didn't dare to kill a chicken before, but now I do. Question mark. Xiaoyang is a bit speechless. Can he understand that this Aries is purely farting, whereas this called what side effects is clearly a good thing? As for the final inability to summon armor, blow awesome yet. With the Civil War illusion god alive, the difficulty of getting the Black Rhino armor was very high. After all, it was a genius thing that occupied a latrine. If it wasn't for the fact that Mijin had forcibly removed control access and turned it over to a second team named Kita Kai, along with the fact that none of the other 4 members coveted power over the armor. Bei Miao naturally does not have this face. The most important point was that his sister was a girl, and fighting with an alien beast was a dangerous thing to do, as a qualified younger brother. He wouldn't let Xiao Shui take that risk either, and he is all evil. What if he fights in the future because of different ideas? How exactly does it work? Relax the control of your body and do not resist my energy. Again, after Aries finished speaking, he turned into a ball of black gas and drilled into Xiaoyang's body, unfolding the possession mode as he stretched out his arm, then spread out his 5 fingers. Swish! The dark purple genetic code, which appeared in the center of his palm, even began to rotate regularly, exuding a burst of energy that caused his heart to palpitate. Muttering some bizarre words. Be glad you have a good brother. Then, the most evil energy was continuously injected into Xiao Shue's body, and the injuries on her body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood color on her face gradually increased until it was almost as red as a big apple. The wound was also healing at a rapid pace, only to see the scratch, which had been 10 centimeters long just a moment ago, close up automatically in the next second and the stitches peeled out. It's nothing short of a miracle. It's a shame you don't go as a Watto. The terrible scar on Xiao Shue's face is also gradually disappearing. It stopped casting the spell until a blurry trail was left. Damn it, how can... Ares was a little dismayed. He clearly calculated the amount of energy released, but the injuries on Xiao Shue's body. After all, it had only recovered to 50%. There's hanging. Something gives me energy to swallow. What happened? Xiao Yang was also confused. He heard from the voice that something was wrong, only to see Ares instantly peeling out again. Transforming into a man in black, he sat at the head of the bed, a burst of black aura coming out of his eyes, like data scanning over Xiao Shue's whole body, analyzing the special substance in the blood. At once, he froze. Your sister. There is an extra overbearing energy in her body, which should be related to your 5 elements bloodline, and it just devoured a portion of my and your evil energy. It's sort of harmless, but it's going to affect the speed of healing, and it should be the blood you used to give up earlier to keep her alive. If I go by my guess, she's a good fit for the Black Rhino armor. It might even improve a bit. Ares had lived on Blue Star for thousands of years, and he had heard all about the armor summoner. More than Lufa even had to know. That's the advantage of living longer. Xiao Yang sort of understood everything. He nodded his head. Okay, then I'll work hard for you. When my sister wakes up, I'll definitely help you get the negative energy. Humph. Count your kid a little conscience. Did not expect your evil. After all, it's not just bad. It's similar to me, all. There are 2 kinds of evil. The first is the kind of ugly people whose hearts are so dark and twisted that they look like rats in a sewer, which you should know very well. The second kind, however, is very different, and will do whatever it takes to get what they want, even to the point of giving up their lives and everything they have. The extreme of hating something to the bone is the most presentable manifestation of murderous intent. Twisted from extreme righteousness. It's called to the peak of evil. Ares was very optimistic about Xiao Yang and chose him for this reason, as it felt very similar to his own self at one time. All a man who stands in the light and basks in the sunshine of justice. Unfortunately, the darkness embraced them, and so-called justice was nothing more than a sugar coating applied by some, which he was bound to tear off for the sake of true justice. Take back the honor, the status that belongs to you. P.S. The rampage is about to begin with the underage alien beasts, the Orcsir and the Phantom Demon. Please watch in the company of seniors. Avoid incontinence, including the xenobiotics in front of the screen, and don't think that no one will notice if you disguise yourself as a human. If you don't like it, punch the dragon, step on the black rhinoceros, slap the flying eagle and crush the earth tiger. If you don't like the plot of punching the dragon, stomping on the black rhinoceros, violently slapping the flying eagle, crushing the tiger and chopping up the snow mastiff, etc., please consciously observe the following rules. Don't spray if you don't like it. The protagonist is also good and evil, and there will be a reason for that later. You can guess. Bamboo Leaf, the place of urgency. Chapter 12. True love is never a mouthful. I don't know how long it's been. Until the next morning, the first ray of sunshine through the window of the intensive care unit sprinkled on Xiao Shue's pretty face. Her eyelids were fluttering, as if she'd had a terrible nightmare. Suddenly, wide-eyed and able to clearly feel the pain coming from her legs, she lifted her wrists, where the pins were inserted, to take a look. This is... scars. How long had I slept? It wasn't a dream, and had the wound scarred over. Ah Young, are you all right? The first moment Xiao Shui woke, she first doubted the truth of that dream, and then rushed to look around, trying to find that remembered figure. When she saw Xiao Yang is sitting on the bench, watching himself, hanging heart seems to fall in an instant, both actually at the same time tears. Ah Yang? Sister thought that she would never see you again. It's all my sister's fault. If my sister had listened to you earlier and not made that trip, wouldn't all this have happened? Her trembling hand, lightly raised, stroked on Xiao Yang's face, then her eyes swept over his body, after realizing that no injuries appeared. That's what kept the mood under control and didn't continue to deteriorate. I'm sorry, sister. If I could have been a little stronger, I wouldn't have let that happen. It's all my fault. Xiao Yang was remorseful. He needed to give Xiao Shui time to react. It was not easy to let the emotions change drastically just after awakening, which had a great impact on the body's recovery. No, this has absolutely nothing to do with you. Xiao Shui shook her head. As long as you are fine. Yang, that is good. In my sister's world. But you're the only one left. Sister. These words made Xiao Yang's heart hard. He hated the monsters and blamed himself for why he couldn't be stronger. If he had overdrawn his 5-elemental bloodline in advance, would this end not have occurred? In the special features, the armor has the ability to travel through time and space, and can indeed do things like rewrite the past and reverse the future. But karma is unavoidable. He didn't dare to gamble. Moreover, his sister's life had been saved, and her recovery was only a matter of time. And with his current strength, he could not necessarily do what he needed to do to restore the perfect ending. He's going to make no monsters, no pain, full of peace, an ideal world where everyone is happy and fulfilled and joyful. Only then could he let Xiao Shui live in a good world. Inevitably, someone will have to be sacrificed in the process, but in the end, all will come together in that new era. I will not spare any of those monsters who have hurt my sister. It doesn't matter if it's an alien beast or an assistant director, or the shadow bastard or the king of the realm, or even the Black Emperor. I had no intention of sweeping you all away. But since you refuse to let me go, then accept my wrath. Around his waist, a circle of special energy in 9 colors appeared, organizing itself into an incomparably cool, futuristic tech-styled golden belt. At the center was a Taiji diagram. The surrounding area was covered with 5 elemental wafers, forming a pentagram formation with the markings of the 5 armors inscribed on it. They are the Inferno Dragon of Fire, the Wind Eagle of Wood, the Black Rhinoceros of Water, the Earth Tiger of Earth, and the Snow Mastiff of Gold, corresponding to the 5 elemental forces. Sister, watch. I will reform this with my own hands. Xiao Yang reached out and put his hand on his face, covering Xiao Shui's delicate hand and pushing it back to the edge of the bed. Yang, you are the armored warrior. Could it be that you really saved me that day in the rainy night? But dealing with monsters is a very dangerous thing. An armored warrior? An armor summoner who can't even protect his loved ones. Xiao Yang laughed to himself as a golden light patch appeared behind him and stood on the ground to form a doorframe with a view of the other side inside. What qualifies someone like me to be called an armored warrior? It's not like that. Yang. Sister. I'll do it. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he turned around and then took a step into the door frame. Then that portal disappeared and he had left the hospital, faster than shifting. This was the Emperor's basic ability to instantly move to any location as a ray of light, or to materialize and teleport away using a light patch. Noteworthy. He simply wasn't an ordinary emperor like Li Xiang, who couldn't be summoned if his beliefs were damaged, and his bloodline purity was so low that it was less than 70. Instead, start, ultimate, witness Xiao Yang leaving. Xiao Shui knew in her heart that it was actually Xiao Yang who had no face-to-face. For an armor summoner to be unable to protect his family, it must have been a great blow to him, even shaking his heart. But compared to Xiao Yang's paranoia, how could she not blame herself even more? Ayo, but you haven't thought about, sister never wanted you to become a person who is so extreme that you will not stop until you reach your goal, but just wanted you to grow up safe and happy. Whenever I see that light in your eyes, it makes people happy along with you. Revenge? Does it really matter? Xiao Shui didn't want Xiao Yang to face danger. She lived in the City of Hope and knew that the monsters existed, but an ordinary person wanted to meet the opportunity. It's really too slim. Daxia, more than 1 billion people, this kind of chance is simply more difficult than winning the lottery. But if Xiao Yang exposes his armor summoner's identity, it would definitely be attacked by the monsters in those dark currents. This was actually a very dangerous thing for him. After all, he was young and foolish. If you can... Xiao Shui even wished that Xiao Yang wasn't an armor summoner, but an ordinary boy. As long as he could grow up safely and live happily, that's enough. At that moment, on a high tower in the City of Hope, golden doors suddenly appeared. Xiao Yang stepped out from it, and he stood at the top looking down at the bustle of the city below. Emperor's magnetic field. A nearly materialized golden energy appeared from within Xiao Yang's body and spread out towards the surroundings, forming a super large circle. Swish! The speed was so fast that it had even arrived at the supersonic category. And in just a breath of speed, the Emperor's magnetic field enveloped the entire City of Hope. Cut off all signaling networks. The whole city was briefly paralyzed. The purpose of doing so is also very simple, that is, to search for clues about the supernatural beasts in all aspects, Words are always followed by deeds is the creed of life. Found you. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, a golden gate appeared in front of him once again. The time to end you has come. In a park in Hope City, Wu Qidong was holding a book and reading it, wearing a square-framed eyeglasses and a slightly blonde figure. Gee, this life is really beautiful. What armor-summoning people, not free at all and dangerous. Anyway, Tsuji is quite interested in this, so why don't we just let him have it? Wu Qidong flipped the next page of the history book. He knew something about the Flying Eagle armor, but not much. As for his cousin, it was Wu Dongshang. Although his bloodline was a bit more pure. But after all, people have their own aspirations, and Mijin didn't forcefully capture him to act as an armor summoner. Carrying the bloodline of a descendant of the Light and Shadow Village is inherently a great sin, very much affects Shadowbane's plans. What the hell? Suddenly, he was acutely aware of a burst of unidentified energy sweeping through the entire city, and his back went cold and his legs weakened. It's like the fear a dog has when it sees a tiger. What a strange feeling. The park was crowded, but there was a scream in the distance. Ah! Help! Monsters! Are monsters! What is this thing? Why is it still sticking out its big tongue? Playing Cos Medusa with me here. The problem is that people are female. Don't look a couple times. That's like a ING monster on the news. Help! Help! The people walking in the park immediately set off a riot, all kinds of shouting, which likewise attracted the attention of Wu Qidong. What's going on? Wu Qidong was dumbfounded. He was just reading a small history book in the park. Who was he inviting? First, an unknown energy made him unable to stand up. Then, there was a blue Cos venom monster that suddenly appeared. Wait for it. I can't ING stand up. Chapter 13. Xiao Yang did not say anything. Just the ultimate emperor armor. Oops, what is going on here? Dead leg. Move your ass. At this moment, Wu Qidong panicked, with his history book in his hand. He could clearly feel that the blue monster was targeting himself. As a descendant of the Light and Shadow Village and a possessor of the bloodline of wood, he had an innate sense of the alien beasts, just like Bei Miao, who could sense the presence of the monsters in advance if they were nearby. But he has no armor. Naturally, you can't be that sharp, and you don't have a summoner for localization. Overall, there's not a single advantage. What to do now? Run and no place to run. This dead leg does not move. Let me do In the end, where is that energy? Wu Qidong now can be described as a head too big. He simply do not know what to do now. Escape but cannot stand up. Tried it for 2 days and ended up sitting on the bench on my butt before I could stand up. Sinning. Dude. You don't run to read a chicken hair history book here. A man running with his pants, he saw Wu Qidong, who was stable as Tarzan. For a while some marvel, is the other party is the legendary armored warrior? I can't believe the mountain is crashing in front of me without changing its color. I am scared and my legs are weak. Brother, can you carry me along? Wu Qidong was a bit embarrassed as he looked at the man with a hopeful gaze. But in the next second, the man's face looked like it had reversed 360 degrees and went straight to black. Then you pretend chicken hair, the mountain collapsed in front of the face without changing color. It make me think you are some hidden armor warrior. Roll on, roll on, roll on. The man directly left Wu Qidong in situ, legs running. The speed is simply comparable to the wind and fire will Neza. The soles of the shoes are running smoke. As for why you're carrying your pants? For freaking out. Wu Qidong cried out. No. Just then, the grasshopper beast also discovered his location. With a sea blue colored body and 4 arms, 2 of which grew at the shoulders and were covered in sharp blades, like 2 long knives. The pupils of his greenish eyes were bloodthirsty and murderous, and he had a catfish head and a large red tongue in his mouth, which he gulped like a python. Firm muscles bulged. He was more than 2 meters tall, like a small mountain, and in his bloody mouth, he spat out a fishy smell. Grasshopper. Roar! He spat out a snake's letter and wrapped it around the citizen who was trying to flee the scene, tying it around his waist, and then he pulled it in front of him. 1 bite. Ah! Help! The shouting came to an abrupt end as the heads separated, leaving only a headless body casually thrown on the ground and trampled into a pile of rotten meat. Ha ha ha! It's so good! It's so good! Grasshopper Beast laughed in triumph. He was not one of those ordinary supernatural beasts in the special effects show, but a high-level monster that had fused a human and possessed self-awareness. Long ago, the time was different from the past. The surging negative energy in his body was the confirmation of everything, together with what was given on Lufa's side, that Ares was the most advanced in remodeling technology. Directly, the Shadow Realm's strength has increased dramatically, and in exchange for all that was needed was to divert a large amount of negative energy to the Phantom Legion as recuperative energy. And anyway, the alien beasts were targeting the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village, causing all sorts of havoc along the way in passing. What's not to love about a win-win situation? So much negative energy put in the hands of the flying Mist Shadowbane. Did he play it understandably? So naturally, a kind of agreement and tacit understanding was reached. Besides, the armored summoner was their common enemy. Interests coincide. Enemies in common. Alignment of goals. It's literally the best ING ally. Damn Light and Shadow Village descendant. I can't wait to get you killed and absorb the essence energy in your body. Taste the flavor. A seemingly humanized smile appeared on the grasshopper beast's face. But in the next second, it came to an abrupt end as a gate appeared in front of him, and it's metal-rimmed. It's just as magical as Doraemon's free door. It's simply open and shut, and that's not all. There's actually a particularly handsome kid coming out of it. Dare to pretend in front of my old man. Xiao Yang took a step forward. He stood in front of the crowd. At his waist was the Emperor's belt that shone with golden light, and his body carried a kingly aura. And something that doesn't fit the evil aura, especially the eyes with a bit of a slight reddish tinge. Much less like the good guys, if not for the belt being gold-painted. Probably about to be mistaken for someone from the shadow world. He stretched out his arm and clenched his fist once, and when he took in the headless body that had been mercilessly trampled on the ground, he couldn't contain the rage in his eyes. Thinking back to Xiao Shui's smile filled with tenderness. Isn't hurting your sister enough? You guys, just how many more innocent people are you going to brutalize? At those words, the grasshopper beast looked as if he had heard some kind of joke, as he directly uttered a sneer and mocked as he tried frantically on the verge of committing a death-defying act. Oh, you're nothing. A hairy kid also dares to come to the old man in front of pretend. Do not think that wearing a broken a few hand belt, think they are some kind of armored warrior. You horse coins, I think you don't want to live. He spat out a fluent Daxia language, and it was still a very standard Mandarin, directly and mercilessly provoking Xiao Yang. But soon, an invisible aura unfolded. Emperor's magnetic field. Puff. Grasshopper beast blood seems to be boiling. He legs cannot help but soft, almost kneeling on the ground to Xiao Yang kowtow, when again looked up. His pupils shrunk violently, as an alien beast whose IQ had been greatly improved. He was still very vocal, having been transformed by Ares' advanced technology. Long gone is the time to be a stupid pig who only knows how to thirst for blood. This, what the? See only. Xiao Yang stood in place. An illusory layer of golden armor spread up all around him, countless parts organized from extreme light energy. The sun in the sky seemed to have some sort of connection with him, until an incomparably bright and dazzling aurora borealis fell directly on his entire body. Swish! With one step, the aura of a king came out, and the whole body parts naturally fit together. First, the shoulder guards formed two tiger head cannons, and the sharp teeth were slightly open. Then came the arm guards, which took on the shape of an eagle and, with their feathers slightly open, the thick golden armor looked like the hardest gold in the world. The face took on a dragon-shaped helmet that screamed of dominance, and on the dark red goggles, a layer of blood-colored energy fluorescence gradually lit up. An incomparably large dragon-faced shield in front of his chest was gradually pieced together and shaped, violently fitting onto the armor, and behind him, the mastiff's back rumbled slightly, like a heavily armored god of war. On both knees are two taijis, and the calves are rhino armor, defensive and very stable chassis. Even the boots come with two spikes, like a rhinoceros horn. Ultimate Emperor armor. The mechanical electronic voice sounded, instantly causing the entire crowd to erupt in an uproar, and the crowds that had been fleeing stopped at that moment. They were dumbfounded, as if they had seen some miracle take place. This armor. It's not too pushy. But that wasn't the end of it. The 5 colored wafers on his emperor's belt lit up with various totems in turn, expanding a layer of dazzling light. Armor together. Griffin. Look straight at me. New York. Naya. The grasshopper beast was born from the derivation of magic crystals, and he was able to clearly sense the terrifying energy emanating from the ultimate emperor. This can no longer be described as the word scary, but horror. I fight the ultimate emperor? Really? Cold sweat flowed out of his head, And as for why the grasshopper beast had such a thing, it was probably because he had melted even his human functions in with him. Anyway, sweating it out. Damn armored warrior. Don't think you can scare me just because you look a little bluff and have a little more energy inside you. The grasshopper beast spat out a red tongue and wrapped it towards the ultimate emperor's body. But the next, a mournful, miserable scream suddenly echoed throughout the park. As soon as Xiao Yang raised his hand, he directly cut off the grasshopper beast's tongue with the blade of his hand. Using aurora energy, it was simply easier than cutting tofu with a knife. Ha! With a cold laugh, he moved as if in an instant and came directly in front of the grasshopper beast, grabbing the head with one hand and then raising his knee. Bang! Golden energy erupted out, directly crashing through the grasshopper beast's abdomen, and the power didn't stop there, but instead cut through the sky like a missile. Then the palm of the hand was pressed downward. Boom! The concrete cracked, spreading outwards over 10 meters of cracks, and the grasshopper beast faced the ground, half of its body going half a meter deep into the ground. It's not that the ultimate emperor doesn't have the strength. Rather, Xiao Yang's arm was only able to reach half a meter. Remember that this is not the limit of the ultimate emperor, but the human arm, which is a true descending blow. Brush the grasshopper beasts directly as wild monsters. The grasshopper beast couldn't howl now. As for the spiny wood beast, it's still sitting there in a daze, because Xiao Yang hadn't even been out for half a minute. The transformation time seemed long, but in reality it was only a second, and he became the ultimate emperor in place. P.S. Bamboo Leaf urges for more work. The next 2 chapters are packed with fire, and they're so good that they'll blow your chickens out of the water. Chapter 14. Brushed the spiny wood beast as a wild monster. This is not a good time for the grasshopper beast. His abdomen was directly penetrated by the aurora energy without any stagnation, as fragile as a piece of tender tofu, from which green blood flowed. Unable to make a single sound, his entire head was buried into the ground, and pain like broken bones came from all over his body as the negative energy collided with the aurora energy. It was as if he had met his natural nemesis, with a layer of green flames being burned all over his body surface, as well as arcs of electricity that symbolized weakness. Just an elbow. The enhanced version of the grasshopper beast just about went down to the box in place. This is the ultimate emperor, symbolizing the invincible heavenly Tao armor, and that was even if Xiao Yang didn't want to kill the grasshopper beast so quickly. If the full force of the strike can be comparable to the East Wind Express washing the ground, what alien beasts? Even if the super beast next door came, he'd have to be slapped on the ground. Can't even get up and dance anymore? Ugly thing. As soon as Xiao Yang lifted the grasshopper beast's head, under the ultimate emperor's exaggerated height of 2.5 meters, it was no different from grabbing a small chicken. It weighs nothing in your hand. While you were hurting them, did you ever think that one day you would be lifted in my hands like a piece of trash, not even able to resist? Answer me. Under the intimidation of the ultimate emperor, the grasshopper beast's whole body trembled like a stressed wild dog. When he lifted his head with difficulty, he could see the killing intent coming from the scarlet goggles. How is it possible? Why does the armor have this level of power? This can't be. Who the hell are you? Boom! The grasshopper beast exploded in place into countless pieces of broken flesh, splattering more than just in every direction, landing on the ground and quickly corroding the concrete. Even the skull disappeared. A blue magic sticker with a golden border surfaced, depicting the grasshopper beast on its deathbed, with fear actually written in its eyes. Before he died, he could not understand why a pair of golden armor suddenly appeared, and the power is still so horrible, only lightly a force. Just kill him. Without even bothering about the magic sticker, Xiao Yang was automatically sucked in by the emperor's belt to seal it, as if there was a kind of magnetic force, along with an extra purple magic crystal inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sealing the grasshopper beast. Reward: 100 Daxia coins. Such a wonderful sound. Rubbish. Doesn't deserve to live at all. The king's boot stepped over one of the grasshopper beast's broken legs and turned in the direction of the spiky wood beast when he got a good look at the ugly green-colored monster. There was no hesitation. Raise your palms. With a grip. Golden energy surged from the spiked wood beast's entire body, wrapping him tightly, and as tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his body, it then scrambled to emerge in Aurora Borealis. Ah! What is this thing? Why can it penetrate my negative energy? Don't go on. Next. The thornwood beast didn't even have a close-up, and was still in a daze when its entire body exploded violently and rose up in place. Rumble. Under the baptism of the golden energy, he became a magic sticker without even leaving a whole body behind, and he didn't even have any sense of existence. The blue magic patch was sucked into the Emperor's belt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sealing the thornwood beast. Reward: 100 W Daxia coins. The park was silent. These two exotic beasts appeared quickly, but went even faster, killing and sealing them in just 2 moves. There weren't even any last words after death. Simply, it's just being swiped as a wild goose chase. After a long time, I don't know who in the crowd was the first to shout. What happened? Weren't there 2 monsters standing there just now? How come they're gone in the next second? Brother, the second is too fast. Didn't see it clearly. Hey, why is my cell phone not signaling anymore? Have you guys found it yet? Found it. This armor is also too powerful, a pinch in space and it blew up the monster. It's simply even better than being hung up. The monster who was unbeatable just now probably didn't even want to understand how he died until he died. More than that, he's a bit too strong for that. Isn't it said that an armored warrior has to wrestle with monsters a bit to win? Why did he give seconds in one pinch? It's completely different from what's rumored on the internet. The people who had originally planned to leave, they didn't leave either. This was the characteristic melon eaters of Daxia, who could even disregard danger for a bite of melon. Just for a hot bite. Wu Qidong was still sitting paralyzed on the bench, his eyes staring dully at the golden armor in front of him, exuding a kingly compulsion all over his body. It's simply more than 10 times more handsome than the flying eagle armor. Which one of the 5 lines of armor is this? In the end, why does it have such power? Just one strike killed the legendary alien beast. He couldn't figure out why such a powerful armor existed in the world. Really? Did legends of armor in other cities are also true, only to see that Xiao Yang swept over Wu Qidong in a flat manner, and after realizing that the other party was carrying the bloodline of wood, a touch of disdain surfaced on his face in the dragon helmet. It seems that this guy is a light and shadow village descendant whose bloodline purity can reach 80%, so I guess he's a character related to the show. One could first rule out Wu Dongshang, the little prince of Air University, and then there would be only one answer left. Wu Qidong, I hope you're this lucky next time. After saying that, Xiao Yang intended to leave the scene. The 2 alien beasts had already been resolved. There was absolutely no need for him to stay, and he secretly retrieved the Emperor magnetic field. The pretending thing must be arranged in place, after all, when the armor summoner is not for a handsome word. Who doesn't want to be a big hero? Since he chose to expose it, he would have to tell everyone completely, rather than choosing to continue to cower and be a wimp. Wu Qidong froze in place. He didn't know what that meant, but just touched his history book and covered his crotch. At that moment, 2 white pillars of light crossed the sky and landed on the ground. It could be said that when the Emperor's magnetic field was first unlocked, Mijin was furiously tapping on the satellite transmission program, just to get the summoner there in the first place. 2 young handsome guys came out from within the light pillar, namely Li Xinan and Bei Miao. The 2 put on their summoners and were about to raise their hands to transform. But when they took a look at the scene, they couldn't help but stop their movements, a bit bewildered. Not Buddy. What about the alien beasts? It turns out that the alien beasts disappeared too quickly, causing the satellite positioning to not yet react, and Mijin was furiously tapping the teleportation device. She mistakenly thought it hadn't been resolved. Soon enough, Li Xinan noticed the very obvious Ultimate Emperor standing in front of the crowd, pretending to be in front of a camera. Also swore by, even if the last batch of armor summoners came to challenge me, they would be equally no match for me, including those inherently evil psychic beasts. Sooner or later, I'll make them all disappear from this world. Garbage shouldn't exist, and I'll make sure to do that. Nima, who let you be so blatant? Shouldn't armor summoners be low-key, humble do-gooders to avoid being targeted by the forces of evil to engage in targeting? Good for you? Straight-up showdowns don't pretend to be, do they? Chapter 15 beat the black rhino armor as a roadside strip. Bei Miao frowned. He was very tired of seeing such pretentious behavior, especially since they had teleported for nothing and they now had to walk back on their own. Another suit of armor? How? Obviously, the appearance of a pair of purple and black armor had made people very angry, and that arrogant and cocky look was still vivid in retrospect. Humph. Whoever you are. Black Rhino Armor Ensemble. He took out his Black Rhino Summoner and wore it on his wrist, then pulled out the chip from his neck and inserted it into the groove, and with the speed of a mere blink of an eye, the merge was successful. Woo! A rhinoceros roar sounded as an orange energy device appeared on his chest, followed by a circle of obsidian armor that quickly spread throughout his body, with the appearance of a rhinoceros head on his left shoulder with two bright silver metallic spikes. At the other end, on the right shoulder, was hip armor, still with two small spikes. A mechanical sound effect plays. Armor together. Seeing this, Li Shinan was still in a daze, and watched as Bei Miao directly took a few steps forward and went over in the direction of the Ultimate Emperor. A come hither look. Not buddy. What are you doing? Didn't we just talk about the rules? Armor summoners have to be tolerant of each other and can't transform and K each other without permission? Is that what you call knowing? Bei Miao, calm down for a moment. Maybe the alien beast is the one he solved? Humph. I'd like to see who he is, daring to act so pretentious with the name of Armor Summoner. I'll give him some color today. Bei Miao looks like he is justified, but in reality, he is not used to seeing Xiao Yang standing in front of the reporters and playing handsome, in which there is some jealousy at work. After all, our Tangerine, who was also really a Yuletide in the early days, didn't become reformed until the latter 7 or 8 episodes, when he learned what it meant to be a team. As for the crowd of onlookers, they froze when they saw another armor appear. The crisis was over, but why did another summoner appear? It's hard to believe that a new monster has appeared. Why is this armor coming towards us? Could the monster actually be hiding in the crowd? Daring. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Mud horse. I'm a good citizen. What are you pointing at me for? Who knows if you're a monster? Get away from me and back off. This armor is also handsome. It looks like a big rhino turned into it. Just how does it feel? Like he's coming towards this golden armor. Ah, I remember. This armor is called Black Rhino Man, and I heard my dad say that in their generation, there were a few armor summoners that were great heroes that protected the city. Wow, it's Black Rhino Man. Hearing the crowd's commotion, Xiao Yang has actually long noticed Bei Miao and Li Shinan, only lazy to take care of it after all. The paths are different, not the same. Instead of joining the ERP base to be bound, he would choose to be a free summoner and wouldn't be able to use the satellite positioning system anyway. Oh? Summoner of the Black Rhinoceros armor of this world. I can't believe you're still capable of something. To be able to recover from injuries overnight, it seems to have consumed a lot of energy inside the Water Shadow Stone. Right, even the bloodline purity has increased by 1%. Xiao Yang could see the way in it at a glance. The armor summoner is more than several times stronger than an ordinary person, and it is not a delusion to do it to fight 10. In the special features alone, River North's debut kills several Shadow Realm Griffins in a single move. Under the Ultimate Emperor's enchantment, his vocal line changed, and it had long since stopped being that childish evil voice, but was filled with a solemnity, as well as undeniable. It was as if what he said represented the true heavenly Tao in the human world, and everything he did was most correct and just. This is the Emperor. Ha! Bei Miao sneered. As an armor summoner, how dare you not do your job and stand in front of a large crowd to show your face? Do you realize that a qualified summoner must be humble and of high moral character? And you don't meet that, strictly speaking. You don't even deserve to be a summoner. Rotten Orange Theory once again unleashed divine power, is simply the ancient true God speech, directly to the entire audience, the brain all dry downtime lived. This dude. Do you want to hear what you are talking about yourself? Didn't you just transform into Black Rhino armor in public? What's the point of pretending? Make it sound like you're the one who solved the alien beast. Dug out. I can't watch this anymore. Suddenly I want to rush up and give him 2 slaps is what's going on. Can someone lend me a suit of armor? Screw you, you can still get on this good thing. Just give me the armor directly and ignore this douchebag. I promise to give this black cinderblock a beating. Giving you awesome badassery? I can do that too. This black cinderblock armor is so shameless. Still thought it was some big hero, but it turned out to be a pure what's wrong with people pretending. Have the strength to be happy. Yeah, go tackle the alien beasts yourself if you can. I think it's just jealous of others. The onlookers, their faces cannot help but emerge a little contempt and disdain, where they still do not understand the meaning of Bei Miao, that one combined. But you just don't like Xiaoyang pretending to be a pussy. and come up with a set of unwarranted rules as far as nobility of character and modesty. When you have this kind of strength, I'm afraid that you can't wear the summoner faster than him. He said that he wanted to be humble, but in the end, the summoner was worn in his hand. Hearing the sarcastic voices of the people around him directly caused Bei Miao's face to hang on for a while, covered in a blue and purple color, but he still held on strongly. What do you know? I'm the regular armor summoner, and as for you, you've never even heard of it. If you want to join our ERP, you'll have to keep a low profile from now on. And as far as I know, there are only 5 pairs of light and shadow armor, divided into 5 elements, and your armor doesn't belong to any of them at all. This is enough to show that you don't even have a number. Just standing in front of the media like this and fooling around, I'm afraid it's not a bit untenable. It's completely discrediting our ERP base. He bit a formal, in fact, the meaning is frankly, you are not formal at all at most a pheasant summoner. If you want to be a regular summoner, don't be so wild in the future, and obediently give in and disintegrate your armor. But if you do that, you will lose face. Forever lower than Bei Miao. But if you don't disintegrate, you're discrediting our ERP base in the name of summoning people, and I'll just clean you up later. Straight away, he put Xiaoyang on the fire. These words made many people secretly feel that this Bei Miao was so shameless. To actually rely on his formal status as a member of the ERP base to bully a newcomer who had just made a name for himself was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Although they didn't know which organization this ERP was, but looking at this person's aura, it should be a pretty powerful kind. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so arrogant. As for Xiaoyang, he stood still without any action, not even bothering to take care of Bei Miao for a moment, and under the scarlet goggles were contemptuous eyes. He just slowly raised his palms to aim at Bei Miao. A silent, calling you the Black Rhino armor summoner of this world is to give you face as the male counterpart of the special drama. You're really taking yourself seriously. Give you some sunshine and you'll shine. If you really have to do it, you're going to live or die. Next, swish. The black rhinoceros armor was directly put around his neck by a golden ring, and in an instant, he was brought more than 10 meters into the air, with just a single lift of his palm. He then rose again, and as his palms tended to flop down, black rhino armor crashed in place. Bang! Slamming heavily into the ground, the black rhino armor was half stuck in the concrete, still in a state of confusion, obviously not understanding what had happened. Then he took off again. Swish! Bang! Swish! Bang! Continuing for more than 10 times, it directly gave Bei Miao shook his stomach for a while, and he was going to lose consciousness in his legs, and he couldn't even breathe fresh air. Xiaoyang instantly flashed in front of Bei Miao, and then lifted up his fist and struck the black rhino armor chest, directly drying and flattening the protruding part. Boom! Wei-awa! Bei Miao took on a shrimp shape, like a black meteor turning into a black mane, crashing through several buildings in succession, and finally staying. A utility pole came up and snapped it off. The black rhino armor lay underneath, and as the pole swayed a bit, it re-slammed into Bei Miao with a thud. For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Deadly quiet. Ryoga, I don't know who was the first to ask. This is the rhino armor given a beating like a dog on the side of the road? Spaced a grab to give him a torture beat, and then instantaneous transfer a punch directly to him dry out a few kilometers away. Afraid not. Ascend to heaven. As for Li Xinan, he was standing still, and before he could react to what was going on, he saw Bei Miao flying backwards at an even faster speed, a direct performance of a cosplay meteor. His eyes widened. This one punch in seconds. Chapter 16. 1 foot crushes the Inferno Dragon armor. How could this be? Bei Miao, he is the summoner of the Black Rhino armor of water, with a bloodline as high as 70%, just shy of 80. And the first training will adhere to the 15 minutes or so. Actually, by this golden armor, a punch flying flipped out. Not even able to fight back. Li Xinan was very shocked, and there was clearly more than a little change in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoyang. Although for Bei Miao's behavior, there was a little bit of shame, but after all, it was a team member in the ERP base, and the same was also his partner. It's really hard to justify letting an outsider bully you like that. Besides, what is there to say that can't be discussed sitting down? Why does it have to be done? Even if what Bei Miao said was wrong, it shouldn't be done directly. Li Xinan just wanted to open his headset and call me Jean, but he realized that the signal is interrupted. On the Inferno Dragon Summoner, 3 distinct red letters of no signal were displayed, causing him to frown as if he had realized something. Looking up to the Ultimate Emperor. for eyes. It's him. Sensing the crisis, Li Xinan no longer hesitated and immediately put the Inferno Dragon Summoner on his wrist, then automatically popped out a circle of metal belt strips. He pulled off the dragon chip around his neck and inserted it into the summoner, crossed his arms in front of him and shouted out, "Inferno Dragon Armor! Merge! Anon!" With a high dragon roar ringing out, a layer of fiery red armor covered his entire body as he mobilized the energy of the fire shadow stone from a satellite far beyond the blue planet. A red light was emitted and it fell directly on Li Xinan's body. As to why it was not affected by the Emperor's magnetic field, it was not explicitly written in the special episode. Should be relying on bloodline sensing as a medium to use satellite directly transmitted to Li Xinan. This point will not go deeper. The mechanical audio blared. Armor together. He twisted his wrist and made a popping sound like a pea. Whatever you're going to do, we're both summoners protecting the city, with the same mission and goals, perhaps. Before Li Xinan finished speaking, he hit a golden shadow head-on, only to see the ultimate emperor instantly flashing in front of him, lifting up a leg whip to whip away. What? So fast that even the mask screen inside the Inferno Dragon armor can't lock. Not waiting for Li Xinan to continue thinking, he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his body in fear and tried his best to resist this leg whip. Yet the next second, bang! A series of dull and incomparable metal impacts rang out from the chest of the Inferno Dragon armor, and a burst of sparks and white smoke erupted, almost giving him a leg pump for scrap. Li Xinan's body quickly lost weight. The palms of his feet left the ground, and he vacated more than 10 meters into the sky, like a shooting star rowing out. He finally experienced Bei Miao's feeling. It was a power that could not be resisted, like the gap between an ant and a human, a mayfly shaking a big tree. Ah! With a wail of pain, he crashed through several large, thick trees and lay in the mud, half in the ground and unable to pull himself out. The whole body is in severe pain, especially on the chest. There is also some residue of golden energy, as if it is a leaky toy is smoking white smoke out. The power of this strike is completely no less than the 100 Tons King, and if Xiao Yang did not have the heart to kill Li Xinan, he could even directly beat him to a violent death. Ha! Let's save those unnutritious words for another time. I don't have the patience to listen to your long-winded speeches. Incidentally, the so-called ERP base, as you call it, is nothing more than a bunch of hobos in my eyes. Bull! Xiao Yang's own impression of summoners was very poor, and with the rotten orange brother looking for trouble twice, he had reached the limit of his patience. When saw Li Xinan a look of fart talk much, more heart is not good, directly cannot help, instantly fly to his face to kick a foot. A bunch of dirt dogs, really can't see their own position. He's the ultimate emperor. Is it possible that he still has to be controlled by a bunch of you trash? If it's a good speech, so be it. How dare you ride me and on my head? Pretending makes you both fly. Xiao Yang turned around and intended to leave. As for the damage caused by the destruction, it is even more nonsense. He saved so many citizens. Can't it be worth some buildings? If you really want compensation, you have to go to the ERP base. Who let these two idiots think of nothing else? At that moment, he was acutely aware that a force of intentional energy was growing behind him. Oh, it's kind of fun. Only to see, half of Li Xinan's body was buried in the mud. He grabbed the bottom of the tree with one hand and forcefully dragged himself out. His chest was still on fire, but with strong willpower, he barely stood up, his free palm holding his chest, as if in defiance, twisting his waist chakra. A light and shadow sticker appeared in front of him, taking on a fiery red color, with a single word written on it in unmistakable clarity, the very one that symbolized the Inferno Dragon armor. Fire. One hand went to touch it, and a two-bladed weapon similar to a bow and arrow appeared, which was gripped and aimed at the ultimate emperor's back. The flaming sword. The weapon changes form instantly. Flaming crossbow. Bang! A fire-red energy bomb directly exploded on the back of the ultimate emperor's mastiff. There was only a little white smoke, not even a spark. Xiao Yang stopped in his tracks. He didn't perceive any pain at all, but he could clearly sense that some fire attribute energy was coming from his back. Ha! Stand still. I won't allow you to be wrong like this. Some things just need to be said and done. Then we might be able to be a friend and never an enemy. Li Nam was as mouthy as ever, but it was obviously not going to have any positive effect on Xiao Yang, who was an avid watcher of special dramas all year round. You. It's really annoying. As the words fell, the ultimate emperor disappeared in place once again, appearing in front of the Inferno Dragon armor, That tall figure was like an insurmountable mountain, bringing a great sense of oppression. "Who the hell are you?" Li Shinan let out a question. "Why are you doing this? We are clearly all armored summoners, and our enemies are only alien beasts." "Shut up." Xiao Yang lifted the neck of the Inferno Dragon armor as soon as he could and directly threw him out casually like a piece of garbage, directly crashing through 3 large trees. Li Shinan was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and the Yanlong armor was showing signs of disintegrating automatically as he tried his best to stand up. Next, Xiao Yang reappeared, the ultimate emperor's king's boots stepping on the ground, looking down at the kneeling Yanlong armor, his eyes as calm as water. "Master of the fire armor of this world, you don't really think that by playing a broken piano well, your parents' heavenly souls will be impressed with you, do you? Oh, dream on. How in the world do you know all this?" Li Hsianan's pupils shrunk. These things, obviously, even Mi Jin didn't know. He does have a dream of playing the piano and has been working hard, diligently moving forward, just to hit the ground running and win the national piano competition. Li Shinan has been interested in piano since he was a child and has a talent for it, so his parents are also proud of this. But until a car accident, everything has changed. He lost his parents. But how does the armor summoner in front of him know exactly who, But Xiao Yang did not answer Li Xianan directly. Instead, he stomped on the head of the Inferno Dragon armor, pinning him to the ground. Ha! Thinking of themselves as proud parents, they neglected to realize their duties as callers, only to realize in the end that what they wished, it's just that you're better, not a broken piano. He who abandons his companions is doomed to be scorned. Li Hsian, you're such a coward. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he stomped his foot into the Inferno Dragon armor on the spot until it exploded. Rumble. In Li Shinan's unbelievable gaze, he fainted and lost consciousness, and the Inferno Dragon armor on his body automatically disintegrated and disappeared. Straight away, he was hit hard. After all. But if, at that time, you were willing to stand up for Shizhao and explain, he wouldn't have been tortured for more than 10 episodes for no reason, and froze with more oops. This is the reason why Xiao Yang hates this kind of unnutritious words and also said something like leave everything to time if he becomes Shizhao, backhandedly pointing at Li Hsian to come up with a line. Mudbloods. Chapter 17 Intimidating Yang Welcome. I am a god. With Xiao Yang leaving, the Emperor's magnetic field disappeared. Shinan. What the hell happened to Shinan? The satellites detected that Yor and Bei Miao's armor was heavily damaged and forcefully disintegrated. In the earphone came the panicked call of Meizhan. She immediately contacted Li Shinan's Yanlong summoner and earphone the moment the Emperor's magnetic field disappeared, but no one answered her, including Bei Miao, as he was sprawled out on the concrete with his head broken and bleeding. A look of life and death, the black rhino summoner clutched in his hand, afraid someone will snatch it away. What the hell is going on? Mi Jin cried out anxiously, but still no one paid any attention to her, so they had to use satellite positioning to lock down the location of the 2 men and send officers to the park to see what was going on. Could it be that some horrible monster was met? It can't be. With the 2 pairs of armor, Black Rhinoceros and Inferno Dragon, how could they be disintegrated in an instant? Even if the exotic beasts were stronger, it wouldn't be possible for them to do it. Otherwise, I'm afraid the previous generation of summoners would have failed long ago. As for the onlookers, they maintained a neutral attitude. What is the name of that golden armor? How a punch to these 2 pairs of armor to dry the ground. Afraid that people are not dead. Shoo, what a thing to say. Hey, I just heard them shouting. It seems to be called the Inferno Dragon and the Black Rhinoceros. As for that particularly powerful golden armor, it seems to be, it's the Imperial Man. This name is pushy at first glance. No wonder these 2 pairs of armor combined were easily hammered to the ground. It seems that the defeat wasn't unfair at all. Say, should we go call an ambulance? I'm afraid they'll both die here. If you ask them, why don't they go and blame Xiaoyang because the alien beasts are the ones that Emperor Man solved, so what does it have to do with this black rhinoceros and inflamed dragon? Besides, it was the other party who started the fight, and it was a bit of a self-inflicted pain to be beaten up like this. A grassy area, the ugly general who witnessed everything, he was clad in a black nightclothes. It seems like there is some magic power on it. It can actually manage to vanish into the ground. An eye-opening is really an eye-opener. This armor actually has such power. Killing the grasshopper beast and thornwood beast that Overlord gave me in one move. The ugly general smacked his lips, a pair of thieving brows and eyes filled with an evil smile. Moreover, he seems to be on a less than friendly relationship with these summoned people. If we can slightly utilize, it will definitely be the strongest weapon. Being able to easily break the two great armors of Yenlong and Black Rhinoceros, by then the whole of Daxia will be in the pocket of the Overlord and me. Ha ha ha! It was as if he saw the light of victory beckoning to him. After all, adhering to the reasoning that if you can make them kill each other, you don't have to go down in person, and you can still keep the number of exotic beasts for a bit. Wouldn't it be great to have a hand in the back and catch a cicada with a praying mantis? Hey, hey, hey! The Overlord will definitely praise me. After all, if I'm such an excellent henchman, I'm afraid it's hard to find another one in the entire Shadow Realm. As for this black nightclothes he was wearing, it was the very same trick that the Black Emperor had used in the play at the beginning, which allowed him to escape from the ground. Equivalent to the road method of a technique, except that it was taught to the Black Emperor by the 5 Guardians of the Shadow, and for some reason came to the hands of the ugly general. Roughly, it's to make it easier for him to commit crimes. It's too late to mourn the assistant director from The Legend of Light and Shadow, now debuting from the main group of protagonists from the featured drama Interceptor, the so-called secret practitioner, the key figure driving the plot, and the one who specializes in the Ares transmission technique. Jan, welcome. In front of the convenience store, she was wearing a standard pink lab coat with a layer of thin, long-sleeved shirt and a silver pendant around her neck. Carrying some daily necessities in his hand, he scanned the code to pay and then intended to leave. Aha! I've bought this, it should be enough for a few days, and it just so happens that Xiaotian is also living in a rented house. As the second summoner of this girl's contract, it's not reasonable not to buy something for him. At that moment, at the end of the road, a handsome-looking man appeared. He was looking at the system panel with his hands in his pockets. Ding! Searching for target. Key person detected. Yang, welcome. Mission release. Collect battle data of the Interceptor armor. Reward, Qi nurturing technique, allows the host to be invulnerable to all poisons and improve a certain level of physical fitness. 100 poisons? It does help a bit to avoid being poisoned, resulting in the inability to summon the armor, like Yendi, who was strong in his own right, only to be forced offline by Lufa's swing. Even the Shura armor was taken away. Yang welcomed noticing the man in front of her. She looked up and realized that his hair was messy, but his face was surprisingly handsome. Such a handsome guy, why dress up as a non-mainstream look? Look at the body of this wear. Is not at all cold? You know, it was just raining last night. For eyes. Yang welcomed to realize something. Is he looking for himself? But she didn't know the man in front of her at all. It shouldn't be some kind of pervert. But look like this, pressure does not need to be a pervert, obviously can be directly hitched, why? Just as Yang welcomed a burst of brainstorming and some brain rejuvenation. Hello! Xiao Yang was the first to speak. He extended his white palm and said, My name is Xiao Yang. It's an ordinary person who would love to get to know you. Such an old-fashioned pickup line. Yang welcome froze. Soon a sunny smile appeared on her face. She herself belonged to a girl with a lively nature. Nature does not socialize fear. Hello, my name is Jan welcome. She was actually quite wary and was sizing up Xiao Yang's appearance, and from the looks of it, even though it was a bit non-mainstream, it didn't look like a bad guy. But the body of that evil aura, but it is very confusing. Yang welcome cannot accurately judge. Xiao Yang in the end belongs to the good guys. After all, Hope City is now very unpredictable. This aura is so evil. Haha. Actually, you don't have to be so vigilant. Xiao Yang's words changed as he smiled. I know that you are a contemporary secret cultivator who holds some unknown things, and I won't harm you. I just want to know if all the spectral demons in the devil suppressing tower are out of the trap. This is what Xiao Yang cares about the most. As for the beauty, he really cannot see Yang welcome, after all, put in the City of Hope, not colorful. It was fine in the specials, sure, but he didn't want to be tied to the same battleship because of it, especially since the 3 Dons were even more of a straw man. What? Yang welcomed the words. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. How did you know? Don't be nervous, there are many things I know, such as that Qing Zizi is an art cultivator, including the whereabouts of the hidden cultivator, and even the summoner. I know all about it. Xiao Yang withdrew his palm that didn't get a response, put it back into his pocket and said to himself, You just need to answer my question, or you won't be able to leave either. You. Yang welcomed the fact that in her mind, it was as if someone had thrown in a large Ivan, and she was shocked as she fell into a brief blankness. Why did the man in front of her know everything about the secrets of the Jinmu Tower? the identity of her tantric practitioners, including the whereabouts of Clear Self as an art practitioner and a Tibetan practitioner. In the devil-suppressing tower, there was nothing left long ago. The 24 underworld devils all got out of the trap. As for the whereabouts, I currently don't know either. Yang welcomed a shake of her head as she then asked, "Now can you tell me who the hell you are? Why do you know things about us?" "Me? Omniscient. The god who foresees everything," Xiao Yang casually said, and the golden door appeared behind him and disappeared after stepping backwards into it. He had gotten the information he wanted to know. Regarding the location of the teppanyaki, it's nothing more than the neighborhood. After all, there aren't many teppanyaki called Huan in the whole city of Hope. Yang welcomed witnessing Xiao Yang leaving. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What kind of tactic is this? Can actually disappear out of thin air? What was the gate just now? He can't really be a god. Nope, what was I thinking? How can there be a god in this world? She didn't even dare to call herself this girl now. After all, she didn't know Xiao Yang very well, and she was also more afraid in case she was some kind of bad guy. That's not Ed up. Chapter 18. I want to be your umbrella. Golden doors appeared in front of the supermarket after he stepped out of them. Ignoring the passers-by around him who were frozen like wooden chickens, he walked in the direction of the shelves. The cashier was dumbfounded. He watched as the golden doors disappeared of their own accord and thought he might be having a nervous breakdown. After all, how can something like this from a movie or TV show be in reality? What is it? It's actually a gate made of pure gold. If we glean a piece of it, I'm afraid I won't have to worry in this life. No, is this the right focus for you? Who is this boy? Why is he like Superman? Are you all awakening behind my back? The passerby was holding a packet of dry noodles, and he had a disgruntled look on his face, feeling as if the whole world had been lying to him. And it turned out that everyone had secretly evolved. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was carefully selecting the goods on the shelves, still expressionless. I should say that his smile had stopped long ago last night. Oil, ham sausage, bread, instant noodles, and eggs should be enough to keep that little ninny alive for a while, though she's probably the same age as me. But it doesn't matter, it won't cost much anyway, and by the way, I'll buy 2 more buckets of drinking water and oh yeah, there's sweet orangi. Thinking back to the water source in Tang Shirshir's house, it made Xiao Yang feel helpless for a while. Together with the small orangi placed at the bedside, maybe girls really do like to eat little orangis. Ever since he awakened the perfect 5 elements bloodline, his physique had become more than several times stronger, and even if he fought a summoned person single-handedly, he could easily handcuff them. Inside the legend of light and shadow, unlike the summoners of Interceptor and Nava, the summoners are really powerful in this special. Physical combat only, of course. After all, have you ever seen a summoner who brushes normal people like wild monsters? Taking down a large number of people in one move as easily as cutting wheat is just not justifiable. Check out. Oh. Okay, sir. You spent a total of 408. Do you have a points card, please? No, just deduct it. Xiao Yang, since the pocket, took out a card. Brush on the machine will automatically deduct. Turn around and intend to leave. As for the things are placed in front of the door. Teleporting with the Emperor is certainly pushing it. But the shifting is good value for money. Shift. He disappeared into the supermarket along with some of his purchases. Straight away, the cashier's jaw dropped in shock, and the cash sweeper she was holding fell to the tabletop with a soft pop. No, what the? This one's open. Xiao Yang arrived in front of Tang Shirshir's house, and from a glance he could see the girl sitting in front of the window sunbathing, 10 meters away from each other. The small bungalow was small, but it was just big enough to accommodate her. It's you. It's me. Xiao Yang will not break his promise. He has known one thing since he was a child, that doing what you say is the basic tenet of being a man, and this is what Xiao Shui told him. I brought you something. Thanks. Tang Shirshir's beautiful eyes carried a trace of incredulity. She didn't know how to thank Xiao Yang. These were things she had never bought before. I used to wish for it, but I didn't dare to think about it. Xiao Yang was carrying things to the house while saying, Hey, aren't you going to help me carry it? Ah, sorry. Tang Shirshir came back to her senses. She got up and jogged away from the window, walked to Xiao Yang and received a bucket of oil. Her slender white wrist was really afraid that it would break at once. But she was really quite strong, carrying a 20-pound drum of oil in one hand like she couldn't feel the weight, and managing to hold another box of ham hocks in her free, thin hand. This couldn't help but impress Xiao Yang. Because this proved that the girl had suffered a lot Otherwise, she wouldn't have had this kind of strength. Maybe this was the bottom line that she could survive until now. Like what I got you? Love it. Without hesitation and offhandness, Tang Shirshir pointed to a few clothes hanging in front of the window as she put her things in the bedroom. Wash them for you. Thanks. Xiao Yang put things down and walked over to take off the drying clothes. Now near noon at 30 degrees, the weather in Hope City is really unpredictable. He couldn't help but feel that the weather was like people, always getting fast, and that's a change of heart. By the way, I saw that you quite like orunji and bought you a bag of it, so maybe you could try it and plant it this season. The coming year may be a bumper crop to many orangi. Xiao Yang sort of flirted. Tang Shirshir, however, memorized it, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of brightness as she softly murmured, "You're the first person in this world who's willing to care for me with all his heart. Haha. Don't be presumptuous. A gentle girl like you is not rare in Hope City." Xiao Yang thought otherwise. It was dark last night, and he didn't care to notice the girl in front of him. But it was different now. The sun is shining. Tang Shirshir was wearing a plain shirt. Although she was slender, she was 1.7 meters, and if she had better nutrition, she really didn't know how tall she could grow to be. A very standard googly-eyed face with shoulder-length hair, albeit messy and knotted. But that aside, her eyes were bright, like two little jewels, almond eyes. Lip color with some pink, a little cultivation must be a beauty. But the problem is also here, she innate conditions basically fit to be a model and also has the potential to do so. But the acquired nutrition cannot keep up, resulting in a look of a sickly pallor, all the skin on the lack of elasticity, which is a typical symptom. The waist is thin enough to be visible, the size is fine, and there's barely a small Vic. Xiao Yang, have you eaten? Seeing him staring at himself out of his mind, this made Tang Shirshir a bit shy and gathered her courage to ask. Xiao Yang shook his head. No, why don't I take you out for some dinner? So I… Tang Shirshir froze. How was this different from what she thought? Originally she wanted to cook a meal for Xiao Yang to show her gratitude. After all, she had nothing now. Xiao Yang picked up the conversation. Then go wash your hair. Forget about it later, I'll take you to the barber store. And by the way, go shopping at the mall to buy a suitable new outfit. No way. Tang Shirshir shook her head. What doesn't work? I don't have any money. It doesn't cost you anything. Xiao Yang looked righteous. He pressed his palm on the top of Tang Shirshir's head and rubbed it twice. Why are you being petty? Do I look like I'm short of money? Well, yesterday like, now not. Tang Shirshir answered truthfully. This makes Xiao Yang a bit helpless. He feels that the meaning of the existence of money is to be used for consumption, and saving money is only to avoid uncontrollable accidents. It all boils down to a better standard of living. He thinks. Save money. This point, Tang Shirshir and Xiao Shui is really like, are all the girls are so frugal home little can do? But what are T0 fairies online? Tang Shirshir took out an oolongi and peeled the skin. She had a smile on her face. Xiao Yang, you're so nice. I like you. Unfortunately, the words had to be buried in the back of my mind. I want to be your umbrella. Xiao Yang leaned against the bedroom door. He responded flatly. Only when he was at his most despondent could he see the people around him. The Tang Shirshir she just met was a girl with a very simple and kind character, which fit the requirements of a friend in Xiao Yang's mind, like a light shining into the darkness of his heart. Reason? Because you were my umbrella. These were the same words from Xiao Yang's heart. Hearing this, Tang Shirshir's eyes widened in surprise, as if there was something in her heart that was being touched, and for a moment some pink rose on her pretty face. But she didn't notice it herself. And Xiao Yang was also pretending to himself alone. He really didn't notice such a subtle change. Besides, how can anyone keep staring at a girl's face? Isn't that a big pervert? Chapter 19. So this is how it feels to be protected. Here. Tang Shirshir took the peeled orunji and handed it to Xiao Yang. So you're feeding me. Aha. Xiao Yang took orunji and divided half of it and repassed it to Tang Shirshir. Why don't we eat together? Sharing is a joy. Good. Tang Shirshir broke off a petal of orange and passed it into her mouth, savoring it. Orangey sweet and sour, like this life in general, inevitably have hard and sweet. The flavor is fleeting, time is the same. Xiao Yang bored in one mouthful, he didn't think too much about it. After all, chewing and swallowing slowly didn't suit him. Looking at Tang Shirshir's enjoying herself, delicious to the point that a pair of bright crystalline beauty eyes were slightly squinting, as if she was savoring some earthly delicacy. He doesn't understand. What's so good about an orunji? resolved to go and take her to eat more delicious food than she can eat because a little orange is so unseemly. Let's go to the mall. Aha! Xiao Yang also did not intend to pretend, and walked out the door. He placed one hand in his pocket, and with the slightest movement of his mind, from thousands of meters of clouds. Then a golden stream of light suddenly sprang out, energy wrapped around a blimp slicing through the sky, and those familiar with the special series would recognize it at a glance. It's the Emperor's Colt. It's worth noting that Xiao Yang has changed into his own clothes, which have a lingering odor of poor quality laundry detergent, and some of the creases are obviously hand-rubbed. Go! The Emperor Colt docked next to Xiao Yang, making the street, which was already not wide, even narrower, but this was a dirigible that surpassed the speed of light. It's not limited by terrain at all. Tang Shirshir was surprised. She didn't even know where such a racy blimp had appeared from. It looked like a dragon turned. The dragon's head on it is lifelike, as if it's going to come to life in the next second, and the tail is cool like an eagle's wing with a couple of big propellers. Wow, what is this? The exclusive seat of the armored warrior. Awesome. By the way, you were the one who protected me last night, weren't you? Don't dwell on that. Come up here. Aha! Xiao Yang was the first to sit on the Emperor Colt and reached out his palm to pull Tang Shirshir up as well. The length of the airship was at close to 3 meters, and it was comfortable to sit on. Ready for takeoff? Can I? Go, let's go. He didn't need to maneuver manually, and with just a thought, he could ride the Emperor's Colt to wherever he wanted to go, and in an instant. Swish! Blue flames erupted from the tail of the Emperor's Colt, and almost instantly, it took off as if it were on dry land, soaring into the air to a height of thousands of meters, overlooking the scene in the entire City of Hope, so fast that it was impossible for the naked eye to capture it. Tang Shirshir was terrified and rushed to hug Xiao Yang, fearing that if she was not careful, she would fall, and according to the knowledge in the textbook, there would be a strong current washing over her. That's a dangerous thing to do. Wait, where's strong current? Unlike what Tang Shirshir had expected, the knowledge in the textbook became less real at this moment as she reached out her thin hand outward. It was found to be surprisingly unaffected by the wind flow. It's nothing short of a miracle. Sensing Tang Shirshir's move, this couldn't help but make Xiao Yang feel a little funny. He was an imperial colt, not those roadside goods at all. With the ability to automatically protect the owner, a circle of energy protection will be formed around the periphery of the airship, blocking wind currents and protecting it from outside influences, even if traveling through time and space isn't that hard. This is the true armor of heaven. Power comes from heaven and earth. Swish! The Emperor Colt sprinted out, directly spanning half of Hope City, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived at a large shopping mall and landed smoothly. Tang Shirshir had landed on the ground before she could even see what was going on. So powerful. Armor warriors have always been this powerful. Of course, no one will dare to bully you from now on with me around. Wow, thank you Xiao Yang. You're welcome. Hearing Tang Shirshir's compliments, Xiao Yang only felt that it was so harsh. If it was placed in the past, he would have felt complacent and joyful. But right now it's really hard to laugh. Maybe it's trying to find it in Sissy Tang to make up for everything. Anyway, he uttered the words, ridiculous and pathetic. People passing by, directly stunned in place, they are still in a state of confusion, looked towards the sky. Before they understood what was going on, they saw the Emperor's Colt once again ascended into the sky and disappeared as a point of light. It's a ING sci-fi movie. Or am I having a nervous breakdown? Brains are down, and if there is a display, it must be spinning in a constant circle. They can't comprehend this sci-fi futuristic blimp. No, when did airships become popular? Why haven't I heard of them? They don't even seem to be sold in the market. Don't say you haven't heard of it, but my brother came back from the army. He doesn't even know there's this novelty. That said, why does this guy even have a sister? Nobody. Is it popular now to bring a girl so pretentious? Directly to the majority of our single compatriots on the difficulty, right? But she's so worn out, like a beggar. That's not the point. Then he doesn't look like a good guy with this aura. I have nothing to say. Xiao Yang, who made a high-profile appearance, directly became the center of attention in the crowd, and it was at noon, and many people in the mall were looking for restaurants to eat. Happened to see this, but none of them dared to come forward. It was only because of the invisible aura around Xiao Yang, which was comparable to the cold of winter, so gloomy that it was scary, and with a king-like temperament. To put it bluntly, it's a bit evil. Why don't you go buy a nice dress first? Xiao Yang. I actually brought my card. Where? Over here. Tang Shirshir took out the special card for subsidies and just gave Xiaoyang a look, only to have him snatch it away in the next second and put it in his pocket by hand. Now you don't have a card. Don't worry, I won't lose it for you. Badass. All right, let's go. Xiaoyang stretched out his free palm and handed it out towards Tang Shirshir with an indifferent look. He was one of those cheeky boys himself. Tang Shirshir took the palm of her hand, and the two of them held hands before walking into the mall, seemingly no different from past couples. The only difference is probably the clothes on the body. While this is not a reason to judge a person, it is an unavoidable thing in the times at hand, leading to a high turnover rate. On the way, Tang Shirshir was a little worried and scared. She feared the jeering stares, like burning flames, blinding sunlight that fell on her body and brought a wave of pain. This point, Xiaoyang naturally noticed. He only returned a glance, let those open-mouthed wanna-laugh people stop their mouths, even stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Don't be afraid, you're no different from them. Aha! Tang Shirshir took Xiaoyang's hand and felt a sense of peace. This was the first time a boy was willing to protect her, in something that had never happened before. So this is what it feels like to be protected. At the mall, he saw a familiar figure with a girl also shopping with a somewhat rich figure, with a head of slightly messy brown curly hair and a large pie face with a few handsome features. He wore a black body shirt and jeans. Lily, you walk slower. I just saw a dress that fits you quite well. Should I buy it to wear? It would be very pretty if it was you. Yeah? Aku, you're so nice. By the way, just now I saw what looked like a golden light flying by outside, and I thought it was a meteor. You know what? I wished that Aku would be with me forever. Lily was dressed in a pure white dress, and she was excitedly pulling the man named Aku, her face filled with longing and desire for the future. Aku's entire face reddened at the news, full of spring. Really? Lily, it's a shame I didn't even notice just now. But is there really a shooting star in this broad daylight? What a shame. Hee. I didn't believe it either. Lily was so happy that she followed Aku over to look at the skirt, which happened to be the area where Xiaoyang and Tang Shirshir were. Witness this. The dead memories seem to attack me. Lily. Aku. Xiaoyang chanted, and he instantly used his emperor energy, and with a flash of golden light in his eyes, he pierced through the disguise on Aku's body. It was actually a spectral demon. Feeling the killing intent of Aku, he turned around and then met Xiaoyang's 4 eyes and froze for a moment. The visitor is not good. He can actually see through my main body. How is that possible? How could such a person exist on the blue planet? Could he be Armor Summoner? P.S. It's people and ghosts who are showing off, except for our Captain Joe who's taking a beating. Chapter 20, You Don't Have a Choice. The man named Aku was one of the 3 captains of the famous Psi Corps, and was likewise a wanted man in the galaxy, carrying the crime of anger and being the Red Underworld sub-captain. Corps Wrath, being an anger Psi devil, has the trait of being a fire breather and a strong, physical fighter in melee combat, but he's also a tragic character in the show. Fell in love with a human woman, even to the point of wanting to throw everything away to pursue the happiness he wanted. But sadly, it was directly utilized by Lufa. Lily also died tragically. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. Neither one of them took the lead in speaking. Both of them could see each other's abnormality, and were by no means an ordinary person. When Lily saw Cu Wrath freeze, she looked at Xiaoyang and smiled when she realized the handsome-looking boy. Aku, is this your friend? She was simple enough that she didn't seem to notice that the atmosphere was off, or to be precise, she couldn't perceive it, that aura of emptiness that the two had on them. The level is too low. Lily, you first. Cu Wrath just wanted to find an excuse to detach Lily. After all, he did not want to let his beloved person involved in this storm. In the next second, Xiaoyang was the one who spoke directly. That's right, we are good friends. He still had one hand in his pocket and squeezed a kind of raw smile on his face that looked evil, but at least the etiquette was right. Corps Wrath frowned as he echoed. Right? Yeah, we're friends. Lily, let's go out and catch up. You wait here. Yeah, Aku. Lily nodded. Xiaoyang said softly, Sure. Go with her to choose a nice dress. I'll pay for it later. No need to save me money. Ah, got it. Tang Shirshir sensed that something was wrong with Xiaoyang, but she didn't bother to ask. He wasn't an ordinary person, so it was useless to ask. Lily was enthusiastic. Hello there. My name is Lily. Hello. My name is Tang Shersher. Tang Shersher walked over. The two men shook hands. Lily noticed the dress on Tang Shersher. She smiled and said, "Why are you dressed like this?" "Well," Tang Shersher didn't know how to reply. When Lily realized this, she looked like she understood something and asked tentatively, "Was that boy just now your boyfriend?" "Well," Tang Shersher shook her head first, then changed her words later, "Yes." "Oh, I'll take you to pick out some clothes then." The two must have just met, Lily thought. After all, what kind of boyfriend lets such a cute girl, dressed like this, go out with no responsibility at all? Not to mention the loss of face so that people have to girls how inferior At this time, the parking garage in the shopping mall, the two people are 5 meters apart from each other looking at each other. Can each other perceive each other's body came from that special energy? What shocked Ku Wrath was that Xiao Yang's evil aura was simply an unceasing and unending river. It was as if it would never dry up. What a huge amount of energy! This kind of level has never been seen even by a former general. What kind of person is he? There was more than a hint of gravity in Ku Wrath's eyes. He almost exploded in place and transformed. But reason told him that he must not do so, since he had to leave the past behind and move on to a brand new future. He couldn't show himself as a Psy devil. He had to take responsibility not only for himself, but also to think about Lily. What are you going to do? Although I know it's pointless to hide it, I don't want to bring up anything from the past. Now I just want to be a normal person, live out my ordinary life, and be with Lily. Kurath voiced his desire. He made it clear that he didn't want to fight, and even felt a kind of distaste for it, the long-lost happiness washing over him. Xiao Yang stretched out one hand and spread it out before smiling. "As you can see, I am an armor summoner with a mission to destroy all monsters, but since you are something that aspires to peace and freedom, then fight, and I will consider sparing you." Upon hearing this, Siu Wrath was filled with incomprehension. He didn't know what the significance of Xiao Yang doing this was, and could only shake his head. "No, I refuse to fight you, and you have a girlfriend that I'm sure understands me, and it would be irresponsible to her no matter which of us gets hurt." Xiao Yang was speechless for a while and spat in his heart. What a strongest love brain! He recalled a famous saying from his previous life, "You can say that our Kudai captain is stupid, but you can't say that people are vegetables. After all, 2 pairs of armor are swapped. Not for nothing. You don't have a choice." Xiao Yang's tone was flat. A black aura flickered in his hand. Then a cool camera-like summoner appeared. It was the Dark Interdictor. Seeing this scene, Ku Wrath's eyes widened as he recognized the pair of summoners. But he was still a bit unsure and surprised. "This is the Criminal Sky Armor. You would actually be the summoner of the Criminal Sky Armor." "Nope. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. You're not the Interdictor Armor." "Nice vision." A circle of purple and black belt appeared around Xiao Yang's waist, and as the Dark Interdictor summoner scanned through the retina, it was inserted into the groove, and the X-type card box was lightly rubbed over it. A helmet pattern transformation deck ejected, and he caught it in his palm and pressed it into the summoner, displaying an armor pattern. Dark Interdictor, merge. The mace is used to torture the sky and escalate. Under a huge burst of evil energy, countless residual shadows appeared all over his body, circling back and forth around him, violently 6 in 1. The mechanical transformation sound effect plays. Armor together. Come on, fight. Take out your weapons and don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is... Ku Wrath couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was actually a magical state of the Interdictor armor, and an upgraded version at that. The berserk energy emanating from it simply pierced one's skin to the point of raw pain. He's no match. I'm afraid. Even if he was at his full energy now, he would still lose, and if he was killed, then what would Lily do? He couldn't lose. "You know, I didn't want to fight. I told you, you have no choice." "Ah!" Siu Wrath roared as a scarlet energy stirred out of his entire body, and he was instantly plunged into a twisted state, transforming from a human into an ugly monster. Fully clad in ancient armor, now with red fall pants. The helmet has 2 sharp horns, the eyes are scarlet, and the red skin is bursting with power. With claw blades on his palms, he looks like he is not to be messed with, and the difference between him and the beasts is just a fur. "Human. I hope you're telling the truth. I never go back on my word." Although Xiao Yang unilaterally hates all monsters, he has not entered the point of incorrigibility. After all, what happened to the 3 poor people? And he's basically the same. Ku Wrath furiously rushed forward and smashed his fist towards the chest of the mace to the criminal sky. But in just an instant, Xiao Yang disappeared in place, easily dodging the punch. He comes up behind Kurath with a proud look on his face. What speed? You're the one who's too slow. Xiao Yang challenged Ku Wrath for no reason other than to find out if he and the three captains, in terms of strength, could do a complete crush. After all, fighting is a blast. It would deepen his understanding of the mace to the criminal sky even more. Early arrival at human armor unity. P.S. I know you guys have doubts. Being decisive in killing doesn't mean being a douchebag. The Psy Devil certainly deserves to die. But there also exist poor people, and if it's indiscriminate, there will be more people spamming me. So pay your respects. Big Captain Xiao has been pitched into such a state. If you give others to kill, it is really not justifiable. The later development of everything will be reasonable. Chapter 21. Crazy Brush Battle Experience. Kurath reacted immediately, making a quick judgment call on the fight. He made a sharp turn and a mouthful of fire came out of his mouth. The high-pressure fireball has a temperature of hundreds of degrees, and when it touches an ordinary person, it will instantly turn into a puddle of blood, or even melted into a charred bone. Swish! Xiao Yang pinched with one hand, the mace to the interdictor goggles, exuded a sub-intense to the extreme of the killing aura. He only palm force. In an instant, the pinch explodes. Bang! Rolling hot waves of fire, spreading out in all directions. This was the mace with the might of Interceptor, able to catch the attacks of the three captains of the Underworld Legion hard in a light manner. Possesses extremely high numerical values, superbly extreme. At one point in the scrap case, it could even thrash the Shura armor, and if it hadn't undergone a secondary upgrade. The main characters can be reunited. Kurath had no time to marvel as he slammed his fist into Mace Ebenezer's chest, but he was unable to do any damage, making up for it with 3 punches in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. A sound of metal clashing rang out, but the mace to Interceptor was blatantly immobile, like an insurmountable mountain that would never fall. In the special drama Interceptor, the power of the armor comes from the belief in one's heart, also known as intentional energy, and Xiao Yang, who is at the peak of his evil chi. It is the most suitable mace in this world to use Interceptor Summoner, able to maximize the power of the armor, and even once compared to the ultimate villain Ares. Plus having the perfect 5 elements bloodline, whether it was his physical body or his intention, all of them were already invincible, and it was the very bottom line of looking down on those summoners that he didn't need companions. What a strong evil aura. Are you really an armor summoner? Kur Wrath issued a question. He first glanced at his palm and realized that the black evil aura was actually able to erode his own flesh and blood. What kind of weird armor is this? How it's even more evil than our spectral devil. Is that all the strength of the third captain? If that's the case, then I'm sorry to ask you to fall. As the words just fell, Xiao Yang's figure pulled out countless residual shadows and panned out in place, slapping a sky-shielding palm on Ku Wrath's chest. Bang! The berserk evil energy tumbled, like the internal force in a martial arts drama, and directly shook Ku Wrath, causing him to continuously retreat. Under the powerful impact, the figure couldn't stop flying up and slammed into the huge foundation in the parking garage. His body was in severe pain. Cobweb-like cracks appeared in this foundation. Kurathpin slid down to the ground, one of his hands propped up on the ground, the sparks of fire still dripping from the piece of armor on his chest, only to feel the pain in his tiger's mouth as if it had shattered. The heaven-shielding palm of the criminal heaven armor. Where on earth did you get this armor from? Actually relying on this kind of evil energy. He detected something wrong with this armor. The unusual interdictor armor would never be able to explode with this kind of power, and a palm knocked him out more than 10 meters away. It's simply not possible. Siu Wrath, even if he was trash, was still the third captain of the Psy Legion, especially with his energy at its peak, and with the negative energy, he had long been different from what he was in the past, and it was not a matter of fighting 2 pairs of armor at a time. But couldn't even defeat a slap from this armor in front of him. By no means, unless there was something odd about that evil energy, plus the armor itself did not belong to the ordinary category. This level of energy armor, he had only seen it on the Shura armor back then. But that ghostly thing known as Martial Idiot had long since been apprehended into the gravityless high magnetic prison. And how could? However, Xiao Yang didn't answer Ku Wrath's question at all. His goal from the beginning to the end was a battle to test the true power of the mace to Interceptor. Not a game. Show me your real skills or I might kill you for real. Don't question what I say, because you won't understand me. He slid the card box at his waist, and then a card with an engraved design of an arm appeared, quickly ejecting and catching it in his palm to press into the summoner. Mace to magic sky palm. There was a flash of black digits on his arm, and then countless shadows appeared, organizing themselves into a pair of arm armor, and his palm was covered in dark red metal like an exoskeleton. The mace took a step with Interceptor. His speed was not slow, but every step seemed to be stepping on Ku Rath's heart, bringing a terrifying sense of oppression. In response, Kur Rath didn't choose to continue to hold back. Although the 1,000 years of time had made him forget his bloodthirsty nature, it didn't mean that he was a shrunken-head turtle. "You're a bully." A burst of red energy tumbled in his hand, and then a sharp, double-sided long axe appeared, showing a dark red axe body with a cold blade. Dragon's axe. Ku Rath's figure was like a cheetah pouncing as he swung his axe towards the Mesaboshi, leaving a red chop in the air. Clank! Xiao Yang caught the axe blade with one hand, and with his free palm, he once again slapped out a sheltering sky palm, and under the compression of the evil chi energy, he immediately shook out a palm print. Bang! With a loud bang, Ku Rath fell back a few steps. He held the axe of the angry dragon and stormed up again. As an angry spectral demon, he possessed extremely high defense and attack power. He once again repeated the same trick. A mouthful of fireballs spewed out, acting as a means of covering the attack. The axe that was storing up its strength came towards Xiao Yang. Utilizing one's own strengths, such a fighting technique was something only a Psy devil could do. Bang! Waves of fire exploded on the mace eldritch as if it was going to devour Xiao Yang. But he was not careless, even though such damage was not high. But he practiced proficiency. Raising his magic sky palm, he blocked the axe once again, and the two of them fought for power. Xiao Yang directly pressed down on Siyu Wrath and kept raging forward until he toppled over the foundation. Bang! The underground parking garage seemed to shake. More cracks in the foundation. Pieces of concrete slamming down to reveal rebar buried inside. Ah! Ku Rath let out a loud roar, not knowing where the strength came from, but directly broke free from the suppression of the demon heavenly palm, and the axe of the angry dragon took the opportunity to draw out. A punch on the mace to Interceptor's helmet. Once again swung the axe, directly chopped down on Xiao Yang's arm, bursting out some white smoke. Geez, the blood is dropping. Combat skill, indeed, was Xiao Yang's big loss, the only thing that was purely numerical and super high extreme. But if he was given a pair of other armor, he might not be as dashing as he is now. Looks like we need to train more in the future. In the next second, Ku Rath, who had just achieved a victorious result, swung several axes in succession on the mace to Interceptor, and kept dancing wildly, forcing Xiao Yang back 2 steps. He was like a wild beast that had gone mad, swinging the axe of the angry dragon indiscriminately, only to see the roiling red chopping strikes slashing through the sky. For a while, he couldn't find a break. Facts. Gentian does have a lot of maneuvering, otherwise he wouldn't be able to solo and Mingsu in the later stages. You can say that Gentian is a pitiful comparison and acting as a teammate, but you can never say that Gentian is a dish. As for why Kur Rath can do a short fight with Mace Ezra in terms of power, there was no need to talk about the water in it, but Xiao Yang's goal was also just to practice his armor proficiency. After all, he didn't know anything about combat techniques, he just knew to turn on the big fury. Soon, one armor and one beast then entangled together again, crazy output towards each other, although Kujin's has been in a state of disadvantage, but by virtue of crazy attacks, let Xiao Yang avoid the front for a while. And Xiao Yang was brushing up on his proficiency, learning about the first to send and the next to arrive, comprehending the key essence of it, constantly breaking the force with his palm. Occasionally, he could even listen to the teachings of the Ares seniors. It was simply refreshing. Combat experience skyrocketed. It can be described as rocketing, with the experienced 3rd Brigade commander giving him company and former generals lecturing on knowledge. What treatment? Meanwhile is driving a blue supercar, handsome-looking man, who is listening to some dog music with a look of enjoyment. But suddenly, a voice transmission appeared in his head, and a dripping sound rang out from the car. He froze for a moment, then took off his headphones, pulling out an item similar to an M3 from his pants pocket. He looked at the 2 red dots on the display, and a flash of excitement appeared on his face. Monsters have appeared again. Great. Let me, the flying shadow armor, clean you up. Then the voice in the head. Faye. At Heaven 03, Earth 91. Human 237 coordinates. A powerful energy spectral demon has appeared. You go over and stall it first. Wait for Khoten to back up. It was Yang Welcome, who had used the Aries voice transmission technique, who was in a teppanyaki restaurant, observing wind chimes every move, casting the observation technique to lock in the exact location, and also notifying Li Haotian, who was delivering the courier. While Su Tingfei sniffed, he was full of disdain. What kind of underworld demon? Having this young master alone is enough. There's no need for anyone else to come over at all. Let's see how my flying shadow armor will clean him up. The confident Su Tingfei directly drove the supercar all the way to the underground parking garage. As for dragging down the underworld demon, he directly gave it a cleanup. Isn't that better? Chapter 22. Pretending makes you fly. Underground parking garage, two figures are fighting soundly. A few exchanges down. Xiaoyang growth speed is fast. He mastered more use of mace to interceptors' moves, including some combat skills can do to comprehend. In the armor mask screen, there would have been various skills and weapons, as well as the intentional energy and power consumed. They were all displayed. In other words, he only needed to fill in the sole piece of the puzzle of his lack of combat experience. Then one can achieve true manifestation of sainthood in front of people, and can be called invincible. Again, you guys! Kurath finally sensed something was wrong. But it was too late. Xiaoyang, in terms of combat skills, upgraded more than a few notches, by virtue of the powerful values once managed to crush coups. The torture went all the way from garage number 1 to area number 5, and almost didn't give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, just imagine. Fight a tireless numerical monster for half a day, and the energy is still full, while you've only got a third left. This is a nightmare no matter how you think about it. Shifting shadows. The mace was instantaneously shifted with interceptor's flat ground, sliding out 5 meters, and a palm landed on Kurath's chest, the force of which shook out a series of sonic booms. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The spectral demon's own skin was very tough, and with this armor made of unknown materials, the foreign energy was boosted by more than a few times. Having long since reached the level of the Psi Core at their second resurrection, or, as it might be called, the second weekly copy, the strength has long since changed from what it was in the past. But it was such a powerful Cu wrath that was actually sent flying 3 meters away by this slap. One did not stand still and fell on the ground. There was also a palm print left on his chest. Ah! The sharp pain made Kurath see the reality. It turned out that this bastard had been teasing himself all along. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for the combat experience, he's long since been sealed and wanted. I think, at this time, a blue supercar just happened to come from the distance. Open the low beams. See this scene. Su Tingfei. Face surfaced a flash of Xing, surprised. What's the situation? This armor came out of nowhere. Didn't you say that I'm the only armor summoner now? There's an extra delivery guy not to mention. How is it that a purple and black armor has popped up now? This welcome. Really full of, thanks to me trusting her so much. No, I must go back and find her and theorize about it. What kind of underworld demon, having this young master alone will be enough to solve it? They are completely superfluous. Drip! With the sports car parked a short distance away, the lights illuminated the dark underground garage while revealing an armored beast in the middle of a fight. Kurath was on the ground, and he looked up to see that someone was actually coming. Just in time, use this to get out. Kid, that's about right. Combat is not something that can be comprehended to its peak in a day. We'll have plenty of opportunities some other time. Ha! Xiaoyang forced himself to resist the thought of blowing up Cu Wrath. This seemed to be the aftermath of the last time he killed an alien beast, seeing any monster he wanted to get killed together. Su Tingfei stepped down from the supercar with a pair of MP3s in his hands, his free palms in his pockets in a forced manner. It's like Xiaoyang when he first arrived, with both of them in essentially the same position. It's kind of upsetting to someone. What a roadside one. Actually ran out to play cool in front of me, and it's still in my position. It's just so unlike me. Isn't it? Xiaoyang ignored Su Tingfei as he turned around and intended to leave. Go. Okay. Wrath had just stood up when he sensed something was wrong. The intentional energy emanating from the human was high, and he feared it was another armor summoner. What a sin. It doesn't matter what crime he committed. He was just shopping at the mall and you all came to the door. What kind of a thing is this? In his heart, he cursed, but Cu Wrath was in poor condition and had no desire to fight. So he turned around and intended to run away. But the next second he heard a voice. It's true. When you run into a piece of trash like you who is a danger to society, even the best music becomes tasteless. Before me, there is no way to live, only to die. After Su Tingfei finished speaking, he pressed the button on his MP3, and then some changes occurred, and a circle of metal belt appeared around his waist. Inserting the MP3 into the groove on his belt, he then slid his palm over the X-patterned card case, and a card depicting the helmet of a flying shadow popped out. Catch it in your hand smoothly. Come and hear your requiem. Flying shadow armor. Fit. Only to see. A burst of blue light flickered on Su Tingfei's body, followed by countless fragments stacking together to form a set of blue-white armor covering his body surface. Red goggles, the armor overall flowed nicely, a look of a future tech warrior, and a flying word written on the left chest was cool. The pure white shoulder guards bring out some beauty in the armor, and at a glance, the armor is sensitive. A mechanical sound effect plays. Armor together. Kurath saw it coming and he pulled out. But Su Tingfei's speed was even faster. Just one flash blocked the way ahead. The target was clear. It was Siu Wrath, with an appearance of not stopping until he reached his goal. Humph. Where else are you going to run? Dog, if I can't beat him, can't I beat you? Naturally, Kurath recognized the flying shadow armor, which was originally the mass-produced squad equipment of planet Ares, and he had once been a user. Naturally is not in the eyes, but now the state is not good, can walk away from, pressure is not necessary to continue to entangle with him, in case of another emergence of a bull summoner. How to fight, there wasn't much energy to begin with. A mouthful of fire spewed out. Swish! Su Tingfei was stunned. He had never seen this kind of spectral demon before. The one monster he fought against before. Although it was very strong, it didn't know this kind of skill. In a panic, he rushed to sidestep to avoid it. But he didn't expect the fireball to land. Boom! At that moment, it was like a grenade bomb exploding, setting off a burst of terrifying energy that shook Su Tingfei backward one after another. And when he came back to his senses and his heart palpitated. Found! Kor Ratham turned and ran. Just now the explosion was very powerful. Directly to his blue supercar were lifted up half a meter, almost did not turn over on the ground. Can give Su Tingfei heartache bad. You asshole! Cutie! I'll play with you! Ku Wrath and Mace to Criminal Sky rubbing shoulders. Si Xiaoyang did not block his own. He will heart more apiece. This shows that at least in front of this goods, not yet very lost conscience. There's still a little conscience left in being human. Su Tingfei saw the mace to the Criminal Sky did not block. A moment of anger. What are you still waiting to do? Quickly, do not let him escape. Who are you to teach me my job? Instead of stopping him, Xiaoyang directly turned around and followed Korwatha's direction as he took steps, ready to leave. This can be Su Tingfei angry. He grew up as pampered, who does not call him a Su Young, and now actually be disobedient. Someone was actually more arrogant than him. MD. Damn it. When I clean up this underworld demon, I have to teach you a lesson. The flying shadow armor belonged to the speed type, and with a flash of his figure he pulled out many shadows, sprinting towards the front at extreme speeds, closely catching up with Siu Wrath. He had just brushed shoulders with the mace to the Criminal Sky, but in the next second, it was then slapped on the back. Ah! Bang! This palm directly slapped Su Tingfei down, and he couldn't control his body as he fell to the side and slumped to the ground, with a cloud of sparks still bursting from his back. Kor Wrath sighed as he saw the scene. You're a righteous boy. He directly left the underground parking garage without looking back, and as for the conflict between the two, it had nothing to do with him. Su Tingfei was still in a daze. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. The armor actually helped the phantom demon. They must be in cahoots. Chapter 23. This is the gift of parting. Damned guy. Su Tingfei stood up from the ground. He looked in the direction of Siu Wrath and realized that he had long since run out of sight. Even if he went to chase after him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to catch up. And everything, it was because of this armor in front of him. Why did he help the spectral demon? He must be in league with those monsters. All that weird energy. I could tell right away you weren't human. Blast Shadow Blade. Su Tingfei slid his belt card case, and then a card depicting a long blue blade popped out, which he caught in his hand and pressed into his summoner. Shadow Blade. A burst of digital and blue long knife shadows overlapped, and with a swish of mechanical sound, a sharp long knife with a blue grip appeared in his hand. The cold aura on the blade shone slightly, distinctively handsome in the dim light of the underground parking garage, and the flying shadow armor itself had a high face value. Looks like I have to clean you up. Su Tingfei leaped up, In the air, two legs kicked out one after another. In the leg guard appeared some similar to the ripple-like energy circle, wrapped more powerful. Flying shadow kick. Bang. Bang. The 2 feet stepped on Mace Ebenezer's chest and shoulder respectively, hitting a dull sound, but not even white smoke came out. Su Tingfei used his strength to jump, and in a way that he thought was very cool, he backflipped and rolled to the back of Mace Ebenezer and turned around to land 2 knives. Swish. Swish. Chopped out 2 blue energy chopping. Chopped in the mace to intercept her back, only an inconspicuous white smoke. The damage is very touching. After all, an ordinary mass-produced armor that wanted to be compared to the dark interdictor that devoured evil chi was nothing but a pile of, not to mention the upgraded mace with the strongest evil chi to interdictor. Even if that man who was known as the galaxy's most wanted man came, he wouldn't dare to put down his big words that he could defeat, 100%, this armor that was born for evil. What? How is this possible? My attacks actually have no effect on you. Obviously they are both armor. Why is there such a gap? Su Tingfei was a little surprised for a moment. His attack was very high. The donkey head monster he fought earlier, he cut the opponent under his sword in just a few moves. Thus he was even praised by Yang Welcome. It made his nose turn up in the air. But now what was going on? Why is his attack ineffective? Ignoring the skeptical Su Tingfei, a touch of disdain and contempt surfaced on Xiao Yang's face. After all, this level of attack was not even as intuitive as the bite of fire damage from Kurath just now. Had enough. His voice was slightly cold, like an evil ghost demanding for his life. And with one step his whole body's evil energy climbed again, bubbling up with black and purple unknown energy spreading to the surroundings. Spreading out his arms, he unleashed it with reckless abandon. It was as if he wanted to assimilate and devour everything around him. In the scarlet goggles was bloodthirsty madness. Wow! The powerful aura caused Su Tingfei, a first-time summoner, to tremble uncontrollably even as he held the blast shadow blade. The mind kept screaming. How is it possible? How could he have such terrifying energy in him? Is it really something a normal human should have? What a piercing chill. Those black-purple energies are like bone-etching worms, constantly eroding one's skin down to the bone marrow. In the end, what is it? Su Tingfei's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He was simply not the late-stage Su Xiao right now, without his armor upgraded and achieving human armor unity, and likewise his intentional energy had not yet been elevated to that point. Trying to fight against Xiao Yang, who is comparable to a full level of intentional energy, especially the peak of the chi of supreme evil, plus the mace with the amplifier of interceptor. Simply, praying mantis and mayfly, has the will to grip the weapon and go to battle even wavered. It's ugly. Xiao Yang slowly approached Su Tingfei, only to see that the other party was frozen in place like a wooden man, not even making any resistance. It wasn't because of fear, much less stupidity. Rather, it was by this huge energy that he was forcibly fixed in place. It was like a small soldier going to challenge the king of Western Chu. Substantial killing intent eroded Su Tingfei's entire body, causing him to feel as if he was being pressed under a 5-fingered mountain. And he couldn't even lift his legs to attack. The mace with interceptor stood in front of the flying shadow armor, stretching out his hand with the demonic heavenly palm and placing 2 fingers against his helmet. A morose voice came out. Waste. You, what did you say? Su Tingfei couldn't tolerate it. He used his milk strength and finally broke free from the hard control of that evil chi. Red eyes, towards Xiao Yang swung up the blast shadow sword. A look to fight with him. But in fact in the eyes of Xiao Yang is just a crazy chicken. Bang! A knife cut in the mace to the interceptor neck, but could not inch in the slightest, only some white smoke or because of the attack on the weak point. Su Tingfei was full of shock. He used all his strength to press down with both hands, but he couldn't make the mace to torture the sky to lower his head. A feeling of powerlessness surged to his heart. Meanwhile, Ares transmogrified. Xiao Fei, you hold on for a little while longer. Xiao Tian, he'll be here soon. We mustn't let those evil underworld demons escape. Xiao Fei, can you hear me? Dash. Yang's welcoming voice came out in his head. It was an ability that had been passed down through the generations of Mithraists and given to her ancestor by the patrol squad 1,000 years ago, thus carrying the mission of finding the summoner and acting as a locator. But now, Su Tingfei was unable to answer Yang Welcome. He couldn't even use your mask screen to send a message, because the magnetic field around him, in a split second, changed in an astonishing way. Under the influence of the evil energy, Yang Welcome's voice became muffled, and the armor communication was unusable. Messy codes appeared in the mask screen. Some of them only had combat functions left, losing the ability to contact the outside world. Little fly. Su Tingfei was filled with despair as he looked up at the mace to interdictor's helmet and found that in the scarlet-covered goggles was a chilling killing intent. Could it be that I'm going to die? Why is even armor communication affected? I can't even beat this damn thing in front of me. If I let another punk summon someone over, isn't that a freebie? Xiao Yang looked like he could guess what Su Tingfei was thinking as he filled his face with teasing and laughed lightly. You should be curious as to why you can't contact Yang welcome that woman anymore, right? It's you. Su Tingfei's eyes widened. He didn't think that the weird energy could even affect the armor. This was simply terrifying. That's right. Too bad there's no reward. A terrifying energy surged from Xiao Yang's demonic heavenly palm as his smile tightened. However, I can give you a heavenly gift. Just act as a parting gift. No! Su Tingfei shook his head, his intuition telling him that this must not be something good. Feeling the palpitating energy, he even kind of regretted being so rash. Why? I can't listen to Yang welcome. If you wait for your teammates to come together for support and don't start a conflict with this ghost thing, is it the end? Unfortunately, he didn't wait for him to then brainstorm. A light voice came out. Sheltering sky palm. Purple and black palm strike. Covering the whole body of the flying shadow armor. More than 3 meters. He was directly bombarded with sparks all over his body, like a meteor flying out backwards, the speed of which was comparable to a missile. Boom! Su Tingfei fell on a car, suddenly deep into the inside. For back to the sky posture, the glass was broken, the door is directly flattened down. The bones in his entire body were in more than just severe pain, and the vision in front of his eyes gradually blurred, feeling as if he was really dying. Sparks kept sliding off the flying shadow armor. Then the next second, swish! A shadow of illusory armor overlapped and flickered over him, disintegrating directly and automatically. And Su Tingfei was looking at the garage ceiling with his head broken and unconscious. As his head sank, lying down in the car, his head turning through the window, he witnessed the mace leaving in the form of Interceptor, but was unable to do anything to change or stop it. I don't know how much time has passed. A small electric motorcycle pulled into the underground parking garage. Young man in a small orange coat. He looked around and noticed the vandalized scene. Especially the foundation was the most conspicuous, fearing that it would break and fall to the ground in the next second. These dastardly side devils were actually trying to collapse the entire underground parking garage. What a mischievous plan. Didn't Welcome say that there was another summoner? Why can't I see him? Why is there a car emitting black smoke? Li Haoyan noticed a broken version of a car, half of which was flattened, and there were legs hanging outside the window, not knowing who it was. Nope, 2 more arms. He felt bad and rushed over to take a look, turning on the cell phone light. The one who caught his eye was none other than Su Daoxiao. What? How did you get hurt like this? Li Haoyan was anxious and dialed the hospital. Then he told Yang Welcome about the scene. As for Su Tingfei, he also saw Li Haoyan when he was unconscious, and he seemed to have no face-to-face, and frankly chose to close his eyes and sleep. Good night, Makabaka. I want 5 stars. Full fuzzy. Chapter 24. I'm going to find Xiao Yang. In the mall building, on the 2nd floor of the clothing store, Lily was taking Tang Shershur to pick out the latest little dresses. She had a good eye and aesthetic online. It's mostly this silly ninny. Although her IQ is a bit worrisome and she looks like a natural nerd, she has a good base, and her slim and tall figure can fit into many styles of clothes. Sissy, how about this? Lily took a short black skirt. She felt that this one was very suitable for Tang Shershur. Excellent face value, coupled with a small slender waist, will be very beautiful to wear. Well, Tang Shershur was torn, not because of the selection, but the price. She felt that spending money on clothes was a bit too wasteful. A dress cost around $300 to $400, which was money she once couldn't spend for 2 months. And a pang of reluctance ran through her heart. Lily could see Tang Shershur's dilemma. It seemed that from when she saw the price just now, she had been a little unnatural. Could it be that she thought it was too expensive? But now the price of the dress, not always this price. Aku even said that the sale is too cheap, it cannot be. Lily thought of a possibility. Could it be the boy just now? Xiao Yang, he must have bullied Tang Shershur a lot. Otherwise, as a boyfriend, how come he doesn't even bother to buy a skirt? Aku is the best. Cece, tell me honestly, is it your boyfriend who's been bullying you? No, he's been good to me. Tang Shirshir shook her head and answered quickly, because Xiaoyang had always treated her well. So how could he bully her? This made Lily think a little. She said graciously, Shirshir, why don't you go ahead and try it on? And I'll pay for it for you later, right? How does this work? Aya, we'll be good friends from now on. Don't care about these money issues, you go quickly. Lily put a few pieces of clothes, stuffed them into Tang Shirshir's arms and pushed her towards the changing room. Good. Tang Shirshir recalled that her card was in Xiaoyang's hands, and for a moment she was even more out of breath. Had to walk into the changing room. Lily recalled what Xiaoyang said when he was leaving, and it didn't look like he was any kind of stingy person, so it was really strange. This is the 24th century. Tang Shirshir this where, simply from a few years ago to cross back to the people, walking in the street have a super high turnover rate, perhaps. What a way to be a beggar by squatting in a corner somewhere. But if Xiaoyang really isn't that kind of stingy person, how could he let his girlfriend, dressed like this, go out? It's really a bit incomprehensible. Forget it. Ask Siyu about it later when he gets back. Soon, Tang Shirshir walked out of the changing room. Her entire temperament was completely different, and could be completely described as stunning. Whoa! Lily's eyes lit up when she was in school. She hadn't understood that dressing could ruin a person, but now she finally understood the implications. Tang Shirshir was practically a different person from just now. Well, what's wrong? Shirshir, you're so pretty now. Come with me and take a look in the mirror. Lily pulled her and was about to go look in the mirror to see what she could see. At that moment, Kurath came from the distance and saw Lily at a glance, waving his hand out excitedly. Lily! It's cool. Lily looked over, and she quickly noticed that Kurath was carrying a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his whole body had become a bit weaker. With a start, she padded up and took a closer look at Kurath, noticing that there was a bit too much panting. It was like a gym student who had just finished a running sprint of 2,000 meters. That's strange. What's Siyu doing here? Seeing Lily's skepticism. Haha. Kurath hastily changed the topic. Lily, where's that girl just now? Over here. Lily pointed to Tang Shirshir, who was standing at the same spot, and her beautiful eyes were looking elsewhere, as if she was gazing out and searching for a person's figure. Siyu Wrath was a bit surprised after just one look. Is this the girl from earlier? How come she's changed so much? It feels like the whole person is different. Right? Shirshir, she just doesn't like to dress up on a regular basis. If your friend took more care of her, she would definitely be prettier than she is now. Lily said, with some blame in her tone. Definitely. Siyu Wrath naturally heard the implication. Although he didn't know Xiaoyang well, he wasn't a stupid comparison and could see how much Tang Shirshir had changed. It's almost like a change of pace. Tang Shirshir looked into the distance for quite a while, but she didn't find Xiaoyang's figure. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but feel a little worried as she asked, Where's Xiaoyang? Oh, probably still in the restroom. He just said he was going to take a leak, so I guess he'll come over later. Siyu Wrath lied without a draft, almost opening his mouth. Either that or he was a monster who had lived for thousands of years. Tang Shirshir sniffed as she nodded. I'm going to look for Xiaoyang. He's in the restroom, how are you going to get there? Wrath wondered a bit. No, I was just making up a line. Why do you have to go to Xiaoyang? That's a lie, isn't it? Without thinking, Tang Shirshir said, Then I'll wait for him at the door. Wrath was silent. He was just about to say something to excuse himself. A soft laugh came from behind him. Yo, miss me so much after half an hour of not seeing me. It's Xiaoyang. He came from a distance, mace to interdictor summoner into his pocket, just finished beating up Su Tingfei. The whole mood of the person is much better. After all, this beating, it was his parting gift, to make Su Tingfei understand the truth. Never be reckless. I'm sure he will realize his mistake. Tang Shirshir looked over after the sound. Her beautiful eyes lit up and she trotted over until she was in front of Xiaoyang before revealing a gentle smile. It's very endearing to see how well behaved you are. It also elicited some jealous glances. Xiaoyang, pretty girl, who are you? I'm Sissy Tang. I almost didn't recognize it. Xiaoyang was a little surprised when he saw Tang Shirshir in this outfit. He thought that she was a high cool imperial lady who came out from nowhere, a pure lust painting style. When heard this familiar voice only recognized, after all, only half an hour passed, this before and after the contrast is still a bit big. Tang Shirshir was wearing thigh-high boots, and over the knee black stockings wrapped a pair of beautifully long legs, making the curves even more perfect. Underneath the black pleated skirt was a hidden whiteness. The willow waist, slim to the point of being visible, was exposed, wearing a white halter, slightly sexy and hot, slightly plump above, hanging a pendant, very attractive to the eye, draped in a black denim coat. Although she tried to cover up, it seemed that he didn't want Xiaoyang to keep staring. But due to not having worn a coat, a dish to cover the appearance, almost did not make Xiaoyang laugh. Really dull don't cover it, you can't cover your stomach. Oh! Obviously dressed in a sexy outfit, but innocence was written all over his face. The eyes were clear, like a blank sheet of paper with half of each temperament. Lonely and shy. Clerk, swipe your card. Yes, sir. Xiaoyang took out a card from his inner pocket and handed it to the clerk who was silently eating melons on the side. He blocked out the sounds of the surrounding clutter. These people were nothing worth caring about. Tang Shirshir was still standing in front of him and didn't know to make way. Was he going to let him go through? Originally, this mall in the road is not big, plus there are passing around the small shopping couples, groups of companions. Come on, let's take you to dinner. Aha! When Siyu Wrath glanced at Xiaoyang, he knew that the flying shadow armor summoner had just fallen and had not lasted a single move. Want to come along? No. Okay. I'll see you around then. I'm sure that day won't be long. Xiaoyang said meaningfully as he stepped in front of Ku Wrath and lowered his voice. Remember, if you want to be an ordinary person, you have to forget everything in the past. I hope you won't stand against me. Otherwise, I will simply kill you all. This will be the last advice I'll give you, and it's also good for Lily. After all, she is Shirshir's friend. Lufa will not tolerate, likewise, his former squad leader running off to become a commoner. He patted Kirath's shoulder, turned around, and then pulled Tang Shirshir's thin hand and walked away, not forgetting to wave his hand a bit to signal that he wasn't sending him off. It made the pupils of Kur Wrath quake. Exactly how do you know that about the Psy-Core? Forgetting the past. What does that include? Be good to Lily. What the hell does he mean by that? It's hard to. Although Kur Wrath was reckless, he was able to associate one impractical possibility, and I'm afraid that if Lufa were to learn that he'd rather throw everything away to become an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to easily let it go. Just like what Xiaoyang said, after all, no one knew what Lufa was more than him, though it was a general who deserved to be feared and respected. But for 1,000 years, this general changed a long time ago. Once the siren goes off, a mine is planted until it touches a flame, and then it's the equivalent of a fuse and a little bit goes off. Lily was curious. Aku, what did you two say? It's fine. He was just teasing me earlier and didn't really say anything. Kirath smiled, but his heart was heavy. Perhaps he needed to reach out to the two captains who had been heard. They are also hiding out in Hope City, walking the world as humans, all with their own careers. It's a good time to take this opportunity to reunite. By the way, poke around and find out what Lufa really thinks. After all, and fanfics. Oh, to put it nicely, it's a brother. What's the difference between being the future heir to the Psy-Core and having a camera planted in front of your eyes? To put it bluntly, I'm afraid of what will happen. No one can disturb my life. P.S. Thanks for keeping up with the 3,000-word chapters. There's more tonight, so give it a 5-star review. Chapter 25, an eye-opener. What an eye-opener. P.S. Sorry, I fell asleep yesterday. Outside the city, in the wild forests off the beaten track, overgrown vegetation, occasional signs of wildlife, but deserted for 100 miles. The natural cavern, which, after some modifications in the Shadow Realm, became an experimental base for doing horrible things that could not be seen in the light of day. For example, electricity theft. At this moment, there was a lightning arc flashing inside the cave, and through some weird devices, the electric current from the City of Hope was directed towards the instruments, used to cultivate those supernatural beasts. Wacky BGM plays. An obese middle-aged man with a black cloak and shadow-shrouded face was filled with rage. 12 cards emitting golden energy appeared in front of him with a wave of his hands. Ugly monsters with different appearances were depicted on them. Shadowbuster. An eye-opener. What an eye-opening experience. The ugly general prostrated himself on the ground as he looked up at the 12 magic stickers. His eyes filled with a longing. This was the very same magic patch that sealed the alien beasts, which could be summoned with just some negative energy stimulation and a fusion material. And it is incredibly powerful, not afraid of cold weapons, including hot weapons. It can ignore the storm of bullets and rush over to give a second kill with a flash jump. If it wasn't for those armors coming out to cause trouble, they would have dominated the entire world by now. Where else would they be so stifled hiding in a cave right now? Shadowbane drew 2 of the 12 magic stickers again as a smile appeared on his face. I've decided it's you guys, my little darlings, whether or not I can take care of the armors. It depends on you guys. Lord Overlord is mighty. The ugly general smiled with a fawning face as he crawled a few steps forward on his knees and stretched out his hands about to pick up the magic sticker. But Shadowbane merely glared at him. The ugly general then smirked and withdrew his hand, mentally cursing. What are you pretending? If it weren't for the magic sticker in your hand, I would have served the Shadow Realm for many years. But I can only be a general, and you're just a bit of light and Shadow Village blood. You're the one who should be on your knees right now. Humph. Rice bucket. Shadowbar sneered. Oh no. A rice bucket is used to hold rice. And you are a dung bucket that can only be used to hold dung. It's really not enough to make things happen, but more than enough to make things happen. You were given 3 exotic beasts, and as a result, you couldn't even solve a single Light and Shadow Village descendant. You're nothing but a cesspool. Yes, yes, yes. I'm a bucket. The ugly general smiled with a fawning face, without any dignity or bottom line to speak of, still kneeling on the ground. This time, he didn't even dare to raise his head. All 3 exotic beasts were lost to the armored summoner, while he hadn't even managed to take care of a single descendant of the Light and Shadow Village. So he received a severe beating and abuse. That rainy night, the evil ginseng beast had clearly tortured the descendant of the Light and Shadow Village until he was half dead. I didn't expect it to be able to hold on. It's really more resistant to killing than a small strong man. Thinking of this, the ugly general was a burst of resentment. He couldn't wait to go back and take revenge now, and was also cursing that dead evil ginseng beast. What a bucket of. I can't believe you can't even kill a human, so what's the point of torturing half the day? More of a bucket than I am. Shadowbane walked over to the apparatus and swiped 2 magic patches into each of the 2 incubation chambers, then took a donkey and dragged it inside. And the ugly general was also very eagle-eyed as he carried a large chunk of diamond and threw it into the incubation chamber. These were precisely the advanced fusion materials for the exotic beasts. It's a few notches better than in the specials, and this one donkey alone is not easy. It has a name, Straw Mud Horse. This is a foreign introduction of advanced varieties, not only very resistant to fighting, but also meat is delicious. Mistaken, is more ferocious, with 2 barrels of nuclear waste brought in to act as a reinforcing agent. Then all that was left was the key material necessary to raise the IQ of the alien beasts. Heh, raise you all for a year and use you for a while. You guys should understand this reasoning. After eating so many meals from the Shadow Realm, it's time to return the favor. Shadowbane looked over to the corner, where the 2 black-clad men, who were tied up with a rag gagged in their mouths, struggled desperately. These 2 are the very subordinates that the Shadow Realm has cultivated, if it weren't for Ugly General, the cesspool. Not to mention not killing the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village, they didn't even bring back a single ordinary person. Otherwise, these emergency resources would not have been used. Rest assured of your loyalty to the Shadow Realm. We will certainly keep it in mind. Hit the road. Ugly would grin as he dragged the 2 with one hand and threw them into the incubation chamber. And with a single pull of the electric switch, the charging would begin to release the full power of the magic patch. In the large instrument, the negative energy that had been collected in advance was being injected along with it, only to see a miserable scream echoing throughout the cave. Ah! When they heard these miserable screams, Ugly General and Shadowbane were laughing. It's like the most beautiful music in the world. Under a flash of blue lightning arcs, it crawled all over the 2 Shadow Realm subordinates, only to see their faces gradually distort and become hideous and ugly. The dark-colored light flashed, switching back and forth between monster and human. The beast of marmalade. Rock beast. Ha ha ha. It's finally done, my little darlings. Shadowbane was in a great mood as he looked at Ugly General and sneered disdainfully. If you still fail this time, let's see how I'll clean up you. A bucket of… Yes, yes, yes. Overlord. If it wasn't for a pair of golden armor that suddenly appeared last time, I would have gotten it long ago. Recalling the power of that golden armor, Ugly would describe to Shadowbane everything that had happened at that time, mentioning in passing the disagreement with the other summoners. Shadowbane sniffed and was instantly infuriated. You mean a new suit of armor appeared, and it fought those summoners and blew up my alien beast with one punch? Yeah. That's it, bully. I'll you up. Shadowbane kicked the ugly general's buttocks, directly giving him a kick to the ground, and immediately pointed to his nose and cursed. Inside the 5 elements armor, only the Earth-Land Tiger armor fits your description. And what gold color? It's clearly brown. I see that you are not only a rice bucket, but also color-blind. One punch blew up my alien beast. Why don't you say you'll punch your horse to death? Shadowbane naturally didn't believe that there was armor that could kill his enhanced version of the exotic beast with a single punch. This must be ugly general exaggerating. Unless, could it be that my Earth-Land Tiger armor is really that dangling? Humph. It seems like there's a slight possibility in what this dung bucket said. After all, my Earth-Land Tiger armor is invincible. It's not like it can be compared to any other armor, it must be. Looks like I misunderstood this bucket of. Think about it. Shadowbane glanced at the ugly general who was kicked to the ground, frantically begging for mercy, and pretended to be forgiving. Get lost. If you fail again, I'll make sure you know why flowers are red. I'll roll right away. The ugly general was still smiling along with him, and he covered his butt and then ran all the way, intending to take the 2 alien beasts and leave, recalling why the flowers were red. A chill ran down his spine. Damn old bush. Chapter 26. Once a man has something, he is afraid of losing it. In a restaurant, Xiao Yang took Tang Shishir to a luxurious buffet. At first, she was timid. I didn't dare to take anything until Xiao Yang pushed it in front of me, and then I dared to eat it. Unlike other girls, she doesn't know how to put on makeup or communicate properly with people, much less understand the routines. Her whole world is white, and it only takes 1 drop of ink to render the whole world. Whether it is good or bad will depend on who is going to drop the drop of ink. Sissy, let's take a picture together. Taking pictures? Come on, I'll teach you. Aha! Xiao Yang held Tang Shishir's white wrist, took out the mace to the interdictor summoner, debugging the screen on it. Ares technology is indeed very advanced. Even the pixels are top of the line, and the finished product is very realistic, and has the added effect of holding the phantom demon in place. Equivalent to a weakened version of Zen Seal, it is extremely useful in combat. Tapping the button to insert the card, a click was heard, freezing the image for that moment in time, of the shell of a lysergic shrimp on the desktop. It's simple, isn't it? Aha! You take one. Xiao Yang handed the summoner to Tang Shishir, and she held the cold summoner, which had no temperature on it, like the touch of a piece of cold iron. So his summoner is this cold. Tang Shishir raised the summoner and placed it in front of the 2, feeling the heavy weight in her hand. Thinking back to last night's despondent Xiao Yang, it was a great contrast to his present. He must be carrying a lot of responsibility. The thought made her eyes a little more tender, and when she saw the 2 of them in the camera, some haiku red surfaced on her pretty face. Ka-ching! Pictures are taken and exist in the summoner, frozen in time as if they will never go away, the most timeless beauty in the world. Tang Shishir looked at the photo, the one somewhat raw hand falling on her waist, and the wandering red that appeared on her own face, and understood everything in her heart. Here, Xiao Yang. Let's see. Xiao Yang took it and looked at it and found that the shot was okay. After all, it was the first time he took a picture, and it was a very monumental thing. Again, the first photo of the 2. Nice! Aha! Hearing Xiao Yang's compliments, Tang Shishir's heart burst with happiness. Xiao Yang noticed the shyness on her face, like the most beautiful painting making the surrounding lose its color, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But think back to what Tang Shishir has been through. Looks like it's all as it should be. Like me? Xiao Yang asked tentatively. He was more respectful of the other party's opinion. Who knows? Tang Shishir didn't hide it. Love it. A gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. Not knowing how to express her love, she stretched out her lotus root arms and embraced Xiao Yang into her arms, feeling Tang Shishir, who was like a piece of fragrant sticky soft jade in her arms. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt that the pinnacle of life could not be better than this. Money, power, beauty. He alone owns 3 of them. If death to all monsters, how wonderful it would be. There's no better life in the world. Is there? Yes, that creature has no business being there. I'll be sure to clean up and build a solid foundation for the future. Only in this way can an ideal world of absolute peace be created. I don't believe it. Xiao Yang shook his head. Tang Shirshir froze. Really? Then you give me a kiss. How do you kiss? Open your mouth. Tang Shirshir obediently did as she was told. The four lips were facing each other, and the unique aroma of a young girl could be smelled, although it was some poor quality shampoo smell more intense, but due to the fact that she had just drunk milk. A burst of milky flavor in my mouth. Soft and rolling. A minute, so to speak, is a touch of separation. After all, it is very much a test of lung capacity. Tang Shirshir had long since gasped for air, the scarlet on her pretty face rising to her ears. But she was dumbfounded, and her beautiful eyes kept staring at Xiaoyang, like she wouldn't move. It's so dumb that it's funny. It was obvious that a simple turn of the head would ease the awkwardness. But she didn't. I'm so afraid that if I close my eyes, you'll disappear. I hope this isn't fake and someone will actually like me. Although you didn't say it yourself, I believe it's enough. Even if it's lying to me. Tang Shirshir thought. She hugged Xiaoyang a little tighter. The grievances she had suffered over the years seemed to be worthless at this moment. Xiaoyang smiled helplessly. Loosen up. I'm going to check out. Aha! Only then did Tang Shirshir reluctantly let go. Once a person has love, they are afraid of losing it, especially such a naive and kind girl. Sissy Tang is no different than a blank sheet of paper. What you want her to be, it will be what it is. Xiaoyang left his seat and walked to the radio station to take Tang Shirshir's thin hand. And this time there was no credit card, but the restaurant did not support it. So scan the code and pay. Payment successful, 999 daxia coins. Welcome to your next visit, sir. The two walked out of the cafeteria. Take you to the barber store? Aha! Tang Shirshir nodded. Walking into the barber store next door, just as I entered, I saw a middle-aged man and a handsome young man talking. The two of them have a very amicable relationship. With just a glance, Xiaoyang discovered through the Emperor's magnetic field that one of them was not a human being, but a spectral demon. But think carefully about the special episode. Murphy, is this Joe extravagant fee? What a coincidence. Sir, is it a haircut? Well, it's this one. Xiaoyang pulled Tang Shirshir to the shampoo chair. Lie down. Ha! Tang Shirshir was puzzled, but she obediently did as she was told and lay down on the chair. Xiaoyang turned on the shower and then rinsed his hair. How's the water temperature? Aha! Fart, yeah. Is it hot? Not hot. Man-machine general conversation. Xiao Shuifei watched from the sidelines. He had just sensed the unkind gaze. Although he was a bit puzzled, he remembered that he hadn't messed with the other party either. But as his eyes moved, he saw the exposed mace in Xiaoyang's pocket to the criminal heavenly summoner, and immediately his eyes were wide open. This is the criminal armor summoner. Nope. Why is it a bit purple and what is the black smoke coming out? Is it a proper interceptor? Joe Extravaganza couldn't help but be wary. At this point, a system beep sounded in Xiaoyang's head. Ding! Triggering mission. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sure enough, finding these characters from the show would trigger the system quests. It seemed that if you wanted to quickly pull wool over your eyes, you had to go and take the initiative. Relying on fate all the time isn't an option. Ding! Mission. Intercept the manhwa power summoner. Complete a super cool transformation in front of Duanmuyen, and leave in style after pretending to be a bully. Reward. Substantiation of energy. Nava? A summoner needs to have a fearless heart, so I must qualify for that. After all, there is nothing in the world that I can fear right now. And I'm not an evil being. As for system rewards, could it be that the power of intentional energy could be released directly without going through the armor? And wouldn't that be the equivalent of a monster? Hiss. Seems like you still need to get it specifically to understand the implications. P.S. When a person can easily sway your emotions, even if you are sophomoric, it is useless. The truth is, she, will be someone you care a lot about. Chapter 27. Intercepting Nava power and torturing Oxer. Outside the barber shop is a busy street. The handsome man in the black leather jacket and helmet, who stops on the road on his Baka Colt, looks like a good law-abiding citizen. His name is Duanmuyen, and he is the main character of the special feature Navarre, nicknamed General. But now he is still just a down-and-out unemployed young man, although he has a noodle shop that can support himself to make a decent living. But right, just now he met something very unfortunate. In front of him appeared a strange, ugly-looking creature, similar to a human but only similar, more than 2 meters tall, black and furred. With a fly face is very disgusting. Wearing human clothes is even more frightening. Eyes went to him, or to be precise, to the girl beside him in a white t-shirt, who was flamboyant, holding a suitcase. Backhandedly, he ducked behind the Bakakoma, using Duan Muyen as a shield. This nifty Duan Muyen, whose brain was already not too bright and who was timid and afraid of things, shrank even more. He hadn't reacted to what was happening for a while. A suitcase was seen, placed on the passenger side of his Baka Colt, and opened in a panic, revealing a cool pair of double-sided cameras, with a large key next to it, which took on a reddish-orange color. Dude, you're not running away from me. You! Duan Muyen sat on the Baka Colt, and before she could finish her sentence, she saw an orange-red item that was shoved into her arms by a pair of small hands. Spell casting is forcibly interrupted. He was full of questions. What's this? Not buddy. Up to now you still mess with me. The monsters are running face to face, and you end up blocking the way for me. It's hard to. You want me to run this monster over. Passwords. It's taking the tile armor summoner to defeat him. Put this summoner in front of your body. Ma Lingling anxiously shouted, while she took out her cell phone and started searching the tutorial on the spot, directly giving Duan Muyen a dumbfounded look. Huh? You're asking me to beat him? Come on. Do what I tell you. Damn. Duan Muyen looked a little flustered as he stood on the Baka Colt, placing the summoner on his chest and moving it back and forth, seemingly searching for a location. You! This made Ma Lingling's eyes black with anger, and she pointed to her waist and shouted, Waist! The waist is here. Not your chest. Password. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, this caused the always kind Duan Muyen, who couldn't help but break into a curse, as he hurriedly placed the summoner on his waist, followed by the immediate appearance of a circle of metal belts. The summoner is also fixed to it in a smooth manner. What's this? Why isn't there a belt? Quick shout. Flame of Nava, devour the power of the mighty flame and merge. Ma Lingling was teaching on the spot. She was sweating in a hurry, and she froze and didn't teach Duan Muyen. He was also confused, having not heard much because of the shouting around him. What the hell? Geez, flame of Nava. Nava of the flame swallow, devouring the power of the fierce flame. Quick, turn the key. Hearing Ma Lingling's voice, the monster was less than 2 meters away from Duan Muyen. This scared him so much that his hands trembled and he stood on the Baka Colt just touching the keys. A twist and a ding. Spin, spin. Oops, turned. Duan Muyen opened his arms with a confused look on his face, and when he saw the monster rushing towards him, it was worse than crying. Ma Lingling shouted, After you finish spinning, you call for a merge. Hop. Before Duan Muyen's words fell, he saw a boy in a black lab coat come out from his side, and he snatched the summoner and yanked it out from his waist with a lift. That movement between the lines was a silky smooth one. This scene not only gave Duan Muyen a silly look, Ma Lingling also did a double take. Done. Where in the world did this dumbass come from? But the next moment it was seen. Xiao Yang took a step out and placed the summoner flat in front of his body, and immediately a circle of metal belt appeared, perfectly fitting the figure to hold it in place. Flame of Nava. The power to devour fierce flames. With his left hand, he inserted the key of flame into the summoner, and his entire body erupted in a dazzling burst of fiery red energy. Merge. The fire elemental energy between heaven and earth converged on Xiao Yang's body in an instant, forming a set of fire-red armor, and a technological glow flashed across the goggles made of blue crystals. The helmet was a mass of flames burning, the chest remained the same, and the whole was as if it was made up of countless masses of flames, possessing the power to burn all evil. A mechanical beep sounded. Armor together. Duan Muyen froze. What a handsome armor. What's going on? How did he use it so skillfully? Malingering was stunned. The fly in front of him, Oxer, was in a frenzy and seemed to be somewhat delirious, not caring in the least about the transformed Nava armor. It just walked towards Ma Lingling's direction, extending its steel hand with sharp hairs as if it wanted to stab her with 10,000 transparent holes. Roar! Oh, calling you a horse. Xiao Yang's fire attribute energy surged madly on his hands, forming 2 burning flames, and with one punch, he smashed towards the fly Oxygen. Bang! A fierce flame attack exploded out, instantly coming towards the face of the fly, Oxer, without any backlash or delay, and exploding almost in a second. Boom! The violent energy shook out, directly lifting all the baka colts to the point where their wheels buckled slightly, and Duan Muyen almost fell to the ground when she didn't stand still. Ma Lingling, on the other hand, sat on her butt, her eyes filled with shock. Awesome! The fly man who took a hard shot of the fierce flame attack. His whole body was in flames, and he was doubled over on the ground in pain, rolling around trying to extinguish the flames. Ah! But he seems to have overlooked Xiaoyang. Funny like. Xiaoyang raised his hand and fired another fierce flame attack, directly blowing up on the fly man's body. His face screen switched weapons, and a ball of fiery flame appeared in his hand. Then there was a long fiery red blade with fire dancing on the sharp edge like it could melt everything, and overall it was all pretty cool. Molten sword. Xiaoyang raised his hand and chopped down with a knife, directly cutting off one of the fly man's arms, and kicked out 3 meters away like he was kicking garbage. It shows in the mask screen. The energy has been recharged. Begging me won't even get you off. When he pulled out the key of flame and inserted it into the lowermost part of the molten liner's grip, there was a mechanical crunch that seemed to activate some sort of mode. Kirin's demon slash. He leapt up, and the molten lin blade in his hand consisted of energy to form an incomparably huge long blade, directly chopping down towards the fly man, bursting out a burst of incomparably terrifying fire attribute energy. Rumble. This move landed on the ground. It was simply comparable to a missile washing the ground, and in an instant there was an amazing explosion. A small mushroom cloud rose up in the air. Baka Koma completely flopped this time. Ma Lingling also took off again from the ground. As for the fly guy, after the aftermath dispersed, only a few tiny body parts were left at the scene, as well as a broken arm from earlier. As for the other corpses, oh, Xiaoyang dares to make a guarantee that it is definitely the kind that can't be spelled out completely, and even if the world's most powerful forensic scientist is allowed to arrive at the scene, he can only shed empty tears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the fly. Oxer. Reward: 20 W-Daxia coins. Oh, I can't believe it's devalued. P.S. The writing is a bit flawed. Tomorrow's update will definitely pack a punch. Chapter 28 Shocking Duan Muyen. Double-cut armor swap. As the fly man exploded into a crumbly mess, the crowds fleeing around them gradually stopped their commotion. There was shock in their eyes. You know, that's a monster that's often reported in the news. An existence that can easily overturn a small car and can't even be hurt by bullets. Simply not a normal carbon-based creature. And this armor in front of him was actually blown into a mess of rotten meat with a casual move. Looking to the back of Flame's Nava, there was more than a little adoration and a hint of fire in his eyes. Oh my god! It's the armored warrior. We're saved, yay! Which armor is this? Is it the Inferno Dragon Warrior? Rumor has it that the Inferno Dragon Warrior is the one who uses fire, and his whole body is fiery red. Wow, handsome! You're a great hero for protecting the city. Several young, pretty girls scrambled and cheered. My husband, my husband. It's not your husband. It's my husband. It's obviously my husband. It's easy to lose yourself in this feeling of being sought after, and it's almost inevitable that a delusion of superiority is always created in a burst of smashing faces of various emotional values. Duan Muyen was stunned. So that little thing can transform into, like, a particularly powerful armored warrior from the news. I'm going. He felt at once as if he had lost $100 million, following someone who had handed him the winning lottery ticket, but he did not know how to cherish it. Ruined. Ma Lingling, on the other hand, didn't think so much about it. She was full of excitement and ran to Xiaoyang's side, pulling his arm. Hey, what's your name? Why are you able to use the flame Nava so skillfully? Have you ever used it? Hearing Ma Lingling's question, Xiaoyang was lazy and was tapping the quest interface. Submit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the materialization of his intentional energy. You can control the size of your energy and release it with a certain entity. Note: the intensity depends on the amount of intentional energy possessed by the host. Seeing this reward, the corners of Xiaoyang's mouth couldn't help but rise. In terms of intentional energy alone, he's at least AT0 level in the specials and definitely sits at the table with Inferno. That's not overconfidence. Rather, it was the bottom line given by the strongest evil chi stacked on top of the perfect 5-elemental bloodline. This bloodline inherently possesses a sense of righteousness. All that is said and done is righteous. Together with the chi of supreme evil that appeared later in life, the two could not be used at the same time, but it also allowed Xiaoyang to master a more powerful force. In time, he will be able to surpass all the characters in the special series and become a supreme being who is above everything and masters all the ultimate. At that time, everything he wanted to achieve, all will be successful. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Ma Lingling muttered in dissatisfaction. Xiaoyang only felt a little annoyed. He wasn't a guy who was dominated by desire and hadn't gotten to the point where he liked everyone. And more than anything, I don't want to break up the original pairing. I have no reason to tell you, and I'm not obligated to play any detective trivia with you. The cold to emotionless voice came out, making Ma Lingling first freeze. She subconsciously took a step back, seemingly out of her body's instincts, feeling some trepidation. The man in this armor doesn't seem to be very talkative. How? So fierce right off the bat. Xiaoyang said all the truth, real thoughts only. He was just about to take off the manhwa summoner and throw it to this eccentric girl who liked detective novels. At that moment, a bellowing sound suddenly came from the crowd. Ah, give my brother a burial. Damn that armor. Only to see a berserk figure, like a high-speed car rushing in, and a head went towards the chest of the Nava armor. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyang pushed Ma Lingling away in the fight. Women will only affect his play. Ha! I think you're giving too many smiles. Dead brother, still not quick to run. Instead, you're coming over to die. Xiaoyang covered his face with one hand. His free palm removed the Nawa summoner and threw it out smoothly like a piece of garbage smashed in Duanmu Yan's arms. Ouch! X2. Rampant. A pair of purple-black cameras appeared at his waist, hanging from it at some point, and his entire body erupted in a shocking burst of pitch-black colored energy. It was as if it was going to devour everything. A scarlet color bloomed in the black aura. The mace to the criminal sky, merge. Bang! With a dull metallic crash that resounded through the black energy, it sent the people around them, who had returned to their senses, into a kind of panic once again. Despair spread through the crowd. Ah! The armored warrior was attacked by a monster. We're screwed. Inferno Dragon Warrior. You must hold on. Don't scream. People aren't even Inferno Dragon Warriors. Way to go, hubby. Dasha's specialty eaters were waiting in the wind, in the rain, and on the scene for the latest breaking news. Just when everyone thought that Mace Elemental would be directly knocked out a few meters away, they found an unknown object suddenly flying backwards. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Minotaur Oxer was slapped on his chest, leaving an indelible palm print that could clearly see the bone. The blood is flowing, and Mace to Interceptor walked out from the black energy. His whole body was actually without any injuries. He slid the card box on his waist and popped out a card with a long sword pattern. Insert it into the summoner. The mace to the devil's sword. Then a burst of illusory weapon light appeared in his hand, constantly overlapping a black and red long sword, the whole resembling rolling lava, dominating. On the small dragon head at the hilt of the sword, the vertical pupil the size of a jujube being revealed a flash of sharpness, as if it wanted to taste the flavor of bloodlust. Another suit of armor. He actually has 2 different pairs of armor all by himself. Not bad for my husband. Overruns which don't chip can play? Whose ING side are you on? Inferno Dragon Man. Down with the Minotaur. So is Inferno Dragon Man? You just keep screaming and screaming. Duanmu Yendu was once again stunned as he glanced at the Nava summoner that had smashed into his abs with raw pain, and then looked up at the mace to Interceptor not far away. Oh my god. A living armor summoner. This is too cool. What did he mean by giving me the summoner? Did he want me to keep it for now? This is more information today than in the past year. It wasn't just Duanmu Yen. Ma Lingling was also confused in place. She just wanted to shout, "Don't throw the summoner," as a result. She saw Xiaoyang backhandedly pulling out another camera. Ooh, what a mess. You're an armor summoner. No wonder you're skilled in using armor. And the Minotaur, he's an oxymoron with an old cow's head. All brown skin and tendons. About as far removed from a dark-skinned gym student as you can get. Just at that amazing height, some scarlet color flared in his eyes. Ah, I want you dead. Huh. Xiaoyang only laughed coldly. Am I dead or not? Don't know. But you will die soon. I'm so happy. I'm turning on the rage and you're out of line. Can find an intact arm. I am this thumb stand. Can run away. You are more this Thumbs up positive. Chapter 29. I will destroy all the orcsers. Xiao Yang stopped speaking as he took a step forward. Shifting shadow instantly flashed out. Raising his hand and waving his mace with the demonic heavenly sword, he chopped down on the Minotaur as a blood flower bloomed. Ah! As the screams, a severed hand was brought up by the powerful force. It was lifted 5 meters into the air, accompanied by blood spilling down next to the Baka cult. Duanmu Yan's eyes widened. It left a huge psychological shadow on him. Hey you! Don't you come over here! Looking at the severed hand rolling on the ground, it made Tuan Qian a little scared. He lifted the pan in the Baka coma and pointed at the unknown object on the ground. Ma Lingling was so scared that her face turned pale. Although being a detective required a strong psychological quality, it was the first time she had seen such a frightening scene. Xiao Yang ran his sword through the Minotaur's abdomen and pushed against him all the way to the pole. No matter how the sandbag-sized fists landed on his body, none of them could be shaken in the slightest. Ka! The utility pole was penetrated by mace with the demonic heavenly sword, and blood continued to ooze out of the Minotaur's abdomen as he stared at a pair of eyes, his face twisting even more in pain. It looked hideous and terrible. Ah! Ha! The only response to the Minotaur was a sneer. Xiao Yang stomped on the Minotaur's chest and did a high kick. Then his free palm grabbed the only remaining arm and leg. Berserk energy exploded as he started to power up almost violently. Then everyone saw a scene that would never be forgotten. The tomato juice wildly soared several meters away. With a bang. Stab! A touch of fear couldn't help but rise above everyone's heart. They couldn't make a single sound from their throats, and the pupils of their eyes reflected this horrifying scene, full of blood, violence, and some creepy armor. He ripped off one of the Minotaur's arms and legs with his bare hands. The bones could be seen at the break, and there was some pulped gore bubbling tomato juice outward. Ah! It's painful, isn't it? Xiao Yang's voice was like a demon whispering, but he smiled disdainfully. But my pain. Above you. With an extra touch of ferocity in his eyes, he choked the back of the Minotaur's neck, an evil energy so sharp that it cut through everything manifested as the intentional energy materialized. In plain sight, Ka-ching! The sound of bones twisting resounded, echoing in the quiet, causing a backward gasp as they had the audacity to film it. The hands, however, were trembling. Ka-ching! As an irregularly shaped bone was pulled out some. Then it was like a maw, and in a moment it was all drawn out, like a barbed whip. Wow! The mace took on Interceptor's fearsome face, the goggle reflections reflecting the Minotaur's eyes in fear to the point of almost glaring out. His free hand covered his mouth, so that the Minotaur could no longer make a single sound. The intentional energy gagged his throat. Understand the pain. Xiao Yang casually threw out the ribs and aimed his palm, which was stained with an unknown liquid, at the Minotaur's forehead and fitted on it as a smirk appeared on his face. The difference? It's a smile that is full of sunshine and can bring a burst of joy and peace of mind. Contagious positive emotions. The palm that shields the sky. Bang! Next, it exploded like a large watermelon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Minotaur Oxer. Reward: 20 Wuxia coins. As Xiao Yang turned around and drew his mace with the devil's heavenly sword in a smooth manner, that elegant look was like a civilized and courteous youth. One finger then to the side of his mouth, like he was telling everyone. Shoo! The body fell to the ground unsupported. Manifests all that he has done. Gulp! I don't know who was the first to swallow. A thought appeared in everyone's mind. How is he more evil than the villain? Even, obviously doing a good thing, but how come it's so? Twist! Duanmu Yan looked like she had discovered a new world. Ma Lingling exclaimed, You? How could you? Question mark. Obviously you can just kill him. Why do you keep torturing him? Ma Lingling questioned. Xiao Yang, however, is not used to it at all. He is your father or your brother. It could be worth taking such a side. The words just fell. You, what are you saying? Ma Lingling was furious. Why does this man talk so badly? Xiao Yang said disdainfully. One day is Oxer, and he'll be Oxer for the rest of his life. Maybe for a while, it's harmless. But I'm not his father who can take care of him forever. There's always an onset of harm. It's called, prevention is better than cure. Hear what Xiao Yang said. Duanmu Yan had a moment of clarity. Hey, I think what he said makes so much sense. You guys. Ma Lingling was speechless for a while, and her pretty face couldn't help but redden. It wasn't because of shyness, but being exasperated, clearly talking about why it was so cruel. Not again, why can't we kill Oxy? Damn it. Almost got sidetracked. Xiaoyang walked over to Duan Muyen and snatched the pan in his hand and looked at it. A soft chuckle. Boy, I've got my eye on you. What do you mean? Be a summoner and destroy all the Orcsers. Xiaoyang said decisively, and almost without any hesitation, he informed Duan Muyen. That I can't. They killed your father. Duan Muyen fell silent. He was shocked. Something about Duan Mushangu. How does this man know? He doesn't even know about that father. Honestly, it's the same as nothing. He's having such a miserable time now, but it's all because of this one. He disappeared when Duan Muyen was a child, leaving the already young man to experience many things he shouldn't have had to endure, though he did grow up. But at that time, all he wanted was a father's love that should have been his. Seeing Duan Muyen's silence, Xiaoyang tapped one finger on his forehead. No need to wonder how I know. Follow this woman with a low IQ as she becomes a detective to find the truth together. After all, I don't know much about it, only that I've heard that it's somehow related to Oxer. Can I trust you? Duan Muyen asked, as if he had made some sort of determination. If it was really Oxyx's doing, he would make those evil monsters pay for it. The Xiaoyang mace dissipated with the interdictor and disintegrated automatically. Sure, because my destiny is the same as yours. Besides, even if I am lying to you, is it a disadvantage to destroy Oxer? Bring back a broken arm and the Great Summer rewards you with $100,000. Wouldn't that be a help to your impoverished family? Only, this same is temporary. Sure enough, Duan Muyen's eyes lit up when she heard that there was actually money to be taken for the elimination of Oxer. He found, to find the truth you need to find Oxer. Subsidizing the household requires a call to Oxer. If it's true, revenge also goes to Oxer. When he put it all together, that's not good. Yes, I'll destroy all the Orcsers. Duan Muyen took the Nava Summoner. He decided to start training as soon as he got back, not to say how strong he would become. At least be able to deal with some Orcser. Half the strength of the man in front of me would be enough. In search of the truth. It's dangerous. Ma Lingling had been chattering on the side, but was completely ignored by Xiaoyang, who was clearly the armor owner. But yet, she didn't have a single word to say. He was disgruntled and kept screaming. P.S. Cool. Chapter 30 Wake Up. My purple underworld sub-captain. In the barbershop, witnessing what was happening, Joe extravagantly he was instantly shocked and his hands were shaking a little. The mace was far beyond imagination with the power of interdictor. Compared to ordinary interdictor, it was simply stronger by more than a few notches, and was completely out of scale. Just say it. One move. Ordinary interdictor dies 7 times. Tang Shershur sat on the chair, seeing herself in the mirror. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of curiosity. This was the first time she had ever visualized her face. It was much stronger than she had imagined. Plus, the pretty clothes set it off nicely. As the minutes ticked by, Joe Extravaganza finally relented and asked, "Aren't you worried about your boyfriend? He's good. There won't be a problem." Tang Shershur trusted Xiaoyang. She sat quietly on the chair and watched her hair clipping down on the floor in the mirror. This surprised Joe Extravaganza a bit, and he was thinking of trying to get some more words in. So, has he always been this mean? No, he's so gentle. Warm. Gentle? Yeah. Xiaoyang has always been good to me. Tang Shershur was a bit puzzled as she looked at the reflection of Qiao Shefei in the mirror. I don't understand why he asked, but perhaps he was shocked. After all, mace with the way interceptor looked compared to the rest of the armor. It was indeed a bit different, but she thought that it was still normal, right? It's more than a few times stronger than those ugly monsters. Joe Extravaganza was a bit tongue-tied. He was very good with his hands and finished his haircut in 10 minutes. And after removing the shawl cloth, he took the hair dryer and huffed, thinking of asking something more. Xiaoyang, however, is back. He sat flat on the couch and waited as if nothing had happened, fiddling with an extra piece of light red bone in his hand. It was one of the hardest parts of Oxer's body, a finger bone of sorts. It wouldn't be bad as a collector's item, maybe even put it on the black market for a decent price, just to subsidize the household. After all, who would mind having more money than they have? As Xiaoyang said, he placed the cut bone on the flat table next to him, which looked a bit alien and scary. After all, it was a bone from a monster. The barbershop owner saw this and he was a little incredulous, trying to strike up a conversation. But, do not dare to approach Xiaoyang. There is an invisible aura around him. Cannot help but make people feel terrible, just sprouted the idea of approaching. Then he was stopped by a chill down his spine. Oh my god. Is this the armor summoner? It really is extraordinary. It's a world of difference compared to ordinary people. The barbershop owner cringed a little. Soon the hair was blow-dried. After another wash. Great job. Xiaoyang is still sitting on the sofa, recalling everything about Zhou Extravagant Fei, about the other party's legendary life, comparable to a roadside strip. Oh, Qiao Shuifei is the third captain of the Underworld Legion, the Purple Underworld Detachment, and the Greed System Underworld Demon. He possesses the ability to hide and disguise himself, and is recognized for his courage and resourcefulness, and is the strongest captain in terms of strength. Having defected 1,000 years ago, he has survived in the land as a human, worn out in blood and forgotten, become a person who fights for his ideals and happiness. Also the one with the worst mix. The preliminaries themselves were okay, with an apprenticeship job and a barbershop owner who liked him so much that he even wanted to pass the store on to Zhou Extravaganza to carry on the legacy. But because the road law counts, plus his girlfriend betrayed him, leaving him with a ruined hand, so he lost hope in the human world and returned to the Psi Corps. In the meantime, he's not living as well as a dog on the side of the road. Thoughts fade back. Tang Shirshir stood in front of her, waiting very quietly for Xiaoyang to come back to her senses. Sissy, you're even more beautiful now. As long as you like it. Tang Shirshir stretched out her thin hand and pulled Xiaoyang's arm. Her pair of bright almond eyes were full of tenderness, like two jewels glittering. Xiaoyang took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code. Payment successful. 20 daxia coins. There is a saying that is very true. As scheming as Lufa was, he had to be based on the fact that he had people to use. If there is no one available underneath, he is nothing more than a wild dog on the side of the road. What is your name? Xiaoyang looked to Qiao Shuifei, although he had known it for a long time. Zhou Extravaganza was cleaning up the hair on the floor, and he bowed his head. Zhou Extravaganza. Okay. My name is Xiaoyang. Before Xiaoyang left, he mentioned, remember, a single concession will only make you lose everything, and as a Purple Underworld sub-captain, you will be reduced to a laughingstock. You have less dignity than a dog on the side of the road. After saying that, he took Tang Shirshir and left. Zhou Extravaganza's hand froze as he swept the floor, and when he looked up, the two are long gone. The barbershop owner was a bit puzzled by the situation. It's inexplicable. Little Zhou, do you think he's sick? Maybe. Qiao Shuifei laughed awkwardly, but his heart was like a stone falling into the level, setting off a ripple, recalling what Xiaoyang had said just now. Losing it all. What the hell? What does that mean? Why would a pair of such criminal armor appear? Could it be? Something's wrong with the general. But I left the Psi Corps a long time ago and now I'm going back to. That's not necessary. Qiao Shuifei struggled internally, and eventually he decided to contact Siyu Wrath and the others first. Although he hadn't seen them in years, fortunately there was still some connection between the two of them. Xiaoyang, do you know him? Not recognizable. Aha, you're not asking? Huh. Forget it. Xiaoyang reached out and pinched Tang Shirshir's white cheek, easily pinching out a red mark. The skin was extraordinarily hydrated and tender enough to be pinched, but she didn't cry out in pain. Damn, you shouldn't. Don't you hurt? Ouch. Then why don't you say so? You like it. Tang Shirshir reached out a thin hand and pressed it against Xiaoyang's big hand. A light smile appeared on his face, as if to say, keep pinching. This directly caused Xiaoyang, whose moral heart was non-existent, to sprout a wave of guilt. The hand couldn't help but drop. I really bully even such a dull girl. It must be Uxer's doing. Messing with my Dao. See him drop his hand. Tang Shirshir then held and watched the sunset go down. Very reluctantly embraced into her arms and leaned against Xiaoyang's shoulder, lingering on the short time she spent with him. I hope I wake up tomorrow and you're still there. Yes, I will always be. Xiaoyang said. The two of them sat on the park's lounge chairs, looking in the direction of the sun gradually setting, which was equally beautiful. The evil spirit in the body awakens. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. You called Xiaoyang was disturbed. He was in a bad mood, staring at the one genetic code lurking in his mind, and actually developed a desire to seal it away. But reason told him that now was not the time. And this one does work a bit. Ouch! This general is starving to death. What about the promised negative energy? And scold me. When Xiaoyang heard it, it seemed like he did forget to collect it, and knowing that he was in the wrong, he was silent and now had Emperor Space teleportation. Maybe give it a try. It's only been a day. Take it easy. Hey, you kid. Forgetting your roots, isn't it? When you're done with this general, put your pants on and run. Now I'm here to flirt with the girls. Damn, are you human? Call you M. Disliked Xiaoyang back. Come on. Come on. Really dying. The breath was weak on the genetic code, and the energy colors were much lighter. At first glance, it really looks like it's going to be gone. Xiaoyang thought calmly for a moment. Where to? Jijiji. Tokyo. Bullying xenomorphs? Interesting. Griffins are just ants, it doesn't matter even if they are injured by mistake. You're the one who's amazing to the gods. You can't even compare to them. Dead. Then die. Wait for nightfall.
Avort is avort.
Stop forgetting your roots. P.S. Please reward me. P.S. Request for adoption. P.S. Requesting a catch-up. Chapter 31 Armor of the Night. As night falls, the two said goodbye to each other and walked into the darkness, heading towards home. Everything experienced on this day is destined to be wonderful in both parties' lives. Good night, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Xiaoyang. Only to see. Xiaoyang figure gradually disappeared into the street. He waved goodbye but never looked back. Hanging on his waist was the summoner that was full of the most evil aura. He snapped his fingers. Shift. Disappeared in an instant. ERP base. Located in a supermarket that always has a no-take sign. When you walk in, there are normal shelves of merchandise, but in the restroom there is a secret door that automatically recognizes faces when you look in the mirror. Open a path. As for why it's set up in a toilet, maybe it's because it's more mysterious, and you can try asking Mijin and Dr. Garu exactly why. In a small conference room, Mijin was filled with anxiety. Not because of anything else, but because of the two summoners who were not letting up and had gotten themselves seriously injured in just one trip out. It was the time to use them, and they were actually messing with them. With the pressure falling from above, she'd have to hurry up and send out some summoners to take care of the monsters lurking in the city. Otherwise, the pressure of public opinion alone is a little too much to carry. Although the ERP base is a civil organization, after a long period of development, it has long become a formal organization in Dacia. And every once in a while, the top will allocate a large amount of funds for research. You can't just eat and not work. Hey, now that a total of just 3 light and shadow stones have been gathered, the only teammate left who can go into battle is Tsuji, and dealing with monsters can be a dangerous thing. If something happens, Mijin simply can't dare to think about it. This guy, Bei Miao, joined the ERP base just for 1 day. He has been seriously injured twice, and he really can't curb his unself-consciousness at all. Shinan is also, obviously very calm and steady a person, but how since meeting Bei Miao the whole person IQ lowered. Have to fight with others. You say it's okay if you can beat it. Can't beat it and still have to go on. Wu Dongsher was sitting on the sofa, he had a cold face and was playing with his wind eagle summoner. He was also silent, mainly because he was very confused. If you can't beat it, why should you go on? Bei Miao's arrogance was blanched. He can understand, after all, the skills are not as good as others, and there are some problems with his own character, but what's wrong with Li Hsi Nam? Took a beating and still had to go on. As a result, he was beaten into a hokum, and it looked like for a while, there was no way to carry on the fight. Been cooped up in my room, practicing the piano. I feel like you deliberately got yourself seriously injured because of that, right? This left Wu Dongsher speechless. In fact, he himself had more of a problem with Li Hsian and Fire and Wood were born to be deadly rivals, and it was the same in the special features. Even if Wu Dongsher won't have a problem with Li Shinan because of this incident, there will be some disagreements in future battles. Ryoko. Mijin was helpless as she pushed open the door to the rest room. At a glance, he saw Li Shinan practicing the piano in his room, as well as Bei Miao who was lying in bed, facing the ceiling in deep thought. The two men, one very serious, were trying to practice the piano, unable to fight but still able to move their fingers and brains. One was pondering, as if recalling, what had happened during the day, full of defiance. There is a kind of continue to do it next time. Mijin sighed again. No one cares about her. Hey, you guys. Over at the upper echelons of Dacia, new nutritional pods were distributed. There were also some advanced potions, items created by researching monsters. It'll make you all better a little faster, but it'll come out of your paychecks. After all, we're a regular organization now. When Mijin finished speaking, she saw that at some point, both of their gazes were suddenly looking at her in unison. There was some heartburn. Damn. Feelings are just waiting for that statement, aren't they? Are you people? Woo! Suddenly, a shrill siren, ringing through the room, the entire ERP base to be exact, meant that a new monster had appeared. Mijin couldn't think too hard as she jogged all the way to the control room. Pushing open the door, he saw Wu Dongsher standing in front of his computer, staring at the red that appeared on it with a small hint of shock in his eyes. It is. Mijin also froze as she couldn't help but marvel. 5 monsters. How is it possible that there are twice as many monsters as have appeared in the past? And there's a monster with powerful alien powers in it. Could it be? The alien beast has appeared. Mijin immediately mobilized the satellites, trying to go and capture and locate the exact picture. There's a lot at stake right now, and the crowd must be evacuated quickly. If there are any mass casualties, it will be a loss for the entire city of Hope. Dong-san, you quickly go to the satellite transmission and go over for support first. If you meet an unbeatable monster, your own safety is the main concern. We tried our best. Mei Jun was grave. The ERP base had now lost 2 important combatants, and if Wu Dongsher had another accident, then it would be declared completely scrapped. In order to avoid the emergence of a new crisis, it is necessary to retain a little strength. It seems that the use of special potions will have to be put on the agenda sooner rather than later. Trying to cope with the next crisis will have to be done. Even though there will be some accidents. Mijin, I'll try. When Wu Dongsher finished speaking, he stepped into the satellite transmission device. Then his entire body began to spin along with the device, turning into a white haze that shot straight up into the sky. Through the satellite, a column of light was shot down into the City of Hope. At this time, the clock tower of a building in the City of Hope, Xiao Yang sat on it, his legs feeling the weightlessness, and he reached out to catch the bright moonlight. A grip, but nothing. But suddenly, a golden aura flashed from his eyes as he sensed the monster aura appear, finally showing his face. A flash of excitement and fervor surfaced under his eyes. He couldn't wait to send all those sinful monsters to hell. Right now, with the palms spread out, the Emperor's magnetic field. Wow! The golden energy took Xiao Yang as the center and spread out violently towards the surroundings, covering half of Hope City in just a breath, and could be clearly seen. That energy quickly swept across the sky until it covered the entire City of Hope. All signals were cut off, but after 3 seconds, it was back to normal. It wasn't that the Emperor's magnetic field had disappeared, but Xiao Yang didn't want to disturb this tranquility that belonged to Hope City. He used this passive skill to search for monster locations. It's not sabotage. Going on. Sure. Xiao Yang leapt down from the building, his whole body rapidly floating upwards due to the impact. His lab coat was blown and whistled, and a large door appeared in front of him. He took 1 step out when he fell into the gate made of golden door frames. Smooth landing. Appear at the scene of the accident. A pair of summoners appeared at his waist, none other than the mace to interceptor. He looked at what was happening in front of him and without hesitation slid the card box. Mace to the criminal sky emerge. In just an instant, a terrifying, black energy current emerged from his entire body, and a pair of large hands probed out of the void waving violently, wanting to devour everything around him. On the scarlet goggles was a bloodthirsty killing intent as he took a step out, bringing out powerful energy. It was as if a gale was blowing in his face. On the chest was a T-shaped energy device, surrounded by areas that corresponded to the north, south, east, and west, and the purple and black armor stepped back slightly. An X-shaped gauntlet is presented on both shoulders. Mechanical exclusive audio. Armor together. P.S. 4th shift today. Bursting my liver. Preparing for verification. I hope you can keep up with the chase. The data may be a little important during that time. Hun hun hun. Chapter 32. 5 Great Alien Beasts. Tech. P.S. It's a billion times more complicated. See only. On the outskirts of the City of Hope. In a chemical factory, workers who had stayed up all night working overtime fell into pools of blood, and various limbs and broken legs were on the ground, twisted into demonic postures. The factory was huge, with several basketball courts almost. At the center were more than 10 tall iron barrels containing some new types of experiments, and various items emitting unpleasant odors, involving makeup, gasoline, chemicals, and countless other things need to be extracted, purified to go through a large process, and manufactured in an assembly line. At this point, an oversized chemical worker's barrel broke, nearly 10 meters in height, and fell to the ground dripping a dark yellow unknown object. Immediately, the ground reacted, emitting some white smoke and mixing with the bodies to produce some brown dissolving effects. The scene was one of screams, just like purgatory on earth. Ah, help! Help me! I don't want to die yet. I still have a wife and kids. A worker, covered in chemicals, watches as his skin gradually dissolves in the immersion, revealing ghastly white bones. He was full of fear. Help! Someone help me! I'll give you a promotion and a raise. The executive, who had lost his legs, collapsed in a pool of blood, his face pressed to the ground due to his bloated frame, leaving only half of his bloody face staring into a single eye. It was a hideous, horrible thing to say. However, in a life-and-death situation, no amount of promotions or raises could shake a person's resolve to try to escape, and they rushed outside like mad, with no regard for those around them, even pushing away, in order to escape with one hand. Let more people die horribly on the spot. A large amount of negative energy loomed overhead, laced with a variety of emotions, as if it were a dark black, flowing river. Inside, various faces kept popping up, not much different from ghosts. And the man who started it all. It's the monsters that stand out particularly prominently in the factory, covered in strange poison sacs that look creepy like blisters. The whole body was soaked in various chemicals and gave off a sickening odor. Xenobiotics. It's a monster transformed from a human through a special genetic virus, the equivalent of some Amazons, but with various animal traits all over its body. They correspond to sheep's head, pig's head, tiger's head, bear's head, and bat. These monsters are the strange creatures that appeared when Xiaoyang came to this world, by viral genes that constantly devour the negative energy generated by the people around them. Eventually, the infection develops, turns into an ugly half-human, half-animal monster that no longer relies on negative energy to satiate its stomach and gradually develops symptoms of cannibalism. To put it bluntly, it's an enhancement of Amazon, a damn thing born from the fusion of the oxygen disease strain and the negative energy absorbed by the alien beast. Strength is somewhere in between, stronger than oxymoron, weaker than altered beast. Hence the name Xenobiotics. Roar! A sharp, frenzied bark resounded through the factory, and then a humanoid monster, covered in black fur, was seen storming in. The hair was like steel needles, incomparably sharp, and the skin was extraordinarily tough. The muscles were more like a piece of steel, running on the ground to bring out a shock, growing a rounded black dog bear head. He raised his slender arm and opened his bloody mouth, attacking towards Xiao Yang's position. Faced with such an attack, Xiao Yang did not dodge in any way. He slid over the card box at his waist and ejected a card with an engraved arm pattern, catching it in a smooth manner and inserting it into the summoner. Mace to magic sky palm. Ha! As much as the garbage people are, they're still just garbage. The bear-man xenobiotic beast, in just a single glance, was like a black meteor going backwards, skidding across the ground at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Moment. Bang! Faster than he had come. He smashed into a large chemical pool, denting the iron as the bear-man xenobiotic took on a large shape. On his chest were bloody palm prints. It was at this time that the other xenobiotic beasts, too, noticed Xiao Yang's presence. There was a touch of ferocity in their gazes, and their entire bodies emitted a black aura. Armor. Is ing armor. Ah, I've been wanting to break you into pieces for a long time now. Let's see me beat you into scrap metal. A pigman xenobiotic beast with 2 sharp fangs in his mouth. He was bloated and full of fat, and seemed to be extraordinarily powerful. His hands were irregular pig's hooves, and he ran wildly toward the mace eldritch. However, the next second, bang! A hilarious and comical scene emerges. Wawa! The pigman xenobiotic beast. An oversized slap mark appeared on his face full of horizontal flesh, and flew out to the side more than 10 meters away, How arrogant he was when he came. Fly out as bad as you can. Seeing his companion like a human machine being swiped. This caused the 3 remaining exotic beasts to become furious. Just as they were about to surround the mace with the criminal sky, in a group, intending to rush up together and beat this obnoxious armor into scrap metal. A column of white light fell outside the chemical plant. A handsome-looking man came out from it, and as soon as he came up, he saw the 2 xenobiotic beasts that had fallen to the ground, as well as the mace that was surrounded by Tingtian. Immediately, everything became clear. Wu Dongshang took out his Wind Eagle Summoner and wore it on his wrist, automatically popping out a ring of metal bands as he shouted, "Wind Eagle Armor! Merge!" At a loud eagle whistle, a layer of azure armor spreads over his entire body, a white leather gauntlet on his chest, and his shoulders resembling an orange orb, with eagle talons wrapped tightly around the periphery. The helmet resembles the facial helmet of an eagle, and the armor as a whole is on the lighter side, very flexible looking, and carries 2 spiked silver iron wheels on the back. A mechanical beep sounded. Armor together. Without saying a word, a wooden character post appeared in front of him, and after he touched it with one hand, a long sword was formed from blue energy and worn on the back of his hand. Wind Eagle Sword. With a jump, he rose more than 10 meters in the air and landed on the beams of the room. The Wind Eagle Sword on the back of his hand changed slightly. The blade unfolded and recovered to the sides, turning into a crossbow-type weapon, aiming at the xenobiotic beasts surrounding Xiaoyang. Just a couple of energy rounds. Bang! Bang! Several shots landed on the xenobiotic beasts in succession, forcing them all back. It was evident that the empty great little prince still had some strength. The bat xenobiotic beast, spreading a pair of thin black wings, screaming, creating a subtle resonance and wave of sound, shattering the windshield 100 meters away. Ka! Spreading its wings and flying high, it swooped towards the Wind Eagle armor. Sharp barb-like claw blades wielded on a pair of thin wings like 2 weapons. Swish! Swish! Wu Dongshang quickly dodged it as he leapt down and rolled on the ground with his Wind Eagle crossbow in hand, aiming at the bat xenobiotic beasts in the sky and firing a few energy projectiles once again. 1 person and 1 beast were entangled like this, and it kind of shared some of the pressure for Xiaoyang. Chapter 33 1 against 4. The advantage is mine. Humph! It's really tough. Wu Dongshang snorted coldly as he held the Wind Eagle crossbow, constantly using the speed advantage of the Wind Eagle armor to weave his way through the narrow buildings, relying on the terrain advantage to play a holding role. He was looking for a key opportunity to kill this bat xenobiotic beast. Being of the same speed type, all that could be spelled out was the details. As for the big move, it's completely impossible to do a lock now. There is a high probability that it will be an empty move. Again, you have to wait for a suitable opportunity. You can't just mindlessly open it. Although Wu Dongshang was crowned the Little Prince of Air University, he was tactically fine. He just didn't expect the alien beasts to run so fast. On the contrary, Xiaoyang stood still. There wasn't any panic. In his eyes, these xenobiotic beasts were long dead. If he can run away, he loses. Sliding the card box at his waist again, he then ejected a card with a pistol engraved on it, which he squeezed between his palms and quickly inserted into the summoner. Mace to the Dragon. A dragon head pistol design appeared on the front of the summoner, and in just the blink of an eye, a brand new black and red pistol appeared in his right hand. Lines of energy flowed from it, a dragon's head-style shape, held in the hand aiming at the head of the Goatman xenobiotic, a dangerous aura on the pitch-black colored muzzle. A smile appeared on Xiaoyang's face. Human sheep, I'll bet my life against you. You're ing sick. I'm a monster. Don't think you can threaten me with a broken few pistols. We're invulnerable to knives and guns, and we're highly skilled. Even if you had a grenade launcher, you wouldn't be able to do me an ounce of damage. The human goat xenobiotic beast seemed to be in a bit of a panic, as he sensed a threat from death from that pitch-black colored gun muzzle. As if not dodging would really kill you. There's no mistaking that feeling. Xiaoyang was pulling the trigger. As the words fell, just bet. Will you die? What? Before the human sheep could react, the next second he heard a furious dragon-like gunshot, and a flower of blood blossomed from his forehead. Magic strike. The body lost the strength to support it and collapsed on the ground with a bang. His eyes gradually whitening upwards, and the human sheep with blood-colored fur all over his body had skin no less tough than steel. Available at... It's such a powerful presence. He was actually killed by the armor in front of him with a single shot. How can that be? It's a lie. The Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast. He froze in place. His eyes were filled with horror, realizing that the strength of the human sheep was actually comparable to theirs. It means that if this armor in front of you can do the job of easily striking a murderous goat, you can killing them like crushing ants. What? The human goat is dead. The Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast glanced at the fallen body on the ground. His eyes were still unbelievable, as if he couldn't accept such a reality. But Xiao Yang will not be soft. He took a step out, shifted and instantly flashed to the front of the Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast, and then the demonic heavenly palm stabbed out horizontally, and a sound could be heard at that moment. Ah! This palm penetrated the abdomen of the Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast, hard yanking a handful of intestines and gripping them out of his stomach, and the dragon annihilator was pressed against his head. The next second, the trigger was pulled. Bang! The blood-colored energy instantly pierced through the head of the Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast. He yelled in defiance. No! Calling Xiao Yang grabbed the head of the Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast, and then as a wave of the most evil intent energy materialized and unleashed, the demon heavenly palm slowly withdrew its force. The palm that shields the sky. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and the Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast exploded on the spot like a watermelon. The headless body fell to the ground, but this does not seem to be relieved. Xiao Yang lifted the dragon annihilator gun alignment toward the limbs first respectively to a shot. Bang! 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 The tendon was broken, then aimed at the third hand and killed it with an unforgiving shot, stepping over the body of the Tiger Man's xenobiotic and punching it through the chest. A heart with residual warmth was pulled out of it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Tiger Man's xenobiotic beast. Reward: 80 Daxia coins. It was placed in front of the human sheep whose life signs were disappearing, and just lightly squeezed it. Bang! Blood splattered all over his face. Ah! The man-goat screamed in terror as he desperately tried to get up from the ground, and even though there was a clear hole in his head, there was no stopping his tenacious will to escape. But he fails, and his weak strength cannot support the human sheep to stand up. Instead, he fell to the ground again, like a maggot. Keep crawling forward. But a big foot stepped on his head, trying to run. Where to? Xiao Yang raised the dragon annihilator to the back of his head and slid his left hand across the card box at his waist. Swish! A card popped up, a pattern of a bullet being fired, and when he inserted it into the summoner, it showed a recharge mode. Energy fill, 100%. Dark light blast. With the trigger pulled. Boom! The human sheep was blown into a mess of rotten meat on the spot, and a 5-meter-high mushroom cloud vacated the spot, with an explosion power equivalent to the energy of 10 missiles. It made an echo resonate through the chemical plant. When the pigman and bearman xenomorphs looked back to their little friend, they found the Tiger Man, who was their big brother, in a pool of blood, turned into a headless corpse. And the human sheep. It was a miserable death. There's not even a crumb left. Ah, big brother, second brother. You dead mother's armor. I'm going to make you pay for this. Give me hate. The pigman xenobiotic beast, as if he had exploded into some kind of potential. He took a step on the ground and his body's muscles skyrocketed. It reached over 3 meters. A face of horizontal flesh trembled along with his words, and I don't know if he was pissed off or what, but it looked even creepier anyway. The pigman xenobiotic beast leaped up 15 meters high, raised its legs and sat with its big but toward the mace to the criminal sky, seemingly wanting to crush with absolute strength. But something unexpected happened. See only. Xiao Yang was not slow and raised his magic sky palm aiming at the pigman xenobiotic beast in the sky. Didn't even bother to take a close look. Griffin. Crossing the card case at his waist, a palm-printed card was inserted into the summoner. Then, infinite energy was gathered from the devil sky palm, forming a giant palm print that was 10 meters high and 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, slamming towards the pigman xenobiotic beast. Demon Destroyer Palm. Boom! Under the dazzling explosion of dark black energy, it instantly lit up the entire ceiling, causing both the Wind Eagle armor and the Bat Xenobiotic beast, who were fighting soundly in the distance, to freeze in their tracks. Not Buddy. Something blew up. Suddenly, a charred, blackened pig's hoof fell in front of a beast and an armor. The two men looked at each other before meeting each other's eyes and seemed to have some brain dangling. This is your brother, right? Wu Dongsher was the first to ask. Brother. The bat xenobiotic beast's face was red and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down as he clenched his sharp teeth and pointed at the winged eagle armor angrily. How dare you insult my brother? He has died so tragically. I can't believe I have to be ridiculed by a punk like you. Ah, die for me. The bat xenobiotic beast suddenly went berserk and tore towards the winged eagle armor recklessly, waving its claw blades randomly and venting the emotions in its heart. The brother who had accompanied him for many years had died just like this. This was definitely an incomparably heavy blow to the bat xenobiotic beast. And this broken then armor. I can't believe they used such a mocking, cold tone. It was simply too much. Wu Dongsher was all confused. What did he do? Just let this one be so sharp-eyed and straight-up stormy. Not buddy. What did I do? Holy. I didn't kill your brother. Why are you fighting with me? Ah. No, are you being reasonable or not? Ah. Damn you, what's a dog barking at? You really think I don't have a temper, don't you? Wu Dongsher was also enraged. A monk who doesn't make a move really thinks he's a vegetarian. Chapter 34. Bull. If you don't die, I'll die. There were only 2 major xenobiotic beasts left on the scene, the bats and the bears, and the remaining 3 were all killed by Xiaoyang with a single move, and managed to collect the daxia coins that were rewarded out. Total, 240W. Either that or it's quicker to kill xenobiotics and get rich. Lizai, tell me, how do you want to die? Xiaoyang leisurely stepped out, holding the dragon annihilator gun, his whole body exuding an aura of supreme evil, and unfolding an X-shaped armor emblem behind him. The mace is used in the art of killing. He unfolded his arms and spoke in a muffled, cold voice. You have violated the galactic law of justice, the unforgivable sin. Born a xenobiotic beast, I, the mace by the penitentiary, declare that you are stripped of all your rights, to exterminate and reopen you. Ambush. Listening to the speech directly to the bearman xenobiotic beast's small brainstem shriveled. How he felt a little wrong. What do you mean born a xenobiotic beast? There's something wrong with being a xenobiotic. Could it be that all of us xenobiotic beasts deserve to die? The bearman xenobiotic beast still wanted to make a last flicker of struggle. He really didn't want to die, especially the dead on arrival kind. But who knows? An unhesitating reply shattered all illusions of the bearman xenobiotic. Crap. If you don't die, should I? Xiao Yang's voice filled with teasing rang out, and the invisible field instantly enveloped the bearman oxymore, and everything within 100 meters was wrapped in. Unless he's beaten, or don't even think about leaving. This is the dominance of the must-kill technique. You're being unreasonable. Die laughing. You're a xenobiotic beast, talking nasty sense to me. Xiaoyang walked forward with his hands spread out. The bearman xenomorphs were dumbfounded. You dare to curse the galactic enforcer. The offense is aggravated. I'm ing. Speak out of turn. And you're guilty of a second-degree offense. You. Waste of time, counting offenses and liquidating them together. Ambush. Xiaoyang looked helpless, as if he was really forced to kill for the sake of law enforcement. But the corners of his mouth under his helmet were rising. It was his happiest day, until, near death, the bearman xenobiotics finally understood everything. The owner in this armor had no intention of letting him go. It was just teasing him the whole time. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. I'll fight you. The bearman xenobiotic beast recklessly rushed towards Xiaoyang, opening its bloody mouth about to tear at the mace to Interceptor's X-type shoulder protector. When you were killing them, has it ever occurred to you that a man can be killed or dishonored? Xiaoyang smiled indifferently. The mace in his hand with the demon heavenly sword appeared in just an instant. It went straight through the belly of the bearman xenobiotic beast without any hesitation. The downward spiral was very decisive, with a twist of the sword hilt. Turning from vertical to horizontal caused the bearman xenobiotic beast to stare in agony, using its entire body strength, desperately tearing a bite out of the mace to Interceptor's shoulder. Ka! Bite on the shoulder, only feel is a piece of millennium cold iron. Froze shivering a few mouth, did not bite out a little trace out, only some with blood saliva. Why the blood? Of course I was beaten. Little twerp. Sheltering sky palm. Woa! A palm slapped on the throat of the bear man xenobiotic beast, only to see him spewing out large mouthfuls of blood, his breath instantly wilting, like that of a candle in the wind. The body shook, as the mace was drawn with the devil's heavenly sword. Xiao Yang kicked at the bear man xenobiotic beast. Not worthy of sympathy at all, he wanted to go directly to Tokyo, but it was because the sudden appearance of these disrupted the plan. Enough to prove one thing: all the monsters are a bunch of damn. A sword chopped down again. The body is separated. As the mace disappeared with the interdictor's definitive death technique, the only thing left behind was a body that had lost various parts and was mutilated. It's like a big rooster that's been scalded with boiling water and served with plucking benefits. It's a great picture. And at the same time, everything that happened before the opening of the surefire technique. Wu Dongshang wielded the wind eagle sword and slashed at the bat xenobiotic beast a few times in succession until white smoke and sparks were emitted. After causing some damage, he had only just kicked over the bat xenobiotic beast with a wind eagle kick. Then add a wind eagle dart and a set of silky little combos thrown out. Swish! Swish! The bat xenobiotic beast had just stood up and took 2 hard shots of wind eagle darts. Several transparent holes also appeared on its thin wings. A pair of date-red eye pupils carried anger and unwillingness. Roaring, he swooped down onto the wind eagle armor and struck it several times in succession, tearing at the arm. Die for me. Why, you couldn't die sooner. Ah! This scene could scare Wu Dongshang. He panicked and held the wind eagle sword in front of him, and with a move of the wind eagle kick once again kicked away the bat xenobiotic beast. You're the one who's going to die, aren't you? Taking advantage of the moment when the bat xenobiotic beast fell to the ground, Wu Dongshang quickly stepped forward, and the wind eagle sword swung and slashed at his chest, cutting out a bloody scar. Blood continued to pour out, adding a new wound to the bat alien beast's body. The bat exotic beast knew that he was undefeatable. After the frenzy just now, he had regained some of his sanity. When he saw the mace with the interdictory certainty technique, his pupils then snapped shut. Suffered. It's something horrible. Did. Fourth brother, too. As soon as he thought of this, fear immediately flooded his entire brain, leaving the bat xenobiotic beast unmotivated to fight any longer. And that's when he realized. It turned out that in the desperate fight just now, he had consumed most of the wind eagle armor's energy and beat his opponent to a burst of exhaustion though. But you're covered in wounds yourself. Eyes on the big wreck. No, I'm leaving. From the moment that thought appeared, the bat xenobiotic beast found his senses, and he quickly took to the air to take advantage of the sky. But a few transparent holes broke in the thin wings, drastically reducing flight speed and altitude, but he was still able to evacuate out, taking advantage of that horrible armor to draw out, run. And Wu Dongsher wasn't one to eat. He couldn't tolerate it when he saw the bat xenobiotic beast spreading its wings and chased after himself and punched him for half a day. As a result, now say go. You've got to be kidding me. Wu Dongshang immediately twisted the spinning wheel at his waist, and an azure blue thorn post appeared in front of him. And as the wind eagle sword lightly touched on it, it transformed into countless crystalline energies that merged into the entire weapon. Countless channels of azure energy, coalescing into long sharp spikes around him, raised the wind eagle sword in the direction of the bat xenobiotic beast that was fluttering in the sky. Windjammer. Push forward with a sharp thrust. With a loud eagle whistle. Wow! The wind-piercing thorn was instantly launched, countless long sharp thorns all propelled towards the air, storming over at an extremely fast speed, bound to penetrate the bat exotic beast. Feel the threat from death. The bat xenobiotics were alarmed. He was so scared that his pants were a little wet. Fortunately, with the advantage of the air, he rushed to turn the direction, toward the far side to disappear. As for the wind-piercing stab, there was some residual power running through his thin wings, but it wasn't enough to completely disable his ability to fly. At best, he would fly shorter. The mind perceives the aftermath of fear. Damn. It's a good thing that Sabi armor doesn't know how to preempt or be accurate. Otherwise, I'll just really mail it. The bat xenobiotic beast, with a kind of post-hijacking joy, quickly swept through the gates of the chemical plant and headed for the free skies in the distance. Saw the scene. Wu Dongsher's face was worse than eating fly, a big shot of his own. I can't believe I didn't even scrape the skin off my feet. Damn it. It was so close. Empty big time. P.S. 7 consecutive chapters of updates. I'm begging for a bounty, a package, and a catch-up. Give me your attention, wahahaha. Validation data is important. I hope you keep up with the chase. The author will try to cheer. Chapter 35. Remember, you can't turn it on later. Want to go? Asked me. Xiao Yang's morose voice came out from the mace to the criminal sky as he lifted the Dragon Annihilator spear and aimed it at the figure in the sky that kept disappearing far away. A bullet-patterned card deck, inserted into the summoner. Magic strike, with a roar like an angry dragon. Roar! From the black-colored muzzle of the gun. A bright red pillar of light burst out, and in just a breath, it penetrated through the back of the bat xenobiotic beast, exploding into blood. The pupils of his date red eyes were filled with unbelief. As the thin wings stalled, they glided down towards the ground. A sense of weightlessness followed. Vitality is constantly being stripped away. Bang! He smashed down in a wooded area kilometers away, life or death unknown. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bat xenobiotic beast. Reward: 80 W Daxia coins. The balance came to 5 million. With the crisis lifted, Xiao Yang then revisited the scene. See only. Bones all over the place. Various chemicals flowed on the ground, corroding everything within reach, and a few corpses showed white bones with bloody flesh. The tragedy is nothing less than a terrorist attack. Though I was able to recognize it in time and prevent a greater tragedy from occurring. But it takes time for alien energy to spread, and light is certainly fast. After all, it was impossible to arrive at the scene earlier. Xiao Yang felt regret. He's not a god even if he's strong. Can't do it to reverse time and space, much less rewrite everything. This is not a so-called special drama, but the real world. There is no such thing as a hero saving a real monster attack. Every time it was accompanied by misery. When Wu Dongshang saw the mace to Interceptor's back, he carefully surveyed the features on the other party and found a very coincidental thing. That is, it was actually roughly the same armor as the one that attacked Bei Miao. Not only was it black and purple in appearance, but Cuckoo was smoking black. It revealed an air of villainy from head to toe. Most importantly, this particular energy that was so violent that it was somewhat out of control. Wu Dongshang said in a deep voice, "It was you who attacked Bei Miao." Huh. Xiao Yang only gave a cold smile. He turned to look at Wu Dongshang. On the scarlet goggles was a bloodthirsty killing intent. In just a blink of an eye, Mace Elemental Heaven arrived in front of the Wind Eagle armor and stretched out the demonic heavenly palm to grab Wu Dongshang's neck and lift it up. Who the told you to turn it up? Question mark. Wu Dongshi's cerebellum shriveled a bit, and he thought of countless images and possibilities. But the only thing he didn't think of was that the first sentence was questioning himself. Why the big move? See that he is silent. Xiao Yang became even more furious. Answer me. That bat monster, flying in the sky just now, would have been hard to hit if I hadn't used the wind-piercing spike. Wu Dongshi ghostly answered Xiao Yang, and he didn't even know why he answered this terrifying armor in front of him. Xiao Yang sniffed as he smacked a spear elbow into the Wind Eagle armor's facial helmet. Bang! Sparks flew in all directions. Wu Dongshi flew backwards 5 meters to the side, knocking over a row of cargo racks and collapsing into some cluttered items, feeling the fiery pain in his face. Just about to get angry. However, recalling the huge gap in strength between the two, as well as the tragic situation of Bei Miao and Li Xinan, if they really wanted to fight, they were afraid that they would not be striking a stone with an egg. Plus, the Wind Eagle armor energy was almost at the bottom. Waste! This tirade. This made Wu Dongshi's face embarrassed, although he did not say that he was how good he was. But at least he had played a little role. Why was this man even cursing himself? It was almost as unreasonable as that bat xenobiotic beast. Xiao Yang walked up to Wu Dongshang. He stepped on the iron breastplate of the Wind Eagle armor, and a disdainful cold smile appeared on his face. First, you need to get one thing straight. It was Bei Miao who attacked me, not me who deliberately picked a fight. As for you, if you want to take revenge for that cutie who held up the water shadow stone and transformed, revenge, then feel free to come at me. I'm ready to go all the way. When he finished, he moved his feet. Turning around, he intended to leave. Wu Dongshi's eyes were filled with shock. That's a completely different version than what River North said. Didn't Xiaoyang attack Bei Miao first? Instead, Bei Miao hit Xiaoyang first? Wait a minute. Then why can't I turn it up? Wu Dongshi was still very confused. Is there anything wrong with him turning on his big move to hit the xenobiotics? Can clearly see that Xiao Yang's elbow, clearly because of his own use of wind-piercing spikes to attack the xenobiotic beast. But what is the reasoning? Xiao Yang didn't even look back. Because you're called the little prince of empty grandeur. Opening wide is bound to be empty, and there's a certain amount of backswing, so I suggest you don't open wide indiscriminately in the future. As soon as the words left his mouth, he walked out of the chemical factory, no longer paying attention to the wind eagle armor that fell into the waste behind him, letting Wu Dongshang pursue the matter. Neither got the next response. Outside the chemical plant, a siren sounded. Duh! Red and blue double flashing lights lit up on the roof of the car. Numerous police cars surrounded the entire chemical plant, and the guard force was abundant in Dacia. There was an accident the minute before. You must be there in 10 minutes. Only to see a line of armed SWAT officers descending from the car in unison. Standing with his blast shield in front of him, he crouched on the ground and stood at attention. Assault rack rifles were on top, infrared rays fell on the factory entrance, ready to target suspects at a moment's notice, and there were several ambulances outside the police line. On the stretcher lay the worker, carried by 2 white-clad nurses to be loaded into the ambulance. Ready. Prepare. Targets appear. The SWAT officers held up their guns and shields with great concentration, with the air of a man who would fight the terrorists to the death, their fingers pressed down on the triggers. Next, only a figure was seen coming out of the factory, carrying a charred black body, dragging it outward, only to see that the body was shaped like a tiger, but there was no head. The lower 3 roads are also empty. Pop! The bodies of the Tiger Man xenobiotic beasts were thrown on the ground like garbage. The mace disintegrates naturally with a criminal, revealing a young, clean-shaven face, looking like a recent high school graduate, with a plain black lab coat on, and a gusty wind blowing the hair into a micro-part. Xiao Yang did not take off his waist summoner. Instead, notice the red dots aiming all over your body. He walked over to the body, 1 foot on it. Police officers, I want a reward. The room was deathly silent. They stared at Xiao Yang as if they were looking at a monster. Eyes filled with horror. This ing. I can't believe it's something a high school student could do. You are not afraid at all. You. A high school student, a female police officer, walked to the front of the line. She stared at the breezy Xiao Yang in front of her with a hint of scrutiny. Recent years. Dacia wasn't really as stable as it appeared to be, with all sorts of monsters popping up all over the place. Especially some ugly things called xenobiotics and oculus. They can disguise themselves as humans and infiltrate into society, always creating crises. It's an extremely dangerous species. Yes and no. To be precise, I'm a high school student who got into a 985 college. It's the future flower of the motherland. Xiao Yang just wanted to clasp his hands to his chest. Put on a pussy. Results. Ka-ching. A pair of silver bracelets were put on. Xiao Yang. Please accept police cooperation in the investigation. The policewoman showed no mercy, even if it was an armored warrior, but this cuckoo-smoking black stuff. He told you, it's the good guys. Do you believe that? It's more than villainous, it's ing villainous. And who in their right mind would summon someone to come out carrying a headless body? The lower 3 are all karmed off. P.S. There are 2 more chapters to follow, posted during the day. I'm going to play a game. Chapter 36 You, Born to be an Emperor. Heavenly Tao Emperor. P.S. Add a little bit of fun plot or it will just get boring if it's too cliched. Wu Dong shirt when he came out. Someone was seen sitting in a police car, gesturing with the intentional ability to open the window at the silver bracelets on both hands. By 1 step ahead. The great and little prince of the air. Wu Dongshi remained silent as he took out a certificate. After police investigation, it was confirmed to be a member of the ERP base. Therefore, no arrests were made. Name: Xiao Yang. Age: 18. Address: Hope City. Occupation: student. Where do you go to school? Gender: woman. Comrade Xiao Yang, please be serious. You started the joke. Xiao Yang was speechless the entire time. He couldn't figure out one thing with the silver bracelet on. Why would he get caught in it? Wu Dongshi, however, didn't come in. Damn. Bullying the honest man. The female police officer inquired about Xiao Yang's file and found that the information all matched. and then used a precision instrument to test it. Found out it was indeed a person. Summoner hand it over. Question mark. Don't get me wrong. It's a test and it's yours. You know, that's not going to happen. That. No more fun with you, bye. After Xiaoyang finished, he then, at some point, broke free of the silver bracelet. Behind them appeared a red gold door organized by light and shadow stickers. After walking backwards inside, he waved his hand. Trying to trick me into summoning an artifact. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. In another life. After saying that, he raised his head and left. But the female officer was dumbfounded. She had never seen such divine tactics before. But when he reacted, he was frowning. Xiaoyang, is it? Armor summoners in an informal organization, it seems, for that matter. Need to find the ERP base to interrogate. The door to the interrogation room opened. A man with a country face stepped out and said with some seriousness, "Armor summoners have always been a great weapon against the monsters. Also a hero for protecting the city. But he was too young after all. As described by the survivors at the scene, he struck out very viciously and assaulted Wu Dongshi, an official member of the ERP base. It's a civil armor summoner who disobeys management." What does it mean? The female officer was a little puzzled. The man said in a serious tone, "Every armor, if you want to summon it, you need to have the conditions. And this college student named Xiaoyang is full of unknowns. Too young. If possible, the above suggests that he should go back to school and continue his education, and in the future perhaps have a chance to get a PhD. He is academically gifted and has been touted and loved by many teachers. So powerful." The female officer was a bit surprised as she continued. But looking at him, it seems impossible for him to hand over the armor summoner. It doesn't matter, as long as he joins the ERP base. After the man finished speaking, he left the interrogation room, and his reason for telling the female officer this was simple. That is, execution of tasks. But they overlooked one thing, and that was that Xiaoyang was also unlikely to join the ERP base. The mace to punish the world for the faces it hides. Fear nothing. Xiaoyang returned home. Old Den, how does it feel? He held up a black and purple QR code in his hand. It doesn't stop spinning. Feelings. The body is hollowed out. Ares hadn't even absorbed much of the negative energy, and while there was horror and despair in the chemical plant, it had all been devoured by the xenobiotics. The few scraps that were left were not enough to replenish what was needed. He's had a hard life. When are you going to Tokyo? Dawn. To the end. No kidding. Xiaoyang lay down on the bed and soon fell into dreamland. No matter how much Ares shouted, he didn't give a damn. In the dream world, all he felt was that his body kept falling. The whole body is in a sense of weightlessness. Suddenly, the eyes snapped open. Seen. There's a world of white, as if situated on top of a mountain. What is this place? According to the words described in the special drama, it is very similar to the residence of the old man of Kamiyama. Is it? Meaning legacy? After all, even though I have the perfect 5 elemental bloodline, I have not inherited the combat experience and life skills of the descendants of the Light and Shadow Village for thousands of years. It's clearly out of character. Xiaoyang was calmly analyzing the fact that there were more than just white clouds at the bottom of his feet. There are also horizontal surfaces, like mirrors reflecting another view. The ultimate emperor. This heavenly armor, which actually overlapped with the soles of Xiaoyang's feet, lurked in the water, as if it was another very different destiny and mission. Xiaoyang didn't notice this. After all, who's a good guy squatting down to observe? Whoever you are, come out. Xiaoyang took a fighting stance and looked around left and right. It was as bright as day here, but a layer of dense mist appeared ahead. A figure stepped out vaguely from inside. It was the crane-haired old man. The white beard was very long and a pure white Taoist robe, like a Taoist master who had traveled from ancient times to modern times. Those who are familiar with the special features will definitely recognize it. The old man of God's mountain. He's a top-notch outlier for light and shadow summoners. Definitely called it. Has an inheritor with 5 bloodlines at the same time finally appeared. When the old man from the divine mountain walked up to Xiaoyang, he felt the strong 5 elemental bloodline on the other party, and then he immediately stared, as if he was looking at something. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. Light and shadow have been balanced since the beginning of time, and you, how dare you break the laws of all things? Humph, what a balance. The monsters should all die. and the shadow is destined to live only in the shroud of light. Xiaoyang sneered and withdrew his fighting stance. Instead, he clasped his hands to his chest. As the heir to the perfect five elements bloodline, he was the future emperor. As for the light balance, at this point he was firm. There was no need for altered beasts to exist at all. They should all be sealed and killed. Let them regret coming into the world. The divine mountain elder sniffed, and he did not say anything more on this point. A firm resolve cannot be easily shaken by a few words. You, born a king. What a royal. The so-called emperor is one who is born with the appearance of a king. The existence that commands all armor to destroy the shadow demons has not seen one in 1,000 years. The old man from the divine mountain immediately exclaimed, "And you are the innate emperor, favored by the five elements of qi. They are destined to be extraordinary. Even if you do nothing, you can reap an extraordinary amount of wealth, and even physical fitness that far exceeds that of normal people. Even without the shadow demon appearing, you will still live a happy, fulfilling life." These words had undoubtedly ignited the bomb in Xiaoyang's heart. But I failed to guard her. Even if you have the strongest bloodline in the world, what's the point? Ugh, the old man from the divine mountainside. Even the most perfect five elemental bloodline is just an ordinary person before it is stimulated. I can feel that the good and evil qi in your body are constantly fighting. It will twist your mind and make you extreme. But it gave me strength, the strongest force that can do anything to reform everything. Lean into it to accomplish everything I want to do. Xiaoyang had an extra pair of darkness interdictor summoners in his hand, which he placed in front of him, as if mocking the uselessness of light. If the price for protecting loved ones was to fall into darkness, he would rather be the greatest evil in the world. This is wrong. The pupils of the old man of God's mountain shrank. This armor summoner, although it appeared from nowhere, was stained with the aura of sin and evil. Definitely not a good thing. But also, as Xiaoyang described, it did protect everything he wanted to protect. Good and evil are just a thought away. I don't care about that. Xiaoyang retrieved the dark criminal sky summoner and turned around, intending to leave. There's no point in talking about it when the philosophy is different. Wait a minute. The old man of the divine mountain, however, called out to Xiaoyang as he said in a deep voice, "There is only one emperor in this world, and fate will guide you to the right path. Let everything be left all to time to verify." That's right. Xiaoyang turned back as he walked back up to the old man of the divine mountain to receive the true inheritance of the light and shadow, as well as in every bloodline. The most supreme treasure. Light and shadow village corresponds to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the descendants can inherit the corresponding bloodline. For thousands of years, they have had various fighting instincts, life skills, and some inherited memories, and they understand the responsibility and mission they are carrying. How much can be inherited depends on how pure the bloodline possessor is, and why the heirs of the five bloodlines are far beyond the other summoners. Herein lies the core reason. He can inherit the rich combat experience of the five villages of light and shadow for thousands of years. How much one could comprehend all depended on the purity of the bloodline. What is a perfect five-element bloodline? What makes a king? Exactly. True nirvana growth lies in the bloodline. This is the core truth in the special drama Inferno Dragon and the big movie Emperor, including the will of the summoner. As it happens, I have both, perfectly inheriting thousands of years of combat experience in the bloodline of light and shadow. The highest, strongest, and most evil emperor was born. It's a big gamble. Xiaoyang's existence has already affected the shadow. If the light is still so weak, the end will only be the destruction of the road can go, and the power of the emperor. It's the endgame that can change everything. This power, too, rightfully belongs to him. Tendo Imperial Armor. P.S. All plots are plausible, and are found in the specials. The balance of yin and yang is true, but the Emperor of the Bright Realm came down to storm the Shadow Demon sect. It's also true. Chapter 37 Me. Acting on behalf of heaven, the General Secretary of everything. As Xiaoyang woke up, it was already early morning. The first rays of sunlight poured through the window and he stretched out a hand to feel the warmth. Ha! The feeling of power. It's wonderful. Rolling out of bed, he pulled back the curtains to bathe his entire body in sunlight. Look to the alarm clock on the bedside table. 9 o'clock. Xiaoyang walked towards the washroom and spent half an hour to dress himself up. It was mainly to wash away the exertion of the past 2 days, and with his amazing physical fitness, getting wet wouldn't make him sick, but he would always get dirty. As for breakfast, it was not eaten. Not much of an appetite. He put on his black lab coat with one hand and pushed open the door to welcome a brand new day. Pop! Snapped his fingers. A golden light patch appeared in front of him, the parts on the corners expanding towards the perimeter to a height of 2 meters. From there, you can see the other side of the world. At this point, in the capital of a small country, a golden door appears on a high iron tower in Tokyo. Xiao Yang stepped out from it, arriving in the territory in a matter of thousands of miles in an instant with just one step. A golden aura crossed the sky, only to see the Emperor's colt weave through a golden light patch and begin to change its form, expanding to more than 10 meters long. Roar! The mechanical dragon's head was high and yang with sharp horns. Its body changed slightly, and its tail followed to pull God, revealing 4 dragon claws, hovering on Xiao Yang's side. A pair of blue crystal-colored vertical pupils reflected supreme might, and in just a moment of appearance, a majestic foreign energy was born. The Emperor's war dragon of light. Xiao Yang slowly raised his small arms. Fingers rubbed lightly. Pop! Emperor's magnetic field. Terrifying golden energy materialized and manifested. Forming a barrier as high as tens of thousands of meters, it vibrated out from Xiao Yang's entire body. In an instant, it enveloped all of Tokyo. See only. What had been an incredibly bustling city was massively paralyzed in an instant, with the loss of power supply and signal blockage causing the towers to malfunction. It was a moment of panic that spread through the city. While Xiao Yang stood at the top of the tower, he held the dark purple genetic code aloft with one hand, from which a powerful suction force emanated, constantly devouring the negative energy. Yes, Ares absorbed negative energy with impunity. The cause of his day is the fruit of his day. Self-inflicted. Xiao Yang did not show any mercy. The power of the Emperor's magnetic field was enough to paralyze the entire Tokyo for 3 days, and it was enough for harvesting negative energy. No one knows where this magnetic field is coming from. Lower city. The people standing on the ground saw a shimmering light come on from a high tower. Someone took out their cell phone to take a picture, and after zooming in they finally got a good look at a divine dragon perched on top, and a human standing at the top. They realized something. Available at... And what can be changed? Ah, what's that in the sky? Could it be a dragon? This must be Eastern witchcraft. OMG. Why is he standing so high up? Isn't he afraid of falling to his death? Unbelievable. Big drop barf buddy. Mommy, I saw a dragon. Silly boy. There are no dragons in the world. Nanny. Xiao Yang did not pay attention to the small days on the ground. In his eyes these things, not even considered a living creature, even if it is a dead piece. It has nothing to do with him either. Ding. Trigger mission. System, you hit me in the face. Didn't you? Xiao Yang felt a little bad. After all, triggering a system quest on a small day, the probability was to kill the xenomorphs and lurk in the crowd. Because of his Emperor's magnetic field, he had just detected a few of them in passing. Ding. Killed the xenomorph. Detected that the host is naturally incompatible with the small days. It is possible to ignore the others. The dark side system has no need for pity or mercy. Reward? Carrying pocket. Xenomorphs? Ha! Then let's give the little days a little descending blow of pleasure. A golden belt appeared around his waist with a 9-colored glow, with the taiji at the center and 5 types of wafers spread around it, making the whole thing dazzling. Corresponding to Inferno Dragon, Wind Eagle, Black Rhinoceros, Earth Tiger, Snow Mastiff. Xiao Yang reached out and brushed the Emperor's belt. An abundance of power spread through the body as if it was inexhaustible. He's excited. It's stronger than the mace to Interceptor. The golden door unfolded again, and he took a step inside, arriving at a large school in an instant as his feet landed on the ground. See only. It was the time of the physical education class. The youthful and lively students were chasing and playing in the playground while they were wearing white school uniforms. The uniform is black shorts and skirts. Both men and women are wearing thigh-high socks. As to why, this is something that Xiao Yang really can't figure out. Feeling very anti-human is all. The girls do look good. But where are the boys? It's like a little day in the life. Huh? Why isn't this student wearing a school uniform? And why is there a golden door behind him, and there's a city outside? Nanny, isn't this a tall tower? How come it's the top in the gate? There was a gasp of surprise from the male students as they stepped forward and boldly observed. Hey, 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 why is that big dragon moving? It can't be some kind of 3D projection feature. Unbelievable. Wow. Soga. Made of solid gold. The gym student squatted next to Xiao Yang and scrutinized the imperial belt around his waist with a country bumpkin, unseen look. And Xiao Yang didn't bother with him. At this time, a pretty-faced female student went forward to stop Xiao Yang front road. He just wanted to slap it away. A note was handed over. Please take it. In Xiao Yang's speechless eyes, the female classmate trotted away. A moment of puzzlement. Open the note and read it. What bird language? Aries swept a glance as he looked contemptuous. Thanks to you being a college student, you can't even read this Japanese. It's simple. She said. Can we make friends? You're smart, all right? Xiao Yang wouldn't get serious with old men who had lived for thousands of years and had years of experience. Casually, he threw the note away. The girl hiding behind the tree saw it and her eyes fell more than a little. The first time I initiated a friendship, I was rejected. I'm not mistaken. Yuna-san was rejected just like that. Yuna-san, but the goddess of my heart. Luckily, she was rejected. She would actually confess to a stranger. Hey, hey, hey. Words. No one is allowed in the school, right? Who is he? Is it a new student? A male student, clearly a little upset, seemed to take on a slightly jealous tone. It should be. It looks quite young. It's just that the temperament is a bit cold. Some not too good to talk like. Just now did not feel. Yeah, it's feeling a little eerie right now. Can a girl as cute as Yuna Sakurai be rejected? It's unbelievable. A murmur of murmurs rang in his ears. Xiao Yang was too lazy to spray. What a load to be a goddess. Probably a schoolgirl. Boom! Ear-splitting explosions resounded out from the school building not far away. This scene immediately froze many of the students in the playground, and their eyes widened when they subconsciously went to look. It was obvious that they didn't know what was happening. And under the perception of Xiao Yang's Emperor's magnetic field. It's the xenomorphs. They felt the all-encompassing coverage of the Emperor's magnetic field, pressed to the point of gasping for air, and were forced to reveal their true forms, withdrawing from their disguises as humans. Xiao Yang walked unhurriedly. Suddenly the hand was pulled. He didn't bother to turn around. Off. Don't. You can't go over there. 3 seconds. It's a xenomorph. A lot of these monsters have appeared in the school. They'll eat any student who comes near them. So run with me. Please. Giving face. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yang raised his hand and easily pushed down the strange student who grabbed his hand. Only in the process it touched something warm and soft, much like a freshly baked bun. Doesn't matter. Off. I'm sorry. Yuna Sakurai bowed her head and apologized. Xiao Yang no longer paid any attention to it, and the Emperor's belt slightly lit up with a layer of divine light. What a load of xenomorphs. I'll break it with my own punch. But until then, stall for time. Try to make the damage as big as possible. Only then can you harvest the negative energy. Good people I'm going to be. Bad guys. I'll do it just the same. After all, you don't deserve sympathy. Aries work? It hasn't stopped. P.S. The different storylines are meant to be a relief when you're used to watching specials. Seek to catch up on your work. Ask for a reward. Please pay attention. I can navigate any plot and guarantee a good time. Chapter 38 I am the Ultimate Emperor. Ultimate Emperor. There's no beating it. Xiao Yang walked forward smoothly as a burst of radiant golden light appeared all over his body. First, the armor on the eagle's arms, constantly combining to expand. Micro opened some harsh feather spikes, and then the chest appeared red golden armor, patterned to see the overall dominance of the side. Then, it was the mastiff back assembly that appeared. Formed by golden energy, it was called a thick. Even a round of armor bombing may not be able to cause a trace of damage. On both shoulders, the tiger's head cannon was put together from precision parts, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that glared outward. Then came the appearance of sharp feathered wings on either side of the mastiff's back, connecting with the dragon head helmet and making a mechanical sound. Swish! The dark red goggles were faintly illuminated. Rhino legs appeared in a flash. The knees were 2 taiji diagrams, full of mystery, and the armor as a whole was full of a kingly appearance. Heavy boots hit the ground. Mechanical sound is playing. Armor together. Berserk energy exploded out in all directions. This is Masked Knight. It's a great hero who guards mankind, so he has such a layer of identity. Sakurai Yuna sat on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with a kind of adoration as she looked up at this armor filled with a supreme aura. It didn't seem to be angry because of the rough behavior just now. As for why she would seek out Xiao Yang to initiate friendships, it is something that is worth looking into, and it is very surprising to see a hint of amazement. The surrounding students, from the moment they saw the ultimate emperor, their entire body's blood seemed to boil. There was nothing but shock in their eyes. They had never seen such dominating armor before. If it was the Masked Knight, it was just too much of a hint of jaw-dropping shock. In this world, there are masked riders, but the same. Yet they were all low-grade goods, and there was no such thing as a level drive similar to the Paintbrush General or the Nine-Tailed Extreme Fox. There was no desire contest either. Neither did the big steel guns. It's simply overbearing. Nanny, how can there be such a handsome armor? The energy emanating from their body, so strong. Just a single strand shattered the window. A young day old, who saw the glass of a side school building being instantly shattered, stared wide-eyed as if he had seen something terrible. Masked Rider! Masked Rider! Soga! Defeat him! Big hero Masked Rider! Great! It's the big heroes protecting the city. We're saved. Yippee yippee! At those words, Xiao Yang, however, was just filled with disdain, laughing at the stupidity of these people. What a masked knight! I'm a passing armored warrior. As soon as the words fell, they saw a blackened humanoid mantis rushing out from the school building, opening a mouthful of sharp, dense teeth like a mad brute, crashing indiscriminately towards the little days in front of them. Roar! A piercing scream came from ear tripping, as unpleasant as a cat scratching glass. Ah! A small day in the way was bitten on the neck on the spot, tearing off large mouthfuls of flesh and blood with a violent bite, and greedily feasting on it. Blood gushed out of his neck like a shower, and the mantis monster yanked his little life across the room until he ran wildly in front of the ultimate emperor. Reaching out with two scythe-like hands, he ripped off half of the body with one hand. The watermelon-like head rolled to the ground. Roar! With a ghostly cry, the mantis monster slammed into the ultimate emperor's body and came crashing down on it, kicking up a cloud of dust all over the sky. The concrete instantly cracked. But when the dust settles, it's a different story. Only the ultimate emperor, with one hand around the neck of the mantis monster, held it high in the air like he was looking at a piece of trash in his gaze. Scornfully, he said, "What a mole! It's more than twice as weak as even the xenobiotic beasts, so I'm afraid it's not going to have to sit at the table with those garbage orcas." How is that possible? The mantis monster was stunned. He had never imagined that one day he would be easily choked and held high in the air by a suit of armor. Like a toy. What's going on? The mantis monster quickly swung its scythe and slashed at the ultimate emperor's tiger head cannon. Only a metallic clash could be heard, and no more ripples were seen, like a drop of calm water falling into a sea. How ridiculous! He seemed to be unbelieving as his scythe kept dancing wildly. It kept chopping at the ultimate emperor's body, emitting a ding-ding-ding-ding sound. Not even a spark came out. The mantis monster was filled with shock. How was this possible? His casual strike was a force that could cut through rocks and easily strangle a small day student. But when the full force fell on the ultimate emperor, it was instead inferior to a tickle. He couldn't take it. Impossible! How could a knight possess such defense? Who the hell are you? In the mantis monster's voice, there was clearly one more point of fear. He didn't understand why the other party has not been doing anything instead of pinching himself. It's like carrying little puppets. It's so funny. Shame on you. Knights existed in the small days, but they were some of the lowest-level black-skinned initial state masked knights, and they had quite a hard time dealing with a single xenomorph. And how can one be immovable? Xiao Yang was silent. He only felt a little bored. With a slight movement of his palm force, he saw a burst of blood flowers exploding like delicate roses in front of him. Bang! The mantis monster's neck exploded on the spot, and the terrifying reddish-golden energy shattered his entire skull, bringing up some pinkish substance to spray out, falling to earth. It's so funny. The foreign insect that was unbeatable just a moment ago was easily crushed like an ant. It was so weak that it was a bit unbelievable. No, dude, is that right? Pop! The headless body fell to the ground with a loud thud as the mantis monster announced its death. its body twitching and convulsing as if it were a return of its pre-mortem faculties. But the truth is that a mailed one died long ago. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the alien insect. Reward 20 W-Dacia coins. Balance.
520 w.
What a joke. One pinch and it turns into a big watermelon and blows up on the spot. Is this really a masked rider? The student lowered his head, with incredulity in his gaze. As if going mad, he felt only a dream, and suddenly pinched his thighs with one hand. Ah, Nanny, it's true. Baka. Then what do you mean you pinched me on my thigh? What's wrong with pinching yours, you little West 8? What masked knight? Didn't he just say that? It's the armored warrior. Armored warriors? Isn't that a product of the great summer divine kingdom? Why would it come to us? It must be a fake. Yeah. He must be the masked rider. What a lowdown. The younger days just refused to believe that it could be an armored warrior standing in front of them, but instead were convinced that it had to be a masked knight. After all, in their minds, the masked rider was invincible, protecting people's heroes. But Xiao Yang merely turned around and wiped the blood smeared in his hand on the head of one of the younger days, disregarding the feelings of the other. What are you doing? Daybreak was practically pissing himself. See only. He held out a finger. Garner. Bang. With a crunching sound, the young day-old collapsed in place and was suddenly unable to wake up again. The little day of death, turned into a maggot-type xenomorph, was run through the head in moments, completing the wave of kills and popping up the system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the alien insect. Reward 20 W-Dacia coins. Turning, he left the crowd. Well, there's more than a couple of xenomorphs in the school. As for whether or not they'll survive the battle royale, that would be depends on fate. P.S. The usual rules. 2 more chapters tomorrow. The protagonist will not be merciful, but he will likewise not be okay with striking down. After all, the strongest positive chi is also resisting in the body, and the evil chi is not gathered together. He'll only kill with a knife, gain fame and fortune. It's all about results. Chapter 39. I'm just a passing armored warrior. The small time school is infested with xenomorphs, and in this bustling city, when supernatural creatures appear, it's a disaster that can't be stopped. Unless armor stands out, mass destruction can't be avoided, with hundreds of people killed in the belly of the xenomorphs in the lesser case, and thousands in the greater case. After all, the security here is not as good as in Dacia, and the military equipment is also much worse. And the name of this special drama isn't some kind of masked rider. Instead, it's called Armored Warrior. The xenomorphs could be said to have been greatly upgraded, and a xenomorphic beast that was equivalent to half of a 5-dimensional creature could not be dealt with by a hot weapon. Boom! There was another explosion on the school building, only to see a sky full of debris rolling down towards the students standing on the ground. Snap! With just a single dodge, the boulder landed on the top of the large watermelon, and a small day student was killed, his body collapsing on the ground, his blood soaring wildly, and the heroes they cheered were not there to save them. Xiao Yang headed up the school building, didn't care in the slightest about the group of students. Ah! Help, Masked Rider! Masked Rider, help us! Don't you go! Masked Rider, why? A small group of days screamed behind them, filled with fear, knowing one thing, the only way to be safe was to follow the ultimate emperor. Once you leave, not to mention the xenomorphs, it was the crowd that scattered around them and fled that could trample them into a mess. In this kind of crisis, the only safest option was to have the ultimate emperor escort them out of the school, otherwise it would definitely be a dead end. As for the others, they haven't thought about it that much. Sakurai Yunai was equally scared. She wanted to follow Xiao Yang and hide behind him to seek a hint of shelter, but after looking at the bloodthirsty killing intent in the dark red goggles, the footsteps stopped. Why? He'll hate me so much. Obviously, I didn't do anything. Sakurai Yuna didn't understand what had been done wrong and froze in place without following. Intuition told her that what was carried in that gaze just now was definitely killing intent. If one dares to take another step forward, then it's really going to kill you. See only. Roar. With a piercing scream, a small day student's entire school uniform exploded, cloth strewn across his body, and his skin followed suit as it ripped and grew dense, long black hairs. Staring with insect-like eyes, It took on a burnt yellow color, spreading quickly with a fishy odor that was comparable to that of a turd, and his ass was rapidly elongating to form a circle of black stripes, the tip of which revealed a long, sharp needle, not unlike that of a giant humanoid hornet. The flesh and blood on his back suddenly lifted up, revealing 2 wings drilling outwards continuously. Wasps and heteroplasma. Ah! Help! Masked rider! The schoolgirl couldn't dodge in time. She was choked by the wasp xenomorph and kept struggling, but human power couldn't fight a monster. Just for a moment. Blood then oozed from her waist, her eyes were popping out, blood and flesh were gradually being pushed out, and her bones were making a crunching sound. Eft! He was killed on the spot. Ah! Dead! Dead! Yamamoto-san! Run! Just run out of the school and we'll be safe. The other students had long been terrified, desperately running wildly out of the room, long before they cared about any of those moral issues. The slightest inattention in such a life and death situation will result in death, and a very gruesome death at that. They'd do anything to stay alive. At this time, Xiaoyang was lying on his back in front of the window in the classroom, witnessing all the disasters that were happening below, and he brought some amusement. It's all said, "I'm a warrior in armor," and the system task did not prompt completion. Guess we'll have to wait until he kills all the xenomorphs. Against such a mole, regardless of whether it was the Ultimate Emperor or the Mace to Interdictor, all of them were able to do a one-hit kill, and it wasn't much of a challenge at all, or to put it in a more accurate phrase. He is now. Long ago it was the ceiling in the armor. Not waiting for Xiaoyang to continue analyzing, a male voice came from the classroom door. So, is that a reason to stand by when you clearly have the power to change things? You're still a selfish man to the core. The speaker, a boy in a high school uniform, was a black leather knight's substitute buckle at his waist with a white circle but no core. Anyone familiar with the specials knows that this is the masked rider belt buckle. And the most crucial core that's missing is the one that can't transform into a masked rider. As for the driver, it's the ascender that can be plugged into each side. But it's obvious. These 2 things, it seems that the boy in front of him didn't have them, otherwise he was afraid that he would have pulled them out long ago and fought to the death with those xenomorphs. Xiaoyang did not pay attention to the other party. What curb line? And you're worthy of reasoning with yourself. Sato Kawaki had a hint of anger on his face as he took a few steps forward and continued to question, "Why? I have no reason to answer you or stay here with you and talk." Xiaoyang was full of disdain. If it was any other light and shadow bloodline descendant, maybe he'd be a little interested, and the masked rider really couldn't lift a finger. Most importantly, not even the core. I'm afraid that this strength is not even comparable to the black leather armor in the arresting general, and to be able to accompany him to say a word is to overestimate the other party. Sato Kawaki sniffed. He lowered his head and subconsciously clenched his fists. "You asshole! You curse again! Yuna Jam! Why would I make friends with someone like you?" Sato Kawaki had a flash of redness in his eyes. If he wasn't strong enough to witness the power of the Ultimate Emperor earlier, he would have transformed into a masked knight. Beat the out of this pretender. Xiaoyang didn't even bring his head back. "Yuna is something." "What? I can't believe you don't even know her name." Sato Kawaki was even more annoyed. He just couldn't understand it. Why would Sakurai Yunai, who had always been high-strung and gentle, take the initiative to make friends with this kind of person, and with an attitude that was humble to the core? How could this be acceptable to him? Especially since this pretender doesn't even know Yuna Sakurai's name. Yarda Pen. You. Stay away from her from now on. You're kidding. What kind of goods are worthy of my acquaintance? Xiaoyang shook his head and smiled. Besides, is the Yuna you're talking about very good? I'm a 985 college student with a current deposit of $5 million, another armor summoner and a multi-million-dollar mansion at home. Who is she to compare herself to me? Xiaoyang wanted to crush his opponent with absolute strength to make Sato Kawaki see clearly. Who really doesn't deserve it. But the next second, effed, mocked. Is 985 a big deal? What are you proud of besides being some kind of summoner? Sato Kawaki was disdainful. Xiaoyang frowned. No, what are you pretending? Can you get into 985? Do you know what that means? Just pretend with me here. 985 is Dasha's school, right? Yuna-san's father graduated from 985, and she's recognized as the #1 in our entire school for her grades. As for the deposit you're talking about, Yuna-san can inherit hundreds of millions of assets, so it seems like you're not that big of a deal. and I can get into 985 too. Sato Kawaki clasped his hands to his chest as he pulled a core with an engraved shark from his pocket and implanted it into the center of the knight's token buckle. Implantation whale shark. Xiao Yang saw this, but he said leisurely, "Interesting, it seems you masked riders aren't all crap amongst yourselves. That would be the equivalent of the blackskin initial armor from Trapper General, I guess, by comparison. Don't look down on people. I will show you what true power is. Dare to go out with me to save the people." Sato Kawaki was still paranoid about using agitation to stimulate. However, Xiao Yang was smiling blandly. "Silly coins. I have no reason, much less obligation, to help you by trying to get me to exterminate xenomorphs. Let's wait for half an hour first. After all, I'm tired too. Need to have some breakfast and rest for a while." When he finished, he leaned against the window. "A look of displeasure, you hit me. That's what it looks like." Sato Kawaki's face went green and red. Arnhem, if he didn't really need Xiao Yang's help, he would have pointed to his nose and immediately started spraying. "You have to know that you are at least a famous brand name family. When have I ever been such a pussy? P.S. Take a guess as to why Daybreak would actively seek out the protagonist for friendship. Extra chapter for guessing. Chapter 40. A hero saves a beauty? It's just a coincidence. To perceive that the quality has become lower and to change it for the better." Xiao Yang is still sitting in front of the window, ignoring Sato Kawaki's eyes that are filled with dissatisfaction. After all, if you really have this ability, just take care of it yourself. Why stay in this classroom and put on this smelly face? Begging for help is ridiculous. If you can't even beg, why should I help you? Even if it is the same goal as the system mission, but just look at you, big deal. No mission. What's the harm? As time continues to pass, the screams downstairs in the classroom had been uninterrupted since a moment ago, and even if you think about it with your toes, at least hundreds of students had been killed. But because they are all people of a small life, Xiao Yang does not want to strike now. After all, the hatred of thousands of years is engraved in the bones. Finally, Sato Kawaki couldn't take it anymore. He took a few steps forward and let out a disgruntled question. "What kind of a hero are you in the end? It's clearly a dog bear. If that's your attitude to begging, then get lost. Even if all the people in the school die, what does it matter to me?" Xiao Yang smiled disdainfully as he flipped through the Emperor's facial screen. Cut the screen to open a certain sound software is idly brushing the video. He is just plainly posing bad, so what? This is not Dacia. Instead, it's a neighboring country. Sato Kawaki gritted his teeth. "How the hell are you? Can you help us kill these damn xenomorphs? Don't give me that look." Xiao Yang pointed to the ground and said nonchalantly, "Kneel down and beg me. Don't you go too far." Sato Kawaki couldn't take it. There was absolutely no way he was going to kneel down to a stranger, and a bear at that. This kind of person, it was simply trampling on his dignity as a masked knight. On the basis of what? And Xiao Yang just helplessly spread his hands. "Then there's no way to talk about it. Get lost. You, just roll." With the hardest tone and the most abject words, Sato Kawaki turned around and walked towards the outside of the classroom, seemingly with a real hard-on. However, in 5 minutes, "Flutter, please help us." That's called a submissive. Under the school building, 3 hideous and ugly xenomorphs, spread out in the school, went crazy and attacked towards the surrounding students, harvesting a fresh life every minute, taking them to the west. Even if this is the capital of a small day, armed forces were sent to the school in time to support it and cordon off this entire area, even taking a life to fill a hole. But it's still just a drop in the bucket, just enough to keep the xenomorphs from running out of the school to cripple more innocent people, and the students are doing their best to detach themselves. The whole school is like hell on earth. The sticky blood on the floor was like a layer of gelatin when you walked on it, pulling out some dense filaments with the soles of your feet, making you sick to your stomach. Roar! Ear-piercing screams rang out, only to see a black-colored beetle with a layer of cold light reflected on his steel-like shell. He stared at a pair of scarlet pupils and charged in the direction of the crowd. The insect-like head with a sharp unicorn horn resembled the beetle beast from the Emperor's greatest movie, consistent in appearance but inferior in combat power. After all, it's all bugs that become. Ah! Help! Sakurai Yuna, who was hiding in the crowd and evacuating outward, was pushed by a female classmate on her waist, and then she fell to the ground unsteadily. Her knees busted open, her beautiful eyes filled with horror and a hint of disbelief, because it was one of her few friends. and now it's become its own catalyst. Why? To blame. Just blame it on you being too good. Emi Yamamoto sneered as she quickly followed the crowd's mass withdrawal, needing someone to take a life to fill now that the xenomorphs were catching up right away anyway. If you can't stop it, they all have to die. And Sakurai Yuna must be the one with fresh meat, so she can definitely stall for a while longer. That would allow her to hold out until the armed soldiers. Sakurai Yuna tried to get up from the ground, but there was a tearing pain coming from her legs, and her beautiful eyes glanced towards the ground. But she saw a piece of gravel lodged in her knee. Bad luck. It's over. It's all over. At this time, Sato Kawaki, who was running wildly in the hallway, saw this scene, and suddenly his eyes were filled with anger, and he hurriedly slapped at Xiaoyang, who was walking slowly in front of him. Brother, kissing brother, you're my own brother. I'm begging you, let's go faster. Sato Kawagi was on the verge of tears with anxiety. Xiaoyang, however, stopped in place for a moment. What are you panicking about? It's not your wife. That's a xenomorph. Sato Kawaki pointed at the beetle monster running wildly. There was clearly a wave of awe. Brother, as long as you help me get rid of this xenomorph, I'll give you 10 W-Dasha coins.
20.
Okay. Sato Kawaki nodded his head for a while. He was a famous family. He wasn't even close to this amount of money, but Sakurai Yuna was his own white moonlight. It can't be half-assed. Xiaoyang heard this, but he smiled blandly and said, "It's just a foreign insect. Look at the coin that scared you." Sato Kawaki could only nod with a smile. When he saw that the beetle monster was less than 10 meters away from Sakurai Yuna, panic all around, this distance unless it reaches the speed of light. Otherwise, there's no hope. This asshole must have tricked me on purpose. I'm not done with you. Sato Kawagi, a face glaring red eyes, trying to look for Xiaoyang's figure, but found that in front of him was empty. Suddenly he looked in the direction of the building window. Only a golden light fell from the sky. Roar! The beetle monster raced wildly, its legs running out of stumps. Puckering its insect-like head, it slammed towards Sakurai Yuna, which could easily pierce a bloody hole upon implementation. The power of the xenomorphs was equivalent to that of a supersized semi at high speed, comparable to the impact an ordinary person would receive when going on a state highway. Sakurai Yuna closed her eyes in despair and tried to find some spiritual solace. But the expected gruesome scene did not happen. There was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Looking at the tall figure in front of him was filled with a wave of adoration and only felt a sense of security. The previous panic had long been left behind. Yes, Ultimate Emperor's armor. See only. Time seemed to be standing still with it. Emperor's exclusive passive Zen seal. When placed on other light shadow armors, it was almost a perverted skill, and in his case, it's just a passive. With time stop recovery. Bang! The berserk impact shook the large dragon face shield on the Ultimate Emperor's chest, and only a ripple formed by the airflow swept away, and then there was no reaction. He didn't even take a step back. Beetle Monster's eyes glazed over as he felt like he had hit a 10,000-pound piece of steel, and he stepped back in a daze, barely falling to the ground. Stumbled like he stepped on a nail infection. What is this? Here comes your father. Xiaoyang looked at the beetle monster in front of him, which was a head lower than himself. Seems like a punt would clear it. If he had an equipment bar, then it must be 5 endless and 1 sovereign 6 divine armor, and the beetle monster in front of him was a griffin that had bought an emerald. What do you mean by gap? See it immediately. Chapter 41. Who are you to tell me to disintegrate when it's her you're holding? The beetle monster was filled with shock. When had he ever seen such powerful armor? Ah, damn masked rider. Let's give you a taste of my power. Fear it. He attacked towards the Ultimate Emperor, waving his fists covered in pitch-black colored armor, and landed on the large dragon-faced shield, but no reaction was seen. It's like a ball of cotton falling on iron. That's a lot of crap. These unnutritious words are better left for you to save for another life. Xiaoyang raised his hand and pointed it at the beetle monster's head. Bang! A ball of golden energy pierced through the hardened head of the beetle monster in an instant, making all hot weapons look so ridiculous. The whole head exploded. The beetle monster died without a second thought, its massive body collapsing to the ground with a loud thud, the green viscous liquid flowing like a small snake bending and emitting a fishy smell of heavy metal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the alien insect. Reward, 20 Dacia coins. The scene more than stunned Sato Kawaki, who was lying in front of the window. It's incredible. It's easier to kill a xenomorph than a chicken. It scared the fleeing students even more, unable to believe that just now the unbeatable alien insects, immune to all hot weapons attacks, even sniper rifles fall on the body, can only rub out a burst of sparks. Available at, but by this overbearing armor in front of him, he was able to blow his head off with a single finger. Sakurai Yuna's beautiful eyes were filled with a wave of adoration as she strained to get up from the ground. But her knees were too painful. Once again he fell to the ground. It's woeful. Thanks, big hero. Heh. Xiao Yang, however, scoffed. The girl in front of him simply did not grow in his aesthetic range, and although the scale was somewhat large. But he likes the Daxamites. Wow. Even indifference is so handsome. Passwords. Do I like you? I'll leave you here. I'm gonna kill you as a bug. Xiao Yang realized that he really didn't like Love Brain as far as being good or not. Not important. Suddenly, a strange change appeared. Oh! A scream rang out from the crowd that had fled earlier. Only a wasp alien insect soaring in the sky, choking a beautifully dressed girl, was showing a mouthful of sharp, morose teeth and sneering, looking towards none other than Xiao Yang. That look seems to be mocking. He's useless. As if to say, as a masked knight, how dare you get distracted in a battle and cause innocent students to get hurt. What an incompetent fellow. But he forgot one thing all the same. Xiao Yang isn't a masked rider. Quite by chance. That girl who had been taken was the same girl who had earlier deliberately pushed Sakurai Yuna, putting her in danger and almost reducing her to a beetle monster's little snack. Emi Yamamoto. Help! Yuna! Help me! I beg you! Yuna, we're best friends. Please. We even watched the sunset together. Hearing this cry for help, though there was some intolerance in my heart. But now Sakurai Yuna only felt a wave of nausea accompanying her stomach. She hated to curse. Dumbass. Xiao Yang, however, said in a very inappropriate manner. Yo, if it isn't your little bestie. What a whirlwind. She's not my BFF. Sakurai Yuna's pretty face was slightly red, as if she felt very ashamed of this. Anyone who has been backstabbed by their best friend must not be laughing right now. But excuse me. Xiao Yang laughed. Ha ha ha. No laughing. Just laugh, why? No. You laugh. Yuna Sakurai changed her position and sat on the ground to pull the debris off her knee, feeling the piercing pain as her tears continued to fall to the ground. Woo hoo hoo hoo. It hurts. Xiao Yang, however, spread his hands. A look of helplessness. And the wasp xenomorph, which had been ignored the entire time, was instantly irritated. He had never been treated with such contempt. Even when he was a commoner, he was an excellent sportsman, always in the top 10. Stable play. But now it was actually ignored by two people together. One of them is even disabled. It's just a strange shame. Mad. He's got a hostage in his hand. As a masked rider, you really have no sense of responsibility at all. Are you guys done laughing? The wasp xenomorph stared at Xiao Yang in a cold voice. As for the others, he didn't give a damn, as long as he could entice the guy to disintegrate. Then no one in the entire school can restrict him. Having the incomparably honorable ability to fly means you can do whatever you want. Hearing. Finished laughing? Not yet. Ha ha ha. It amuses me to think that this stupid thing, who just finished backstabbing her best friend, is now licking a coin face for help. This statement not only froze the wasp xenomorph, it made the other students freeze in place together, and they were very dumbfounded to run their intellects. Just feel a little burnt out. This isn't right. This masked knight, how not according to the set of cards, he should not be a big hero to save the students, how to start shelving this ridicule. Not buddy. Is that right? The wasp xenomorph's face was red with anger, and as soon as he extended his sharp fangs to tear at Yamamoto Yumi's arm with a single bite, a piece of bloody flesh was instantly ripped off. It was accompanied by a miserable shriek. Ah! Ha ha ha! I'll see if you can still laugh. I'll watch you go on. The wasp xenomorph, cursing. What kind of masquerade knight are you? She's a student in the prime of her life, and you have no regard for death. Oh! When Xiao Yang heard this, he stroked his chin and said, But then, what would you have to do to let her go? Ha ha ha! It's simple. As long as you undo the armor, I promise that absolutely no one will be harmed, and let you all leave. The wasp xenomorph had a look of sincerity, a touch of ingratiation on its half-human face, as if it truly intended to strike the battle facts aside. Xiao Yang looked as if he suddenly realized, oh, right. The wasp xenomorph was excited. He could no longer resist the urge to unleash his poisonous needles to strike down Xiao Yang. As long as this obnoxious masked knight died, then the whole school is his call. But Xiao Yang, however, stretched out a middle finger. Not buddy. You're still dreaming in the middle of the day. Those who don't know still think you have some kind of paranoia. Question mark. The wasp xenomorph froze. Xiao Yang was disdainful. It's him you've captured, so what right do you have to tell me to disintegrate? Since you want to play so much, let's play. It's whose sword is a bit faster. With that, the Emperor's belt spun up and ejected a light patch from it. Reaching inside, he grabbed it and pulled out an incomparably gorgeous golden long sword. The mechanical audio blared. Aurora Borealis. What? When the wasp xenomorph heard it, he was shocked. I didn't expect a hand to catch over a waist. What an abomination. How could there be, in this world, masquerade knights who don't care about the death of innocent people? It's almost like you don't deserve armor. More exciting episodes await you. Chapter 42. I think you've eaten too many red beans and are lovesick. Xiao Yang didn't bull. The Aurora sword was pulled out of a golden light patch, and it was a chop. He instantly appeared behind the wasp xenomorph, and with a single sword, he pierced through the back of this heart, and with a poof sound, only blood was splattered on the spot. Swish! Golden energy continued to emerge, stirring up all the organs within the wasp alien insect as he stared at a pair of black pupils, filled with a look of shock. When he died, he didn't even know how he was killed by a single move. He has a noble flying ability, and is an extremely rare existence when looking at xenomorphs, especially his visual dynamic capture ability is a masterpiece. But it's just so powerful for him. To actually not even see the shadow of the ultimate emperor was simply unbelievable to the xenomorphs, if this was a question. It's just too over the top. With a sword drawn, the wasp xenomorph suddenly experienced a burst of explosions all over its body, and a sky full of blood and flesh with a putrid odor was thrown on the ground, like an oversized box of canned herring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wasp xenomorph. Reward: 20 W-Dacia coins. Listening to the system beep, it was as if it was the best sound in the world. Simply a beauty. Emi Yamamoto fell out of the air and onto the ground, and no one bothered her. Almost all of them were unable to extricate themselves from the mighty power of the ultimate emperor, and they couldn't imagine, much less understand, this world. How could there be such a scary pair of masked knights, armored warriors? Wow, geez. Killing the xenomorph in one move, is this the real masked rider? That's so cool. One day, I'm going to be a great masked knight, protect all the people and become a superhero. What's his name? I think I heard a bang when I watched him transform just now. Emperor. Wow, masked knight emperor. At that moment, a figure ran down from upstairs. It was none other than Sada Kawaki. He ran all the way here and fell on his knees directly in front of Sakurai Yunai. Hastily, he looked at the injury on her leg. I was thinking of transforming into a masked knight, but nah. By the time he got to the scene, the yellow was gone. There was no need to transform into a masked rider anymore, and for one of the most important reasons. There was no way he could compare himself to the ultimate emperor. He would definitely be compared by some people and end up inside a public opinion storm that he couldn't pull out of. Yuna-chan, how are you doing? It's okay. Let's see. Sado Kawaki tore a strip of cloth from his body and was about to bandage Sakurai Yuna's leg. But the next moment she pawed her palm away. Thanks, no. Yuna-chan, we're good friends. It's incumbent upon us. Besides, you're bleeding. Let me carry you out quickly. Wait until we get to the hospital for a checkup. If you leave any after effects. Sado Kawaki looked worried. He was so distressed at Sakurai Yuna's injury that he crouched down on the ground and tried to get her on his back. Saw the scene. Xiao Yang only felt that this was very much like what the hero in a novel should do. But it didn't matter, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Sakurai Yunai refused. Instead, she looked towards the ultimate emperor standing not far away, her beautiful eyes unable to hide her adoration. It's a Dacia. Yeah, it's the armored warrior that came from over there. Not some masked knight at all. In order for him to save us, Saying this, Sado Kawaki choked up a bit. He couldn't be in front of his beloved girl for a while. Speak words of shame. Yuna Sakurai nodded her head as if she had memorized these important clues. Do you know his name? I don't know, but according to the armored warriors in Dacia, this pair of knight-like things should be called Emperor Man. Emperor Man. So handsome. Yuna Jam. What's wrong with you? Why do you think he's handsome? He's a very selfish person. Sato Kawaki was a bit unable to understand. Sakurai Yuna frowned. Don't you dare talk about him like that. Emperor Man did his best. He was a hero who protected everyone. Saved my life too. What? Sato Kawaki looked like he hadn't heard. He just felt that it was all so false. It's like the sky is falling. Why would Yuna Sakurai like a selfish person? He was on the ground begging the Emperor's man to get help. Why? At that moment, the ultimate emperor walked up to Emi Yamamoto and trampled on her back in front of a small group of days. There was a crackling sound from the spine. Ah! Do you deserve to live? He who abandons his fellow man is doomed to be scorned, instead of living in pain. Why don't I send you to heaven to live a brand new life? Xiao Yang said as he Aurora sword cut off the head of Emi Yamamoto, easily harvesting this one sin-filled life. After all, backstabbing one's BFF in a time of crisis. Indeed not worthy to live. Xiao Yang looked down from the bottom of his heart. If this Yamamoto Yumi had gone out of her way to protect Sakurai Yuna, perhaps he would have felt so much compassion to stop the beetle monster. But it turned out to be a backstab. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward carrying pocket. I thought there were 3 xenomorphs. Ding! The other one's dead. What the hell? Even my xenomorphs dare to cut me off. Could it be the other masked riders? Unfortunately, I didn't turn on the Emperor's magnetic field. The reason for the intentional reining in of some passive skills is really quite simple. Being on for long periods of time tends to affect people and things around you, and the Empire's ability to do so is too overbearing, even if it's just walking around with the magnetic field on doing nothing. All of them can crush these xenomorphs. How can he pretend then? The Emperor's magnetic field was equivalent to an overpowering pressure. An existence that overrode all armor and could directly weaken 80% of the strength of the light shadow armor. The 4 evil beasts were even killed one by one with a single punch. Can't even use the skills. Carrying pocket. Xiao Yang carefully checked the system introduction, which was equivalent to Doraemon's pocket. It just becomes any pocket on your own body, very convenient and useful, and can hold a ton of weight in unlimited areas, and cannot contain live animals. Very much alive. One by one, the surrounding small days evacuated the school, and although they were eager to follow this Emperor Man, they were forced to have their lives in danger. Still chose to run. Only Sato Kawaki and Sakurai Yuna remain, as well as a number of armed soldiers arriving one by one to complete the cleanup, and of course, Masked Rider. Looks like an insect. Although he didn't know what brand it was clear in the eyes that looked at Xiao Yang that it was a kind of goodwill, and he was treated as a great hero. It's a good ending. So now, there's no one to suck up the negative energy. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Come on. Consider it payment. The black and purple QR code, spread out from the hands of the ultimate emperor, began to rotate until it slowly ascended into the sky, absorbing the fear and despair spread throughout the school. Little by little, he grew the energy in his body. Ares could be said to have sucked in a good time this time. After all, no one was robbing the negative energy from him. The xenomorphs in the small days all rely on devouring humans to become stronger. Simply do not know the negative energy, there exists much value. As for Dacia, they can't swallow humans. And there are higher value negative energies that naturally discard this simple and crude way of evolution, which is really thankless. Witness this scene. The fighting worm masked knight was appalled as he questioned, "What are you doing?" Clear the negative energies. These are harmful substances to the human body. Xiao Yang spoke nonsense in a serious manner. The fighting worm masked knight clearly felt that the negative energies around him were decreasing extremely fast, and the feeling of depression had indeed disappeared quite a bit, and he said in surprise, "So that's how it is. It's me who misunderstood you. You are truly a great hero. Knowing that the students could not be affected by this emotional energy, you chose to purify them all." He had more than a little admiration in his eyes, the course of the battle and the aftermath of the energy just now, having witnessed what happened long ago, as to why he hadn't rushed here in the first place. Because it was all dead in a matter of seconds. By the time he gets here, the yellow flowers will be cold. Xiao Yang only felt that he was very good at cheating. Ares sucked on the coolness. He had never had such a rich and filling meal. The energy in his body surged with him. It would be beautiful to harvest negative energies in Daxia. I think you've had too many red beans and are lovesick. Xiaoyang, however, smiled disdainfully as he decided to leave this hellish place. It was better to stay comfortable in Daxia and have a bunch of silly summoners to play with him. PS back to the main event soon. Meet Hogan's North Sansui. About the last piece of the puzzle and the Earth Shadow Stone. 5 stars. Bamboo leaf base. I'm begging for appreciation, attention, and catch up. If we make our debut tonight, we'll add 2 more chapters tomorrow. Chapter 43, Eating Rice with a Smile. After doing this, Xiaoyang was going to leave. A golden door automatically appeared in front of him, in which he could clearly see the skyscrapers of another city. The black and purple genetic code followed suit and returned to his body to continue lurking. The two were currently inseparable, and at least Ares hadn't met a summoner in 1,000 years who could possess this aura of supreme evil. If you want to accomplish the grand plan of resurrection, you need Xiaoyang's help. Armor disintegration. The Emperor began to glow with a layer of gilt-colored light by his entire body, and his armor faded like a tidal wave, revealing a slightly boyish face. Sakurai Yunai saw Xiaoyang's figure and walked over with Sato Kawaki's support. Wait! Xiaoyang knew that this person had something to say. Sheesh, what a pain in the ass. You only have a minute. Well, Yuna Sakurai froze at first. No one had ever been so cold to her before. The feeling of being star-struck all the time made her a little uncomfortable nowadays. I'm Yuna Sakurai, and you? Xiaoyang. The cold voice came out, and Xiaoyang didn't even turn back. Instead, he glanced at the time displayed on his cell phone, and his face carried some dissatisfaction. It seems to be stuck in time. Sato Kawaki felt so bad about this that he was just about to say something. Only a gentle voice could be heard in his ear. Xiaoyang Kuan, at the first moment I saw you, I realized that you were different from the others. I'm very fond of the Daxamites. Oh, last time. Forgive me, Xiaoyang Kuan. Thank you. If there's a chance, I'll be sure to thank you. Saying that, Sakurai Yunai spread a smile. Her beautiful eyes all slightly curved into 2 small crescents. If you put aside the bloody wounds on her body, there was some school spirit. You and I were never meant to be. Xiaoyang was called soft and hard. Half a minute left. He had expected Sakurai Yuna to continue to say something unnutritious. But the result. Xiaoyang Kuan. If there's something, be my guest. Being a hero must be very lonely and hectic. I can understand you. He bye. Xiaoyang sniffed and did not stay any longer. Instead, he walked into the gate and disappeared. The only one left at the scene was a dumbfounded armored knight, who rubbed the back of his head with one hand and marveled. It's unbelievable. It turns out he's a Daxia, so he can actually disappear from sight in a flash. I didn't think that the armor over there had developed to this level. Yuna sauce. Sato Kawagi was so upset that he saw Sakurai Yuna remain where she was, staring in the direction someone had left and unable to get over it. It made his heart twist. Damn it. If that person who can save Yuna Jam is me, the ending, will it be different? Kawagi-kun, thank you too. With that, Sakurai Yuna laid down on the ground. Just like that, without warning. Luckily, the armored dipper knight on the side reacted in time and grabbed her arm, using one arm to hold on without letting his head hit the ground. She lost a lot of blood, I guess. Yuna-chan. However, someone won't know this, and even if they do, I'm afraid they won't be interested. Daxia. Hopefully the city. Xiaoyang walked alone in the park. As to why he did not go to the hospital to visit his sister, the reason was simple. Less than an hour had passed since his trip to his little life. It is simply comparable to God's speed. And it was only the second day since his sister had been admitted to the hospital, and he was 100 times better than a roughneck for giving extremely high prices and naturally having the best nurses to help take care of her. One more important point. Ares. How's your energy coming back? Oh, doesn't look promising. Takes a bit of time to convert. Ares obviously didn't want to be a cow horse so early. He was a strategist full of wisdom, and coalescing the entity early was one of the most important things. How can you keep getting the short end of the stick? And the candidates for taking over. If he could, he would have swallowed Xiaoyang straight away. But reality gave a big coin bucket and had to choose another human. Oh, trying to play to my full strength. It would take an extremely gifted human. It must be filled with hatred, desire, Glancing at the bench where I sat yesterday, there was a small couple nibbling away. Tisk. Xiao Yang sked lightly as he subconsciously put his hands in his pockets with the intention of leaving. Suddenly touched a card, took it out and saw that it was exactly Tang Shishi's low insurance card. I threw. How to give her a card to forget. But speaking of which, doesn't seem like she could use it. Well, then we'll send it over later. Was thinking about the low-income card. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd in front of him, causing Xiao Yang to raise an eyebrow as he swept ahead with his intentional energy and found a special foreign energy. A job so soon. With that, he walked over. At this point in the crowd, a man fell to the ground and kept convulsing, as if his whole body had been electrocuted, and his whole body was still bubbling out with unknown black gas. There was also a flamboyant woman standing in front of her, carrying a satchel with some contempt on her face. Hey, I'm warning you, don't blackmail people. Come out and drive a Wuling. Just think of flirting with girls. Not even give me money to spend. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Poor coin. Ah! The man suddenly got up from the ground, pointing at the woman, then cursed. You dead! What's wrong with driving a Wuling? Don't even look at what kind of money you have. Your whole body is full of pirated goods. Is it worth as much as my barb? What the hell? The woman was instantly anxious, and she sprayed a mouthful of stored saliva in the man's face. Ah, yuck! If you don't have money to drive a BMW, don't come out to flirt with girls. Mudbloods. The man's entire body was covered in black air, and he screamed as he went crazy as he grabbed the woman's neck. Kumba! Boom! A layer of negative energy exploded all over his body, and all of a sudden, his face twisted and changed strangely, and he actually began to transform towards the form of a monster. Oxygen. And Xiao Yang, who was standing in the crowd, he stopped by and bought a cup of lemonade to drink, staring at the scene, intending to watch the drama for a while. When the woman saw this scene, she was shocked into blossoming. Ah, don't. Kumba, die for me. The man's face turned into a lion's head and tore up towards the woman. The scene was horrible. The surrounding crowd dispersed. Ah, he. Isn't he covered in Hongmeng purple chi? How did it turn into an ugly monster all of a sudden? Someone please explain to me what this is. Hongmeng, your great-grandfather. Ah, I have clicked on the gas and planned to run away. This is clearly a supernatural beast becoming it. Really don't read the news at all.
喂，这特么是幽冥魔吧？
Bull. This must be an alien beast. Xiao Yang, who was standing in the crowd, he couldn't help but also spit out. What a bull alien beast. It's NG called an oxymoron. It's a human infected with the death riot virus becoming inherently evil, a sociopathic being otherwise. It wouldn't have been easy to turn into this ghost. There should still be a Sabi squatting in the woods, here to collect some experimental data and virus samples, only to see that the woman's entire face was soon torn and bloody. And Xiao Yang. The summoner hasn't even been pulled yet. Nobody, who are you? A passing warrior in armor. Xiao Yang walked towards Lion Oxygen. Against this level of monster, there was no need to transform into armor, judging from the energy fluctuation on the other side. It's a battle-ready bottom-tier being, not even comparable to the first generation of Deathstorm Chips Plum. At that moment, a black sedan stopped on the side of the road. Opening the car door, a man in a green t-shirt with a very foreign haircut emerged from it with a disdainful smile. Oxer, finally. He instantly drew a pair of blue summoners and placed them at his waist, immediately popping out a loop of belt to fit as he assumed a fighting stance. One pulls out the key of tsunami. Tsunami, no tsunami. Eat rice with a smile. Drowning the power of the giant tsunami. Merge. Eat rice. I'm afraid of me. An exclusive electronic sound effect plays. Those who are familiar with the special features will definitely be able to recognize him. He is Ma Gok Hai, who has been kept in the dark and has just come back from overseas for further studies, as well as Ma Tian's second son, the first summoner of the Znano armor. It was always assumed that just beating the red eye out of Oxer and then eliminating it was the armor's goal, to do the people a favor, but in reality it was to help Martian collect virus samples, a lot of data, and upgrade the damn things. Back. It is also a direct plum to go abroad to continue to study, not to accompany you grasshoppers to continue to play, leaving General Duanmu to fight 30 monsters by himself. Chapter 44 is your name written on your face. The main business pressing base. A ball of sky blue water appeared in front of Ma Kwa Hai, like an oversized watermelon, and he burst it with a punch, followed by a layer of water flowing all over his body. Sound effects then played. Eat rice. Eat rice. Sky blue armor was draped over his body, scarlet goggles completed the patchwork, and the whole was very light, like flowing water. The armor attached to both shoulders to the chest were all sky blue, full of a futuristic high-tech feeling, and extremely handsome, according to the words of Potential. Znami armor is the strongest. However, in terms of real-world effectiveness, it is a batch of pulls, mainly depending on the user. A mechanical sound effect plays. Armor together. Humph. Born evil, Oxer. Let the tsunami of tsunami clean you up. Makakai rushed out, and he slapped his palm on the back of the lion Oxer, shaking out a circle of sky-blue energy ripples. Bang! Oxer the lion yelped in pain, a hint of bloodlust in his eyes, something that lurked in his bloodline from the moment he saw Znami. As if awakening. Ah, it's armor. When a human becomes an Orkther, they automatically inherit the combat experience in the genes of the Deathstorm virus, almost like a crash course. And innately, they have a great hatred for armor. As for the reason why, it was because the 4-element armor, which was born out of the natural elements of the blue star, was then synthesized through man-made synthesis. They correspond to molten flame, tsunami, hurricane, and Jedi cliff. A curse can be interpreted as a virus, which is what an alien species is after all. They are the equivalent of constantly nibbling at the big tree that is Blue Star. Armor is the doctor in eliminating these assholes, so when Oxer senses that elemental force, he hates. Signature word. Kuumba. Oxer the lion roared, his entire body boiling with negative energy, though he hadn't yet entered his red-eyed berserk state. But the strength is not to be underestimated. Ma Kuanghai was full of contempt. After all, a single Uxer, he wasn't afraid at all. The first time I got this nano armor, I tested it. Having successfully eliminated an occulter, he could now be confident. Of course, the plot deviates slightly here. He gets the armor, but he hasn't had a chance to reunite with his family yet, and the experimental base is not in the group. I don't know why, but some relocation has taken place, but it's probably because I'm afraid of giving away the secret after all in case some petty thief sneaks in. It's worth noting that this TS nano armor is given by Maiten though, but he doesn't realize that this charitable old father is actually the figure behind everything, though also just a clown being used. If you look so ugly, there's no need to come out and harm people. Makakai easily dodged a claw from the lion. Oxer, though he wasn't perfectly adapted to Znami and couldn't do the kind of realm where his heart was like water. But relying on strong values can also brutalize this oxymoron. A backhanded slap to the head. Bang! A muffled sound that reached the flesh came from the forehead of the lion Oxer, and his figure kept retreating as blood flowed down his hairy face. A flash of scarlet appeared in his eyes. Ah, you made it. It's too much. A smirk of triumph appeared on the face of Li Zi, who was hiding in the shadows. He was behind a tree, picking up a tube of precision instruments to absorb the red funereal storm virus that was spreading through the air, scanning for combat data. Ha! Just keep fighting. My second youngest. After that, he continued to collect data. Xiao Yang watched the battle from the sidelines as he pressed on with no thoughts of leaving, instead leaning under a sign that forbade harming little grass. Take a leisurely photo with the dark interdictor summoner. Ka! A picture of Ma Kuanghai violently beating up Oxer the lion, easily captured. Time is also frozen in this moment. Interesting. As 3 seconds passed, time returned to normal. And the lion, Oxer, was not expecting it. He got a couple more slaps straight to the face and was suddenly smacked in the eye, but all the same he noticed. Xiao Yang, who was messing around on the sidelines. Just now, in that black and purple camera, some strange energy instantly burst out, fixing time and causing him to take a few strokes. Adding to the already hung-over mess, this asshole thing. Ma Gaohai similarly noticed Xiao Yang, who was pretending to be innocent under the sign. But he didn't pay any attention to it. After all, it was just an ordinary person. As for the camera in the other hand, it can't be some kind of summoner. Where does armor run all over the place? Humph. Meddling. Ma Gaohai was also unappreciative. He himself was a man with a fickle mind, and was not suited to this nano armor. Perhaps studying abroad was his destiny as it should have been. A cloud of azure water streams appeared in Znami's hand, quickly interlocking into a long, sharp spiral sword that glowed in the sun's light. Maelstrom's sword. When Lion Oxer saw this, he didn't dare to be careless. With a surge of energy in his mouth, he opened his mouth and gushed out, although he was in a berserk state. but basically the combat IQ is still there to not be an idiot. Bang! With a loud bang, the TS nano armor used a vortex defense, and a shield turned into a shield of water attributed energy barely appeared to block the energy round. The standard law of smoke and no harm. As the smoke cleared, only the lion, Oxer, disappeared in silhouette. Nima, Ma Kuan-hai hurriedly went to look for the lion, Oxer, and found that he actually ran backhandedly to Xiaoyang, opening his bloody mouth to commit murder. Not good. This ordinary man is in danger. Roar. Nosy guy, you should be sent to hell to know what real pain is. Pay attention in your next life. Lion Oxer's fangs opened, and he bit towards Xiaoyang's head. However, the latter does not move like a mountain. Next, bang! Xiaoyang's silhouette side directly jumped up as a flying kick in the face of the Lion Oxer. This kick force, although there is no armor increase. But what he has is the setting from Armor I. The 3 specials are fused to give regular armor summoners some strength. Not to mention him as the ultimate. Thus, in the shocked expression on Ma Gok-hai's face. Ah! The lion, Oxer, let out a scream as he fell towards the side in an instant, sprawled out on the ground in a slight mess, his face burning with pain. To disgrace him, and Xiaoyang. He was outwardly fine, but the soles of his feet were actually a little raw. If I didn't use the intentional energy to protect my feet, I am afraid that I will be pierced through the soles of my shoes by the sharp hairs on this face. And these monsters have hairs that are like steel needles. Rather neglected to mention this. Careless. No flash. But the compulsion should never be lost. Handsome is a person's whole life. Heh! What kind of cat or dog dares to pretend in front of me? Directly let you fly up and know what is called society's poisonous beating. Xiaoyang said, instantly pulling out the dark criminal summoner and inserting it into the belt groove. It's becoming faster than anyone else. The mace merges with the criminal sky. In a burst of pitch-black energy, the demon god armor, representing the darkness within, stepped out. Overall incredibly cool with a sinister aura. Armor together. When Ma Kuan-hai saw this, he was shocked, but he understood everything. The original. Summoners can kick monsters, words. He's planning to K me weird, which I can't stand. Stop it. Get out of my way. This one oxymoron is my prey. Hide away. Ma Kuan-hai's rich young master's temper came up all of a sudden. However, Xiaoyang was not at all spoiled. He now not only unilaterally hated monsters, but especially alien beasts, would prefer to be a bounty hunter. Did he have your name written on his face? No. What about calling you M? You bastard. Ma Kuo-hai was instantly enraged. He had never been scolded like this before. The last person had long been severely beaten and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. This armor summoner is so arrogant. However, Oxer the lion had just risen from the ground when he saw a darkly armored man suddenly emerge, completing his transformation in almost a second. Straight away he was confused. Not buddy. Is that right? That's 2 pairs of armor a dozen times. You are also... An ing scrambled to K me. The sky is falling. P.S. 5 stars. Request for reward. Requests for reward. Bamboo leaf base. 1 more chapter tomorrow. The protagonist motorcycle is not a pit. It will be written later, just the plot is not there yet. Chapter 45. You don't have the Hongmeng purple chi. You're an imposter. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, Oxer the lion turned around with little hesitation, intending to run away. However, how could Xiaoyang let him have his way? Standing directly in front of him to block the road, he sneered. Killing someone and then thinking of leaving, where in heaven is such a good thing. Even if there really is. That's not your turn. Shifting shadows. The mace is transient with a criminal flat. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lion Oxer and slapped out with a sheltering sky palm. A dull sound rang out. Bang! Oh! Accompanied by an agonizing scream, the black and purple intent energy spread a circle of air waves across his chest, and he rose 2 meters in the air on the soles of his feet, falling backwards. Snap! The lion, Oxer, fell to the ground. It was miserable. On his chest were bloody palm prints. His pair of bloodshot eyes were filled with horror. How is that possible? What the hell is this? A slap almost killed me. When Ma Kuo-hai saw that his prey had been cut off, he immediately became angry. After all, he is a young master of a rich family, and he has been used to being pampered since he was a child. What kind of person dares to pretend in front of him? It was almost as if he wasn't in his sights. You stop it. Nosy guy. I'm warning you. Calling you M. Before Ma Kuai-hai's words fell, he was disliked back with a tirade of abuse. His face was bruised. Looking at the back of Mace to intercept her, he attacked towards Xiaoyang with a palm. Obviously, he felt he had lost face and wanted to regain some dignity. But it's a shame. Xiaoyang didn't even turn around, snatching the sneak attack with a mere sidestep, and with a slight tilt of his body, he slammed an elbow strike into Znami's face. Bang! There was a burst of sparks, accompanied by white smoke rising up, only to see Znami covering his face, seemingly in pain, but he held back from screaming. Seeing this, Xiaoyang also came to fire. You're pretending. Can pretend? Can't you? Sheltering sky palm. He jumped up 2 meters in one step, and then converged his intentional energy into his palms, directly slapping out a 3-meter-tall energy materialized palm print. The palm that shields the sky. This strike bombarded Znami's body without mercy, and even though Ma Kuai took out his whirlwind sword in time to parry it, it still wasn't enough. Boom! The dark purple explosion spread out, carrying an unparalleled force that sent Znami tumbling and pouting 5 meters away. Ah! Ma Kuai felt a great sense of weightlessness and with an irresistible impact that made his whole body fall towards the ground. Bang! He smashed his face towards the ground. The TS nano armor was covered in sparks, and the swirling tsunami sword even flew out of his hand and landed on the ground not far away. Medaka, stick it right into the concrete. How? Possible. Why are you so powerful? Ma Kuai was lying on the ground, saw a pair of boots walking slowly in front of him, and used all his strength to just stand up, but was lifted up by a big hand grabbing his neck. Asshole, what are you doing? Xiaoyang didn't even bother to pay attention to him, and he directly slapped on the TS nano helmet, which was Ma Kuai-hai's smelly face. You're just being a little. It's really confusing the status quo. Pop! Sparks were flying on this nano helmet, which instantly made Ma Kuai-hai's eyes clear up a lot, and he stared at Xiaoyang full of anger and hated to kill him directly. Get off me! Ma Kuai-hai used out of the king's 8 fists to slap on the mace to the criminal sky, only to hear a crisp clanking sound, like hailstones smashing the iron. There is no deterrent. The gap in intentional energy is an insurmountable peak, and there is the same difference between the armors if Znami is a super armor with a high ceiling. Then Mace to Interceptor is a king's armor. The devil's heavenly sword slashes and blasts Shura's existence, and no one is his opponent unless the latter upgrades into a prison face. In the waste case, the god of war, Interceptor, was all beaten as Fei Jibei, seeing that Ma Kuai was still flinging his king's fists around. Xiaoyang was furious. A knee was raised and a blow was delivered against Znami's abdomen, accompanied by a scream. Ah! Picking up, a punch slammed into Znami once more, and with his palm loosening his neck, Xiaoyang threw a roundhouse kick using a flip to whip on Znami. Bang! Bang! Under this barrage of blows, the nano armor showed various damages all over its body. Ma Kuai was even kneeling on the ground. He only felt as if his bones were falling apart, clearly recognizing the gap between the two. Xiaoyang didn't intend to let the other party off the hook. Oxer the Lion took advantage of the fact that the 2 suits of armor were in a civil war, and he had just gotten up off the ground and turned around less than 3 seconds before he sensed it. A stinging chill came down his back. What's going on? Just as he turned back to look, he found a move of the sheltering sky palm coming at him head-on. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Oxer the Lion. Reward: 20 W Daxia coins. Current balance 600 W. Xiaoyang relied on his own hands to fight his way to the throne of a multimillionaire. It's also a fruit of strength and hard work. He lowered a palm, the very same shaded sky palm that had just been aimed at the lion, Oxer, and blew the other directly into a mess. The explosion finished with a human who fell to the ground like a limp noodle. According to the law of mending, later on, Xiaoyang is going to send this goods to the pure land of ultimate bliss in the Western Paradise. Admit it. By the grace of sheltering sky palm. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Fear was written all over Ma Kuai-hai's eyes, and he hurriedly apologized. I shouldn't be so reckless. I will definitely not go against you again in the future. Not bad. The one who knows the time is the one who knows the place. Xiaoyang put down his palm, only to see Ma Kuai-hai's whole body faintly lit up with a layer of blue light. The armor energy is insufficient to automatically disintegrate, only to see a bruised and swollen appearance. Obviously much more honest. The eyes are clear. Aha, nice. Xiao Yang was satisfied with his masterpiece and pressed on the top of Ma Kuanghai's head. I actually want to kill you. You. But don't worry. I've always been a man of my word. Xiao Yang had a teasing smile on his face. It's just that, your father doesn't seem to be a good person. Perhaps you can go and investigate. The place of origin of the oxymorons. What do you mean? Ma Kuanhai heard the implication and almost didn't say that it was Ma Tian who messed it up directly, but he wouldn't believe Xiao Yang's side of the story. Xiao Yang didn't try to explain, he turned around and left. Very dashing. At that moment, a figure on a battery-operated bicycle appeared across the street, wearing an orange lab coat and a very ordinary haircut. The head is civilized with an orange helmet. This is Interdictor's armor. Li Haoyan's eyes carried a trace of shock. He glanced at the red camera in his pocket, and then glanced at the mace to Interdictor's waist, which was practically a dime a dozen. Soon, he parked his battery-operated car on the side of the road and jogged all the way over, seeing Ma Kuanghai, who was kneeling on the ground quite honestly, but ignored it. No, there is a familiar and unfamiliar feeling in terms of intentional energy. Who the hell are you? Li Haoyan took out the criminal armor summoner, as if telling Xiao Yang to say one thing. This is the real Interdictor's armor for me. Instead, Xiao Yang smiled disdainfully. Me? An ordinary person who prays for world peace. As for this armor summoner, seeing Xiao Yang's words stutter, Li Haoyan hurriedly pursued. Where exactly did you get this summoner from? It's simple, this is a fake for you, and my Interdictor armor summoner is the real thing. Don't believe me? There's an anti-counterfeiting label on it. Xiao Yang pointed to the mace character on his left chest and looked justified. You imposter. The real Interdictor armor is one that bubbles with Hongmeng purple chi, and you obviously didn't, did you? Li Haoyan's cerebellum was shriveling up. Something. You're talking about the violet breath? With these words, even Ma Kuanghai, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help himself. PFFT. You're laughing at your M. Ah, right. Yours is the fake Interdictor armor. He is the real Interdictor armor. You don't have the Hongmeng purple chi. Ma Goukai looked like he agreed, forcing a smile from his lips. Picking up the Znano summoner on the ground, he put it in his pants pocket for fear of being targeted. He now briefly lost the ability to summon his armor. P.S. Homepage hyping group. Ask for free power for love. 5 stars. Chapter 46. Torture in jail days. You imposter. Could. Do you also possess the genes of Nikki? Hey, you're full of crap. Xiao Yang didn't bother spraying, although he knew that Firmament was the male lead who had been powering through the drama. But resurrecting the Psy-Core just for a ridiculous truth was just too much of a dawn, or at least he couldn't fathom such behavior. It's simply a waste of other people's efforts. Beat me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Weaklings don't qualify. You. When Li Haoyan heard this, he also no longer hesitated and took out the Interdictor summoner and placed it in front of him, sweeping across the retina. Criminal armor. Merge. A bright silver metal belt appeared around his waist, and he placed the Interdictor summoner flat into the groove, his palms sliding across the card box to eject a transformation deck. A press on the top end of the summoner. Ka! Countless red energy shadows appeared, overlapping into the appearance of a suit of armor, red and white, with a blue energy device on its chest. Azure blue goggles, a helmet that looks like an ancient warrior, a small cross between his forehead, and the word torture written on his left chest makes the whole thing even cooler. A mechanical sound effect plays. Armor together. I don't want to fight you because you're an armor summoner like me with the same mission. I just... Shut up. Xiao Yang scoffed disdainfully. Don't you just want to know a truth about your parents and the question of the Ricky gene in your body? I said, as long as you promise me, I'll tell you everything you want and don't want to know. And losers don't qualify, said, the mace to interpretation of the whole body cuckoo bubbling with A to the evil gas. A bloodthirsty killing intent filled the air, and one could even clearly smell a rush of blood with some salty and sticky sensation. The powerful intentional energy caused the concrete ground under his feet to crack. Task in progress. Collect battle data for the Interceptor armor. Reward Qigong. In that case, then I must defeat you. When Li Haoyan felt this evil aura, his face became a few points heavier as his intuition told him. The armor in front of me was dangerous. And Ma Ko Kai. Just now it took advantage of the chaos to run away. Xiaoyang pressed him. Penal palm. Li Haoyan came running, and he gathered his intentional energy onto his palms. A palm slapped on the mace to firmament heaven's chest, but the result was obvious. The current firmament hadn't even mastered such a minor skill as the sheltering sky palm. Bang! The sound of metal collision rang out, and the mace to interceptor only slightly trembled, and did not even receive a trace of damage at all, scarlet goggles staring at the prison sky. Is that all you've got? What? Li Haoyan didn't believe in evil, as he quickly struck several palms in succession on Mace Ebenezer. Bang, bang, bang. The fire-red intent energy palm print. In the mace to torture, the sky constantly spread out circles and circles of energy ripples, but this time there was not even a slight tremor. The face that was so hideous that it was somewhat twisted seemed to be mocking Jiantian's powerlessness. How? Li Haoyan sensed the gap in strength between the two. His attacks actually couldn't have a little effect, and immediately stopped trying. Slide the card box on your belt and eject a card with a small sword engraved on it. Press it into the upper end of the collar. The Sword of Fire. A bright silver long sword appeared in the hands of Interceptor armor, and the hilt was fiery red, which he held tightly towards the mace to Interceptor's chest on a fierce chop. Swish! Fire and light swordsmanship. Respectively, horizontal, side, vertical 3 consecutive chopping slashes on the mace to Interceptor, only to see a white smoke out, if there is a display of damage. Then it must be 1. The difference in base values is too great. Is that all you've got? It's really weak and somewhat pathetic. Xiaoyang raised his hand to catch a chop from the fire punishment sword. Li Haoyan fought to draw his sword, but he was unable to pull it out. His eyes were filled with disbelief, realizing that this sword was the full power strike he could currently manage. Even a small car in this sword can only be chopped in half, but fell in the mace to the hands of Interceptor. But in the hands of the mace to Interpol, it is so soft and feeble. Simply, it's a dream. How? Your intentional energy is too weak. Xiaoyang easily pushed away the fire torture sword, and then struck a light palm that landed on the interdictor armor, striking a shocking amount of energy in just one move. Bang! Ugh! Li Haoyan's figure was like a broken kite flying out backwards. Sparks were coming out from the chest of the interdictor armor, and this palm contained powerful intent energy. It directly penetrated the interdictor armor. Bang! Li Haoyan crashed into a utility pole. The pole was seen cracking, revealing the steel bars inside, while the interdictor armor slid down the pole and onto the ground, with the pyroclasmic sword propped up on the ground. Obviously very hard hit. This strike, though an understatement, but energy-wise it's not a quantum leap. 1 average and 1 top. Take what hit. Li Haoyan covered his chest with one hand, somewhat breathless. Ma Kuakai, who had run a long way off to the side, stared at the scene for a while. Hurriedly, he started the gas and drove away in his beloved minivan. Heading for home, hiding behind the tree, Li Zi also left in silence. His collection of virus samples, experimental data are completed, just need to go back to deliver. Incidentally, arrange for the second youngest. Armor infighting is so rare. Pity. Otherwise I really can't wait to blow you all away. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Except for that one purple and black armor. It's just weird looking and definitely not a good thing. Liz is a smart guy, he only makes a few dollars a month. What a life to play. At this point, Jean Tian was given a severe beating. Once again it flew out like a small gyroscope, tumbling through the air a few times before falling to the ground. Snap! The fire torture sword had all gone missing, not that firmament was too weak, but that the opponent was too supermodel. As for where the noise came from, yes, bursting with gear. Li Haoyan disintegrated in place as he fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. His eyes filled with confusion and shock. He didn't understand why his attack wouldn't be able to do a single bit of damage to the armor in front of you. Simply, a secondary to fight a 6 godly tank. With an effort, he tried to raise his head and saw the interdictor summoner in front of him, 3 meters away from him, that had fallen out when he had disintegrated in the air. Luckily, the quality is very good, an absolute gem from Ares. He reached out, trying to grab the interdictor summoner, but a hand was quicker to pick it up. It's Xiaoyang. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Weaklings. Also, give it back. Li Haoyan had some difficulty breathing, but what was very surprising was that Xiaoyang actually found himself unable to use the interdictor summoner. This is a goddamn situation. I don't understand. At this point, Ares began to science with a didactic attitude. It's not like you're a warrior of Ares, and it's impossible to summon the interdictor armor without the Nikki gene. And the mace is different with interceptor, which, what is burned is the user's lifespan, their potential, in order to gain power far beyond that of ordinary armor. But the flaws are also great. If you don't have enough evil energy, you will be dry until you die, the most important point. Even if the evil energy is sufficient, it will still consume the lifespan. And while we Ares warriors live more than a few thousand years on average, you guys can't say the same. This was also the reason why the mace was so powerful with the power of interdiction. Not only did it require the chi of supreme evil to catalyze it, but it also relied on life potential to gain a brief and strong power. But one thing Ares didn't say was, Xiaoyang is not an ordinary person at all. Rather, they were divine beings who had inherited the perfect 5-elemental bloodline, and were simply more physically terrifying than their Ares warriors. As to why they said that, just imagine who good people have been seconds to open the mace to criminal days. The result is that the body is still twice as good, and even every day to wake up is a full state, simply zero consumption. I think when he used it, exceeding the length of time would also damage his lifespan and squeeze out his potential. This ing. Still not in? Xiaoyang thought carefully. Since he couldn't summon the god of war, interceptor, it was useless to keep this summoner. So he might as well let Li Haoyan deal with the loofah dog thief. Hold the fire a little. After all, the villains from all 3 specials, including the big movie, might show up, and it's more or less unreasonable for him to draw that much firepower on his own. Isn't it? Even if he's strong. But are you bunch of laying dogs really good? Anyway, Xiaoyang was unbalanced. Get the outta here. Garbage. The criminal summoner directly smashed onto Li Haoyan's stomach. Ah! He yelped in pain only to feel his stomach turn. After all, this interdictor summoner, but the actual special metal missiles are not necessarily blown up. When Ares produces, the bag is fine. P.S. Tomorrow 2 chapters, first ode, 5-star praise. Each one has a high word count and does not hydrate. Chapter 47. I've always loved you, home page rush. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward Qigong. Some methods of utilizing intentional energy appeared in Xiaoyang's mind, and this was exactly the so-called qi-nourishing gong, which enabled him to automatically run into all parts of his meridians, bringing a burst of warmth. Simply put, it is the effect of strengthening the body, blocking out toxins with intentional energy, and being immune to all poisons. Rather a good one. Xiaoyang left. Li Haoyan also got up from the ground. He stumbled towards the direction of the battery car and dialed a phone number with his cell phone. It seems to be shaking people up. Hope City First Hospital, 207 Deluxe Ward. Xiao Shui leaned on the bed and stretched out her slender hand with some scars, which was a little pink under the sun. She gazed at the sunlight filtering through her fingers, wondering what was going on. On the bedside table was a fruit basket. Z. As the door to the room was pushed open, Xiaoyang walked in. The 2 men looked at each other, but there was a rare silence. After a long time, Xiao Shui's face squeezed out that sunny smile like the old days. Ah Yang, you're here. Sister. Xiaoyang closed the door and walked to the bed. He took out a finger bone from his pocket. There was a bit of stiffness in his expression, and he was eager to prove what he had done. I won't spare any of those monsters who hurt you. This is the bones in their bodies. I'll take them all apart to form a perfect and neat specimen. The finger bone was polished, much like a piece of white jade, which was really nice to use as a collector's item. But if it was a real bone, that would be a little creepy. Yang, come over here some. Xiao Shui let out a bitter laugh. Xiaoyang sat on the edge of the bed and curiously came over. Next, snap. A warm, soft, delicate hand was pressed against his face, and a slight pain came as he felt the force increasing. Xiaoyang froze. Yang, you weren't once a person like that. As far as my sister remembers, you've always been good. Silent silences are often the deadliest. Seeing that Xiaoyang was silent, Xiao Shui loosened her hand, as if she couldn't bear to continue squeezing. She pulled Xiaoyang's arm and embraced him into her arms, and Xiao Shui, who had always been strong, didn't know when some hot tears appeared to swirl in her beautiful eyes. Ah Yang, do you blame your sister? Why do you say that? Xiaoyang shook his head. Xiao Shui tried to make her voice more gentle. But my sister didn't get to spend the most important birthday of your life with you, leaving you with such regrets. At those words, Xiaoyang struggled to look up from his arms and looked at Xiao Shue's reddened eyes. He hadn't seen Xiao Shue cry in years. My sister has always been strong. And then it is the hope of the family. Xiaoyang reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Xiao Shue's eyes. She seemed to not want him to see such a weak side of herself. Actually put his head down, feeling guilty. Ah, Young. Sister, what makes you think it's all your fault when it wasn't you from the beginning? It was the monsters. Xiao Yang's voice carried a hint of firmness. The culprits of all this are the monsters, and it definitely won't be my most important family member. My sister has been paying for it all these years. Ah, Young. Xiao Shue felt for the first time. Xiao Yang has really changed, more mature, sober, and even a little extreme than before. Gradually, she stopped crying. There was a gentle smile on his face. What was once a troublemaker has become a brave hero. Sister, you will soon recover. I believe you. Xiao Shue's voice was filled with relief as she hugged Xiao Yang tightly, like a lonely stray cat that had finally found that soul dependence. Ao, no matter what you do or what you become, my sister has always loved you dearly. Xiao Yang's heart trembled as he nodded heavily. If there is anyone in the world who cares about him the most, then it must be family. Walk out of the hospital. It's a pity that Xiao Yang doesn't know how to smoke, because my sister doesn't like the smell of smoke. Otherwise, there'd be a teenager squatting on the side of this road pondering life. He stood under a tree looking at the sun. Aries, how's your energy? I want to remind you of one thing. Your sister has a lot of broken parts on her body, even though it's being healed by your blood and my energy. But it would take at least a week to fully recover, and that's something I've been losing energy to do. Our planet Aries stuff is awesome, but it's not like it's a god. But if you can get your hands on the gung-ho vajra pestle and mortar, which is the treasure of the planet, not only can I help you heal everything on your sister, but I can also grant her the ability to summon the other 3 pairs of armor, and of course you. Aries induced Xiao Yang towards this path, and he saw information about the gun-grazing vajra pestle from someone's notebook. And so it stayed in my mind. Unfortunately, it was only known that an evil legion had come to Blue Star, but not the true identity of the forbidden army that had come over from the planet Aries. If he knew everything about Lufa the Great, I'm afraid I'm going to run away with the bucket now. Hyperbole can't live away from Xiaoyang at the moment, and can only keep falling into a deep sleep, originating from the improvement of the waste case. As soon as Xiaoyang heard it, he knew what Aries was farting about. What is the Gungrai Vajra pestle? Can he not know what it is? And to take this cheap stuff and lie about it. Funny. The Vajra pestle. The ability to reorganize, disassemble, and transform genetically data, which is an extraordinary ability. Nature can easily heal Xiao Shue. But again, Xiao Yang didn't know where the underworld demon was, and it hadn't appeared so far. The only 2 times it came up, he still missed both. I don't even know what kind of stuff the old man thief Lufa is up to, never coming out to destroy it, and using the alien beasts and oxygen as cuties. Using them to collect negative energy is dog to the core. By the time Xiao Yang got the gun-grazing macadamia pestle and speed passed through the underworld legion, Xiao Shue recovered early, seeing that Xiao Yang ignored himself. At once, it made Aries' red warm. What's the angriest thing? Naturally, one hears you and prefers to engage in cold violence. Passwords. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me or not? The gung-yielding Vajra pestle is the planet Aries' treasure of the planet, with a super killer weapon. It can kill the strongest Shura armor in the galaxy. Aren't you afraid that it will pose a threat to your Emperor armor and the mace to Interceptor? How can we keep this kind of scourge? Hurry up and get it. As for why Aries desperately wants to get the gung-ho Vajra pestle and how he trusts Xiao Yang, naturally someone is on the laptop. The whole thing is a high-definition fake picture, which still comes from 6 years ago because Xiao Yang is afraid to forget what it looks like, although there are over-the-top. But passwords. Only remembered his stuff in this world. The pre-crossing stuff had been forgotten long ago. Luckily, it was a quick memory to make a whole backup of the useful ones. Then, the night before, Aries boarded the ship, while Xiao Yang went to receive the light and shadow inheritance. Actually ran to break the firewall, to say that this old Bushes is also a genius, relying on the Aries technique to actually open Xiao Yang to set up a top-secret document file. Inside was all the information about the Gungravaka mortar and pestle and the Shura armor. Luckily, Xiao Yang grabbed the number in time. I'm telling you, don't keep buzzing me. Remember that your life is in my hands. Really give me the whole red temperature to take you together to break into the universe, to see which one of us dies first. Aries closed his mic. Status is just so humble. People under the roof have to bow down. Isn't it just a bit of blood? What are you pretending? P.S. I'm begging for a freebie for the love of power. I'm from the countryside. I can't afford to eat instant noodles anymore. So I'll cheat you guys and go straight to jump off a building. Chapter 48 Confident Bei Miao. After all this time in rehab, ERP Research Laboratory, Li Xinan and Bei Miao, including Wu Dongshang, have been injected with special agents, which are super genes researched through the alien beasts and oxygen on the body. The ability to drastically increase the human body's self-healing ability has always been the top secret of Daxia, used in the research of super warriors in order to one day be able to fight against these monsters, although the results have been poor. But the finished product is kind of nice. For armored summoners, it is inevitable that they will be attacked in various ways during their regular battles, resulting in serious injuries that prevent them from fighting for a short period of time. But with the super gene potion it was different. It was equivalent to giving a shot of adrenaline. The physical quality would at least increase by more than 3 times. Me Jean. Why do I feel a little hot all over? Li Xinan was lying in the nutritional cabin. He could see a special white energy rolling in the meridians of his whole body, and his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, the use of such agents involves a degree of risk. For example, it can impotence and have life expectancy. It's from an overdraft. Any power has a price, something that needs to be given in order to get it, even in a special episode. All 3 were lying in a nutritional pod, injected with the potion. Mi-Jin stood to the side looking at the healers as she inquired, "These potions, can they really more than double the strength of an armor summoner?" Theoretically, it can be done, and it can accelerate human cell division and do the effect of healing injuries faster, but it's a kind of overdraft, isn't it? Probably around 30%. After one of the scientists finished speaking, he handed the datasheet to Mi-Jin. Instructing the paramedic on the sidelines, he said, "When they wake up, take them to the training room and see how effective they are. The hours of using the armor should increase." Yes. The medics continued to test the stats and body metrics, a disguised enhancement for the armored summoners. After all, the monsters were supermodeled. Mi-Jin knew, though, that there would be many dangers in doing so, and even the possibility of rejection that could lead to the summoner's death. But the situation at hand is not promising, and these callers must be allowed to accelerate their growth. Laid out on the table were 3 voluntarily signed agreements of some kind. 5 hours later, Li Xinan was the first to wake up. He was surprised to find that his legs were full of strength, and tried to move around for a while to actually have a burst of lightness. It's no exaggeration to say that he's absolutely fit as a fiddle when he runs now. These potions sure work. Not long after, Bei Miao woke up as well. The first thing he did was get up and climb out of the nutrient pod and tried to swing his arms, only to feel a burst of power. Haha! I've recovered. These genetic modification potions really work well, even though they incorporate some special substances and accelerate cell division. But in exchange, it's a strength that surpasses normal people. I'm afraid that if you fall from a 5-story building, you won't even be crippled easily. He punched the air in a pompous manner. Seems eager for a fight. Then Wu Dongshang also woke up. He felt the power filled in his body. His face was indescribably elated. As for the fact that it would damage his lifespan. Laugh your ass off. Don't all those fitness circles in MI do that? Besides, they were the armor summoners protecting the city with a mission, a responsibility. The most important thing is that those monsters caused them to be homeless. It should just be wiped out to prevent more people from getting hurt. By the way, Mi-Jin, about that pair of black and purple armor, do you have any results from your side? Wu Dongshang inquired as he looked towards Mi-Jin. They still don't know how long they've been asleep. Mi-Jin shook her head. It's unclear for now, but one thing can be confirmed. There is another civil armor organization that exists in Hope City. It wasn't formalized and didn't have all kinds of welfare benefits, but they had 3 pairs of armor in their hands, one of which was very similar to that black and purple armor. But before Mei Zhen could finish her sentence, Bei Miao, who was monkeying around on the side, slammed the table. Pop! It gave Mi-Jin a shock. Her neck trembled and her beautiful eyes looked up. I only saw Bei Miao with a hint of anger in his eyes, gritting his teeth. It's that black and purple armor again. Damn it. It seems to be called something. Oh yes, the mace is a criminal. If I meet him again this time, I'll make sure he knows what the strongest invincible black rhino armor means, and beat him until he can't get out of bed for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Mi Jin's heart was speechless. Nima, if it wasn't for your stupidity, could Li Xinan be lying in bed? I can't believe you still have the nerve to say that if you weren't so reckless, you wouldn't have to use gene medicine now. That's a 10% chance of you guys dying a violent death. Guess what that protocol is for? So stupid. LOL. It can't be helped. One summoner just has to suffer. Moreover, the water shadow stones were all brought here by people who took the initiative to defect. Can't really do anything to him. Alright, Bei Miao. Don't be such a shocker. Can you let me finish my sentence? Mi Jin was getting a little angry. She hated it when someone interrupted her so suddenly and made a shock like that. Little hearts are scared out of their minds. You go on. Bei Miao closed wheat. He stared at Mei Zhan in the look. Seems to be very interested in knowing about this mace to the whereabouts of the criminal sky. After all, this revenge will not be reported is not a gentleman. This beating, he must return it. Mei Zhan shook her head and said helplessly, but it's not the interdictor armor. After that summoner's description, it's most likely an alternative upgrade of the interdictor armor. Though it would be shocking to say so, but I'm afraid that's the truth. Their armor has a kind of stirring mode, though I don't know how to turn it on. But I believe that at some point in the future, they will be able to master it. So it should be another pair of interdictor armor, which is currently called Dark Interdictor. The three men were in a hurry. It's not. Why should your armor be upgraded? Getting hung up isn't. Especially Bei Miao, who was subconsciously unbalanced in his heart. The invincible water-black rhinoceros armor couldn't be upgraded. Why should yours be? And he didn't want his captain's position to be affected. It's not established yet, though. But in the heart, he's the captain. Yes, that's what River North thought. Mi Jin, is there a possibility? Our armor can actually be upgraded to turn on that what's-his-name excitement mode. It's just that no one's ever done it. Bei Miao desperately wanted to know the answer. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be inferior. Mi Jin shook her head in denial. No, light and shadow armor does not exist in such an aggressive fighting mode, and there have been no cases of armor upgrades in history. But one thing is for sure, their armor in its normal form is inferior to our light and shadow armor, whether it's strength, speed, or defense. All are inferior. You guys can fly to the top of towers tens of meters high in one easy jump, and while they can, they're obviously much worse, and that's data analysis. The light and shadow armor relies heavily on the user's bloodline and constitution. Otherwise, it will not be able to do the summoning, and the base value is very high. Not to mention the Yanlong who had dryly retreated half a step from an emperor with a single punch. It was a particularly outrageous thing to punch through the black domain of five-dimensional space. Especially the per capita light speed light shadow pony. If you have this thing when you fight Lufa, you are afraid that you will not give him a fling that you cannot even smell the fart. All that aside, have you seen the armor that can fly in the sky to fight the black magic beasts? That is the final boss. These 5 waist armor actually fight for half a day. As if these weren't enough proof. Then watch. The big king of the second team of Fangzhong who fired 4 rift splits in a row and still didn't flash his lights. As well as the Inferno Dragon that slashed 3 consecutive demon ceiling slashes and killed 3 exotic beasts at the same time, all of which were a very anticlimactic piece of battle. The Zen Seal was also very overmodeled.
Plus.
One person pressed the 3 big guardian hammers of the North Kai Great King, enough to see the black rhino armor value. In the end, how superb is simply open. Wind Eagle armor speed is even faster to let the ordinary flying shadow cannot smell the fart, unless the opening of the shape-shifting or else it is difficult to catch up, of course. Blaster Shadow is even. You can torture a Wind Eagle. P.S. In the second week of the Phantom Legion, 3 slashes explode the normal interdictor, and the other armor, even if you turn on the excitement mode to barely seal it. At the beginning, although the 3 of them raised their strength a lot in the back, it was enough to see how big the difference was between the Psi Corps in comparison to their strength before and after. One thing that has been proven is that in their regular state these 3 pairs of armor are not strong enough to sit at the table with the 4-element artificial armor. After all, it has the natural elements. Chapter 49 I respect your choices. At this time, Ma Kuai drove a black car parked in front of the company. He got out of the car and was just about to go carry his luggage when he saw a man in a black suit trotting all the way over in the distance. A long face was standard, with a short haircut that looked a little prickly and scratchy, and a brown tie. He smiled fawningly. Second young master, you've arrived. Oh, it's a plum. Ma Kuai recognized the visitor at a glance. It was that company's executive Li Zi who had followed Ma Tian for many years, and his work efficiency was that high. Li Zi looked at Ma Gao Hai and uttered a broken English. That, long time no see. They. Long. Time. No. See. When he heard this English, it didn't give Ma Kuan-hai a whole lot of fun. He narrowed his eyes with an intolerant look and almost didn't laugh. Second young master, I'll do it. Plum helped with the luggage. His whole body was almost in the carriage, a look of effort that was very much a source of great attitude. Ma Gao-hai shook his head as he stared Li Zi up and down. Li Zi, long time no see. You are still the same as before. It's been a long time, and you're still the same as before. Hey, Yesiases, said Plum, turning back in a hurry. He looked like he was grinning and nodded his head in direct response, albeit with a very good attitude. But it's just like how it's kind of silly. Yes. Actually, yes, Plum couldn't understand it at all. Ma Gao-hai noticed Li Zi's clothes and he smiled. Nice clothes. Where did you get them? Nice suit. Where did you get it? Li Zi glanced at the shape of Ma Gao-hai's mouth, and after a moment of brainstorming, he finally nodded his head. Yesiases. There was a glint of wisdom in his eyes. A smile reveals rows of large white teeth. Yeah. Ma Kokai took a deep breath, barely missing the blackness before his eyes, and his tone intensified. Where did you buy it? Where did you buy it? As Li Zi saw that the situation was not right, he revealed a difficult smile. Second young master, don't make it difficult for me. I only know a total of 2 sentences of English. Ha. Ma Gao-hai laughed at the scene and decided to stop teasing Plum. Finish packing. The two made their way towards the company. As for the news of the loss of Flame's Nava, or to be precise, the presence of a new summoner, they are currently unaware of it. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Because the Hurricane's pack horse was also stolen. Huan teppanyaki. Yang Welcome sat on the sofa with some barbecue in front of her and a bottle of beer beside her. She was a bit helpless. Xiao Tian, how come even you are injured? Now we have a total of just 2 summoners. Now that you're both injured, who is the spectral demon going to let handle it? It really doesn't help at all. Although she was carrying a scolding tone, her hands were honestly removing the bandages for Li Haoyan. The summoner's physique was different from normal people, so the recovery was relatively quick. But there was still a large bruise. Obviously beaten up. Li Haoyan similarly sat on the sofa. He was so guilty that he even had the idea of running away for a while, but he recalled his parents. The very reason why he died was because of these monsters. Then it made it a bit difficult for him to choose, and then he remembered everything that happened at noon. Innocent people were brutally murdered. Eventually, or choose to stay. Welcome. I was reckless this time. Li Haoyan admitted his mistake. He has never been a person who avoids responsibility, but will face the reality straightly. The show is called Interceptor, not Flying Shadow, even if the latter has supermodel values. Yang welcomed the relief that she had likewise gotten the potions given by the ERP base, and these had been specially approved down by the official upper echelons of Daxia. But use can have side effects. This made it hard for Yang Welcome to choose. She decided to let Li Haoyan and the others choose for themselves. After all, if it was possible, she definitely didn't want it. Li Haoyan, what happened to them? This is the only person in the world who has the genes of the Sun Chi and Moon Chi. As for the Star Chi, now have no whereabouts. Hey! It's a real head-scratcher. Seeing Young Welcome in distress, Li Haoyan pursued. Welcome. Did something happen? Well, it's like this. Yang welcomed the recounting of everything, and she didn't choose to hide the truth. After all, these were things that would be known sooner or later, and there was no point in hiding them. Li Haoyan sniffed as he lowered his head in thought. Is it life-threatening? However, if you don't use it, your life will be in danger in the future battle with the monsters, so it's better to take a chance. It all worked out on the ERP base side anyway. Su Tingfei, who was tilting his head on the side, lying on the sofa, but without saying anything, he was decisive. Welcome! You just directly say where this potion is. No matter how much money, this young master bought all of it. Young Welcome was a bit speechless. This Su Tingfei's young master's temper was really strange. She said in a serious tone, Young Master Su, these aren't something you can buy with money. They're all top secret now and will be of great use in the future. Humph, the ERP base guys can pull off anything. How bad can we be? I only know one thing. Su Tingfei looked like he was taking it all in stride as he removed the ice pack that was attached to his forehead. The white straps wrapped around it in a circle, clearly having suffered some sort of blow to the head. If you don't use the potion this time because you're scared, you'll only get beaten up worse the next time you meet a stronger enemy. It's better to fight for a future and hope than to die sooner or later. Either Su Tingfei is a rich young master, these four, and the pattern is really just big. To put it bluntly, there was nothing good to be gained from going sideways, so it was better to take a gamble. And he didn't think he would be worse than that group of summoners. In Su Tingfei's mind, he was the perfect armor summoner. Best. The second strongest being. Recalling the mace to interceptor that terrible appearance, immediately let Su Tingfei convergence of some. The strength of the huge gap is like a shrouded his haze, has not been able to disperse pressure to his breathless. He must defeat the mace to the Tingtian. Yang welcomed the look towards the jailer's sky. Li Haoyan nodded. I think Fei has a point. Anyway, there's not much of a good choice now in order to deal with those monsters. Something has to be done. Good. I respect your choices. But wait until you're almost healed before you use it. And not right now, immediately right away. Yang welcomed the fact that he refused to take half a step back on this point, and was very assertive. She often refers to herself as this girl under her daily routine, but often when she's serious. But would not say so. As for the firm, he's still soaking in a game room somewhere. In the King Bile group, on the black leather sofa sat a greasy middle-aged man, but his temperament was incomparably strong, and his eyes flashed with a flash of essence. On his left thumb was an emerald gold ring, and his slightly blonde figure, dressed in a white body shirt and professional pants, typified the image of a successful man. Perhaps this description will be unfamiliar to you, but he has another name, Croton, Lufa the Great. Finally, there was a touch of excitement in his voice, and it was clear that he couldn't wait to fulfill the plan in his heart and kill his way back to planet Ares to ascend to the throne of supremacy. Bring the brethren the honor they deserve. It's the scent of the interdictor armor and the flying shadow armor. Now all that's missing is the adamantium armor. When the 3 pairs of armor are assembled, that's when we'll attack the galaxy. The horn of victory for homecoming is blowing. A smile appeared on Badu's face. A dark shadow appeared on the floor and a figure emerged from it. It was Baloo, topped with a human brain head, along with a hideous and terrifying face, like an evil demon, but the next second, it then turned into a middle-aged man with the same blonde figure, dressed in a suit and very polite, who had an ecstatic look on his face. Congratulations to the general on his plans coming to fruition. Ba Dong. A clip-on sounded from the sidelines, only to see Mithrin, the little Dawn, with a very popular long haircut of bangs and eyelashes. Dressed in a sexy outfit, she approaches Bardu and extends her orchid finger. It gives a pang. Brain freeze. Batu closed his eyes, only to feel his eyes go black, as if he had seen something terrible. If it wasn't for this stupid thing, it would still be somewhat useful right now. Plus, he's currently not fully assimilating everything from Badu. Otherwise, be sure to let her know. What's scary? Ha! Oh Mithril, what do you want? Ba Dong, congratulations, your big plan is about to be completed. And then it's... A coquettish smile appeared on Mithrin's face as she came up to Badu and pointed to her eyelashes in a pleading manner. If only my eyelashes were longer. A little more curved would be even better. Hiss! Batu sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to break his head. All wondered why such a superb product existed on the blue planet. Throughout the thousands of years he has been fighting in the galaxy, he has never seen something so chowdan. Actually want to have eyelashes, why don't you wish for a 7-dragon ball? Bardu's face was expressionless as he contemplated the spells in Ares. Thought about it half a day. That's how it's supposed to be. Simple. Wow, thanks Ba Dong. P.S. 3,000-word chapter. Stopping hydrology starts with me. 2 more chapters tomorrow. 5-star reviews, homepage rushes, and requests for free power for love. Choose one of the 3. As for my suggestion, it's better to take them all. Hehehe. Chapter 50, Earth Shadow Stone Present. Rock Beast. Fate. What exactly is? Walking alongside a bridge, looking out over a clear lake in the distance. It can gradually calm the restless mood. Suddenly, he sensed a special foreign energy in the distance, not belonging to any kind of monster, but an extremely pure earth element. Could it be that the Earth Shadow Stones have appeared? I didn't realize it was that far in advance. In the special features, it was a glowing stone that appeared in the newspaper, but it hasn't appeared since traveling to this world. Until now, when technology has advanced and things like newspapers are even more obsolete, the plot must have been skewed. Xiao Yang knew what this meant. A new armor summoner was going to appear. Earth Land Tiger Armor. Possessing agility and great jumping ability, it has unlimited energy that replenishes itself all the time when it stands on the earth. In Fang Zhong's hands, he could even fire 4 cracking earth splits in a row. He possessed a perfect 5 elemental bloodline, and he had an extremely high innate sense for light and shadow stones. Xiao Yang originally didn't want to go through this mess. After all, the value of a light and shadow stone, to tell a big truth, wasn't that important. So what if it disappears? It's the ultimate armor he has, and again, he's recognized as the strongest in the special. The embodiment of the dominator of the bright realm, an existence that once scared the Shadow Emperor into not being able to show himself, mastering the power of the 5 elements in heaven and earth, including space. Immunity to spatio-temporal effects. The Zen seal was powerful, but it was just a passive of the Emperor. But since it concerns the altered beasts, then this is a trip I must take. Xiao Yang's eyes carried a hint of killing intent, almost materializing. His fists clenched mace to the interdictor summoner, for the hatred of the Shadow Realm. Arrived at the pinnacle long ago. Ugly general, I'll beat you to death myself. At this point, no one can stop me, not even if the King of Heaven comes. With that, a golden door appeared behind him, and when he stepped inside, he disappeared in place, as if he had never appeared. This is the ultimate power, the supreme power over all. The King Catcher's armor was strong, but it was set to be just a great general under the Emperor's hand. But he was an ultimate armor comparable to Shura. What gold? Ding! Host's hatred for the Shadow Realm has been detected, hereby issuing a mission. Mission: kill the ugly general. Reward: Phantom Robbery Flying Shadow Summoner. Note: to use this armor, you need to use your own life and potential as burning energy, and you must have the strongest evil aura. Xiao Yang saw it and he nodded. It's the same set of armor from the scrap case, but there's not much description about it, and it's the equivalent of a demonic form of the Flying Shadow, which is very strong. Almost in the same class as Shura, but weaker than the Mace to Interceptor. It seems that the Shura armor must be in the hands of the Lufa dog thief now. The system never rewarded out, so it must be in Lufa's hands and not yet activated. As to why the latter never showed up, there is only one reason. The 3 great armors of heaven, earth, and man had not been assembled, and Lufa had probably been resurrected long ago by now, having been building up his strength and restoring the Spectre Legion to its peak condition. Lufa isn't short of combat data to unseal, and only needs the summoner to get the exact coordinates of the planet's energy crystals, and I'm afraid the Gung Ho Vidra is in hand. That's something that could threaten the Shura armor, I just don't know. Could it hurt his empire? In an antique store, not only did Xiao Yang know about the whereabouts of the Earth Shadow Stone, but the ERP base this time was likewise not a freeloader, and was 100 times stronger than it was in the original special episode. Surprisingly, he was the first to learn about the whereabouts of the Earth Shadow Stones before the Shadow Realm, and the cause was still Wu Dongsher walking down the road, preparing to go to a roadside stall to buy something. As a result, he sensed the presence of the Earth Shadow Stone because he had seen the Water Shadow Stone earlier, and with the relatively close distance, although he could not do the kind of Xiao Yang's thousands of miles away against all odds, he was not a waste. At this time, Wu Dongshang was taking the Earth Shadow Stone and planning to go back to the ERP base. Although it was bought at a high price, there was an official reimbursement from Daxia. The money is nothing. I didn't expect the Earth Shadow Stone to appear in such a way. It's quite a surprise. I thought it would be hard to find. There was a hint of surprise in Wu Dongsher's voice as he looked over to Li Xinan, who was grinning to the side. Both of them were in an extremely good mood because of what this meant. They are no longer alone, and they get to have another summoner as a partner. Now the Wu Nan combo hasn't fallen out yet. Yeah, Mi Jin will be so happy when we get back. Li Xinan's words have not yet fallen. Dropping. An electronic sound effect then sounded on both summoners, and without much thought they took them out and looked at the 2 red dots that suddenly appeared on the display. It's the alien beast. I can't believe it came up at this juncture. On the construction site, a brown boulder was lying on the ground, hard as iron, looking like a large briny egg with date red eyes glaring at it. There were 4 of them, and he kept his wooden stance and froze without moving halfway, causing the other construction workers to think it was some kind of treasure. The black-skinned worker carrying the hammer came up with a curious look on his face, and he touched the red date like eyes set into the surface of the stone. Like a jewel, there was a surge of joy in his heart. Meet the babe. Wouldn't it be a fortune if this could be given to be taken down? But it didn't show up last night, so why did it suddenly appear early in the morning? The black-skinned worker wondered a bit, but glanced at the other workers gathered around. Whatever. Let's smash down a piece first, so that we don't have to come over to the contractor later and not get any of it. It must be a good treasure. Thinking of this, he just swung his hammer and shouted, 80! And it doesn't matter. Bang! His palms tingled a bit as a vibration came from his hand. Backward 2 steps, froze a but sitting on the ground while the boulder is not moving, like the pressure did not suffer any damage. The scene was a delight to the other workers. Laughing my ass off. Old Wong, are you good or not? That's right. Who's a good person to use a hammer to smash a rock? I think you have too much of a life. Even if you can smash it down, it's not broken. Old Zhao, don't you dare make a ing remark. Old King was still unconvinced. He slapped his ass and sat up from the floor. The next second, but was pushed away by a worker named Lao Zhao, who was carrying a large diamond in his hand with an air of godliness. Get up. Let me have it. See this thing. The diamond. Even if he was a piece of iron, he'd have to leave a mark. Hurry up. When the contractor comes, we won't get anything. Remember to give me a piece. My kids are still waiting for their tuition at home. Old Wong looked like he was in a hurry as the other workers gathered around. As much as they wanted to go up there and get a piece of it down, they were a little unsure. You say this suddenly appeared boulder, what if it is some kind of stone daredevil or boss really give smashed? Then it is not a big loss. And it doesn't have to be ours. Old Zhao turned on the power, and he directly drilled down towards the boulder. Bang, bang, bang. The diamond was pressed against the boulder, and there was a constant banging sound and sparks were splattering in all directions. Old Wong stared at the boulder, his eyes filled with greed. Hey, there's movement. Nima, why is it moving? The smile gradually disappeared and turned into a kind of fear. However, without waiting for Old Zhao to react, he opened his mouth wide and looked at a huge rock in front of him. Scared silly. Roar! Rock beast. The rock beast stood up from the ground in a flash, and he felt a tickle in his head, like a flea was tossing around on it. Nima, can't even sleep well. Chapter 51, The Assistant Director's Perfect Plan. Old Zhao was stomped into a piece of human cake on the spot. His blood splattered 3 meters away, spilling all over Old Wong's face as he screamed with a horrified look on his face. Ah, Lao Zhao. Why did you blow up? Scared silly Old Wong are beginning to talk nonsense. He is an ordinary construction worker. Where has he seen this kind of shocking picture? His legs flopped to the ground as soon as he could, soft as 2 knuckles of spaghetti unable to stand up. Roar! The rock beast let out a roar. His 2-meter-tall body was stocky, topped with a potbelly, and his entire body was covered in incomparably hard adamantine. Advanced fusion materials. Another crunch. Ah! With a scream, Old Wong was directly stomped on the ground, and with a crackling sound of bones breaking, he too became a human pancake. Monster! There's a monster! The other construction workers rolled and crawled. They could be frightened by the scene in front of them, desperately fleeing out of the sight. However, how could the rock beast let them off so easily? As soon as it stomped its foot on the ground, it manipulated the earth elemental and pulled up countless sharp earth spikes. Swish! Swish! In just a moment, it pierced through the construction workers who couldn't escape in time, and the slower ones had a razor-sharp rock run through their stomachs. Ha ha ha! The rock beast laughed with a cackle. He intellectually resembled a 4- or 5-year-old child with 2 short, powerful paws that slapped against his belly. There was a sound of rocks crashing, except for the rock beasts on a half-finished building on a construction site. Roar! There was also a dark monster standing, topped with a donkey's head and a sharp unicorn horn, its eyes filled with scarlet bloodlust. 2 hot puffs of air came out of his nostrils, as if he was ready to jump at any moment. The monster was covered in metal armor, and it was unknown what special thing it had fused together, with donkey hooves on its paws, while its arms were similar to a human's, like a ferocious beast. The beast of marmalade. Ha! The ugly general smiled grimly from the sidelines, wearing a black mask on his face and a nightshirt. Even in the middle of summer, he looked like he was not afraid of the heat. It was exactly what he had gotten Shadowbane to rush here, bringing with him the 2 major fusion exotic beasts. As for why he didn't go and rob them openly, but instead lured out the armor summoner, that's going to be a critique of the ugly general's clever intellect. After all, they definitely didn't get the information faster than the ERP base, and if they captured the summoner and traded it for the Earth Shadow Stones, wouldn't it be 2 birds with 1 stone? When the time comes to tear the ticket with one hand, They can discount one of their armored summoners, not to mention getting the Earth Shadow Stone, which is a great feat. If you go straight to the robbery, what if their people ran away? It would be better to set up an ambush and wait for a rabbit. After all, this time the ugly general had brought along his little helpers. It's all about ambushing the armor summoner. Armors, prepare for a big surprise from me. Ha ha ha. The ugly general thought about what he was going to do next. Then he felt a burst of smugness. He could have brought along 3 orcsers this time, and under such a siege, it would be impossible for the armored summoner to escape. 5 of them together. Let's see what they do. For this reason, Ugly General had deliberately found a biochemical biker named Cold Blood and reached a series of collaborations, presumably to research alien beasts. It's not like you can die anyway. Just give them the research. Swish! At that moment, a white pillar landed violently in the sky, a satellite teleportation device from the ERP base, from which a silhouette stepped out, dressed in a casual outfit. On his handsome face was a hint of disdain. Without saying a word, he took out his Black Rhino summoner, put it on his wrist and walked forward. Black Rhino armor. Combine. Armor together. The Black Rhino armor instantly completed the fit, cloaking his body and facing the rocky beast directly. He took a flying leap and jumped up, slamming his fist into the side of his head. Bang! Sparks splashed in all directions. The Black Rhino armor not only had extremely high defense, but also had equally good attack power. Apart from the slight lack of speed, there was hardly a single drawback. It was simply comparable to a berserk warrior. Sparks came out of the rock beast's head as he took a step back, obviously not expecting that Bei Miao would come out of nowhere to smash him with a fist gaba. Roar! It's actually armor. Humph! Good to know. Bei Miao twisted the turntable at his waist, and then a water character post appeared in front of him, and he slammed his fist out once again, and this time the rock beast was obviously on guard, crossing its arms in front of it. But it was not expected. The moment Bei Miao's fist passed through the water character post, it was actually covered with a pair of rhinoceros head-style black boxing gloves with 2 sharp unicorn horns, a big one and a small one. Water armor shield. Bang! The force of the punch came directly to 10 tons upwards, and once again landed on the rock beast's arms, actually hardened a crack. Ah! The rock beast screamed in pain as he immediately activated his earth elemental energy, dark-colored smoke rising straight from his body as the ground trembled at this moment. Then the 3 spikes violently rose up like dry land, stabbing towards Bei Miao's lower 3 paths. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to react. But who is Bei Miao? Civil War Phantom God. Humph. Don't come out to disgrace yourself with your underhanded tactics. Bei Miao's water armor shield protected his crotch, defending against the rock's surprise attack. But his figure was forced backward a meter, his feet pressing against the ground, leaving a gully. What a strong power. It turns out that it's an earth attribute, and it's actually a bit restrained against me. Luckily, I've hit the special genetic modification potion in advance, or else I wouldn't necessarily be able to block it. Bei Miao was once again glad that he had made the right choice, and when he looked up, he was met with a half-meter boulder, and his water armor shield danced out with a single punch. Bang! The boulder was split apart by a punch. Then he and the rock beast twisted together, smashing out at each other continuously. Only it was obvious that the rock beast was a bit more disadvantaged. After all, Bei Miao had a bug weapon like the water armor shield, which could actually be used for offense and defense, and with the rhino protective armor on his shoulders, he was simply invincible. At this time, the man sitting in a car with dark sunglasses and high hat, a black suit mannequin, but the face is indescribably lewd. He opened the car door and stepped out of it, pulling an unopened lollipop from the lapel of his coat in one smooth motion, opening the package and popping it into his mouth. Shivered a mouthful. Barf! The Black Rhino armor of water really lives up to its name. It was actually able to fight an exotic beast back and forth and managed to suppress it. Unfortunately, met the cruel me. A touch of cruelty surfaced on Cold Blood's face. A burst of black aura emerged from his entire body, and his visage shifted towards that of a monster, his skin gradually becoming a deep blue color, as if it had been coated with paint. Watch me open you up. Ha ha ha. Boss, how can you use your hands to deal with such goods? Let's see how I can smash him. 2 men who looked like gangsters came out of the car. Negative energy exploded from their entire bodies, transforming them into 2 ugly monsters with black striped skin, resembling black pigskin in just a moment. Topped with a rounded monkey head. His body was clearly slender, especially with arms surprisingly above his knees and fangs peeking out of his mouth. The other was a king's head with dark black armor on its back, a huge body that walked slowly, and green eyes with a fierce look in them. Respectively, Ape Oxer, Oxer, the old turtle. P.S. Breaking news of the next chapter. 52 The advantage of 5 against 1 is mine. 53 The Emperor returns. 54 Catch them. What's it got to do with me? 55 Respectfully sending the counselor to the west. 56 Shooting cold blood at point-blank range. I'll destroy it with a single blow. 57 The last piece of the puzzle. 58 Super electric fan. Hoo. Blow it out of the water in advance. The actual situation may deviate, and anyway, it's going to be a blast later on. It's like nothing you've ever imagined. The homepage urges to change. Chapter 52. 1 against 5? The advantage is mine. Ape Oxer walked towards the direction of Bei Miao, although his speed was not fast. Every step carried a great sense of oppression, and his whole body was as dense as steel needles with hair that appeared to be on the brownish-black side. His arms naturally fell to his knees, very much in keeping with the symbol of Uncle Lu, and on his palms were sharp claws and teeth, glaring at the pair of blood-colored pupils of his eyes. A loud cry, like a burst of apes. Vomit roar! Vomit roar! What is this? Bei Miao naturally noticed the ape-monkey Oxer coming towards him. The monster accelerated in a flash and swung its sharp claws to attack. Water armor shield punched the rocky beast's belly, shocking this one monster back. Then he quickly raised his arm, with water armor shield's amazing numerical defense. Blocked the incoming blow. Clank! Sparks splashed on the water armor shield. Bei Miao's expression was grave, although the power of this strike was not great. But nay, there was still a rocky beast behind it. It's not good to be on both sides of the fence. Twist the waist turntable decisively. Brush. A green-colored light patch shone out from the taijutsu at his waist, and on it was a pattern of a weapon, a lance by the looks of it. He grabbed it with one hand, and then he pulled out a pitch-black lance that was more than 1 meter 6, overall very domineering, with a cold aura flashing at the tip. Meteor shot. Humph! Today, let you see what the black rhino armor of water is. The strongest existence in the 5 elements armor. Bei Miao stabbed his spear at the ape, Oxer, and violently picked him up and flipped him out, accompanied by a burst of sparks coming out. A hideous wound was opened on his belly, obviously not expecting the power of the black rhino armor to be so amazing. Ah! Damn armor! I will hammer you! Ape Oxer only felt a heavenly spin as he fell 2 meters to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen but mania overtaking his reasoning. A flash of bloodthirsty killing intent flooded his eyes as he brazenly rushed up from the ground and attacked towards the black rhinoceros armor in a desperate attempt. It was the bereavement riot virus that had evolved. Cold blood leaned against the side of the car, licking a lollipop as he casually picked up a precision instrument, aiming to collect samples of the virus that were scattered through the air. Bang! Collection complete. He pointed at Bei Miao's figure and pinched one of his orchid fingers. Turtle, go finish him off. He. Okay, big brother. Oxer, the old turtle, took slow steps on short, compact little legs. At the same time, Bei Miao slammed his elbow into the rocky beast's chest, and the water armor shield played a huge role in resisting the incessant impact of the chaotic rocks. It was as if the rock beast had turned into a turret tank, stomping in place, controlling the rock to take off, then slamming out punch after punch. The rocks all landed on the body of the black rhino armor, and while most of them were shattered by the water armor shield, a few landed on the body. Roar! The rock beast let out a roar, clearly attacking even more ferociously than earlier. The ape Oxer was also constantly harassing Bei Miao, even though the black rhino armor was powerful and had high values. However, under the siege of the 2 monsters, it was simply unable to utilize its full strength. This armor belonged to a berserker, and if it was a head-to-head confrontation, it would have to be top tier. However, Ape Oxer's dexterity kept kiting and holding Bei Miao back. The rock beast also added a couple of long-range rock moves. Even if it was super standard like the black rhino armor, it was still suffering for a while. Couldn't exert its full strength, otherwise it would surely be able to easily decapitate this ape oxymoron. Damn it! Going on like this isn't a solution. Sooner or later my energy is going to be exhausted, and then I won't just have to wait for death. As Bei Miao thought this, he couldn't dodge for a moment, so he was hit on the back again by Ape Oxer, and a burst of sparks came out. With a tilt of his figure, he received another huge rock on his waist. Bang! Bei Miao kneeled on one knee, having trouble withstanding this huge force, and silently placed his palm on the belt turntable, intending to use a must-have technique to fight to the death. Even if you couldn't seal your opponent, you still had to do some substantial damage. Damn monkeys! If I die, I'll pull you as a cushion too. Suddenly, all that could be heard was the sound of a motorcycle engine starting up. Buzz off! A puff of dust rose in the distance, only to see Li Xinan wearing a black helmet and riding an off-road motorcycle racing from afar. A forced and perfect drift almost did not throw Wu Dongsher on the ground, and hastily hugged Li Xinan, afraid of falling. The heart has long been cursing. Ciphers, what are you pretending to be? Almost didn't give me a headshot. I think you're just doing it on purpose. Although the heart only think but also just spit a sentence Wu Dongsher still can understand. After all, the situation is somewhat critical, must be supported as soon as possible. Li Xinan took off his helmet, and Wu Dongsher loosened his hold. Inferno Dragon Armor. Wind Eagle Armor. Merge X2, accompanied by an extremely high dragon's roar, as if it was going to tear apart this heavenly dome. With a strong aura, his entire body was wrapped in fire-red energy. At the same time, there was a loud and clear eagle whistle, and then Wu Dongsher was also covered in blue energy, which was sent to both of them by the satellite linking the light and shadowstone energy. Two mechanical sound effects sounded. Armor together. Armor together. Wu Dongsher grazed the tip of his nose and leapt up, a blue wooden post immediately appearing in the sky, his legs forming a strangling stance like a pair of scissors. All that was heard between the wide openings was a bang. Wind Eagle's kick. Bang! Bang! Two gorgeous sparks exploded above the heads of the rocky beast and ape Oxygen. It was simply the headshot little Prince Kuan-zhong possessed. The accuracy increased by at least 10 times. The Wind Eagle armor immediately rushed to the scene, summoning his own exclusive weapon, the Wind Eagle sword, and swung it continuously at the rocky beast. But unfortunately the damage was very touching. Only a few subtle sparks could be struck. What a strong defense! Wu Dongshang was surprised for a moment. No wonder Bei Miao was beaten like this. This rocky beast had a really thick blood bar. Li Xinan also did not idle. He flicked his wrist and said, "None of you can escape." Ever since he heard Xiao Yang's words that day, he has been in a state of self-doubt as to whether playing the piano is the right path. It was indeed his lifelong dream and his parents' wish. But people are gone, people are gone. Besides, how can you have what you had 10 years ago and put it into the present? And it is difficult to have an extremely high income from playing the piano nowadays. Being unemployed at least until you're famous, combined with a lot of financial stress, might not be what your parents expect when put into context. And did they really want Li Hsian to play the piano? In other words, didn't they want him to become a very good person? And the piano, from the beginning to the end, is Li Xinan's excuse and reason to avoid reality and not dare to face up to the past. Li Xinan figured out that perhaps destroying all the alien beasts was the mission that belonged to him, and the truth of what happened back then he would surely find. Car accidents. What if it's not an accident? The flaming sword. He summoned the blazing blade, which was a very anti-human longbow-type double-edged blade, but in Li Xinan's hands it was a sharp weapon. Quickly locking on to the old turtle, Oxer, who was moving slowly. Flame Fist. Flame Fist. A fire character post appeared in front of Li Xinan. He punched out his figure and instantly moved over, which was amazingly powerful with the southern fist that he had been practicing. Bang! The old turtle, Oxer, ducked into his turtle shell, and the punch landed instantly on the armor. And although it was still incredibly powerful, the old turtle was clearly unharmed. Instead, the armor, smashed with a tiny crack, blocked the punch, but also suffered some wear and tear, damage. There are, but not many. Seeing the situation, cold-blooded biker pulled out the lollipop he was shivering in his mouth and decided to join the fray himself. After all, these orcsers. But there's still a use for it. Ha! Let's show you what cruelty means. On the unfinished high floor, the ugly general pointed down to the Sanfu armor that was fighting soundly below, using a commanding tone. Wraith Beast, go kill them for me. Break the armor all over. Roar! The devil horse beasts beat their chests with an excited look, as if they couldn't wait to join the battle and beat those armors into scrap metal. Ugly will enjoy this very much, this is the status. And not far away, a golden gate appeared on the horizon out of nowhere. A handsome-looking teenager came out from it, and it was Xiao Yang who arrived at the scene. It was easy to sense the presence of 5 monsters and 3 pairs of armor. 1 against 5? The advantage is mine. But soon, Xiaoyang noticed the motorcycle that was collapsing on the ground on the side, and he realized something and looked towards the 3 pairs of armors that were fighting soundly. Gabba! It was the sound of fists and bones scraping together. Hard. Fists are hard. Passwords. Dare to steal my motorcycle. Finally, I got you. P.S. The ratings just came out, and when I saw the black reviews, I went straight for the heavy hitters. Homepage urges for more land. Begs for free power for love. Chapter 53. The Emperor returns. Shut up. At this time, no one had yet discovered Xiaoyang's existence. After all, he was too inconspicuous in the battlefield, and it was indeed unlikely to pay attention to an ordinary person. Although he's not ordinary. Ha! This time Xiaoyang could be 100% sure that the ugly general must be nearby, as long as he could pull him out, twist off his head and throw it on the ground. It must have been a blast. Live for the battle. Until death do us part. Ultimate Emperor's armor. Accompanied by an incomparably dazzling light, it rose up in the sky on the horizon, and then the Emperor of Light instantly completed the merge without any backward shaking. Rumble! The berserk energy, forming circle after circle of terrifying air waves around Xiaoyang, kept crushing away in other directions, taking on a radiant golden color. 5 light patches appeared hovering around him. Armor together. This astonishing scene caused everyone in the room to pay attention as they looked in the direction of the Ultimate Emperor, their pupils shrinking. Shock was written all over it. How is it possible? Is this level of foreign energy really something that can erupt from a pair of armor? Wu Dongshang's eyes were horrified. He had never seen this kind of overbearing armor before. It was a few notches more handsome than even the Wind Eagle armor. Li Xinan and Bei Miao, on the other hand, had heavy faces. Because this pair of armor they had seen before. The armor that crippled them with a single punch a while ago. It's this one. Damn it. I didn't expect it to actually show up again today. I don't know whether it's a friend or foe. Li Xinan's voice was grave. Don't get distracted. Let's see what he does first. We're all armor summoners and by definition have the same goal. Are you instructing me? Li Xinan. He's the one who injured our armor last time. Even if he's a good guy, it can't be let go so easily. Bei Miao's face carried dissatisfaction as he used his water armor shield to point at the Ultimate Emperor's figure, whose strength had now been greatly enhanced. Naturally, he would not put the Ultimate Emperor in his eyes, to put it bluntly. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Rotten Orange Brother is on the line again. Humph. A rotten orange is a rotten orange, and if he could change, even the skin of an orange could become one, and it's just a couple of monsters. It's not like we can't handle it. Bei Miao said with such a righteousness that he completely forgot who it was that was beaten so miserably just now. Almost didn't open a big mutual fight with an orc. It was a disgrace to the light and shadow armor, and it was a waste of a bloodline that had a decent purity. Li Hsian was obviously a bit more sensible, noting that the monster's gazes were drawn to them, even though he had been severely beaten by the Ultimate Emperor last time. But he never turns his fists on his own people, and in the show is a very weak captain, and that's all that's left that's not so bad externally. Perhaps this was the reason why he could be, among others, the first summoner to realize the true meaning of unity. Bai Mia, put your fists down. Li Xinan, I told you, you're not qualified to instruct me. Just because you're afraid of him doesn't mean I'll be afraid of him. Seeing that the two are about to choke. Wu Dongshi, however, chose to remain indifferent. He himself is a wallflower character. In the case of not knowing who to help, then see which is more reasonable. Commonly known as indiscriminate. But well, the main leaders of the war effort are now long gone from these 3 men. Instead, it's Xiaoyang. He couldn't care less about these 2 clowns spouting off at each other, but will use his absolute strength to shut up all those barking dog lovers. Xiaoyang took a step forward, and with the moment his feet landed on the ground. Swish! He came to supersonic levels of speed. In a flash, he came in front of Bei Miao and looked at the slightly taller figure of the black rhino armor, which was not as strong as the Ultimate Emperor, but it was a bit stronger than Yanlong. Get out! What? Before Bei Miao could react, he was slapped on his chest armor, and his entire body flew up like a meteor, under a huge force that he could not resist. Bang! The black rhino armor crashed through several consecutive construction foundations and was casually slapped out by the Ultimate Emperor, probably 100 meters away. Set into a wall of steel, his whole body crackling with sparks, he was completely killed in just one shot. Even couldn't even fight back. Quiet. The room was silent for a full minute. Bai Mia. Li Xinan was the first to come back to his senses. He was not far from Bai Miao, but Wu Dongshi was the closest, and the latter was in a daze. Because all he saw was a black meteor fly out and the black rhino armor disappeared. Nima. What happened? Only then did Li Xinan turn around and accuse Xiao Yang, who was all ablaze with anger. Why are you doing this? We can all be armor summoners. Partners who can fight together side by side in the future. Humph. I don't care to reason with you, you don't deserve to hear it. Xiao Yang pressed forward without paying any attention to the Inferno Dragon armor as he walked forward. And when he passed by Li Xinan, his shoulder accidentally bumped into the Inferno Dragon armor. Bang! One time, he directly gave the Inferno Dragon armor a 3-meter flight and sat on his butt on the ground, rubbing and skidding backward just like skating. Ah! Li Xinan covered his shoulder and just felt like it was going to break. Reaching out to see, it was actually full of sparks, as if a piece of cotton had been set on fire. What is this power? I can't believe. Just a little bump? Wu Dongshi was completely dumbfounded as he stiffened in place without speaking. It seemed to be minimizing its presence. And Mei Zhen, who was sitting in the ERP base, was also frantically outputting and connecting to Bai Miao, only to freeze and not reply to a single word from her. Maybe. Born not to talk. I guess. Bai Mia. What the hell is wrong with you, and why did the satellites detect a heavy blow to the black rhinoceros armor? Are you okay? Shinan and Tsuji have already gone over to support you, so make sure you hold on. Mei Zhen thought that it was Bai Miao who couldn't cope with the alien energy beasts, especially when a few more alien energy fluctuations were scanned on the satellite. She was panicking. After all, every armor summoner was very precious and could not afford to be half-hearted, and it would be a difficult task to train another one. There are far too few descendants of the village of light and shadow surviving in the world. Although there is one that can perfectly inherit the black rhino armor of water, but lying in the hospital, now it is simply not competent. 5 together and I get scared? Xiao Yang smiled disdainfully as he looked towards the 4 monsters that surrounded the rock beast and the old turtle, the gibbon ape oxer, and the cold-blooded biker. The last of the demon horse beasts was standing on the roof of the building that was not fully constructed. Just as he was about to jump down, he saw the ultimate emperor. Feeling the foreign energy from the other party, he actually stopped jumping for a moment, froze and came a hand in place. When Ugly General saw the ultimate emperor, there was an unconcealable excitement in his eyes, especially when he saw the slap that sent the black rhino armor flying. That look! It's simply going to be hip. Is this the emperor's armor? I didn't expect even the name to be so domineering. Ha ha ha! If it can be used for our shadow realm, it must be a sharp sword. The Ugly General laughed as he shouted downstairs. Since you don't see eye to eye with these summoners either, why don't we all get together? Shut up. A drop. Xiao Yang stared sideways at the Ugly General on the roof of the building. The murderous intent materializing in his eyes was hard to hide, almost bursting out. He really wanted to crush this one ant now, but he couldn't let this mole die so easily. Instead, he wanted the mole to see it with his own eyes. The so-called exotic beasts were nothing more than a bunch of rabble in front of him. Xiao Yang would, one by one, crush everything that the mole crickets were proud of, finally trampling on the molehill and tearing it all up a little bit, until death forever. The smile on the Ugly General's face froze at his words as he pointed at the ultimate emperor's figure and ordered, Demon Horse Beast, go and finish him off for me. Toast or no toast, take the penalty. 5 of them together, even if he's strong. He's still just a suit of armor, and there will always be a moment when his energy runs out, and then we'll take away his summoner. The Ugly General wasn't blind. He felt the piercing killing intent. It simply made his legs tremble, while at the same time instructing the few Shadow Realm Deathstalkers behind him to go about their next plans. After all, dealing with such a powerful armor required more than just a hard fight. There was also a need to use some stratagems, otherwise wouldn't it be a big loss to fold too much? The demon horse beast froze for a moment first. He was obviously much more intelligent than the rock beast. When he saw the ultimate emperor's body almost gushing out, like a fountain of energy when winced up. Although he was in awe, Joker General was now able to manipulate the demonic horse beast to forcefully attack the ultimate emperor. He simply had no choice. Chapter 54. You're the ones who arrested them. Why are you telling me to get out of the way? Do it! At a stern cry from the Ugly General, the devil horse beast leapt down from the 100-meter high building that was not yet finished. The body, weighing tons, slammed down towards the ground, creating a cloud of dirt and fog. Roar! With a piercing shriek. The demon horse beast had an extra metal shield in his hand, and a long blade in his other hand with black negative energy floating on it as he stormed towards the ultimate emperor. The rock beast didn't stay idle either, using the earth element to coalesce a boulder in front of it, then waving its two small short hands and slapping on it. Swish! The boulder smashed towards the ultimate emperor, yet an attack of this level only fell for a single stroke even when it landed on the black rhino armor. And how is it possible to get on to the ultimate emperor? Xiao Yang didn't even turn back. He gathered laser energy in his hand, forming a circle of light, like a taijutsu generally containing a jet-black colored unknown substance in it, aiming at one side only. Raising his arm, an aurora energy thumped out of his palm. This was the ultimate emperor's general attack skill, which could instantly pierce through countless walls. Boom! The boulder was blown to smithereens. Half of the rock beast's body miraculously disappeared under this terrifying blow, as if a bomb had been shoved into it. With only one arm left, he completely did not expect it. The power of the ultimate emperor would actually be as high as this, just a casual strike. It almost killed him. If it hadn't been aimed at the head, I'm afraid it would have been sent straight away on the spot. Ah! My hand! The rock beast screamed in agony, and with his 4 red date-like eyes, he could clearly see half of his body disappearing under the might of the aurora borealis. It's like meeting your natural nemesis, turning to dust the moment you touch, and finally, even more so, it disappeared without even a speck of dust left behind. Apeboxer, waving his sharp claws and teeth, swung at the mastiff's back for a moment, rubbing out some metal-clashing sounds, but did not let the ultimate emperor move half of his body. Swish! Not believing in evil, he once again waved a claw on the back of the mastiff, only to see that the back of the mastiff filled with a metallic luster, as if it was an impenetrable gold stone. Froze without half a scratch. How? Xiao Yang did not say anything, as he pinched the incoming machete of the demon horse beast. Only a slight force was seen on the palm of his hand, and a sound of twisting metal was heard. Gating! The sharpness of gold. Clank! The machete snapped in an instant, as if it had struck a piece of steel. It was actually pinched hard by the ultimate emperor into a twisted mass of scrap metal. Only half of the hilt was left, still held in the demon horse beast's hand. With the scrap metal falling to the ground, it's a rolled blade. With a dumbfounded expression, he glanced at the long blade in his hand, and then looked at the ultimate emperor in front of him, so innocent that he hurriedly put his shield over his own head. Yet the next second, bang! Under a series of sonic booms, the punch landed instantly on top of the demon horse beast's head. His shield chiseled through by the energy carried by the blow, and his other free palm choked his neck. Just see the simultaneous power. In an instant, the bodies were separated. The punch shattered the skull of the demon horse beast, and the headless corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud, along with a watermelon-like head. It fell to the ground like a broken leather ball. Ha ha ha! Griffins deserve to die. Xiao Yang raised his foot and landed on the demon horse beast, only to see dazzling fire exploding out, and under a burst of energy, a magic sticker with azure blue and gold border appeared. It is engraved with the image of the demon horse beast in life. Magic stickers. He pinched it with 2 fingers and placed it on the emperor's belt at his waist, absorbing it into the summoner to seal it and turn it into a purple-black magic crystal for eternity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the demon horse beast. Reward, 100 W Daxia coins. Balance, 700 W. Throw in hospital expenses and all sorts of miscellaneous stuff and the bounty that's left over. Total, 6 xenobiotics, 2 orcus, 3 xenobiotics, and 4 xenobiotics. 1 hit. The room was silent again. Apeboxer stopped his attack. He felt the terrifying energy fluctuation just now, the crisis awareness of death latent in his bloodline. It made him subconsciously want to run away. How is it possible? Such a powerful exotic beast was actually blown up in one move. It's impossible. How can the armor be so powerful? It's not scientific. With a gasp of amazement, Apeboxer couldn't think too long, and once he had made up his mind, he regained some of his consciousness and turned around with the intention of running away. However, a large invisible hand was pinching his waist. Trying to run? Where to run to? Xiao Yang slowly turned around, and when he glanced back, he saw this one ape that wanted to run away, only reaching out a hand against his head. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, bang! The head exploded again, like meeting a high-explosive grenade close to the face. There is no fancy way of playing, it's all about absolute numerical crushing. As the headless body fell to the ground again, there was a violent explosion, revealing the original human appearance, and the body was cleaned of all the bereavement virus. Just. Lives are lost. Dead. Dead. The old turtle, Oxer, was stunned. He could not have imagined that the ape, Oxer, who had been alive and kicking just a moment ago, had been beaten into a headless corpse in a split second, which was simply horrifying. No good, something dirty. The old turtle, Oxer, only felt a sweaty, choking sensation like an anaconda wrapping around him, and he fled backward at a quick pace, only to see a blue monster, running wildly out at a faster pace. Nima, cold-blooded, ran away. Big brother, wait for me. Ha! The sneer was not from his so-called big brother, but originated from Xiaoyang. He stood behind the old turtle, Oxer, and pressed one hand against the shell, tearing off a piece of the hard armor with only a little force, along with some blood and flesh. You guys, none of you will leave alive. Ah, I haven't done anything bad yet. Dad, you're my own father. Let me go. Everything. All this, yeah, it's all at the behest of this guy named Cold Smile. Ah, he used money. The old turtle, Oxer, even spoke with a trembling voice. Yet so, it was simply impossible for Xiaoyang, whose killing intent had reached its peak, to let him go. Instead, he'll want to kill him even more. One hand cupped the old turtle's head, like an eel head. You might as well save those unnutritious words for another life. No, don't. A strong sense of suffocation came, only to see the turtle's head being slowly lifted until it was very high, finally under a huge force that could not be resisted. The old turtle, Oxer, was ripped hard in half. The ultimate emperor slammed his fist out. Boom! The shell of the turtle was actually pierced by this blow, only to see the blade of his fist punched in from the back and pierced out from the front, carrying some black liquid of bitter bile on it. It's full of violent aesthetics. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Oxymoron X2. Reward: 40W Dacia coins. Balance: 740W. Yeah. Next, let me see whose turn it is. Xiaoyang looked at the rocky beast that was frozen in place, looking at his half-vanished body, and was in the middle of doubting his life. Oh, looks like this one alien beast. There's something wrong with your brain. Xiaoyang had just raised his hand when he heard a shout from upstairs. I'm warning you, if you dare to kill the rock beast again, I'll have to kill the hostage. Armored warriors are great heroes who protect the citizens. You don't want to see innocent people die in front of you. Then be a good boy and get out of the way. Let us go. The ugly general was now scared out of his wits. He had thought that he could use his 5-on-1 advantage to use up the kid's energy with numbers and then sit back and take the armor summoner. But I didn't expect. This kid takes one punch at a time, directly chopping an alien beast and 2 orcsers in a row, and actually looking like they couldn't get enough of it. It was simply a super hanging coin. At least the ugly general hadn't seen a suit of armor that was so powerful that it didn't make sense. And hear the familiar words. Xiaoyang was even more disdainful. Humph. What if I don't let you? What? The ugly general looked as if he hadn't heard, and he was holding a steel knife with a sharp tip hanging from the neck of an innocent worker. Stabbing some blood out of his neck, the worker had a ragged strip of cloth stuffed in his mouth, not knowing which deadbeat wore it on his face, and both eyes looked to be turned out by the smoke. If you don't get out of the way, we'll kill them. Behind General Ugly, there was a group of Deadpools who stood at the side of the building, all holding a hostage in their hands, looking as if they would rather be broken. Right? Don't get out of the way and we'll kill them. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyang, however, laughed outright. The ugly general stared with lewd eyes as he shouted angrily. What are you laughing at? A thought occurs to me, that a cold and heartless man like you must be sorely lacking in the education of love from your elders. What do you mean? The ugly general sniffed. He was furious. He didn't know what was the significance of Xiaoyang suddenly mentioning this, but his intuition told him it was bad. This laugh. It's a little creepy. Ha ha ha. Simple-minded stuff. I'd say. It's them you're arresting. Who are you to tell me to get out of the way? Since you want to play so much, let's play. Let's see whose sword is faster. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, a light and shadow sticker appeared in front of him. Then a hand reached in and violently dragged out an incomparably gorgeous long sword. Exclusive sound effects sound. Aurora Borealis. The human world has its own heavenly Tao. Let me destroy you. You, what do you want? The ugly general panicked. His hand holding the sword was trembling. He didn't expect Xiao Yang to say that, and even directly drew his Aurora sword to cut someone. Devil's Bar. I thought armored warriors were big heroes who protected the city. What the is this? How is it more villainous than him? P.S. Homepage hype space. I'm begging for bounties and 5-star reviews. Chapter 55. Even if you beg me, I won't even let you guys go. A fire character poster appeared in front of Xiao Yang, and he tapped on it with his Aurora sword in hand, transforming into a ball of fiery red energy that merged into the sword. The Emperor's Demon Chopper saw the scene. What? The ugly general was so scared less that he almost didn't fall down the stairs, feeling the wave of fire come crashing down on him. His eyes wide. Aren't you an armored warrior? Why don't you even care about the hostages? It doesn't matter if they live or not. I just want you dead. Listen to the anti-human words. Li Shinan was so shocked that he immediately rushed forward, stopping the ultimate emperor's eagle arm with both hands, hissing, "Stop! They are all innocent people." Innocent? From the moment they were taken hostage, they were no longer innocent. Let him go today. Only more people will be hurt in the coming day. Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with determination, and he knocked Li Xian Nan to the ground with a fling of his arm. Bang! The Inferno Dragon armor took another hard hit and fell to the ground. Li Xian Nan, however, still did not give up and climbed up to grab Ultimate Emperor's rhino leg. Stop it! If you do, there's no turning back. We're armor summoners, not those evil guys. I don't care about that. Get the hell out of here. Xiao Yang's conviction was unshakable, and no one could shake this determination. He kicked the Inferno Dragon armor in the abdomen, directly bringing out a string of sonic booms. Bang! Li Xian was on the ground, sideways, and shot out violently into the distance, like a soccer ball flying at high speed, until he crashed into a half-finished building. It came crashing down, an entire half-finished building, sparsely pressed against the Inferno Dragon armor, though it wasn't much of a fatal injury to the armor. But that kick! It is indeed equivalent to 100-ton kings. Although Xiao Yang knew that perhaps Li Shinan would be needed in the future to draw out the shadow demons, he still chose to kick out hundreds of meters away. Because no one is going to stop him in the matter of killing the ugly general. Much less could he shake his firm resolve. The guy in the way is finally gone. Xiao Yang was holding the Aurora sword, a backhanded sword chopped at the rocky beast. Roar! The stirring dragon's roar resounded in the sky, and a strike of sealing demon chop fell on the rock beast's chest with a loud bang, and the only half of its body that was left went up in smoke at this moment. The fiery flame-wrapped chop cut the rocky beast to pieces in an instant, piercing through his body and chopping toward the sky, ending in an explosion. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the rock beast. Reward: 100 W Daxia coins. Balance: 840 W. Wu Dongsher looked at the scene. He was indifferent. Not that he didn't want to go over and help. He didn't want to go over and die like Li Shinan. The master in this armor had clearly made up his mind to kill these black-clothed men. If persuasion is useless, one should understand that one should not go for the hard way. After all, last time you guys were seriously injured by this armor with a single punch. What power! Wu Dongshang did not believe at first that there would be a pair of armor in this world that was so powerful that it could defeat two pairs at the same time, and with no effort at all. But he believed it now. The facts are in front of us. After Xiao Yang finished solving the rock beast, he looked at the ugly general and the other group of black-clothed men who stood at the edge of the building with a timid look on their faces. There was fear in his eyes. Respectfully send the assistant director on his way. After saying that, he slashed out with his sword once again, and there was no retraction in this strike. Swish! Accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded through the sky once more, only to see a circling fire dragon in a swooping position charging from the sky towards the tall building. The Emperor's Demon Chopper. The sword that struck the rock beast just now was nothing more than a normal attack with fire attribute energy attached to it, and now it was the real subskill. Boom! Under a dazzling explosion of fire, a mushroom cloud of incomparable size rose up almost instantly, leaving only an abandoned building at the site. as if washed by a missile with large flames and rags burning on it, especially in the roof area by something horrible. A sword cut into a slant. In the ruins, a figure only half of his body was writhing slowly outward, trying desperately to escape, a black gag on his face. Turned to ashes long ago. The only thing left in your eyes is fear, despair. No, this can't be. Why would a pair of such powerful armor appear? It simply doesn't make sense. Since ancient times, it has been about the balance of light and shadow. Why, that's why. The ugly general ignored the rolling ground. The moment the skin touched the ground, it was moist and oily, like a piece of meat on an iron plate to be slaughtered. And meat actually tried to run? Ridiculous. As for why he survived, I'm afraid he sacrificed the hostages and the black-clad dead soldiers. It's a special one, the figure of the ultimate emperor, appearing behind the assistant director, slowly striding along, bringing a sense of oppression that made people gasp for air. The ugly general saw the shadow looming behind him, and he was afraid, so scrambled forward. No, don't kill me. You let me go as long as you let me go. I can tell you the location of the Shadow Realm's base, and then you'll be able to clear them out. The ugly general begged for forgiveness, and his face was crying out in pain. Snot and tears all over the face. When Xiao Yang saw the ugly general who was like Stephen Hawking, a smile finally appeared on his face. That was a real painful laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. You. Promise. A hint of surprise flashed in ugly general's eyes. As long as he could escape and sacrifice Shadowbane's base, he would be able to find Boundary King Callum to replace his mechanical prosthetic leg. You can be just as dashing and free when the time comes. Yet the next second, even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Xiao Yang's smile gradually tightened and was replaced by a coldness so cold that it pierced his bones. The emptiness on that dragon head helmet of the ultimate emperor dissipated, revealing a childish, hateful face as he held the ugly general's head in one hand. Allows the other person to see their full picture. Remember this face of mine? You are. The ugly general's eyes widened as he recalled it one by one. Finally looking back at, he was on a mission to harvest the lives of the light and shadow descendants on that rainy night when the storm hit, and the evil Senator Beast was lost that day. In the process of harvesting, he then saw a woman who looked 6 times similar to Xiao Yang, possessing a water bloodline with extremely high bloodline purity. It was a potentially huge threat to the Shadow Realm. How could that ugly general let her go? So he let the evil ginseng beast torture her to death. Does it say? At the point of conscious mass, the ugly general finally came to his senses. But his eyes lowered down, but he saw a headless body with no legs, falling to the ground and being torn into parts little by little. Spilled all over the place. Blood spurts. Wu Dongsher trailed behind, hiding in the rubble of the ruins. Crouching on the ground and seeing this scene, he only felt chills in his bones. Bloody. Brutal. It was the only adjective he could think of. The original. He was actually trying to avenge his loved ones. Liet Zanam. You deserve to be beaten. This chapter is also known as A Farewell to the Assistant Director. Chapter 56. Duanmu Yen. No, what about my blame? Squeezing the ugly general's head. Xiao Yang walked out of the ruins and casually threw himself on the ground as if he was showing off his battle results. But in reality, it was just to vent his anger. He won't spare a single person in the shadow world. As for cold-blooded, it's just a stinky fish. Forgive him for not being able to make any waves. There's nothing worth noticing at all. Passing by Wu Dongsher, Xiao Yang didn't bother. A golden door appeared in front of him and he left the scene alone. So strong. As Wu Dongsher finished speaking, he noticed that the headset signal gradually smoothed out. There came a sound of Maijin. Tsuji, are you still there? What the hell is going on? Are Shinan and Beimiao still safe? Please reply to. If you receive it, how? Could it be that the armor had the ability to affect the magnetic field, which would explain why the earpieces would not be able to communicate at the critical moment? Wu Dongsher hurriedly replied, Mi Zhan, something has come up. I'll explain it to you when I get back. I'm going to save Xian Nan and the others. On the construction site, a man on a Baka colt appeared, wearing a green helmet, and put the throttle full toward the wild ride, kicking up a cloud of dust that drifted through the sky. Flame of the Nava. Swallow. Where's the monster? Duan Muyen looked at the site full of wreckage with a confused expression. He still can't figure out what's going on. Until he jumped off the Bakakoma, took a few steps forward and stepped on an unidentified object. He looked down. Oh, so it's a broken leg. And so on. What, is it a leg? Holy, what is this? Duan Muyen took a few steps back. He noticed that it didn't seem to resemble a human's leg. Instead, it had pitch-black hair, extremely resembling a kind of monster. Does it say, the monster was taken care of? But, oh, I know. Some other armor summoner must have shown up. After all, there must be more than just a pair of Flame of Nava's armor in a city as big as Hope. When he thought of this, Duan Muyen felt a pang of pity. He was worried that he had no place to use the Flame Nava. Just caught a break. Turns out there are no monsters left. Xiao Yang returned home. It was tempting to tell Xiao Shui about the happy news, but thinking about the fact that the injury is not yet healed, it's better to wait for some time first. After all, it's not an empty phrase to say that it takes 100 days to injure yourself. He sat on the couch and recalled the cake that had been stored in the refrigerator for 2 days. Ugh, it should still be edible. Xiao Yang got up and walked towards the refrigerator. And when he opened the door, he saw a full fruit cake with a piece of chocolate that said happy birthday on it. Extraordinarily striking. It's not a thing to waste such a big cake. I'm not much of a dessert person either. Xiao Yang was a bit distressed, but soon he recalled Tang Shirshir. And there it is. So without delay, he pushed open the gate and headed out, taking a look at the empty yard. Xiao Yang slapped his forehead. I motorcycle forgot again. Go back now to... Forget it. I'm afraid I don't know what idiot rode off with it long ago. If you can do something so unethical, it must be done by North Sansui. You really didn't get this beating for nothing. Change of scenery. Xiao Yang disappeared from his original position and came to a large supermarket when his surrounding vision was clear, upholding the idea of not coming for nothing. He bought an orange sapling. Departure. Change of scenery. When I came into the street, although the surrounding area was not wide, there were still a few aspen trees planted, drifting a lot of white fluff, which always loved to pounce on people's faces. Walking, until the door of the small bungalow, he saw the closed door of the house, very small courtyard. Xiao Yang pondered what way to enter. People always do. He clearly wasn't afraid of anything before. By now, it's actually starting to hesitate. Perhaps. That's caring, right? Xiao Yang took a few steps forward and stopped in front of the door, ready to symbolically knock a few times. Whatever. However, there was a pair of bright eyes staring at him from the doorway. In a moment of knocking on the door opened. Xiao Yang. Sissy. Why are you hiding behind the door? Xiao Yang was a bit surprised, actually running behind the door to scare him. Really naughty. Tang Shirshir got out of the way with a light smile on her face. Hee. Who told you to come and not say hello all the time? I saw you at the door just now. Where did you see it? Xiao Yang was a bit curious. Tang Shirshir pointed to the door. Nah. The door was supposed to be unlocked. I almost forgot. Wait. Aren't you afraid of a burglar in your house? Will someone steal it? How? It seems to be true that your family does have a bit of a hard time, and thieves have to leave $5 behind when they come. Oh? Tang Shirshir was puzzled, noticing a sapling carried in Xiao Yang's hand. She was full of curiosity and said, Xiao Yang, what are you doing carrying a green onion? It's a sapling. Xiao Yang held it up in front of Tang Shirshir and said with a serious look, this is called an orange tree, and I see that you quite like eating oranges on a regular basis. You can plant it in your yard and wait for the next year to harvest a full crop of oranges. Wow, thanks Xiao Yang. Tang Shirshir took the orange tree and ran all the way to the empty part of the yard, picked up a small shovel on the side and started digging, and planted the sapling in no time. The shovel is a bit rusty, but what about the proverbial, trees don't get tetanus? Xiao Yang looked at Tang Shirshir's happy smile. He felt that this girl was really good at cheating. She believed whatever she said. The orange tree would not bear fruit for a year. At least 2 years. He walked over to Tang Shirshir and took out the low-income card from his pocket and handed it out. Here. I forgot to give it to you last time. It doesn't matter. If Xiao Yang needs it, you can have it. Are you nuts? Isn't this your entire savings? Xiao Yang frowned. He didn't like to take small advantages in this kind of thing. Tang Shirshir laughed and clapped her hands together to get up from the floor. But Mom said the world is a big place. It's not easy to meet someone who likes you. And didn't Xiao Yang already buy me a lot of things? Did you forget? It's not the same. Xiao Yang sometimes felt that Tang Shirshir was still a bit feudal and superstitious. Probably,
No parental guidança. Igas.
and he at least had Xiao Shui. Sissy, how about I invite you over to the house? Are you home? When Tang Shirshir sniffed, she first froze for a moment with some indescribable timidity. A pair of thin hands subconsciously went to pinch the edge of the skirt. Xiao Yang hurriedly spoke. Hey, it's not what you think. What do you mean? Tang Shirshir asked. Xiao Yang said tentatively, what were you thinking just now? I was just wondering what Xiao Yang's family is like and whether he would dislike me. Tang Shirshir was still very self-aware. After all, she had gone to high school. She could never forget the looks on the faces of those people as they laughed. It was like needle after needle in the heart. Xiao Yang heard the implication. No, my family is just like yours. Really? Of course. It should be close, after all. I only have one relative left. This? I'm sorry for upsetting you. No, because I looked away a long time ago. So, when are we going? Right now. Xiao Yang isn't inked at all. Tang Shirshir nodded. Wait for me to go inside and change my clothes. Waiting for you. Xiao Yang walked over to the orange tree, and he put one hand against the top of the sapling. Hang on. Chapter 57. I hope I can be with Xiao Yang forever. Wood's hypnosis. After doing this, Xiao Yang looked at the system panel in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: Phantom Robbery Flying Shadow Summoner. With a ball of black aura floating in Xiao Yang's hand. Out of thin air. A pair of MP3 overall favoring black and purple. The screen is a blood red. Is this the Phantom Robbery Flying Shadow with the strongest speed? It doesn't seem to be anything great. Compared to the Mace to Interceptor is a line worse. At first glance, it's all about speed. At this time, Tang Shirshir came out of the house and changed into a new outfit. It was bought at the mall the other day. Xiao Yang. Tang Shirshir noticed the summoner in his hand, but didn't ask much about it. Just walked to Xiao Yang's side and looked at him quietly. Well, let's go. Xiao Yang nodded his head as he silently put away his summoner. Since Tang Shirshir didn't ask, he just wasn't going to talk about it. Change of scenery. The two disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was that Dabii Yili. Although Xiaoyang won it by buying a lottery ticket, there is really nothing to say about the quality, and it has always been very durable. Perhaps it wasn't luck is all. Tang Shirshir only felt a trance in front of her eyes, and when she looked at the building, a flash of surprise couldn't help but appear on her face. Xiaoyang, you lied to me. When did I ever lie to you? Xiaoyang was helpless. He pushed open the door of his house and pulled Tang Shirshir inside with one hand. Tang Shirshir thought to herself, ghosts know. That's pretty much what you said. The difference can be too much. Tang Shirshir had thought that Xiaoyang might be just a little bit rich, but she didn't expect that he would be so rich. She had never seen such a big villa in her life. How rich does that have to be? Xiaoyang, there's no one at home. Tang Shirshir recalled what Xiaoyang had said, that he had only one relative left in this world, but he couldn't be seen in the house, so something must have gone out. Though it was a guess, she was still tempted to ask. Because it's more scary. That's right. Xiaoyang sniffed. He shook his head. In the hospital, something happened to my sister. This? Xiaoyang. I didn't mean it.
Tang Sisi Huriden Apolit.
She was afraid of making Xiaoyang angry or feel bad because of this. Xiaoyang looked away. He let go of Tang Shirshir's hand, walked to the refrigerator and took out that one fruit cake and set it on the table. Relight the candle. Psyche, when's your birthday? I don't know. Tang Shirshir didn't lie. Her parents left when she was a child. It wasn't outright death, though, as my mother had been urging on her deathbed. Some words. As for the father, he disappeared. It resulted in her not having a birthday either. Xiaoyang didn't care if it was true or not. He looked at the flame on the candle. Then today will be your birthday. Eh? This? But Tang Shirshir clearly saw that it was Xiaoyang's name that was written on the cake. May I? Sure. Xiaoyang unwrapped the birthday hat and put it on top of Tang Shirshir's head. He doesn't need a birthday. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Aha! Tang Shirshir's beautiful eyes seemed to carry light. I hope can be with Xiaoyang forever. Stupid. You don't have to say it to make a wish. Xiaoyang cried and laughed a little. This wish was a little too strange. But think about it. Tang Shirshir should like him. Like this. She bowed her head and renewed her wish. Blow out the candles. Yeah. That's brilliant. Xiaoyang nodded his head in praise as he took out his cutter and cut down 2 pieces on the cake. Eat together. Aha. Thanks, Xiaoyang. You're welcome. Xiaoyang thought in his heart. Sure enough, eating cake together is so much better than being alone. And it's perfect to reap the emotional value. The 2 ate cake. It was the first time Tang Shirshir had eaten this kind of dessert. The cake was sweet, but the quality was very good, and it didn't taste greasy. Instead, it had a unique milky flavor that made her accidentally eat a few more pieces. It was a good hangover that didn't work as a meal. So this is what a birthday is. Getting to be with the best. Tang Shirshir's beautiful eyes looked towards Xiaoyang from time to time, cherishing every moment with him, and likewise remembering the promise made on that rainy night. Meet every Sunday. Xiaoyang saw Tang Shirshir's constriction. He seriously said, "You don't need to be so shy in my house. You can do whatever you want. Just treat it as your own home." Aha! Tang Shirshir has a good appetite, and in no time at all, she ate a third of the cake, which is something Xiaoyang is very incredulous about because she really is exactly like Xiao Shui. Tenderness, hobbies, looks. These 3 are practically bone similar. Xiaoyang went to pour a cup of water and put it on the table. Don't choke. Aha! He reached up and wiped the cream off Tang Shirshir's cheek. The soft skin is flexible. Xiaoyang sometimes wondered one thing, how a person could make his skin still glowing and radiant despite malnutrition. Instead of wrinkled and inelastic yet, it's almost superhuman. Tang Shirshir seemed to enjoy this intimate gesture, her pair of beautiful almond eyes narrowing slightly. Xiaoyang, do you like Eurydice too? Yeah. Remember to feed me when you grow it. Yeah, I'll grow it. Oh, and remember to water it. Xiaoyang didn't know why she asked, and frankly speaking, he didn't really love fruit. There's only one reason to say that, and that's to make it less embarrassing for the dumbass. So you like it a lot too? I like it because it has a long shelf life and a fresh scent, and putting it on my bedside helps me sleep every time. Don Sissy grinned. This is the first time Xiaoyang saw her smile so happily, but soon, and he began to understand. Down-to-earth security. It turns out that it's not that Sissy Tang likes O'Rourke's, but that she can only afford O'Rourke's, which have one of the longest shelf lives of any fruit. More importantly, the good quality of sleep wasn't because of the Eurydice either. Rather, it was the fact that she could smell the fresh scent of the fruit that made her dream and hallucinate that there was no shortage of food. As a result, sleep more soundly. There are side effects. Some people may be hungrier. Xiaoyang's eyes are full of sympathy. Silently, he put down the small strawberry on his fork, which he had obviously passed to his mouth, but it was stuffed into Tang Shirshir's mouth with a brain. Well, eat more. Thank you, Xiaoyang. Tang Shirshir smiled sweetly and ate the strawberries into her stomach in 3 or 2 batches. Xiaoyang sensed the appearance of a foreign energy in the distance and he frowned. Yes, the adamantium armor appeared, which means that Legion of Evil, I'm afraid, is about to make an appearance. But it's just irrelevant. There's nothing that the mace can't beat with Interceptor. If so, it's the ultimate emperor. What's wrong, Xiaoyang? Oh, it's fine. A few bugs just appeared. Xiaoyang looked like he was smiling. He didn't even think about bothering with the underworld demon. These are just the right test. Summoner's strength. As to whether it affects others, that's a question for the summoner. He is now. Just want to enjoy this moment of coziness. After a lifetime of fighting battles and killing so many monsters, what's wrong with enjoying it for a while? Answer me. Lung Fog Summoner. Chapter 58. Xiao Shui. I'm different. Agreed. So here's the question. Please ask. The Psi Core at its peak, bumping into the current armored summoners. Can it be beaten? Note that this one is asking the summoner what to do about the 3 slashes of a normal interdictor spectral demon, the kind that can't be beaten at all without upgrading. When the patrol team rushed to the Blue Star, but the Energy 10 not one of the Psi Core, now it is a full state. Wait for Tang Shirshir to eat her fill. Only the originally flat belly was slightly bulging a little. Bold Xiaoyang, he fell back against the Big Dipper and touched it with his hand. Feels very nice in the hand and feels like a ball of cotton. That's it. It always felt like something was missing. Psyche. I'll take you to the hospital later. Xiaoyang smiled. He wanted to take Tang Shirshir to visit his sister, even though only half a day had passed since the last time. Technically, a total of 3 days had passed. My sister was admitted to the hospital 3 days ago. The short version is, Xiao Yang killed 20 monsters in 3 days, just enough to make up a round number. While there are still many black people who say he doesn't visit his sister. But in fact, Xiao Yang went to see it 3 times, and with the nurse's care nothing would go wrong at all. Even if there really was a monster attack. Can I ever hear? Spatial transience. Shifting shapes. The speed of light is as fast as it can go. Unless that group of people have a clear goal is rushing to Xiao Shui, and carrying guns and ammunition, a gun directly to the head. Otherwise, Xiao Yang could even kill them in seconds. Back to the main topic. Tang Shishir sniffed. She nodded. Good. I'll listen to you, Xiao Yang. But I have to buy something to go. I can't go there empty-handed. Even you bring so many things with you whenever you come to my house. Tang Shishir was very conscientious and took out her only low-income insurance card and handed it to Xiao Yang. It seems to want him to pick. Xiao Yang shook his head and smiled. Bring what? That's my sister. I'm in charge. It's not good, is it? Tang Shishir wanted to say something else. Next, change of scenery. Xiao Yang disappeared into the villa with Tang Shishir. When the vision clears, it's in the hospital. In front of the door of luxury ward 207. Let's go? Sissy. Aye. Tang Shishir was a bit timid, glancing at the door and froze without taking a step. As a result, Xiao Yang directly opened the door and pushed Tang Shishir's waist. Go you. Eh. That's it. Tang Shishir stood stiffly in the room and saw Xiao Shui leaning against the bed, a cup of warm water in her hand, squinting in small sips. For eyes. The atmosphere was a little subtle. Xiao Shui sized up Tang Shishir and realized that this girl had a good face value. If she was placed in the school, she would at least be a school beauty. The outfit speaks for itself. The only downside is that the skin tone is too fair. It's like a sickness and the body bones are all too weak and thin looking. If this were to give birth to a big fat kid, I'm afraid it would go to heaven. Well, fortunately not Xiao Yang. Wait, how did she show up here? You are? Xiao Shui asked tentatively. Tang Shishir was a bit dumbfounded for a moment when she saw Xiao Shui with scars on her body. Although they were very light, her snow-white complexion caused them to be a bit conspicuous. The words were clearly in my throat, but I couldn't spit them out. Sister. Who are you calling sister? Little sister, I'm not your sister. Xiao Shui wanted to laugh a little. How could there be such a cute girl? It's not often you see such clear eyes. I think it's a fresh college student. She went toward the door, but there was no figure of the old. Somewhat lost, it seems the girl just accidentally barged in, I guess. Probably the wrong ward? Tang Shishir pinched the hem of her skirt and gathered her courage to take a step forward. It's funny, but it also took great courage. Sister, I am Xiao Yang's girlfriend. Ift. Xiao Shui didn't spit out a mouthful of lukewarm water, only feeling a choking sensation in her throat. Impossible. Yang, he's only been out for 3 days. How can he have a girlfriend? Little sister. Lying is bad. Xiao Shui couldn't believe it. Until Tang Shishir took out the photo that she had been carrying around with her, and although it was folded twice, when it was spread out it was a picture of the two of them together. Sister, I didn't lie to you. Xiao Shui was silent, wondering what the hell was going on. Although this girl was very good, with a beautiful face and a simple personality that didn't seem like anything scheming, it was just that this was a little too skinny. It looks like 80 pounds. And Xiao Shui herself, just 95 pounds. Did you come alone? Xiao Shui asked. Tang Shishir shook her head. No, Xiao Yang is at the door. Oh, Yang. Come out for a moment. Xiao Shui looked in the direction of the door. Xiao Yang finally walked out. He had been leaning against the wall eating melon, although it was his own, but it was not in the least bit in the way. Sister, I found you a sister-in-law. Oh, pretty good. Xiao Shui looked calm and asked Tang Shishir again. Did you promise? Promise what? Tang was confused. Promise to be Ao's girlfriend? I promise. No, I asked if you promised before. Didn't ask. When Tang Shishir thought back, it seemed like neither of them seemed to have asked about each other's relationship. But she thought that both relationships were pretty much the same. One is called a friend, the other a girlfriend, it should be the same. Xiao Shui sniffed, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. Since she didn't promise, that doesn't count. No, sis, what are you doing? Xiao Yang was also puzzled. He didn't know what Xiao Shui meant by this. Xiao Shui said seriously, What is sister doing? Sister still wants to ask you what for. 3 days. 3 days to find a girlfriend for my sister. This if you wait for 10 days and half a month, you still have to. Before Xiao Shui could finish her words, she was covered by one of Xiao Yang's hands over her mouth. The result is the next second. Bitten. Hiss sis. Xiao Yang sort of saw that Xiao Shui is not assured of her own intelligence, thinking that she will be deceived by some version of the T0 fairy. Though Tang is simple. Yeah, then why haven't you agreed? Tang Shishir felt that Xiao Shui didn't like her and hid behind Xiao Yang. It's aggravating. I'm sure I'll have to bring something with me. Luckily, Xiao Shui also only bit lightly and didn't press very hard. She hummed lightly, no big deal. Yang, although my sister also hopes that you find a girlfriend, but you're progressing too fast. It's like riding a rocket, or you need to tighten up a bit. Why don't you finish college first before? The words are half-spoken again. The mouth was covered again. Well, Xiao Shui broke away with some sultry eyes. Yang, sister agreed, but you'll have to tell me exactly what happened. And why don't you get a fatter one? Xiao Yang could only helplessly recount what happened. After hearing this, Xiao Shui realized that she was wrong about the two. Sorry about that. Sure. It was my sister who was impulsive. It's okay, sis. With a smile on her face, Tang Shishir sat down next to Xiao Shui and took the cup of water in her hand. It's sweet, and while she doesn't know how to handle people, she's fortunate enough to be a bit of a caretaker. Xiao Yang saw that the two were getting along well. He smiled back. This cozy scene is not 100 times better than fighting monsters. It's true that it's just cool when ugly generals die. P.S. Homepage hype space numbers. Ask for free for love and 5 stars. A new double opening book has been posted to keep up with the battle Armor Master. The opening schoolgirl steals my emperor's belt. Happy 520. Punching in here. Chapter 59. Second weekly copy of the Phantom Legion. Although Xiao Yang had only roughly recounted what had happened. But Xiao Shui also guessed something that had happened to Tang Shishir. At once, the hostility in the beautiful eyes was gone. In its place was a pang of heartache. Good girl, sister hug. Thank you, sister. Tang Shishir was happy because it meant that Xiao Shui recognized her. The two hugged. The envy of Xiao Yang, who was sitting on the bench, was bad. I can't believe you didn't bring me. At this time in a park in the City of Hope, an ugly-looking humanoid monster had its hand on a passing man, gradually increasing in strength as it did so. Gaba choked it out. Clad in iron armor, his skin was purple and blue, streaked with a layer of black negative energy surrounding his body, and fangs grew in his bloody mouth. Baobi. Ha ha ha. Humans are still really weak. Baobi laughed out loud, enjoying the thrill of the kill very much. He was a greedy system-side devil, possessing the uncanny ability to vanish and walk through walls, and being fast while escaping. On the side also stood a monster with teeth and claws, also wearing a layer of ancient armor, a horn on his head. His face is full of some green hard armor, all crimson with black stripes. Those familiar with the Special Series Interceptor will surely recognize it. Kupisu. The Rage System Side Devil is naturally strong in melee combat, and possesses the ability to shoot fire, with several hundred degrees of high-pressure flames that can incinerate everything. Humph. Baobi. What's the fun with these humans? It's just a bunch of bugs. Don't forget our purpose is to find the 3 captains. Capizio stood his ground. He wasn't the least bit interested in this slaughter of unarmed ants. Rather, he was eager to fight the armor. After all, the strong will only swing at the stronger. Baobi sniffed as he let go and the man's body fell to the ground. Somewhat tastelessly, he said, "What do you know? If you don't, how will you draw out those self-proclaimed righteous armored summoners? Hey. Our goal is the heaven, earth, and humans' 3 fortunes armor. Don't come over with something inexplicable in its entirety." Kupisu said this, although the general had the gung-ho Vajrapesal in his hand to reorganize genes, certain bloodlines could not be copied. Unless they were able to capture a summoner and parse the components present in the blood so that they could take the summoner and complete the summoning. But the difficulty is also high. There's no point in wasting time. As soon as Bajobi heard this, he said in displeasure, "Kupizio, why are you becoming more and more timid? If those armors really dare to come over, just how about that?" A male voice came from behind him. Bajobi said with a godly look on his face, Of course it's an axe to him that he can't even recognize his parents. Then I'll see if you've got what it takes. Saying that, Duanmu Yen, who was riding a baka colt, placed the vehicle on its side and pulled out the Nawa summoner from his bag. A scene that could give Baobi a frozen look. Capizio looked helpless. See, I told you not to be so blatant. What a thing to lure over here. Summoners I've never even seen before. Shut up. When Baobi sensed the foreign energy in Duanmu Yan's body, he instantly had some contempt on his face. Thought it was some kind of master, so it's a little party vegetable. At that moment, a blue sports car flew by from the end of the street. Pulling up next to the baka colt, two men came down from it, and when he swept over this cool tricycle like baka colt, Su Tingfei was somewhat contemptuous. No dude. What age is it to still drive these three-wheeled motorcycles? It's so dirt cheap. Li Haoyan didn't say anything. After all, he also rode an electric donkey before. If not recently equipped with a new motorcycle, I'm afraid it's not comparable to this person. As for for Wu Gang, of course. Besides, you are welcome to not go to the supermarket to buy food. You cannot just throw it away. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the car, they saw Duanmu Yen finish her transformation. Flame Nava. Devour the power of the fierce flames and merge. Duanmu Yan's entire body was wrapped in a wave of fiery red energy as he stepped out of the fiery flames. A pair of red armor then appeared, with azure goggles that bore some resemblance to the interdictor's armor. But the helmet was more like a burning flame. The same style on the chest. Mechanical sound effects sounded. Armor together. Many actions will lead to death. Duanmu Yen rushed in like a rash. After all, he hadn't gotten the supermodel Hurricane's pack apprehended by now. Double cutting is not possible. Xiao Feng had even less of a clue where to run. Seeing this, Baobi said disdainfully, Capizio, he dares to play with fire in front of you. I'll leave this guy to you. I'll deal with these two little plonkers. Humph. Let's see how this great master will clean him up. Capizio came to life. He rushed to the flame of Nava and opened his bloody mouth right in front of his face, along with a spurt of flame like a high-pressure ray. Wow! Hundreds of degrees of heat, a direct charge to the flame Nava. Tuan Yen raves about it. Bathed in flames, the flame Nava was a bit traumatized, but more energy was restored and the blue bar was practically full. Humph! You're teasing me. What, no fear of fire? Capisu was a bit surprised, but he had fought in the galaxy for thousands of years. What kind of scenes had he not seen before? And decisively slammed his fist towards the chest of flames Nava. Bang! A move will smash out a burst of white smoke. Duanmu Yen first transformation will lose. The two people's speed gap is too large. He did not expect this underworld demon actually with a brain. It's nothing like the oxygen that was there a while back. Damn! What a strong power! Su Tingfei and Li Haoyan also stopped watching the show and pulled out their respective summoners. Flying Shadow Armor. Criminal Armor. Merge X2. Armor together. The two instantly completed their merge, facing the greedy system's side Devil Bajobi, while Duanmu Yen faced Capisu alone, seemingly trying to break them down one by one. Let Duanmu Yen carry the pressure first. Penal Palm. Li Haoyan slapped his palm on the tactical armor in front of Baobi's chest, and a burst of sparks flew, but he actually just took a step backward. Took the blow with superior physical fitness. There was a teasing smile on his face. You're tickling me. What a strong defense. Li Haoyan was shocked, but fortunately, he had taken the gene potion, which gave him a qualitative improvement in all his attributes, and quickly pulled away. And Su Tingfei fell straight out of the air. Flying Shadow Leg. A burst of blue light flashed out and a prancing kick landed on Baobi's face. A move that was so powerful that it dried out distortions directly to his face. Wah! Bajobi's body tilted backward for a while. Li Haoyan didn't hesitate when he saw this, and his palms kept slapping on Bajobi's chest. Bang, bang, bang. A voice like wrought iron resounded out. After successive attacks, Li Haoyan advanced forward with a stored double palm. Fire Torture Palm. Rumble. Bajobi body was brought up by this huge force. Backward air out a meter high. Foot flew out 3 meters away like a dead dog fell to the ground. Kept spitting acid on the ground. Su Tingfei had a disdainful face. What's the point of pretending? Thought it was strong, but it turned out to be this Fei! Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Li Haoyan quickly slid the card box on his waist. A card of the gun symbol popped up and was quickly pressed into the summoner. Firebolt. Su Tingfei was doing the same, and a card with flying daggers engraved on it popped out. push it into the MP3. Shadow Blade. Duanmu Yen on the side is still resisting the pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that the spectral demon was a fire type, I'm afraid that it would be lying on the ground sleeping. In terms of armor strength, the Flame Nava was a shade stronger than the Interceptor or the Flying Shadow, but it couldn't be compared to the upgraded ones, that was all. Plus, the two were now physically enhanced. But it was a bitter experience for Duanmu Yen. A plug-in or not, honestly with the second weekly copy of the Spectral Devil Mutual K. Froze to be beaten did not ask for support, do not even know. Lufa utilized the Gung Ho Vajra Pestle and transformed the negative energy to enhance a wave of spectral legions. Chapter 60. Heaven and Earth's Infinite Criminal Heaven's Definitive Killing Technique. Bajobi crashed to the ground in a miserable heap. Damn it! He had just gotten to his feet when a flying shadow kick followed by a kick to the floor. The main fight is a squash that keeps Bajobi from standing up and fighting back. Damn flying shadow armor. Ha! Su Tingfei coldly laughed. He held the blast shadow blade and swung at Baobi. How arrogant he was just now. Now can be how much of a mess. Baobi didn't expect that the strength of the armors. Surprisingly, it had improved so much it was really abnormal. It was simply comparable to the Interdictor Squad guys back then. Looks like you have to show your true colors. The Axe of Decision. Off. Bajorbi broke free from the pressure of the flying shadow armor and took 2 more shots of fire and electricity to his back. And as the red energy blossomed out, he held on with a muffled cry of pain. An axe slashed towards the flying shadow armor. So fast. Su Tingfei couldn't dodge in time. The blast shadow blade was set in front of his body, but he neglected to realize that the strength of the underworld demon was above him, and the power of this axe could be imagined. Bang! Large faces of sparks rose from the chest of the flying shadow armor as his figure retreated backward one after the other, while Bajobi ignored the attack of the fire and lightning gun as if it had been turned on with great fury. Once again, he danced the dueling axe. Ha ha ha! Where's that cocky energy you had just now? Why can't you do it now? Baobi knew very well the advantages of the flying shadow armor, which was nothing but the word fast, and excelled at attacking with his legs and sword. And he could totally counteract it by using his information gap to storm Su Tingfei. When Li Haoyan saw that the situation was not right, he immediately put away his fire and electricity gun and slid over the card box on his waist. And then a card with a long sword engraved on it appeared in his hand. Press it into the collar. The Sword of Fire. A long sword with a red hilt appeared in his hand, and he quickly rushed to the flying shadow armor with his pyroclastic sword, and held Bajobi's axe blade with a single stroke. Su Tingfei took the opportunity to slash at Baobi, only to see a dazzling fire bloom as his chest dropped sparks. His armor broke, and he retreated several steps back in succession. In a 2-against-1 situation, he was actually suppressed without any temper. But how is that possible? He was getting a lot of negative energy, and he had found combat armor where the alien energy could be released better. But now, he was actually outmatched by 2 blue star bugs. Capizio, hurry up and finish him. I can't hold on much longer. Bajorbi twisted his head to look at Capizio and found him pressing down on Flame No Nava and giving him a severe beating that sent Tuan Yen tumbling to the ground covered in sparks. Sort of out of the blue. Capizio sniffed as he nodded. Wait, I'll come back to clean you up later. You asshole. Duanmu Yen was still trying to get up, only to be kicked to the ground. Bang! Flame of Nava tumbled to the ground. He still had the molten liner in his hand, but alas against Kapisu, who was also of the fire attribute, neither could find an advantage though. However, the Netherworld Demon was a second weekly copy, and the alien energies were all at their peak, and it was simply not something that Duanmu Yen, who had just leveled up, could cope with. At least you have to get the King of the Underworld pack to apprehend more. Li Haoyan was filled with gravity as he glanced at Su Tingfei. It can only be like this. The Heaven and Earth's Infinite Criminal Heaven's Definitive Killing Technique. Firmament decisively opened up, and the fire-red field spread out from behind to envelop Baobi in, which was equivalent to a ceiling boundary. It was impossible to force one's way out without defeating the interdictor armor, unless the foreign energy was too powerful, causing it to be impossible to cage in. An armored arm insignia appears on the back, showing an X font. Baobi looked around with a confused face. He didn't expect Interceptor to open up just like that. I'm afraid it would be difficult to seal him. And the flying shadow armor didn't come in. What kind of fight is this? Only, soon Baobi couldn't laugh anymore as the interdictor armor came in front of him.
Firelight Sword Technique.
Damn it! You bastard! Baobi wielded his decisive axe and wrestled to a standstill with the interdictor armor. Outside, Su Tingfei saw the disappearing Li Haoyan and Baobi. His face was filled with black lines, which meant that he had to face Kapisu's attack together with the Nava armor lying on the ground, and Li Haoyan should be stalling. What kind of stupid ratio play is this? The one on the ground. Can you still stand up and fight? As much as Su Tingfei didn't want to admit it, he really couldn't face Kapisu's attack alone. Capizio didn't give the two a chance to communicate, and a mouthful of fire erupted from his mouth. Bang! It exploded on the ground, lifting the ground to form a brilliant explosion. Roar! He wielded his demon blood scythe, demolishing the flying shadow armor and swinging and slashing at it. And coincidentally enough, the power phantom demon wasn't fast speed-wise, and it just so happened that the flying shadow armor was his nemesis, hence the attempt to preempt him. Su Ting flew to dodge the scythe, and the blast shadow blade quickly swung to chop out a blue chop. Phantom blade technique. Polar shadow slash. The 5 blades landed on Kapisu in succession, cutting several traces to wound the combat armor so much that you could actually see the flesh and blood exposed inside. It seems that flame of the Nava isn't exactly a waste, and the attack caused some effect. Kapizu felt the pain on his body as he raged, "Stupid bug! You'd better go back and practice for a few more years with this flying shadow armor. Oh no, you're afraid you won't have that chance, because today, both you and his criminal heavenly armor will fall into our hands. What is not yours after all." Kapisu slashed at Su Tingfei with a sickle, and he couldn't dodge and was about to hit. At that moment, a long, fire-red blade poked out from one side. Clank! It was the flame of Nava, and Takian held the blade in both hands to frame the scythe, rising up to repel Kapisu as the visor screen showed the second mandatory energy charging up. He quickly pulled out the key of flame and inserted it into the bottom end of the molten liner, and then a layer of energy like a fiery flame erupted and covered the entire weapon. Dragging it across the floor and sliding it around, it actually caused the concrete to melt away from the heat. Molten Flame Demon Slash. Duanmu Yen leapt up, holding the hilt of his sword with both hands and slashing out in the direction of Kapisu. The energy of this move was incomparably strong. After being beaten for so long, he was fighting for this last breath. Blast me! The molten Lin blade was energized and expanded to more than a dozen times, and under Kapisu's shocked gaze, it landed on the ground and exploded violently in a matter of moments. Rumble! Su Tingfei was surprised. He didn't expect the Flame Nava to actually be able to exert this kind of power. It seems to be a kind of move that needs to be stored and charged. No wonder it never worked before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to get beaten. As the aftermath dissipates. Thanks. Su Tingfei was reluctant, but the armor in front of him really helped him. Duanmu Yen nodded. All summoned, you're welcome. But it was not until the smoke cleared that it was realized that Capizio had not fallen. Instead, he stood in place, his body scaly and his battle armor badly torn, holding on to his last breath, black smoke billowing from his unicorn horn, staring into one scarlet eye, the other long closed. Ha ha ha. That was pretty close to killing me. I didn't realize that a summoner like you would appear inside the worm. Pity. If I hadn't been careless, you'd all be dead here today. As Kapisu finished speaking, the interdictor's essential art dispersed, revealing Li Haoyan, who was lying on the ground very peacefully, his armor disintegrating in an instant. And Bajobi hangs on for dear life, having been stabbed through the chest with a pyrotechnic sword and nearly dead. Cough! Ahem! Baobi spat out blood and quickly vanished away with his dueling axe in hand. He couldn't even get to the interdictor summoner in time to get it, and disappeared to Kapisu's side, where a circular black hole converged on the ground, seemingly carrying some sort of suction. Duanmu Yen and Su Tingfei were greatly shocked. How is that possible? Li Haoyan actually couldn't hold on so quickly, and he was also seriously injured. With a mouthful of fire in his mouth, Capizio violently spat out a fireball. Stick it. Next time we see each other, we'll kill all 3 of you bugs. With a tug on Cupidio's thigh, Bajobi pulled him into the ground and vanished quickly as if he had never been there. In just a breath, he arrived several kilometers away, hiding his form into the wall, greedily sucking in fresh air, and almost dying. Rumble! The fireball exploded on the ground. This stage strike made both Duanmu Yen and Su Tingfei not expect it. Both of them took off from the ground at the same time, spreading out from both sides, tumbling to the ground, covering his chest and obviously not slowing down. Heads up! Where is there any spectral devil? Damn it! What kind of ability is this? The monsters we dealt with the day before couldn't even do this to leave like this. Duan Muyen was puzzled. Su Tingfei took a deep breath. These are the underworld demons. Psy Devil? What is a spectral demon? Duan Muyen memorized the names of these monsters and looked towards a charred black body lying on the ground. It turns out that the fire had unfortunately ignited the corpse. P.S. Old books stay updated. New book, Armor Master. The opening schoolgirl stole my emperor's belt. Chapter 61 Bei Miao is not fit to be a captain. The underworld demons. The two evil monsters from just now. After Su Tingfei finished speaking, he went to look at Li Haoyan, who was lying on the ground, and helped him up. Pick up the interdictor summoner in passing and head in the direction of the blue sports car. Duan Muyen looked confused, and seeing that he had nothing to do, he was too embarrassed to continue disturbing, and mounted the baga colt that belonged to him and planned to leave. At this time, after Su Tingfei settled the unconscious Li Haoyan, he turned around and drilled out of the car, shouting, "Hey, what's the name of your armor?" "Flame of Nava." Tatsuki Yen laughed, and when he finished, he rode away from the scene on his baka colt. He was also a bit injured and was planning to go to the hospital to get looked at. Just as he rode out not too far, he heard Su Tingfei shouting behind him, "If you want to become stronger, come find us in the Huanhuan Teppanyaki. One person is always better than a formal organization." Su Tingfei up to now still thought he was a formal organization, but in fact they were just a civilian armor organization, compared to the obvious ERP base is more formal. Duan Muyen stopped the baka colt. He felt the need to make a trip. "Thanks, friend." "Humph. I'm not trying to help you. Just, seeing that you have a few skills, I don't want you to be buried." Su Tingfei didn't mention anything about the failed injection in the slightest because he felt, if you want to be an armor summoner, you have to take the risks, the responsibilities. There's always a price to pay for getting stronger. Duan Muyen didn't refute Su Tingfei either, as he rode the baga colt behind the blue supercar and rode all the way towards Huanhuan Taipanyu. ERP base. In the virtual training room. This place is specially sponsored by Dasha. Damn it! Damn it! Bei Miao's fists kept hitting a sandbag, and the veins on his forehead were bulging as sweat spilled from his body, only to see the speed of his punches getting faster and faster, as if he was venting the anger in his heart. Bang, 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 until, exhausted, his last punch landed on the sandbag. Limping helplessly to the floor, he pressed his face against the ground, the image of being punched into the wall by the ultimate emperor lingering in his mind. Why? Why? Bei Miao couldn't accept that he had lost to the ultimate emperor twice. The gap between the two was like a mountain that could not be climbed, but he was not convinced. Obviously, the Mizukage village seniors had said that the water-black rhino armor was an invincible existence. How to get punched into a wall? That's not possible. Absolutely not. I will definitely find you. Bei Miao was determined that he would uncover the person under the armor and defeat the other party to do justice to the invincible black rhino armor. And Mi Jin hid behind the door, watching the scene with a bad taste in her mouth. His own armored summoner had actually become this. LOL. It's not like Jin potions are invincible. And how can any armor be invincible when it has strengths that belong to it as well as shortcomings? River North is probably hypochondriac. Can't make him captain. With that thought in mind, Mi Jin turned away and walked to another training room where she saw Li Hsi and Nam practicing his southpaw. It was called Sirius. He was also sweating, but he didn't have any resentment. Instead, he was working hard to become stronger, and the purity in his bloodline was slowly increasing. From 80 in the increasing, expected to the grand finale to meet the black magic beast that will be raised to about 90, to play the full strength of the Inferno Dragon armor. The North River, on the other hand, is 70, and its highest achievement in the future is 85 to 87, again realizing the true meaning of unity. As for Wu Dongshi is even more tang to no end, enough 60. This one doesn't deserve to be mentioned. Shinan is so serious and has a big picture every time. If it wasn't for Bei Miao, he wouldn't have been seriously injured. But even so, Shinan remains willing and uncomplaining. Such a person is the most suitable person to be a captain. Mi Jin nodded secretly. She was very satisfied with Li Shinan's performance. You know, the current little piano prince and midterm swing king has long since been converted, positively, not returning on this path of slaying alien beasts. Getting stronger only makes you better able to kill the alien beasts. It's more than twice as good as Li Hsi Nam, who doesn't train hard all day and runs off to play the piano in the special features. Of course, it's worth mentioning. A new member of the ERP base named Kunzaka has about 70 Earth Shadow Village bloodlines and has gotten his hands on the Earth Tiger Armor Summoner. Although he was only a 19-year-old college student and loved playing basketball, as one of the few Earth bloodline possessors in the current world, all indicators fit the Earth Tiger armor. Kunzaka sat coyly on the couch. He was going to train later as well, having just voluntarily injected himself with a genetic modification potion. His body was much stronger. Meijin-san, that means, counting me in, we already have 4 armor summoners in our ERP base, huh? That's really great. So we can go out in 2 groups and fight side by side in the future. Even if we meet a monster we can't beat, we can still keep one at the base. Kunzaka also counts on knowing something about the inside of the armor, and he can't wait to test out the Earthland Tiger armor. After all, when it comes to heroes, it's the dream of every boy's heart. Meijin smiled and nodded. Yes, Kuinjong, you should work hard. Although our ERP base doesn't have much of a track record of killing alien beasts right now, but Oxygen has cleared about 3 of them so far, and we're held in high regard by the senior side of Dacia. The future is bright. This big cake Kunjung loved. Really? Meijin-san, this is great. I was worried about graduating and not having a place to go. But now, and in the future, I'll be able to be an armor summoner all the time. Kunzaka looked excited. In the early days he was an honest man, but also brave. For example, opposing the hegemony of North River. Huan teppanyaki. Jan welcomed the purchase of 3 burgers on the table and waited for the return of the 2 heroes. Wu Gang, the little glutton, tried to eat it several times, but was mercilessly slapped away. Welcome. I'll take a bite and won't. Yang welcomed a look that made Wu Gang shut up, and while the burger might not have been expensive, this one meant something different. What would the other 2 meritocrats think if they let this little glutton eat it first? There was an extra man in the room, a well-known martial artist named Qing Zizai, positively rubbing a string of red bead bracelets in his hand. He wore a smile on his face. Xiaojiang, have you grasped an understanding of the use of adamantine armor? If there's something you don't understand, maybe I can teach you how to go about fighting in the form of martial arts. Those monsters can be strong. When Wu Gang heard this, he was dumbfounded. He was now very unskilled with the adamantine armor. After all, it hadn't been long since he'd gotten the summoner, and the spectral demon had appeared. Didn't get a chance to meet them either. Said he'd wait until he killed an orcser or 2 before sending them on to save up some experience. Qing Zi was dressed in white long sleeves, and his looks were just like a good old boy. This string of beads in the hand is not simple. 3 of them are the energy beads of the Gungrak Vajrapesal. Don't look very inconspicuous. It contains, but something that can pilot the alphas. It's true that Lufa didn't perceive it. Otherwise he must have killed Qing Zzz early. After all, the Underworld Legion is now fully staffed and all of them are experts. Chapter 62. Duanmu Yen joins the Pit Ratio Trio. Soon, Su Tingfei walked into the house with the unconscious Li Haoyin on his frame. Stunned the trio. Yang Welcome looked incredulous. Xiao Tian. How did he become like this? He was knocked out by the underworld demon. There shouldn't be anything wrong. Recuperating for a while will be fine, right? Su Tingfei threw Li Haoyin on the sofa. This journey could have pressed his shoulders sore. Yang Welcome realized the seriousness of the matter. She walked over to Li Haoyin and checked his head, finding that he hadn't received any heavy blows. It should be that the armor was disintegrated by the beating. There are multiple bruises on his body, so it really doesn't seem to be much of a problem. Luckily, Goten is okay. Noticing Duanmu Yen standing to the side, Qing Zi found the Nawa summoner in his bag and probably understood Fei's intention of bringing him here. But Wu Gang didn't know, and he asked with a big grin, "Hey, who are you guys? Why haven't I seen you before? Also, what's in this bag of yours? Why does it look like an armor summoner? How about you guess?" Duanmu Yen laughed. It was the first time he had stumbled upon someone so dull. "That's funny." A dilettante look. Jan welcomed the question. "And you are?" "My name is Duanmu Yen, a passing armored warrior." Duanmu Yen was still smiling. This time he didn't bring Ma Ling Ling with him, because when it came to fighting, it was too dangerous, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take care of her. Yang welcomed the surprise. "You're also an armor summoner. Bring me the summoner." Duanmu Yen glanced at Su Tingfei and the others. They shouldn't be bad guys, so she took out her Nava summoner, but still kept her guard up. Well, Yang welcomed just a glance and nodded. "Very sophisticated stuff. Looks like you really are an armor summoner. How about it, wanna join us?" Come with us to destroy those abominable underworld demons and stop them from harming more people. Don't worry, we manage food and shelter here. At those words, Duan Muyen nodded his head. He didn't lack a place to live at all. After all, it's a ramen business, and it's not too far from Huan Teppanyaki. So I'd consider joining. I just can't live here. By the way, what's your name? Duan Muyen asked. Yang welcomed with a proud face. This girl is none other than the secret cultivator who has been passed down from generation to generation. Welcome, responsible for contacting the armor and providing important information out of battle. Ooh, so powerful. It actually comes with an inheritance. Duan Muyen thought that he had met a regular army as he looked surprised. The heart is still a little excited. After all, you're not alone in the future. Wu Gang chimed in. Isn't it welcome, man? Yang welcome a little speechless, must not mention a word. Wu Gang's emotional intelligence is really low. Pressure is not as good as Su Tingfei and Li Haoyin too. No wonder you've been single. All you do is play games. Su Tingfei sat on the sofa as he went straight to the point. Welcome. Is there any more of the genetic modification potion issued from above? I want to have Duan Muyen inject it. His flame of Nava is quite powerful. If it wasn't for him, maybe those two spectral demons, we wouldn't have been able to deal with them. He recounted everything that had happened. Yang welcomed hearing this, and his face was filled with gravity. Okay, I know. The spectral demon's strength would actually be this strong, and it seems to be a bit more powerful than it was in the past. You are warriors who have been injected with genetic modification potions. I'm afraid if it was before the injection, it would have been defeated in 3 cuts. No, you guys must hurry up your training during this period of time. I will have Qingzi accompany you for extra training. This is not only for your safety, but also as a form of responsibility. Yang Welcome is still very conscientious, although she is a civil informal armor organization, but successive generations of inheritance is about a safety. 3 pairs of armor are not to be lost, and the lives of the summoners are important. As told by Grandma, that Legion of Evil, where getting the armor seemed to allow them to carry out some sort of amazing plan, and successive generations of tantric, jutsu, and hidden cultivators. It's all about stopping them and raising powerful armor summoners. Su Tingfei didn't have a problem with it. He was still quite obsessive about the matter of becoming stronger at the moment, mainly because he had been beaten up by the Mace Elemental Heaven. Very upsetting. Duan Muyen was curious. Say, what's that genetic modification potion for? It's a potion that speeds up the body's functions, allowing cells to divide faster and recover quickly when injured. And it will be physically very much stronger than normal, but the downside is that it will affect your life expectancy by 30%, for example. If you can live 80 after the injection of the genetic modification potion, you'll only live to be 50. Yang Welcome didn't hide anything as she stated the disadvantages of the gene potion. Any power has a price. Duan Muyen was silent for a moment as he nodded. Then, there are still genetic modification potions. You can apply for it, but it will take a bit of time. You can train with Fei and the others first to get used to the power of the armor. Yang Welcome said, since Duan Muyen chose to join them, it was natural to do the same thing and let Qingzi Zai, a martial arts master, teach them. It's bound to improve by leaps and bounds. Xiao Yang sat on a chair in the hospital. Tang Shirshir and Xiao Shui giggled on the sidelines. He sensed the 2 strands of foreign energy fleeing, and it was the spectral demon. It looks like its interceptor and flying shadow, as well as the 3 sets of armor of Manhwa that have struck out. Xiao Yang said, he nodded. To be able to repel the second weekly copy of the underworld demon, the strength is not bad, although it is 3-2, but enough. Ares was stirring in his head. Kid, these foreign energy fluctuations are familiar. It is highly likely that they are warriors from our planet Ares, but they have actually become as guilty of the 3 sins of greed and anger as I am. Turned into an ugly monster. Xiao Yang corrected. Pay attention to your words. You are committing greed and anger at the same time. They accept that dog thief called Lufa. It's all one sin. It was obvious that he meant to put Ares on notice. It's a bit inappropriate for you, a 10,000-year-old wanted fugitive from the entire galaxy, to compare yourself to someone who's been on the run for thousands of years. To say they defected. Still learning from your precedent. Ares was silent for a moment at first. Who is the Lufa dog thief, and why have I never heard of him in Ares, to have such vigor to commit the 3 sins of greed and anger at the same time? You'll find out later. Xiao Yang wasn't going to tell Ares that the loofah dog thief had the same fate as him. Because this thing still has use value now. Xiao Yang does not want Ares to defect now. If he knows about loofah, he should probably think about jumping ship. After all, the loofah dog thief was also capable of possessing the strongest evil aura. Not as good as his transformation from positive aura, but it was still something that could be claimed. And the crucial point, Ares' strongest evil chi can drive the Shura armor. If we really let this run to help Lufa, he does not change the Emperor's situation. If you hit it with a mace with interceptor, you can do a one-sided explosive kill, but if Ares can do an upgrade to prison face Shura, holding a cannon of 3 weapons in one to give him a shot of fusion energy, I'm afraid it's going straight to heaven. So, Ares can go, but only if I get the Shura armor summoner. Self-styled god. I'll let you see clearly what kind of bull god showing bloodstains only leads to death. There were 2 men who used the mace to torture the heavens in the abolition case. The first was Ares, and the second was King Pyr who fled to the blue planet. The latter was killed by a single blast from prison-faced Shura. The former is unknown, but it should have been successfully killed under the combined attack of Minxio using the god of war, Interdictor, and Li Haoyan using prison-faced Shura, right? Chapter 63, The Fear of the 5 Great Protectors of the Shadow. A mansion tabletop, sealed in the magic box. The 5 guardians of the shadow were restless as they sensed an incomparably terrifying foreign energy. Just a while ago, that foreign energy had struck them with a wave of fear from their bloodline, the legendary power of light that restrained the shadow demons. Emperor. Unlike the summoners, though the shadow demons had failed in their plans over the years, they had lost many battles and had long since ceased to fear them. Only one thing, this thousands of years. The Emperor hadn't shown his face since, except for the first time, he came to the blue planet when he appeared once to summon people, and it was the 5 guardians of the shadow that were looking on. This is the 499th year of the shadow demons' revival, and it will likewise be their strongest year, as long as they can kill those summoned people, complete the final ensemble. Even if the Emperor came, he would have to be afraid of them for 3 minutes, while the reality is, the idea was beautiful, and the reality was bone-chilling. This wave of foreign energy they felt was not at all like an emperor summoning someone. Instead, it kind of looks like the Emperor himself. When they followed the Shadow Emperor in battle, it had been swiped by a sword as a wild monster. Big brother, what are we going to do? That strange energy, it can't be fake. It's that horrible thing that's appeared again. In the voice of the evil Earth Protector, there was clearly some panic in his voice. His intentions were simple. He wanted to behead this summoner before he grew up. Otherwise, it must be a great enemy for the future. And with those Kuga village descendants, the situation will be very unfavorable for them. Even though this will be their strongest year. Complete the strongest ensemble. But the heart is still not sure. The guardian of evil gold stood on a magic rock, his hands behind his back, covered in woolly, leathery hair, his 6 red eyes glaring. What's the point of panicking? It's just a summoner. As long as he's still human, he has weaknesses, family, friends, and his fragile emotions are a bust. Compared to the panicked evil Earth, evil Gold Protector was clearly calmer. They can't be killed. They can only be sealed in this never-ending box of sealed demons. And thankfully a despicable, greedy human appears. It took evil blood to open the seals that allowed them to see the light of day. The guardian of evil wood and the guardian of evil fire glanced at each other as they both pondered whether or not to send out the exotic beast to bring this summoner of light. Nip it in the bud. Of course. Head-on confrontation is not an option. Some tactics need to be employed. Wicked Water was the only female among the 5 guardians, and a devious smile appeared on her face. This kind of thing, I'm the best at it. Nothing more than taking those closest to him and forcing him to cut himself. But that's not enough. Need some other humans to act as a threat, and if he won't cut himself, use moral kidnapping. Under the double pressure of public opinion and hostages, even the strongest summoner will become unbearable. This evil plan came out. Wonderful. It's wonderful. The evil Gold Protectors let out a chorus of praise, but executing such a plan couldn't be left to them, but would require the hawk dogs that the Shadow Realm had bred over the years. At that moment, the Black Emperor was sitting on a couch wearing a round high hat, a black mole under his beard, a clear black suit, and a cane in his hand. It can be described as a man who looks like a dog, and his looks are aging and strangely ugly, with all his teeth mutilated and wearing a pair of round black glasses. It's a wonderful feeling to be rich. In his free hand, he was pretending to be rich with a toothpick, picking at his mangled teeth and seemingly enjoying the thrill of it. Completely forgetting about dealing with the summoner, he was still dreaming about his so-called springtime, not realizing that all power comes at a price. Everything he now experiences, the future will all be its own catalyst. The magic seal box suddenly flashed with red light. From it came the sound of evil water. Black Emperor, I want you to run an errand, notify the Realm King or Shadowbane, have them take on an armored summoner named Emperor and capture his kin at all costs. Then, before the evil water plan was finished, he heard the Black Emperor, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, flossing his teeth in his hand, subconsciously say, "Oh, Emperor man. I know. You know?" The evil water protector was a bit skeptical. It was unbelievable that just this shabby, who had a brain like a pig, actually knew about the whereabouts of the Emperor of Light. Why don't they know that? Only to hear the Black Emperor slowly put down his toothpick with a proud look. "Yeah, I know, isn't that the recently popular Emperor man? I hate him with a passion. 3 times he's ruined my plans for world domination. It's simply a thing. I just want to rule the world. What's wrong with me?" At those words, the evil water protector was silent for a moment. Even she felt that the Black Emperor was a bit revolting. So one could imagine just how unpleasant this stinking beggar was. But still, he stiffened his expression. "So what I just said," the Black Emperor directly interrupted the evil water protector. "Aha, I know. What do you know? Isn't it just dealing with the Emperor's warrior? I know this one too well. Why are you clear again?" Bad Water expressed a look of skepticism. "I really don't believe in the intelligence of this stinking beggar." The Black Emperor crossed his legs, and when he saw that the evil water did not know, he immediately developed a wave of complacency, and his nostrils were almost tilted up to the sky. Of course, some time ago Shadowbane had a subordinate named Ugly General in his hands. That good guy is really efficient. He directly took that Imperial man's family members and almost struck them down, and the whole thing caused that summoner to be covered in cool black smoke. Almost got into the devil, the Black Emperor said smugly. As for how he knew, naturally it was Shadowbane who told the Boundary King and then the Boundary King who then told him. The reason is simple. The Ugly General spread the word before he died. Although there was interference from the Emperor's magnetic field, it seemed to be deliberate. Xiao Yang didn't use it on the Ugly General. Instead it seemed like a playful thing. Strong hunters, even though they will let their prey struggle a little, until the gulp. He intended to lure the Shadow Bar together to kill, but nay, this old bush is not on the set. Froze without a response. Just saw the Ugly will die. Scrambling, he turned off his headset and cast screen, seemingly in fear of the armored summoners coming for him, figuring that the negative energy wasn't enough to summon the alien beasts. However, Wicked Water heard, her face a little dark. "Wait, you mean some time ago, a subordinate named Ugly General went to ambush a wave of Emperor Man's family members, and then gave him a whole lot of black smoke?" "Ah yes, that's it." The Black Emperor spoke as he gushed. "You are not seeing this. That Emperor Man has been all over the news lately, on a quest to hunt down Oculus. Citizens call it the oxygen killing machine, and there's a guy on a Baka motorcycle next to it. I think it's called something like Flame of Nava. Luckily, I'm shrewd and haven't been sending out any altered beasts lately." When Evil Water heard this, there was a direct silence. Getting it right is, instead of threatening the Emperor Man, you guys are pissing people off to the point where their cool is smoking. Reverse threat right. Black Emperor, I want you to deal with Emperor Man now. Take his kin as hostages. What? But his relatives seem to be half dead. I'm afraid they're halfway dead. The Black Emperor looked surprised. Evil Water was silent again. Then you go get the others. It's hard for him to be surrounded by just one family member. It's still true. There's just one page on the account book. The Black Emperor really didn't make it up. The King of the Realm had investigated Xiao Yang in the dark long ago, except for one Xiao Shui who was a family member. Looks like there's not much socializing going on. On the contrary, I've recently met a girl in a good relationship, but what exactly? He doesn't know that either. What if Mo's just a friend? Chapter 64 Scapegoat Shadowbane. LOL. There is no way, the task given by the top has to be run, can't help but do it. The Black Emperor helplessly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Call soon. Hey, Boundary King. I'll give you a very serious mission. Don't mess with your fusion alien beasts for now, Go and tackle a guy called Emperor Man. Yes, that's right. Remember to threaten him with hostages and relatives. Never hardball. We don't have many little darlings now. Make sure you hurry. When the Black Emperor finished, he hung up the phone. He pressed on without personally doing so. Laugh your ass off. Just enjoy life straight away. Anyway, there are subordinates to do it, so there's no need to do it yourself. In a large laboratory, various bottles and jars were arranged in front of an iron table, with various precision instruments nearby, in an incubation chamber. As the lights turned on, inside was actually a hideous and scary-looking monster. The rows of lights turned on in turn. All incubator pods. There were all sorts of ugly monsters bubbling inside, and there were some with human heads and bodies that looked as if they had been pieced together, even with an eye in the back of their heads. That's called a thrill. This is the laboratory of the Realm King, Kalen, who suffered an accident over a decade ago that resulted in the permanent loss of an arm. So a mechanical arm was fitted and is now free to control. He was the most brilliant scientist of all time, but for some reason he was stolen, and the results of his own hard work. Overnight, it's a bust. With vengeful rage and hatred, he joined the Shadow World as a terrorist and has been studying monsters and gene fusion intensely. That relentless fire took everything from Callum, and he's going to make those people all pay and make the world fear. My little darlings, you will be able to see the light of day again when I finish the last step of my experiment. And then the entire city of Hope will be your sustenance. The Realm King with a hint of madness in his eyes. This is his secret experimental base. Even his adopted son Shizhao does not know, and just now, he got a call from the Black Emperor. Humph, what dare to bother me? So, the Boundary King picked up the phone again and dialed a familiar number. Doodle doodle. The call was quickly answered. What is it, King of the Realm? Oh, Shadowbane. I have a very important task for you to do now, and when it's done, benefits. You understand, ah? Ha ha ha. It's definitely incumbent upon me to serve the King of the Realm. Just want to ask about the whereabouts of the Earth Shadow Stone. You mean that one? The Boundary King was silent for a moment at first. He had seen the Earth Tiger armor on the news recently, and was afraid that it had long been in the hands of the ERP base. Shadowbane should know that too. He probably just wanted to ask about the whereabouts. Oh, this dog, when we are in the Shadow Realm, actually misses the Earth Shadow Stone. It's true that the people of the Light and Shadow Village can never be fully trusted. Especially you, old man, waiting for me to finish my greatest masterpiece. Be sure to report to the Black Emperor and strip you of all your magic posts. When that happens, I'll be able to destroy the whole world.
Ah. Ego, Shadowbustera.
The Earth Shadow Stone must have fallen into the hands of the ERP base, but it's actually quite simple to get it back. It just requires us to attack the ERP base, but it's pretty hard to say. Anyway, that's the thing. If you want to snatch back the Earth Shadow Stone and offer it to Lord Black Emperor, I would be able to help you out. The King of the Realm drew a big pie. He acted like he didn't know, but in reality, he had already known about Shadowbane's little mind. After all, the ugly general was strictly speaking. He has long been secretly defecting to him. Oh, as expected. Shadowbane was overjoyed at his words. Ha ha ha, Boundary King. Just tell me what it is. I still have some exotic beasts left in my hand. I want you to deal with Emperor Man. When the Realm King finished speaking, there was a noticeable silence on the other end of the line. Shadowbane seemed to be thinking he didn't have any competent generals under his hand right now, only a bunch of useless black-clad death squads left, not considered normal at all. Just brainwashed retards from the Shadow World. Boundary King, I'll be honest with you. I don't have any competent generals left in my hands now, and the ugly general died 2 days ago. I can send you a summoner. He is the summoner of the Golden Snow Mastiff armor, and possesses extreme strength that will surely be able to wish you luck. There is also a person named Ice who is equally skilled, and of course, if you fail, then hand over the magic sticker and bring your head to Lord Black Emperor. This is a mission from above, and I'm just in charge of researching monsters. The King of the Realm took the blame off as if it wasn't even his own intention, but that the Black Emperor had done this, and it had nothing to do with him. Shadowbane sniffed, and his face was filled with shock. Summoner of the Snow Mastiff armor of gold. I didn't realize that the Realm King actually hid such a bottom card. What a good tactic. But it doesn't matter when I get the Earth Tiger armor. When the time comes, I'll just abandon the darkness. What's the point of being a broken Shadow Realm overlord? I'm going to be the armor summoner. Ah, yes, I can await your good news, King of the realm. When the time comes, after dealing with Emperor Man first, we'll combine our efforts together to eliminate the ERP base and grab those light shadow stones. Just give me the earth shadow stones when the time comes. HM? What do you mean? Don't you want to study it, King of the realm? Ahem. Am I not the kind of person to be in the same boat as you? The Boundary King obviously didn't expect that Shadowbane would actually say this. I'll give you the remaining 3 light shadow stones, but the earth shadow stones must be given to me. I'll just take a look at it. After all, it's something that's been passed down from my ancestors. Even though I'm not a member of the Earth Shadow Village now, this is in my hands, and they'll all have to look at my face. And I am the orthodoxy. Ahem. The Boundary King is obviously moved. If he can study the light and shadow stone, and then dump the pot to the shadow bar, a handful of kettle to take away the paycheck would not be beautiful. It's okay, I promise, but I can't tell anyone. Ha ha ha. Boundary King, I knew you were a smart person. Then it's a deal. With the phone hanging up, the Realm King cursed. What stinking fish and shrimp are worthy of talking to me about cooperation? When the time comes, you'll be the scapegoat, and the one who laughs last. It must not be you, but me, Karen. Ah. The King of the Realm smiled broadly as he continued to organize the data from his experiments, sending a message to his adopted son, Shizhao, in the meantime, asking the other to take ice with him to falsely defect to the Shadowbane. Stay under each other's hands for a while and wait for a perfect opportunity. New book, Armor Master. The opening schoolgirl stole my emperor's belt. Quality assurance, home page discussion group. Chapter 65, the last piece of the puzzle. The Dark Cave. Although Shadowbane had lost his right-hand man and ugly general in his hands, he still had a group of dead guards that the Shadow Realm had nurtured for many years, a group of people who had been brainwashed and were only loyal to the Shadow Realm. Humph. A bucket of to be killed so easily. Even nearly exposed the location of our Shadow Realm base. Such a waste. There is no use in living. Fortunately, the king of the world that thought I was on the same side as him. Actually, when I get the Earth Shadow Stone, who's happy to be a Shadow Realm overlord, when I'm a warrior in armor. Ha 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 ha. Shadowbane's bloated body, lying on a throne, laughing recklessly. This was his lifelong dream. If he could be an armored warrior. He didn't want to go and be the bad guy. Destroying the world like this. Let's just forget it. He just wanted to make the group of old, undead people in the Earth Shadow Village regret it. Not make the world disappear. After all, life is meant to be enjoyed. There were currently only 10 magic stickers left in his hand, and they appeared in front of him in turn as soon as his hands were paralyzed, picking out 3 of them with an evil smile on his face. Just decided it was you guys. Bring the stuff up to me. With Shadowbane's order, those Shadow Realm death servants immediately tied up a crocodile and carried it up. Bizarrely, the crocodile's quivering body was covered with some thick pimples, as ugly as a toad, and its eyes were all flushed white. Overlord, this is a crocodile soaked in nuclear wastewater, carrying a highly toxic. Then, as Deadpool finished, he pulled on another yellow cow and headed for the incubation chamber. This bull's eyes were blood red, as if it had some kind of mania. The nose kept spewing out airflow. The 3 Shadow Realm Deadpools all froze and almost didn't pull it. It's a good thing everything went off without a hitch. Finally. It is an ant in a jar, the size of a hand, dark red in color, with sharp serrated teeth and hard armor. It's a bullet ant. Once the 3 advanced fusion materials were assembled, 3 more blindfolded humans were thrown into the incubation chamber and sat on the bench. With Shadowbane pulling on the energy gate with one hand and pouring negative energy into the incubation chamber, there was also blue lightning climbing over the human. The wail of pain suddenly spread throughout the cave, and hear this scream. But it made Shadowbane laugh with excitement. He was inhuman, which meant that his little babies were going to be born. At that moment, 2 black-clothed people, a man and a woman, walked out from outside the cave entrance. She was tall, and although she was masked, she could tell that her face was quite all right. One of them is Shizhao, while the other is Binger Schwer, who used to have a good relationship with Bei Miao, only to fall into the hands of the Shadow Realm. Early on, he was groomed to serve the Shadow Realm as a Deadpool and didn't repent until later in the day. But unfortunately, a rotten orange comment sent ice straight to the streets. It's too late to mourn Stray Sister. Now on the scene is the legendary king of stab resistance. Shizhao. One's own strength to resist stabbing more than a dozen episodes. Froze when a goon did not say half a point of the North River is not good. suffered the entire team ostracized. The only Kuinjong choose to trust. Li Xinan a sentence. Leave it to time. More so, Shi Zhao all the way to resist stabbing to the grand finale, visible gold of snow mastiff, light of the warrior in the end how strong. A descendant of the Golden Shadow Village who can transform without armor and has a bloodline purity of 80% or more. Overlord, what is our mission? Once Ice arrives, she gets right to the point without a hint of sloppiness. Want to hurry to finish the mission, go back to continue the lonely training. After all, she really cannot find the meaning of life, the only pining for the North River brother. I don't even know where it is now. Thought it was dead. Shi Zhao stood aside and did not speak. He went through the special training of the King of the Realm, without the need for a summoner to transform into the snow mastiff of gold. Probably eat electricity to eat out of it. A tough guy who can't even be killed by 60,000 high-voltage electricity. Seeing the two, Shadowbane nodded in satisfaction. Worthy of being the manpower sent by the Realm King. At a glance, they are 100 times better than that bucket ugly general. It's worth noting that Shi Zhao is the last piece of the puzzle, and by collecting all of the golden shadow stones, the old man of the Divine Mountain can be transformed into the Emperor's armor. With open-ended means, he quickly allowed the 5 summoners to raise their strength. Quotations of true gold will also appear. Villa. 1 week in a row. Xiao Shue's body improved, although her legs were still a bit inconvenient to move. But it's ready to be discharged from the hospital, just in a wheelchair. Ah Yang, in a little while you'll be going to school. SSI is a poor student, but it's time to find something to do. You can't just not socialize with people all the time. What Xiao Shui meant was to let Tang Shishir enroll in the university as well, and although it was now past time, there were always more ways than difficulties. Xiao Yang shook his head. Sis, let Shishir take care of you for a while first. I should be able to fix the school thing after all. I've eliminated so many monsters. It's not so bad. That Shishir can't even go to school. Xiao Yang had his own opinion. He thought that although he wasn't exactly a good guy, he was certainly not a bad guy either, or at least he had protected the city. It's not too much to ask for something. Well, then you remember to discuss it with Shishir. Xiao Shui knew she couldn't control Xiao Yang. What has to be said has been said. Next, the choice is in Xiao Yang's hands. It was indeed time for her to let go. I will. Xiao Yang pushed the wheelchair, pulling the shadows of the two of them to a long length in the setting sunlight. It's been a long time since we've watched a sunset like this together. Sister, actually. You are a descendant of the Mizukage village and possess a bloodline with a high degree of purity that can summon the water-black rhinoceros armor through the Mizukage stone, which I only learned about some time ago. And those monsters are bound to make another comeback. Xiao Shui listened quietly. I know. You know? Well, Ah Yang actually. We both possess the water bloodline, something I originally didn't intend to tell you, because that armor, including the water shadow stone, all have suitable successors, and besides, we broke away from the Mizukage village and have long since lost touch with our predecessors for many years. Xiao Shui said so. This is not a secret, only Xiao Yang has not been able to discover the bloodline in his body. In other words, it was Xiao Shui who didn't realize that the bloodline in Xiao Yang's body wasn't a water bloodline. Instead, they were humans with 5 perfect bloodlines at the same time. Xiao Yang could also understand Xiao Shui. After all, this kind of thing, it didn't mean much to talk about it. The water shadow stone had nothing to do with them. The previous generation of predecessors of the Mizukage village would not have given the Mizukage stone to a lost bloodline person unless it was absolutely necessary, which was understandable. Aha! I'll get to the bottom of it regarding the alien beasts. Light and shadow have been opposing each other since ancient times, and I was created to break that balance. I'm going to destroy all the monsters. Xiao Shui looked at Xiao Yang for a long time. Don SSI planted orange trees in his compound. She couldn't understand these conversations, so she simply didn't continue to understand them. According to Xiao Yang, knowing too much isn't good for her. Chapter 66. A trio of ground hooligans. Ding! Release the mission. Kill Cold Blood and capture the Tsunezumi Nano Summoner. Reward, Dark Water Shadow Stone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was obviously stunned. What the hell is this Dark Water Shadow Stone? He has heard of the Light and Shadow Stone, and this Black Shadow Stone. It's a bit too much. Oh yeah, almost forgot the name of the system. This system, called the Dark Emperor System. In Cold Blood. What a stinking fish. Xiao Yang was full of disdain for this as he took out his Phantom Jack flying shadow summoner. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take just one move to beat cold blood into a twitching psychopath on the ground. Xiao Shui saw Xiao Yang's movements and she realized something. Ah Yang, are you going to seal those monsters again? Aha! Be careful on the road. Don't be careless. Got it, sis. Xiao Yang asked the system in his head. System, is this black shadow stone harmful to people? Ding! A product of the system is bound to be fine. The dark water shadow stone can be transformed into the dark black rhino armor by using the summoner as a medium. The strength is 30% stronger than the original black rhino armor. Rely on bloodline power. Burning potential. Overdrawing your life to increase your power by different degrees. Originally, when Xiao Yang saw the first half of the system, he thought it was something good. As a result, see the second half of the sentence. It's really a pitiful system. System. Is there any medicine to treat injuries? Ding. Need a randomized quest or host to do something evil and collect some evil value? Just the host. Ever since I was bound to the system, I haven't been doing evil things. As for dealing with the small days, the thing that lifts up the nation, you call that evil. When Xiao Yang saw it, he only felt a bolt from the blue. The system didn't say so earlier. Nima. Ding. Host speech detected. Shouldn't we think about host? Did you ask? Xiao Yang was speechless for a while. He covered his face with one hand, counting on letting the system dislike him to the closed mic, and hadn't really asked carefully about the Dark Emperor system. After all, only 10 days had passed since the binding now. His full-level account couldn't use the system at all, and he had been on the verge of collapsing and taking revenge on the monsters. Killed 30 monsters during that time. The back is just going through the cozy routine. Suddenly, Xiao Yang was struck by an idea. Isn't this going to grab the tsunamis' nano-summoner? Dry. He glanced at Xiao Shui, though he was afraid that his sister would get hurt if she went out to fight. But it should be fine to give a pair of summoners to use first to save your life, right? Waiting to get the black shadow stone. No, this can't be used for Xiao Shui. However, he did have a great candidate. That would be the great king of the Northern Kai in the special drama Inferno Dragon, the very same character from the Armor 2 team. 5 people bring the slogan. Work together, no regrets, no drag. 3 big moves slash the Windhawk man with fury. Since the system had rewarded a black shadow stone, there were bound to be others to follow. Perhaps he could now, in advance, recruit that group of mongrels for the second team. Anyway, he's killing monsters now and coming close to becoming a multimillionaire. Seduce those 5 hobos with money and power to protect the world under the banner of defending justice and the city. And then by other means to plot evil values, fame and fortune. Not bad at all. When Xiao Yang thought about it, it was a good idea. While Meijin didn't gather the second team now, he recruited them all together in advance. Wouldn't it be possible to set up an organization of your own, specializing in hunting all kinds of monsters, and save yourself the trouble of doing it, along with Temple South? Especially Ken Zhang. Although this pussy is a rebel, but he is most afraid of this kind of goods. Dare to have any crooked thoughts, one hand to suppress. Think about it. A golden door appeared in front of Xiao Yang and disappeared when he stepped inside. See also Autry's little gold man. When Tang Shirshir saw Xiao Yang leave, she patted the dirt on her hands. Running up to Xiao Shui, a silly smile filled his dull face. Sister. What's wrong, Shirchan? Xiao Yang said that I should take care of you. Good. Tang Shirshir pushed her wheelchair toward the house while saying, Sister, I'll cook you some noodles. Well, Sissy's a good girl. Xiao Shui looked at Tang Shirshir and only felt that she was really similar to Xiao Yang from earlier years, when he was also a well-behaved little potty mouth. On a street, the man in the hipster suit was being violently beaten by 3 hoodlums. Ouch! Don't fight. Don't hit it. I really know I'm wrong. Bei Kai kicked at the man, pointing at him and cursing. I'll measure your code. Go buy melon seeds for ing Fong Zhong. He's an honest man. What are you pretending to be? Having to bully him. Today I'm going to let you taste what it's like to be bullied too, Kitai said as he kicked the man again. Ah! The man let out a scream of pain as he was stomped on by a foot. His face plastered to the ground in shame. And to one side stood 2 men, none other than the sunglasses wearing Tenant and Mundo, the 5 of them having been in constant contact since before they were assembled. For the reason that there is no driftwood, has been together in and out, is afraid of being bullied, after all, out of the social fight to climb, It is inevitable that we'll meet some of the wind and rain. Fang Zhong works as a handyman and has been getting a hard time from this guy. As good brothers, Bei Kai and Temple South heard, directly pulling on the delivery of Wendong, the three directly to this trend of men blocked into the small alley. Look at the frame is not the first time to do so. That is called a skillful, tugging people in one fell swoop, specializing in this kind of terrain without cameras. Wendong had his hands in his pockets with a hangdog look. He was wearing jeans. Humph. I thought it was some kind of goods. Just you still dare to bully our brothers. Come out and talk about power. It's background. What have you got? Come and show me.
No.
Let me see. No. Let me see. Wendong grabbed the man's collar, carefully sized up the other party, and suddenly smiled. So it's a little Yakuza. Ha ha ha. Tannen chuckled from the sidelines. Katai asks, Oh? What are you laughing at, Tannen? I'm laughing. Someone with no qualities like him must be very short of care from his elders. Tannen said. Katai smiled back. Oh? Is that so? It's really true to hear you say that. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Wendo laughed as well, and the three of them surrounded the man, frozen, unable to tell who was really the bad guy. Obviously to help a good brother to take revenge, but it is made to look like a gangster who is bullying others. It is simply a masterpiece. The police have to arrest all three of them first when they come. You guys did. It's too much. The trendy man slumped to the ground, a layer of black smoke rising from his entire body. This terrified the trio, who froze and punched and kicked at the man again. Made up a couple of kicks. Holy! Why the hell is there black smoke coming out of this? So much like the monster in the news. Wendo was a bit surprised and kicked the man with a nesting kick. Bei Kai likewise. He suddenly realized that the man's face had changed. Run. Bad. Met the real thing. Tannen also froze. He pulled aside Wendon and flowed out. Bei Kai took 3 steps over the wall. At that moment, a golden door appeared on the wall. So hilarious. Oh Oxer. Meet me, you can really... You've suffered a great deal. Chapter 67. North Kai. The cost? All I see is the invincible black rhino armor. Ah, whoever you are, since you're in league with the three of them said, I'm going to cut you. Trendy oxymoron leapt up and swung his sharp claws at Xiaoyang, his whole body vibrating out a circle of black airflow. Yet faced with this level of attack, Xiaoyang did not dodge in any way. He just kicked out with a faster kick. Bang! Ah! With a muffled sound, and the sound of pain, only to see the dark blue body of the Oculus, then fell straight backward to the ground. Snap! Feeling the sharp pain on his abdomen, Trendy Oxygen was surprised for a moment. How? He's obviously turned into Superman. Why would he be taken down by a kick from the man in front of him? That's right, he was naive enough to think that he had turned into some kind of superhero with a shape-shifting ability was actually hypochondria. He's an oxymoron. What a strong man. He actually gave the monster a kick on the ground. He's practically Superman. Wendong's face was filled with astonishment as he pulled Tennant's arm, signaling the other to look, and the latter also spotted Xiaoyang standing on the wall. Just see, he has a proud posture, as if invincible to the world. This temperament is simply the legendary king. It's like there's nothing in the world that scares him. This person is not simple at first glance. Tannen nodded his head. He wore dark sunglasses and his face was full of seriousness. His dream was to become someone like Xiaoyang. It's simply too strong. Bei Kai was climbing the wall at this point. It's so cool, isn't it? Xiaoyang looked indifferent. He wasn't afraid of this one oxymoron at all. Even if he didn't use his armor, he could still rely on his physical body alone. Put some intensity on this oxy. Boy, take that. Ah! Bei Kai was hit by a stone on his chest, and he was a little out of breath, sitting on his butt on the beams of the room, barely missing the fall. He looked down, and his pupils were trembling as he followed. This? What is this? A stone that glows? How a bit familiar, as if listening to the Water Shadow Village seniors said that there is a piece of inheritance of 1,000 years of tokens. Once you get it, you can summon the invincible black rhino armor of water. Could it be? Bei Kai's face was filled with disbelief as he picked up the heavy dark water shadow stone in his hand and held it up in front of his face to feel the evil energy contained within. It was a bit weird though. It's not like what he remembered, obviously listening to those seniors in the Mizukage village. The water shadow stone seems to be cyan in color, and it emits a pure and flawless light. Here, why is it so dark? That's right, Xiaoyang had just advanced the system rewards because the difficulty of this quest was so low that he could kill cold blood and take away the tsunami summoner in just a split second. Raise it above your head and shout Black Rhino Armor Fit. This is the real Water Shadow Stone, the power that belongs to you. But everything comes at a price, and he will gradually take away everything from you, including your life, potential, and Xiaoyang didn't even finish his sentence. Then a cry was heard. Black Rhino Armor. Combine. Beikai picked up the dark water shadow stone and then held it above his head, without even listening to Xiaoyang. He was under the gaze of the three watching. A burst of evil black energy emerged from his entire body. A mechanical beep sounded. Armor together. Starting from his chest, a dazzling layer of black armor spread out to his entire body. As black as ink, even the large lamp on his chest was the color of blood. The goggles glistened with a dark mist, with a bloody light, a hideous rhinoceros head on each shoulder, and half a body. He landed a punch in the air. Bang! A string of sonic booms rang out, and his face was filled with excitement. So it was the power of the armor. The seniors of the Water Shadow Village were right. The Water Black Rhino is the invincible armor of the world. Ha ha ha! Kitai laughed in triumph as he tasted the thrill of power. Glancing at Xiaoyang, he revealed a grateful gaze, and then redirected his sights to the trendy Uxer. The other. Long ago, I was blindsided. What is this thing? It actually transformed into armor by holding up a broken rock. Trendy Oxygen was shocked. Originally he was still thinking about whether to escape or not. After all, the strength of that youth just now was too terrifying. A kick that almost gave him the chance to spit out his overnight meal. Now another armor has popped up, which is, why does this armor look so familiar, and what's with the black smoke coming out of Cuckoo? As good as scrapped. Beikai's voice had some viciousness in it. Humph! Evil monster. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked at Xiaoyang and asked, the armor's duty is to kill monsters, right? But wouldn't it be a bit illegal? Bull, he's a monster and still breaking the law? You should be rewarded with Daxia coins. After this job, you'll be the hero of Hope City. Xiaoyang, with an air of justification, continued. He's an Oxer for one day, and he'll be an Oxer for the rest of his life. We are also acting on behalf of heaven, helping him to enter the wheel of reincarnation early and preventing more people from being harmed. This is a great good. The package will allow you to fulfill your merits. Ah, I've come to my senses. Kitai leapt off the wall and landed on the ground with a shuffle of armor, twisting his wrist and grabbing the turntable at his waist as he did so, as if it were a subconscious action. An engraved rhinoceros head arm guard appeared in front of him, the overall color leaning toward cyan. Beikai looked at it and extended his hand to touch it. It transformed into countless green energies and coalesced on his left arm, appearing as an incomparably large black rhinoceros head with two sharp spikes. Water armor shield. So it is. You. What are you doing? Trendy Oxer finally panicked. He was not sure if he was the armor's opponent, according to the youth's kick just now. I'm afraid I can't beat that. Run. As soon as that thought came to mind, Trendy Oxygen turned backward and prepared to run. But Xiaoyang was leaping in the air and landed on the ground. Want to run? Where to run to? You are too deceitful. Trendy Oxer was enraged. A flash of scarlet appeared in his eyes. It was the morning storm virus undergoing an evolution. Waste a few words. You've long since ceased to be human. Wandong stood behind Xiaoyang, feeling a great sense of security, pointing at the trendy oxymoron and cursing. Tenant kept his cool, and when he saw the black rhino armor on Beikai, he only felt a pang of jealousy. I can't believe I let this kid get the light and shadow stone. If I had known just now, I would have been the first to climb the wall. Damn it. Go to hell. Beikai slammed his fist on the back of the trendy Auxer. A large spark bloomed out from just one blow, and the hard as iron skin shattered open at this moment. Ah! Bleeding ink black blood. Trendy Auxer screamed in pain as he rushed to turn around, only to have a punch slammed into his body once more. Bang! The punch made him feel like he was standing on a state highway being hit by a large semi. The entire person flew backwards a meter and fell to the ground. Beikai looked at the water armor shield. He clearly hadn't exerted much force just now, but it's actually a punch that gave Oxygen this coin. It's so cool. As for the price of power, at what cost? Is there a price? All of you get out of the way. Step back. I'll take care of this monster. Upon hearing this, the two of them, Wendo and Tennan, were a non sequitur. Oh, forgetfulness. That's right. Some people, forget their brothers when they have armor. I deeply spit on them. Unworthy. Well said. Xiaoyang smiled. Light and shadow stone? I don't just have this one. Righteous father. May I hear it? East drifted half a lifetime, but hated not to meet the bright master. The two of them came back with a wave of Sichuan opera face changing. But they clearly saw that the black light and shadow stone was thrown out by Xiaoyang. Real men who don't want to be heroes. How can you let North Kai pretend to be alone? Chapter 68. What's a little price to pay for having everything? Trendy Oxer was crawling on the ground. He had a good feeling that the armor wasn't that strong. But that was until the punch landed on his body. He just realized how stupid he was. Almost ate him in the gut. No, don't come over here. I haven't done anything bad yet. What, you actually want to do something bad? Then it's all the more reason to keep you. Bei Kai sniffed, his face filled with a touch of anger, as if he was the one who had been humiliated, not this one reptilian creature on the ground. Twist the waist turntable again. Swish. A green light post was released from the taiji at his waist with the word water written on it, and the water armor shield lightly touched on it, melting into countless energies into the weapon. Black rhinoceros fist. Don't. Boom. An explosion rang out, and Trendy Oxer was smashed through the punch on the spot before he could beg for mercy, half of his body disappearing into the ground. His entire body was blown up with cracks, and a broken hand smashed at the feet of Temple South. Not elegant at all. Just, you wouldn't play even if I gave you armor. Even though the two of them said this, the sour smell could even be smelled by Xiaoyang. The truth is that there is no doubt that they are true brothers. And then look at North Kai, who is actually bent over violently smashing the body of Oxer with one effort, in a scene that is a total reference to, in a drinking establishment. Storming Lemon. It's on the verge of exporting stumps, until Oxer was so bloody that his face could not be seen in a single outline. Only then did Bei Kai withdraw his hand, and he unwillingly disarmed his black rhino armor. Can't wait to wear it 24/7 all the time. The thrill of power intoxicates him. Simply the most wonderful thing in the world. It's more immediate than 100 great beauties to come, and having the dark water shadow stone. It means that he can always have this power. Be a real hero, realizing a childhood dream. But eventually, as the black rhinoceros armor dissipated from their bodies, revealing the boyish faces, now in their early 20s, they were still young. The dark water shadow stone was held in his hand and handed to Xiaoyang reluctantly, as if by doing so he would be lost forever, and he mumbled, "Protect it for me." 6. This gives the parties, Xiaoyang are all being whole speechless. He is too lazy to reach out. Instead, he walked to the center of the trio and sidestepped to find the perfect angle. Like a godfather asking his devotees, "Do you want to be a great superhero? Guard the entire city of hope, protect those innocent people, and slay the evil shadow demons at all costs. I can guarantee that you will get whatever you want. Power, money, status. You are all capable of having it, but at a price." Before Xiaoyang could finish his sentence, he was interrupted once again, which made him frown and was in a very unpleasant mood, knowing that when a person is very deep into the drama, it's very rude for someone to interrupt out of the blue. Only Wendon held up his hand. "No. Power, money, status. It's all there. And it's a dream superhero. What other price is there to pay? Even if I had to live 30 years less and live to 25 and die. No, it's not just me. There's a whole lot of people who would, too, I guess." He had a serious look on his face, as if he was speaking with particular gravity. On the side, Bei Kai did the same. "Nobody, all have so many things. What's wrong with living a few years less? It's better than being like Fang Zhong. It's stronger to be a broken cow and horse and still have to be bullied every day, right? It's better to spend your life like this, rather than having 5 years of glory. Even the side of the Temple South are so think, people this life or death is heavier than empty tie, or lighter than a feather, than like a cow or horse to live. Might as well put up a fight. We don't want to know what the price is." Temple South, looking cheap in a black denim suit, held out his calloused hand. "Firefly, burning for a moment is enough." Seeing that all three are so full of realization, Xiaoyang finally understands what a second team is. Now that's real efficiency. This is what he needs. A legion of lunatics who will stop at nothing. Chasing down those monsters is definitely half the battle. Maybe the big boss they can't beat. But Ogre, I'm afraid I can't even see the hair. Very good. I am very pleased that you have such determination. As you can see, I am likewise an armor summoner, and the strongest. I can tell you clearly that I own a total of 5 such light and shadow stones. And I promise something that you guys can get if you keep going and killing monsters. There's a special bounty in the police department now. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he pointed at the dark water shadow stone. This water shadow stone will be given to you for safekeeping first, and I'll give it to you when I follow up with a whole summoner. What? Just leave it to me. Beikai was shocked. Such trust is a dream. On the side, Tannen and Mundo were once again jealous. They also wanted the light shadow stones badly. Transforming into armor to fight is just cool. Especially since they were also descendants of the Light and Shadow Village, it had become an obsession. Xiao Yang looked at Temple South. Fangzhong and Jersey, you should both recognize them. They have the bloodline of Earth and the bloodline of Gold, respectively. Make sure you grab them and come along to this address. Xiao Yang took out a note with the exact location of his house. Tannen took it and nodded. Well, we'll definitely be there. All right, as for the light and shadow stones for the 4 of you, they will be given later. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Beikai, who was on the side, inquired, by the way, this water shadow stone, how is it a bit different, and isn't it supposed to be in the ERP base? Something about black rhinoceros summoners, we've all seen some figure in the news. You say this, his piece of water shadow stone is male, and our water shadow stone is female. Simply put, stronger than their light shadow stone. With that, a golden door appeared behind Xiao Yang. It was time to leave. Grab and kill Cold Blood and take the Tsunozoku Nano Summoner. Maybe they'll be able to release a new quest and get other light and shadow stones for Tannen and the others. In this way, a legion of evil is then primed to be born. With Xiao Yang leaving, Beikai came to a realization. So that's how it is. No wonder the Black Rhinoceros Armor Summoner goes into the hospital once a day. Emotionally, he's not a waste. Rather, his light and shadow stones are bootlegs. And ours is a mother. Since the beginning of time, we've heard of a female tiger and no male tigers. I think that's why. Beikai gave full play to his clever brain and figured out the reason. Tannen was also impressed. This man is really powerful. He can kick over Uxer without using his armor. It's a pity that I forgot to ask him what his name is. You guys. Wondong pointed at a severed hand on the ground. Should we take this severed hand to collect the reward? Recently we are all getting poor. Tannen looked away, a bit silent. Who the hell told you to hit so hard? I don't care. You get down and get it yourself. I agree. Wendo's face was furious as he took out the black plastic bag he was carrying from his pocket and threw it at Beikai's body. The role is to smooth things out. Beikai wanted to cry, but he fought back the nausea and grabbed the severed hand. The 3 of them walked in the direction of the police station. Claim your reward. It's a day to live, and chanting on the way. Kai, from now on it's going to be all about you going to kill more Oxyrhynchus relief for our brothers. Yeah, Kai, you can't do something that forgets your roots when you have the armor first. Katai was a bit speechless as he carried his broken hand. Chapter 69.
No plans.
No drag. Yay. Go to the police station. Beikai submitted a severed hand, which was initially diagnosed by the forensic doctor as a part of the monster's body, thus rewarding them with 100,000 daxia coins. After getting a taste of it, the 3 of them had a blast and seemed to have found some kind of happiness since then. Kai, you said, this killing monsters to get money is fast. I see that you've beaten Auxer to a pulp in 3 punches and 2 kicks. It didn't take much effort at all. Did it? Wondong took the pile of money in his hand, felt the weight, and only felt a burst of beauty. If it could continue like this, it won't take long for them to get to the top of life, although they may not live to see that time. But in life, what you are not afraid of is failure. The biggest fear is that you were never truly brilliant. Tannen was wearing sunglasses and he had a cold face. Let's go buy a motorcycle. Since we have money now, we should have a good device too. Well, Temple South is right. Beikai's face agreed. He had long coveted off-road motorcycles for a long time, only that he had been suffering from a lack of money. Soon, the 3 of them switched to a new piece of equipment and drove off-road motorcycles to ride on the road, which is of course a legal ride. The car has been kept at normal speeds. Rushing all the way to a courier store, he found Fang Zhong, who was doing his job as a handyman, holding a courier and just finishing his work. A motorcycle was heard outside the door. Who is it? I can't believe I can afford to drive this kind of motorcycle. And by the sound of it, it looks like I'm still in a group. That's a lot of money. Fang Zhong thought as he pushed open the door intending to go home, but he bumped into the three men sitting on the motorcycle, especially Bei Kai hanging a shawl bag with a black light coming from it. You guys won the lottery, ah. Fang Zhong was astonished. He didn't expect his good brothers to be so rich. It couldn't be that they had gone for a loan. That's not a good thing. Bei Kai held out his hand. Come on. This isn't the place to talk. Let's take you to Jersey first. Although I don't know what happened, I'm truly happy for you guys. Fang Zhong sat behind Bei Kai, feeling the texture on the motorcycle, his entire body instantly refreshed. Buzz off. With the roar of the engine, the three drove the motorcycle with the upper center and took off. The figure gradually blurred on the street, until it's gone. Soon the five were gathered on a beach, all of them in cheap clothes, but the camaraderie was unbelievably strong, and Bei Kai recounted everything that had happened. Fang Zhong and Jersey sniffed, and the two of them just smiled. Do we have a choice? It's better to break into the future than to live your life in such a lousy way. Besides, we are also descendants of the Light and Shadow Village. Our parents died because of that damn monster. We were born with a blood feud with them. Jersey, you guy. Fang Zhong ignited for a moment as he nodded. That's right. We have a vendetta against the monsters, so it's time we didn't let it go. By all rights, we should join him. With that said, the five came together, facing each other to form a circle of pentagram patterns, extending one of their own hands and folding them over each other. They shouted in unison. Work in unison. X5. No complaints. X5. Nothing to drag. X5. Yay! X5. As the shouting ended, it was as if saying goodbye to my past self. Cut all ties. From now on, they are armor summoners who make actions only for revenge and a better life. At this time, Xiaoyang walked down the street. He was on the lookout for signs of Oxer, though there had been no recent sightings of the alien beasts. But in his spare time, he stays in the major corners of the City of Hope hunting monsters, worth over $10 million. Under the shroud of the Emperor's magnetic field, he spotted the armor and the scent of Orcus. Unsurprisingly, it should be Duan Muyen. Underneath a catwalk, Duan Muyen, who was wearing a fiery red armor, was seen holding the molten Lin blade as she fought with two Orcsers. Two together are no match for me. Standing on the footbridge, Xiaoyang heard Duan Muyen's shout. Such an evil speech. Only he can say it. That's interesting. There was another black sedan under the bridge, and a man in a trendy suit stepped out of it, wearing a high hat and dark glasses, still holding a lollipop. There was a hint of enchantment in his voice as he shivered a mouthful of sugar. Hey, I'm cold-blooded enough. I don't care who you are. Duan Muyen held the melting Lin blade and seemed to swim with ease, and now that he was enhanced by the potion, he only felt a great increase in endurance. Energy is also abundant. Cold Blood laughed. That's going to take a long time if you want to blow up my oxymoron. With just you, you'd better go home and hit the sauce. Ha ha ha. Give me cruelty. With a burst of black fog around his body, violently transformed into the strongest pre-Oxer, the body glowing blue with a fly face strangely ugly. Kun Pachi. Three together and I'm scared? Duan Muyen smiled coldly and slashed through the nearest spiny dolphin oxygen, and the raven oxygen on the side immediately rushed up with open teeth and claws. Armor deserves to die. Raven Oxer throws a punch. Fierce fist. This was a high-level Orcseer with skills from the show, and the punch went down shaking out a wave of black energy that landed on Nava's chest. Bang! A time of sparks so that Duan Muyen back 2 steps. He now did not get the Netherworld pack apprehended much. The speed is not yet ridiculously fast. Good coming. What? It's actually okay. Raven Oxer's face was filled with shock, knowing that the move he just made was his big move, but not waiting for him to think. A spark exploded violently on his chest. Swish! Swish! The molten Lin blade swiftly chopped at his chest, the 2 blades falling to form a cross, causing the Raven Oxer to yelp in pain. Fierce flame attack. Duan Muyen brought out a ball of fiery red energy in his left hand, then raised his hand and punched out, landing on the Raven Oxer with a dazzling explosion. Boom! Raven Oxer tumbled out and rolled on the ground a few times, clearly in an unmitigated mess, as Oxer, the spiny dolphin, just reacted. "Ah! How dare you hit my little crow? I'm not done with you." "Humph! What a lot of nonsense." Duan Muyen kicked the assassin dolphin Uxer in the face. This move of high leg lifting was learned from Qing Zizai, but it could kick him to the ground. A backward leap nearly sent him flying, and Oxer the spiked dolphin retreated a few steps to stabilize himself, and had just raised his arm to return the favor when he was stabbed in the body with a sword. "Ah!" Blood bubbled up along the molten lin blade. "Three together are no match for me. It's so underestimated." As soon as he grabbed the molten lin blade, the thorny dolphin, Oxer ignored the pain of his burns as he shouted, "The ones behind him, get on. I'll fight him." "What?" Duan Muyen obviously didn't expect that this one Oxer would actually remain conscious, meaning that he knew it was a bad thing and still wanted to do it. "It's simply a crime. Einji guy." Cold Blood walked gracefully. "I'm going to take you, blow up sky. Go down and see your dad." "What, my dad?" Duan Muyen heard the meaning, and he was furious. "Make it clear." "Ha ha ha. I'm not going to." Cold-Blooded smiled smugly. "He is the strongest oxygen in the early stage. No one can beat. The same is also the most vegetable oxygen in the late stage. No one can beat that." A fist slammed into Nava. Duan Muyen could only let go of his grip on the molten lin blade, although the momentum was gone, but he was shaking the man. "Su Tingfei is on his way here. You're all gonna die. And my dad. Is it just by you assholes? Place to visit. 5 stars for a new book." Chapter 70. Cruelty? Phantom Jack Flying Shadow will let you know what cruelty means. Xiao Yang looked at the battle below. Without hesitation, he pulled out his MP3 Flying Shadow Summoner, albeit a dark style. Flying Shadow Armor. With the belt appearing around his waist, he pressed the Flying Shadow Summoner, and a small fin appeared on it, sticking into the belt notch. Merge. Evil energy was mobilized, and Xiao Yang's whole body rose up in a burst of dense black smoke, followed by countless fragments stacked on the surface of his body, forming a set of dark red armor. Blood-colored goggles with a hint of murderous intent, and 2 small scimitars on his legs were conspicuous, so sharp that they seemed to be able to cut through gold and iron. On the chest was the blood-colored armor protruding. The 2 sides inclined to the black blue is very deep. The defense can be seen at a glance is extremely high, full of a wave of evil. On the back are 8 propeller jet holes, bubbling black. Flying Shadow Armor Greedy Form. Ghost's Roar. Greedy Heart. Boom! Berserk energy lifted up in all directions, and Xiao Yang leapt down and landed on the ground. He was shocked to see the 3 Orcsers on the scene, and Duan Muyen was equally shocked when he detected a wave of coldness coming from his back. "This is Flying Shadow Armor." Duan Muyen was a bit skeptical. After all, the gap between the current Flying Shadow Armor and the one in Su Tingfei's hand was a bit too big, but there was clearly a similar outline. Especially as far as breath is concerned, it carries a wave of familiarity and strangeness. Is it really Dash? Xiao Yang walked forward and came to Duan Muyen's side, reaching out a hand to stop him. "These 3 preys are mine. You can go back." "You're Xiao Fei?" Duan Muyen inquired tentatively. However, Xiao Yang ignored it as he slid over the card box on his waist. Then a pattern engraved with a long knife appeared and was inserted into the summoner. Shadow Sword. Swish! A long knife with a blood-black blade appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. He dragged it on the ground, only to see the cement being cut open. The blade was sharp. It glinted with a chill in the sun's rays. In his other hand, he held a long, short-handled, slightly curved blade that fit on his small arm and could also be held for better power, which was the advanced weapon of the Phantom Jack Flying Shadow. It also does 2 in 1. "Your time of bad luck has come," Xiao Yang said as he walked forward. The spiny dolphin Oxygen felt a great fear as he dropped his molten lin blade and took just a step backward, only to see the illusory robbery Flying Shadow take a step forward. Before he could materialize on the ground, the figure appeared like a ghost in front of the apogee dolphin Oxer, only to see him panicking and trying to protect his arms in front of his body. But as the phantom robbery Flying Shadow landed on its feet, but pulled out countless residual shadow, with a speed not visible to the naked eye, appearing behind the assassin dolphin, Oxer, the short-handled shadowjacking blade hung from his neck, cutting some blood bubbling out, which made the already fearful man. More scared legs were shaking. How is it possible? It's so fast. I can't even do a quick clear. Where did he go? Before the spiny dolphin, Oxer, could react, he sensed a pain in his neck, as if the phantom robbing flying shadow was faster than he could physically feel. What the is this netherworld stuff? Stunned, Oxer the raven sneaks a step forward. Next, blood continued to bubble out along his abdomen, only to see the phantom robbery flying shadow appear in front of him at some point, and the robbery shadow blade pierced through him, with the blade sliding upwards. Swish! The intestines fell out. Why? You don't kill him, you kill me first. The raven, Oxer, seemed to die somewhat, his hard skin cut and penetrated away. Xiao Yang's face was without waves. Because, as the shadowjacking blade was drawn, Xiao Yang kicked through Raven Oxer's abdomen once again with a Vulcan kick, only to see the raging evil energy strangled on his body once again. Boom! The Raven Oxer flew 5 meters backwards, performing a free fall in the sky, and fell to the ground, a large patch of green blood staining the concrete. Bang! He stared at a pair of red eyes that gradually lost their color and turned white, and seemed to be somewhat dead in the water, unable to understand until his death why he was the first one to die. Instead of spiny dolphins, with Raven Oxer dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Orcus. Reward, 20 Dasha coins. Spiny dolphin oxygen chill. Cold blood all but went numb for a moment. How can there be such strong armor? The last time I met, or that thing called the Emperor. This is the flying shadow armor? Duan Muyen is also very stunned. He has seen Su Tingfei's flying shadow armor. Simply cannot do speed so fast, although just now Xiao Yang. Looks like a couple of tricks were used. May actually. In Duan Muyen's eyes, only less than 0.5 seconds had passed before he saw that Raven Oxer had collapsed to the ground. That's a quick one. Xiao Yang stood still as he slowly turned around. Next, it's your turn. No, I don't want to die. By all means. Thorny Dolphin Oxer still wanted to speak, but Xiao Yang didn't give him this chance at all, only to see the phantom robbery flying shadow flashing once again, appearing like a ghost. The robbing shadow knife hand rose and fell. Swish! One of the watermelons of the spiny dolphin, Oxer, was raised high in the sky, its neck spraying a black, unidentified liquid, like an open showerhead, over and over. The huge body landed on the ground. See only. The moment it fell to the ground, it was in pieces and seemed to have been chopped a dozen times, but in reality, in the eyes of Cold Blood and Duan Muyen, he only swung the knife once. This treadmill is the devil, isn't it? I'm afraid the spiny dolphin doesn't even know how he died. Crazy. Crazy. It's over. The armor went crazy. Cold Blood turned around and left without a moment's hesitation, going crazy and not even wanting the car. But Xiao Yang took a step, instantly flashed to the front of the Cold Blood, stood proudly without any change of emotion. It seems that death is already a foregone conclusion. No! Don't kill me. I haven't done much bad yet. Cold Blood took 2 steps back as he tried to attempt to defend himself. However, Xiao Yang was indifferent. As I recall, you just said that you blew up his dad to the sky. It's not. It wasn't. That's not what I did. I'm a big good citizen. Without waiting for Cold Blood to continue his sophistry, Xiao Yang lost his desire to chat. Save these nutrient-less words for when you go to hell to Hades. Wait! Duan Muyen still wanted to kill his enemy with his hands, but Xiao Yang wouldn't give him that chance. It's a conflict of duties. It can't be helped. Swish! Xiao Yang dragged his long-handled shadowjacking knife with one hand and chopped at Cold Blood, only to see the blade land on his abdomen, jutting and cutting forward. Wow! Evil energy madly poured into the Cold Blood body, only to see his face twisted, obviously suffering great pain, negative energy emerging from the abdominal wounds, like a sewer rupturing and gushing out. Xiao Yang pierced through his body with a knife, followed by a fling of the blood on the shadowjacking knife. Cold Blood fell to his knees. H. The whale goes up. The phantom robber flying shadow slowly turned around and held the robber shadow blade in both hands and swung it violently. Swish! A full watermelon raised in the sky. Then, Cold Blood's body fell apart, directly completing a wave of shredding feats. Legendary for life in Cold Blood. Falling curtain. No! Duan Muyen shouted. I don't know the truth of the matter yet. You don't need to know that his brother is alive and well and is also an Orcus. The same one that blew your own father into the sky was an oxymoron. The two major buffs stacked on top of each other, causing Duanmu Yen to freeze a little for a moment. Xiao Yang turned around and then intended to leave. Only a blue supercar happened to be parked on the bridge. No surprise, it's Timothy Sui. Meanwhile, there was also a brand new black sedan, with Li Zi sitting in the passenger seat, and Ma Gokhai in the back seat opening the door and stepping out, seeing the battle underneath. Another suit of armor, so evil feeling, kind of not like the good guys. Nosy fellow. Ma Kuahai was a bit displeased. He had specially rushed here to kill Auxer, but he was preempted. Cold blood is busted open. Can't even go back to human form. Li Zi similarly looked at it and mumbled, "Humph. Wasted again. Going around saying you're cruel. Only to have everyone be crueler than you. Useless thing." After Li Zi finished speaking, he stayed honestly in the car. As for the cold-blooded body, according to the latest technology, should be able to splice it together a bit and bring this waste back to life. Although a bit of a pain in the ass, but at least there is a use for it. Luckily, it was cut neatly, all in one piece, not into a meat froth. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have survived. It's just that once that's done, Cold Blood is going to be a poor man with stitches tattooed all over his body from now on, and he can no longer claim to be cruel. Please give the new book a favorable review. Place to go. Chapter 71, Tsunami No Tsunami? Bring it to you. Xiao Yang noticed Ma Kuahai, who came over today to pick a fight. Get off. Carrying the shadowjacking blade, he slashed out at the bridge, setting off a burst of furious energy that formed a dark red chop that landed on it. Boom! A tremor shook the ground and the entire bridge seemed to tremble. Ma Gokhai was so frightened that he nearly fell off the bridge when he didn't stand still. Sitting in the car, Lizzie felt a tremor, peered out, and retracted her head as he felt a familiar evil energy. Simply don't be too terrifying. There is a mace to Interceptor's vestigial feeling, although Plum didn't know the name of that armor. Damn it! This asshole actually dares to attack me. What a powerful energy. I can't spare you. Ma Kakohai took out the Tsunami Nase Nano Summoner and wore it around his waist, followed by the appearance of a circle of metal belts that fit perfectly. Tsunami no Tsunami. The power to drown a giant tsunami. Merge. In a burst of blue light, he completes the ensemble in a flash, clad in sky blue armor with a murderous intent flowing from his dark red goggles. The moment Ma Kuahai leapt from the overpass and landed on the ground, the Phantom Jack flying shadow flashed in an instant, and a knife gabbed and smacked into Znami. Swish! The dark red chop went through Znami's body, and Ma Gokai's eyes widened as he didn't react before he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if the bones were breaking. Ah! But that wasn't the end of it. Xiao Yang and the Phantom Robber flying shadow, holding the robber shadow blade, held the long handle with both hands, and slashed violently at Znami's abdomen. Wow! A slash cut through his abdomen, and a stream of blue elemental energy bubbled up from the TS Nano armor, by the wound that had just been cut in his abdomen. Boom! With a slightly jarring explosion, the TS Nano armor disintegrated in place. Ma Gokhai's knees went weak and he fell to the ground. How can? He lost consciousness when his eyes went black. Tsunozoku Nano became fast and disintegrated even faster. Duanmu Yen was still in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. Then he saw Ma Kuohai kneeling on the ground. The speed was simply not too fast. What the hell? Duanmu Yen was momentarily confused as to who was the real bad guy. Xiao Yang walked up to Ma Kuahai and saw him collapsed on the ground. A teasing smile appeared on his face. Heh! Tsunami no Tsunami? Bring it to you. This kind of artificial armor, you can't grasp it. It's better to honestly get the hell out of the country and continue to study your English. Xiao Yang picked up the Tsunami Summoner, with the key of Tsunami still attached to it, and stored it into his casual pocket, turning around and disappearing into thin air. It was so fast that the plums on the overpass couldn't see it. Disappeared. My second young master, how do you Tsunami Jizi Nanometer to the whole lost Oops, that's really convincing. Li Zi was a bit angry. This was his intended armor, just waiting for Ma Kakai to retire and take the set of Tsunami. To know the other elemental armor is missing, the flame of the Nava fell into the hands of this stinky ramen. Hurricane of the Pack apprehended more. It was stolen 2 days ago. The last craggy cool Lei Fu, moreover, was Kagwalong that did not know where to hide, at least for the time being. There is no news. There's obviously some deviation from the original plot here. Helpless, Li Zi can only rush to run down the footbridge, came to manhwa High to help him up. First take the second young master to the hospital, as for the cold-blooded. Later, it's speechless to have you so dejected. You say nothing to pretend, and cruel. This is good. Meet a crueler one. When Duan Muyen saw this, he left on his three-wheeled motorcycle and went all the way back to the ramen restaurant, the goal of eliminating Uxer accomplished. Now it's time to go to malingering and analyze things about Dad. True to what that armor just said, Dad, he would have been blown sky high by the oculators. I will avenge you. Xiao Yang returned to the villa. Mentally meditate on submitting the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the right to use the Dark Water Shadow Stone permanently. Nice. Now then, there were only 4 light shadow stones left: fire, wood, earth, and gold. And as long as he grasped them, he might even be able to merge the Dark Emperor with these 5. It's a bit unrealistic, but specials are always full of possibilities. Inside the house, Xiao Shui and Tang Shishir sat at the table together to eat clear soup hot pot. The pot is bubbling with some hot air. Apparently just cooked not long ago is down to the inside of the mutton rolls. Seeing Xiao Yang return, both of them had a gentle smile on their faces. Compare it like this. The two look so much alike, especially in terms of temperament, is simply a bone carved out. Do not know that they thought they are the real sister. The exception is Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang sat on the chair. He picked up the lamb rolls in Tang Shishir's bowl and started to show off. He really didn't treat her as an outsider at all. Xiao Shui's peach blossom eyes straightened as she watched. Hurrah! Showing love in front of me. Really don't take your own sister seriously. Seeing that Xiao Yang liked it, Tang Shishir held the cooked lamb roll and passed it to his mouth. Of course she blew on it for a while in the process. Afraid he'll burn his mouth. Xiao Yang, open your mouth. Aha! The lamb rolls tasted great and had a lamb flavor. This one was made of pure lamb, the kind that is not synthetic at all. Pure and natural. It's delicious. Yummy. Xiao Yang took out the TS Nano Summoner from his carry-on pocket and set it on the table. Xiao Shui was curious. What is this? Summoner of the Tsunami Z Nano Armor. Doesn't need a bloodline to transform. Gotta yell out to drown out the power of the giant tsunami. Just stick this key in. Xiao Yang spoke truthfully as he reminded. Oh yes. This set of armor requires the user's mind to be like water, which simply means the calmer you are, then the stronger it is. The main thing in the battle is a softness, very suitable for girls to use, although this armor is not very strong. But the ceiling is high. Quietly listen to what Xiao Yang said. Xiao Shui roughly understood what was going on. She smiled and nodded. Ah Yang, then are you planning to use this for your sister or for Shishir? Good question. Xiao Yang glanced at the two of them and smiled. Either of you can use it, but the armor is only for protection, not for you to deal with monsters. After all, it takes a professional to fight monsters. Well, I'll take it then. Xiao Shui took a look at the Tsunami's Nano Summoner and realized that it was not badly made, very precise and tightly fitted, but she was a bit leggy right now. There was still a while to wait, so he could only let Tang Shishir try to summon it first. Shouldn't be a problem. Just thinking about it. A motorcycle honked from outside the door. There was also the sound of an engine mixed in. Buzz off. Only to see the armored gangsters. Team 2, walking from the gate to the courtyard. First surveyed the villa, their eyes full of envy. Then it was off to the villa. Xiao Yang naturally noticed them. Ding! Release the mission. Lead the armortus and go to seal the alien beasts. Reward, Dark Shadow Stone. Have the alien beasts appeared again. But this time, I actually didn't sense it, so that means, not in Dacia. I haven't taken a vacation yet this month, so I might have to take a day off. Tendon inflammation is a bit painful. The shift. Chapter 72, when despair begins to spread. Xiao Yang put down his dishes and walked out the door. Sis, I'm going out. Good. Xiao Shui smiled and nodded. Temple South stood outside the door. They were hesitating to go in. Just as they were thinking about it, they saw Xiao Yang walk out from the house, although the other party was very young. However, the three of them did not dare to underestimate it at all, and the remaining two were still watching. After all, the power of that kick was terrifying. We don't know your name yet, but that golden portal, it should be the Emperor Man. Tannen guessed out a thing or two. After all, he could do an armor summoner as strong as Xiao Yang. It's really not very common. The only one who fits him best is the somewhat deified Imperial Man in the rumor mill. Any other summoner would not be able to kick a monster like Oxer to the ground. It's common sense because of a monster's base strength. Tested by the relevant departments, all of them are at least 1 ton. Just this kind of power, how ordinary people are going to cope with it, it's just a disaster. Xiao Yang nodded. You are very smart, now I am going to send the 2 of you on a mission. It is considered an initiation test, remember? This time, the monster is not as easy to deal with as Oxer, but a legendary beast of extraordinary power. Something your ancestors have been dealing with for generations. Getting negative energies and special fusions has boosted the alien beast's strength by a large margin. Whether it can handle it is not yet known, but it is not known. Do you have the courage? Saying that, Xiao Yang took out the dark fire shadow stone from his hand. A crystalline stone filled with dark energy, with some bright red color in it, making people feel uncomfortable. The only one is Temple South, his eyes under the sunglasses wide. A hand removed, feel the long-lost breath. Raised his wrist as actually a dragon head pattern is shining. This is the Naruto stone. Temple South was so excited that he took it in his hand without saying a word, completely forgetting the danger that Xiao Yang had just mentioned, or in his mind. This dark inferno dragon armor was 100 times more powerful than the exotic beast. Fire is very manic, but in Li Xinan body did not show at all. Instead of the Temple South has the kind of ruthless in order to complete the goal at all costs. And water should embrace all things. Fork out the rotten oranges. When Beikai saw this, he also had a hint of delight in his eyes. So that we can fight side by side together. Haha. Xiao Yang was a bit speechless, but it didn't matter, Armor Team 2 was very efficient. If they really dared to pull any shenanigans, he could take away the summoning privileges of the 5 at any time. After all, it was something produced by the system. He has absolute control. Wandong, Fang Zhong, and Jersey looked at each other, obviously not finding any trace of the other 3 light and shadow stones from Xiao Yang. They were coveting them, but the rightful owner didn't say anything. The 3 of them didn't dare to make a move, but only Temple South held the darkness fire shadow stone high in the air, as if he was looking at a piece of rare treasure, and the desire in his eyes to possess this thing was simply impossible to hide. With it, I will be able to realize everything I want to accomplish. Many thanks, benefactor. From now on, if you want us to go to the Mountain of Swords or to the Sea of Fire, we are obliged to do so. Temple South was excited, just like the shadow bastard who had gotten the Earth Shadow Stone for the first time, and his heart gave birth to a kind of self-confidence that I am invincible under the heavens. Revealing nature. It's called forgetting your roots. Xiao Yang looked at the 3 of Wandong and spoke out to pacify them. There's no hurry for the 3 of you to get your light and shadow stones first. I've recently purchased a batch of training equipment online, so go ahead and train. With that, he took out a bank card. It was handed to Wendon. It is 1 million dasha coins, consumed during training at my expense. After all, we're not a poor ERP base, and we should go ahead and boldly accomplish whatever we want to buy or do, instead of cringing. Xiao Yang was very atmospheric. He felt that he was also considered a small boss, and the 5 people were his employees, so naturally he couldn't be too stingy. Thanks a lot, boss. Wandong took it, was very moved, after all, just joined the first day to give 1 million dasha coins, and not afraid of them running away. This is how much trust. It's almost like a righteous father. Calling the boss is too rusty. You guys can simply call me Brother Yang from now on. Thanks, Brother Yang. Fang Zhong took the bank card in Wandong's hand, glanced at it, and asked, the password is 6 zeros. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, the space behind him violently tore open an opening, just like Autry's little golden man, forming a portal, and inside was another world. To be precise, it's a door frame assembled from a sheet of golden light stickers. Come on, let's go and take you guys to destroy the alien beasts. I can't wait. Beikai carried the dark water shadow stone on his back and was the first to follow Xiao Yang into the portal. Temple South also followed behind. The remaining 3 did not go forward. They do not even have armor. Really want to go, probably can only be ascend dead. Ugh, what a cheap shot for Temple South and North Kai. It's a shame we can only train here. Jersey sighed. He didn't mean to be contradictory. After all, it was a genuine eye roll, almost enough to make him bleed. I'm afraid that my brother will have a hard time. More afraid of a brother driving a Land Rover. Fang Zhong and Wandong saw the 2 people in the house and thought carefully that they should be Xiao Yang's family members. So they sat on the gazebo in the courtyard. Didn't bother. Although they are from the gangster background, they are righteous enough to know that a great man does not do something but must do something. Soon, Tang Shersher carried a pot of tea and placed it on the stone table of the gazebo. And without saying a word, he ran away after the release. Xiao Yang is not there. She's social terrorism. Tokyo. one of the most prosperous cities of the small days. An unforeseen catastrophe has occurred in the old town in the direction of the south, with charred and blackened corpses strewn on the ground. Several buildings collapsed, countless people were covered in rubble, they couldn't climb out, and firefighters died horribly on the spot. Eventually, it has led to the tragic deaths of countless people. Tragedy struck. A hideous-looking monster roared, covered in white and black scale armor with extremely strong defense, topped with a huge crocodile head, and overall about 2 meters tall. One step on the ground made the road follow in the shattering, showing how strong the power really was. Standing in front of him was a row of special forces. Crocodile. Countless bullets leaked furiously on him. Surprisingly, it just rubbed out some sparks and couldn't even break the armor until an anti-tank missile blew up on the crocodile beast's body, exploding a mushroom cloud wrapped in flames. Boom! As the aftermath dispersed, the crocodile beast was seen standing, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. He roared once again, only to be seen for a split second. The bullets that were leaking furiously towards him all crashed into this wave of energy sound and fell to the ground like dumplings, while the special forces in front of him. The eardrums bleed down a piece. An atmosphere of despair pervaded the scene. Such a monster. Really, is it something we can deal with? It's over, we're going to die. It's all going to be over. Why, this shouldn't be. What Desya has been dealing with is actually this kind of monster. 5-dimensional bio-exotic beasts, appearing in the era of the masked rider, are simply dimensional strikes that are not only immune to the rider's kicks, but also can't drop a single drop of blood. Only the purest elemental energy of heaven and earth, or the power-driven armor like intentional energy, or the power of the 5 elements armor. Only then could the party manage to kill these alien beasts and complete the seal, otherwise it would be impossible for any carbon-based creatures to manage to harm them even a little bit. That's how perverse the alien beasts are. Brother Yang, is it really appropriate for us to look on like this? Hokai said. He was met with a pang of contempt from Tennan even though he was asking a curious question. After all, it was none of their business if people died or lived in their little lives. It's just a matter of coming here to destroy the alien beasts. Xiao Yang held up Ares' genetic code in his hand, sucking in the negative energy born around him in a frantic manner. This breath sucked until it was full, but it's cool for Ares. The Shift. Chapter 73. What on earth are you burning? The three stood on a ruined building, and though the walls trembled, they were not afraid. Ask why you're not afraid. Because of the armor. Xiao Yang held up the Ares genetic code, and the negative energy was being absorbed crazily like a wronged soul, and those who didn't know it thought that he was a demonic cultivator holding up a 10,000 soul streamer. He glanced down at the battle below, and it was a familiar armored dual knight who appeared, red insect appearance, though not a Tendo chief. But it's no better than him. Well, it means low anyway. If Chief Tendo was here, he might have been able to repel the alien beast, but unfortunately, this half-baked red armor bucket was clearly no match. Only to see, the knight of the armored duel leapt up, starting with a standard knight flying kick, a ball of flame burning on the bottom of his foot, and a sonic boom whistling. Swish! Like a burning meteor, he exploded over the head of the crocodile beast in just the blink of an eye, hitting with precision and penetrating through the massive monster. Bang! Sparks flew in all directions, and it had to be said that the blow did manage to do damage, but that seemed to be about it, as the xenomorphs were now. Long gone are the retards from the original. The crocodile beast shook its body and took only 2 steps back before turning its ferocious gaze towards the armored fighting knight and roaring. Roar! A gush of fishy blood gushed out of his mouth, his barbed, bloody mouth carrying a putrid odor as pitch-black energy slammed into the armored dual knight. Bang! Only to see that, in an instant, the armored dual knight fell to the ground, sparks falling from his body, and his chest armor was dented, obviously causing great damage. He covered his chest with one hand. His tiger's mouth seemed to be shattering. The armored dual knight summoner was nothing more than an ordinary person, physically strong at best, where it was comparable to supermodel monster's armored summoner. A bite of energy attack that almost didn't even dry explode his armored dueling knights. How can it be? My knight's kick didn't actually work on him, that's my strongest move. You asshole. Even if I have to fight for this life, I can't let you keep destroying it like this. Because... Before the armored fighting knight could finish his sentence, he saw the crocodile beast instantly move in front of him, and its sharp claw blade penetrated his abdomen. His eyes were filled with shock. This Nima. What exactly is? Creature, Ho giggle. Ha ha ha. Pest! With its clawed blade drawn, the crocodile beast smacked the armored dual knight away. Bang! The knight of the armor do smashed through a wall and fell into the rubble, never to get up again. The people who survived saw the strongest armor-fighting knights were slapped into the ruins. More desperate. Can't anyone stop this ugly monster? In the crowd, a familiar figure stepped out, his head lowered and his eyes raised upwards, actually full of hatred. He would never let this one monster go, taking out the knight with a buckle even though he only has one core and doesn't play to full strength, not even as good as the armor-do knight. He couldn't watch the monster continue to wreak havoc. It's a school district house further back. More innocent people would die horribly, and he had to stop this one monster. Bet everything I'll never lose. Transform. Assembled, combined. In a burst of blue light, the whale shark knight transformed successfully, with a shark's head on his left shoulder and a fishtail on his right, minus the blue armor on his chest. The whole body was just black, either at the joints of the arms and legs, or the calves only with blue armor wrapped around them, which looked somewhat fragile. Whale shark rider.
I know.
That's right, he mistook the xenomorphs for xenomorphs. After all, the two were simply too similar. The knight flying kick reappears. It's as if the small-time survivors see hope. Then, bang! The whale shark knight flew backwards at an even faster speed, only to see the crocodile beast whip him through a sonic boom and smash through a utility pole with a flick of its tail. Sato Kawaki fell to the bottom and lowered his lofty head. He got seconded. Ha ha ha. Garbage. What a piece of garbage. There isn't even a single one of you broken knights who can fight. The crocodile beast laughed uncontrollably. It was true that without the armored ones, they were just so easy to bully. The whole little day hadn't threatened his energy. Nukes can do the damage, but would they dare? A kind of pallor grew in Sato Kawaki's heart. This is how we're going to die. At that moment, the crocodile beast suddenly felt an extremely evil aura. Who? Get the hell out of here, which is actually robbing me of negative energy. Really don't want that coin practice. What about the crocodile beasts reliably trying to enhance themselves with negative energies, only to have these newly generated energies intercepted? Nima, you're treating me like an undergarment, feeling like I'm working for you, right? Roar. The crocodile beasts roared in a frenzy. Yes, the exotic beasts could become so strong thanks to the negative energies, especially since they could become stronger by constantly absorbing them. If it kept on enhancing, it could even get some sort of evolution and become an existence that was comparable to that of a realm king beast. That was a realm that one could only dream of. Really, if you get evolved, they're the masters of the whole planet now. Of course, this is just the fantasy of the crocodile beast. He didn't have enough cognition to think that a realm king beast of that level was invincible. Actually not as good as the 4 evil beasts. This time, a golden portal appears on the ground. Temple South stepped out from it, wearing dark sunglasses and holding a black crystal in his hand. It's the dark flintstone. Hokai did likewise, both of them raised high in the sky and shouting at the same time. Darkness black rhino armor. Dark inflamed dragon armor. Merge. X2. With the wild roar of 2 different creatures, a terrifying dark energy erupted from the 2 men as they walked forward at a slow pace. Armor appeared all over the body until the ensemble was complete, only to hear, "Ong! Stew!" A dragon roar and rhinoceros cry rang out. Armor together. The dark inferno dragon was all black, with blood accents being very dominant, and most noticeable in the goggles, which were actually a black and blue color. The energy bead on his chest was the color of blood. The black rhino armor is even more outrageous. All black, wearing some dark purple accents, with orange headlights replaced with red, with a touch of regicide. When the crocodile beast saw this, he was shocked. What armored warrior? I can't believe I'm chasing my old man into my little life. You guys are really shady. Hearing that, the 2 didn't even bother with the crocodile beast. Twisted directly on the waist turnbuckle. It was then seen that 2 light stickers, dark red and dark cyan, were violently illuminated on the Taiji diagram in the center of the belt, with weapon patterns engraved on them. The 2 men reached for their weapons. The flaming sword. Water armor shield. The player with the most respect for water armor shield showed up. Humph. This alien beast is really funny. To actually be naive enough to think that we would strike up a conversation to him. What a stinky few. He's also worthy. That's right. Make it sound like we know him well. Beikai also agreed with this point of view. He held a water armor shield and swooped in, tangling with the crocodile beast in melee. His speed was comparable to that of the little prince of Erda. A punch crunches into the mouth of crocodile beast. Bang! Sparks flew in all directions, and Tennant didn't hesitate to close in. Gabba swung his sword at the back of the crocodile beast. Swish! Ah! The crocodile beast clearly felt that something was wrong. The strength of these two major armors, which seemed to have more than doubled in strength, actually managed to cause so much damage to him. Only to see that Temple South slash just now left a wound on the crocodile beast's back, bubbling blood outwards, picking up a few slashes and continuing to swing. Swish! Swish! It's not over, is it? The crocodile beast roared furiously. He just wanted to go and brutally beat up Temple South. But he was directly blocked by Bei Kai's black rhinoceros armor in front of him, and his water armor shield was raised. Crunch it and shove it in his mouth again. Bang! If you want to run, where are you going to run? Funny like, 1-on-2 and picking your opponent. The crocodile beast was dumbfounded. He had never met an armor that was so unorthodox and that could fight to match. It was so shady. Ming! This previous set of black rhino armor has always stood behind the team. Why did this one run ahead and stick to him and so damn close? What? You want me to kiss you? Bang! Another gubber punch, smashing into the large incisors of the crocodile beast, only to see a sharp tooth go missing, landing on the ground with blood. Roar! You dog! Call your mom! Bang! With another punch, Bei Kai's fist swung out like a storm of residual shadows and landed on the crocodile beast's face. After all, the other party's whole face was really huge. If not the face, where? Tannen slashed the crocodile beast a few more times and seemed to be getting a little tired. Twist the waist turntable. A chopper post ejected. The same goes for North Kai. A water word post pops up. The two of them aimed at the crocodile beast at the same time, and just as the thing was about to run, Bei Kai once again held the water armor shield in front of the crocodile beast. Black rhinoceros, with the flaming blade lightly tapping on it. Seal the devil's chopper. Berserk energy converges on the blade, ringing out an exclusive sound effect. Flaming sword of seal and chop kill the evil and destroy the monsters. Melting in the flames, fading in the morning. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded out. Lifting the flame blade and swinging it violently, the fiery red energy chop tore through the earth and landed on the back of the crocodile beast, instantly penetrating his entire body. Swish! The crocodile beast screamed in pain. Ah! But that wasn't the end of it, as Tennant raised the flaming blade once again and chopped out with a horizontal swing. Swish! Another sealed chop. Finally Kitai wrapped up, and the black rhino armor put his head down and rammed out. Like a big semi on a state highway. Top! Mystery Numbers Fan Groups. Place to go. Chapter 74 Yo! Kawaki! I haven't seen you so much in a few days. Boom! A small mushroom cloud was pulled up from the flat ground as the dazzling fire exploded. Only the crocodile beast, his hard body burning with flames, became several pieces floating in the sky under the impact of the black rhino armor. A magic sticker hovered in the air, and it was beaten into shape on the spot. Humph! It seems that the exotic beasts are nothing more than that. Bei Kai picked up the magic sticker and placed it on the Taiji diagram at his waist. Then he absorbed it in to complete a wave of sealing, turning into a magic crystal floating inside his belt. The unstoppable crocodile beast fell. Stunned the small-time populace, who thought disaster was coming and that all of Tokyo would be plunged into an unprecedented destruction. After all, that was a monster that even the masked rider couldn't deal with. I can't believe I was just smashed by the two pairs of armor in front of me. Which means, Dasha's armor was actually this powerful. It's unbelievable. Tannen glanced in the direction of the masked rider, a touch of disdain evident on his face. Shame on you. You have to fight hard even if you can't beat him. I really don't know what kind of hero I'm pretending to be. That's it, let's go, Bei Kai said, and the two of them planned to leave. The space behind him cracked and a golden door frame appeared. Xiaoyang stepped out. Glancing in Sato Kawaki's direction, he felt a little amused. Yo, Kawaki! I haven't seen such a pull in a few days. At that, Sato Kawaki, who was lying in the rubble, a sharp pain in his whole body, braced himself and climbed up, and saw Xiaoyang, who was holding up the genetic code. Feeling the evil aura of his opponent, he realized something. Could it be? The monster was released by you. Get lost. Xiaoyang really obeyed this retard. Then why did he have to travel all the way to the small day to kill this one alien beast? It was not for the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Dark Shadow Stone. After getting permanent access to the Dark Naruto Stone, he hit on the idea of a summoner. He couldn't just hold up the stone and transform every time. It always brings him back to a certain cutie. The small-time populace cheered, though I don't know what they were so happy about. Xiao Yang didn't want to pay attention. Go! Wait! Sato Kawaki stood up from the ground with great effort. His full body armor had long since disappeared, apparently disintegrating automatically, with a wave of hesitation on his face. It seems to be thinking about whether or not to tell Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't turn around. He was on his feet and wanted to hear what this punk could say. Sato Kawaki took a deep breath. Today is Yuna-chan's birthday. Can I invite you along? She's been missing you a lot. There's no reason for me to go with you, much less hold her back. Xiao Yang said. An opening ripped open in front of his eyes. It was the image of space twisting out of the new, stepping in and leaving the small life. This is the Emperor's teleportation ability. According to the size of the idea in your mind, you can reach any place with the speed of light in an instant. But there's a catch, that place has to be as far as the stars can shine. You asshole! Sato Kawaki came angry, he said indignantly. Since you don't like Yuna-chan, you should go back and make it clear to her. What's the point of letting her think about you all the time and not responding? I said it doesn't matter to me whether she likes it or not. Xiao Yang is such a double standard, he doesn't like small-time people. Even if it looked good, it was still trash in his eyes. Stop right there. Off. Seeing that Sato Kawaki dared to rush up, Xiao Yang kicked him out 3 meters away. Bang! He fell to the ground and could only watch Xiao Yang leave. Bei Kai was a bit puzzled. Are all the people in this little life sick? Probably. Dianan thought so too. Since Xiao Yang didn't like it, why were these people still pestering? Did they have to hang on to a tree? He couldn't understand such behavior anyway. And this dead lickspittle. It's half your business if people like it. The three left Tokyo. During the time the three were gone, Shadowbane didn't do nothing, but at the first opportunity, he sent the only 2 remaining exotic beasts, along with Shizhao and Binger, to ambush them. There is only one goal, to kidnap Xiao Yang's relatives and use them as blackmail to force out the Emperor Summoner. However, in reality there is none at all. But they naively thought that the pendant that Xiao Yang often hung around his neck was the Emperor Summoner. After all, it was too similar to the other light and shadow armor. This pendant was made by Xiao Yang at great expense, although it is fake. But it is depicted with an imperial head. Hopefully the city, villa. Instead of showing up at the first opportunity, the alien beast allowed Ice to dive in, and she observed the situation first, if she were to release the alien beast directly. Xiao Yang will surely arrive thousands of miles away. So, as long as she kidnapped Xiao Shui first, that would be half the mission accomplished, or take the naturally dull girl, but strangely enough, she actually had no social information, leaving Shadowbane puzzled for a moment. I really don't know how to live on a regular basis. According to the database, Tang Shirshir has been living alone and erratic all these years, wandering around Hope City but basically all wandering. Probably die where no one knows. It's a miracle it survived. So, Shadowbane wasn't going to put his primary target on Tang Shirshir. After all, how could such a person be someone worth caring about? That's why we have to catch Xiao Shui. Ice pressed herself against the wall as she poked her head out and glanced at the gazebo where Wendong, Fang Zhong, and Jersey were eating takeout. It seems to be a supersized fried chicken combo that actually has a double-decker burger. It was a blast. It all showed her hungry. You know, the Shadow Realm eats what it eats. 3 meals a day is good as long as you can get enough. Where is the fried chicken and burgers? Ice doesn't even have money to live on. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living on the streets eating buns. The latter also manages to get possessed by the evil water guardian. Humph. These 3 seem to be guys with low IQs and simple minds. Look at my little trick. Ice just rolled over on the wall due to the fact that there was a wall outside the big villa and an iron mesh block which was used for anti-thief installations. So Ice would have to stand on the wall and then go over the wire mesh. The trio in the gazebo, eating fried chicken and drinking Coke, hadn't noticed Ice, who was struggling to get over the top. To put it mildly, she's also very good with her hands. In 3 or 2 tumbles, he rolled over on the iron netting and was just about to cross over when it seemed that his hand had touched some device and actually sunk down a little. Then, with a wail, the trio's eyes were drawn to it. Only a woman in jeans and a black bodysuit, lying on her back and breakdancing on an iron net, was seen, and it was a standard. What is this sis doing, seducing us? Fang Zhong's face was unbelievable. His eyes were looking straight as he had a piece of fried chicken leg in his mouth. Jersey nodded. Humph. This woman is really interesting. Too bad. We're here to be heroes. Or else we'd have to add a clock. You guys. Wendo smacked his lips a bit. Doesn't she look like a thief? Thief. Why didn't I think of that? The three men came back to their senses. What a thief. That's ING thievery. Who's a good guy coming over the wall? Place to go. Chapter 75. Shi Zhao, who was severely beaten just after his debut. Shi Zhao was crouching on the wall. He heard the scream, and after seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly stood up and grabbed Ice's legs and pulled them down. Pop! This pull didn't matter, it directly ed Ice to the ground. Her entire body fell dumbfounded, feeling a wave of soreness all over her body, unable to stand up at all, and twitching on the ground with electricity. Fixing his eyes, Ice spat black smoke from his mouth.
Alto viva, alto viva.
Well, unsurprisingly, electricity's stupid. After all, no one can carry 60,000 volts of high voltage as hard as Shi Zhao. As for why Shi Zhao did not get electrocuted because he could carry 60,000 volts of high voltage electricity, this small current naturally could not hurt him half a hair. At best. The hands are a little tingly. What? Darn it. Who's a good person to put a power grid on the wall? And actually a switching provincial power grid. Really talent. As Shi Zhao thought this, he realized that it was not good. It seemed that his whereabouts had been discovered. We can only withdraw with Ice first. Just wanted to leave. A roar of an engine was heard. Buzz off. The three rode a motorcycle, directly biked out, blocked Shi Zhao outside the door, froze and did not give him a chance to escape, and the most damaging thing is, the three motorcycles just happened to clip Shi Zhao. There really was no dead space due to his back being against the wall, and he wasn't going to go up in the air in place. The trio of motorcycles drove forward some more. It nearly ran over Shi Zhao. Trying to run where to run. Humph. With your unseemly tactics, you still want to steal. Hey, I'm just really wondering. Stealing in broad daylight. You two are geniuses too. I almost let you fool me. Jersey said he thought that Ice was running away from some entertainment place, but it turned out that his feelings were to steal something. Look at these two people fully equipped. Quasi is not a good bird. And Shi Zhao didn't talk nonsense. As an armored summoner, he suffered in human training since he was young behind the Realm King. His strength was extraordinary, though with a tired one, but again not a saving grace. Humph. I advise you to get out of the way. You're hilarious. Wendo said. He stepped off the motorcycle and took a step forward, seemingly with a stance of just not letting you leave, after all, a thief. To actually threaten him. Fang Zhong and Jersey likewise got out of the car, and the two of them saw that Shi Zhao still dared to move forward. At the same time, he reached out a hand against Shi Zhao's chest and pushed him back. Bang! Shi Zhao hit the back of his head against the wall, and there was a surge of anger. It was simply too much of a bully. Did he really think he wouldn't dare to make a move? But before he could move his head away from the wall, he saw Vendon, hands in his pockets, take another step forward, blocking his position. If they were to leave through the wall, they would have to take care of Wendon first, and it was a very awkward position, with the two of them less than 30 centimeters apart. You asshole! Shi Zhao could see the aura on the three of them. They were not ordinary people at all. Instead, they were very much like street punks. And it's the same kind of gang leader. When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about your background and connections. What kind of gang do you belong to? Venton's head poked forward in a big, if you can you hit me kind of way. Shi Zhao glared and froze. Wendo smiled at the sight. So it's the little Yakuza. Reaching out a hand, he was just about to slap Shi Zhao in the face when he grabbed it. Don't go too far. Excessive. Wendong's face was full of disdain. Really inverted the Big Dipper. Two thieves actually dared to say that he was excessive. Hey, stealing is justified. Isn't it? A nesting kick. Bang! Shi Zhao was hit hard in the stomach and his body bent into a shrimp. It was Venton who hit him with a raised knee. Stealing wouldn't be too much, would it? Reaching out and grabbing Shi Zhao's head with one hand, he grimaced. Go! Come with us to the police station. Asshole! Shi Zhao was enraged. He violently broke away from Wendong's hand and raised a fist towards his opponent's face. However, it was the stiff blow. Bang! Not waiting for his fist to land on Wendong's face, a pan smashed into Shi Zhao's head, instantly knocking him out of his eyes. Jersey held the pan. I told you this would work. Well, indeed. Fang Zhong nodded his head and similarly took down a pan from the motorcycle. As the saying goes, even the best kung fu is afraid of a chopper. Even if Shi Zhao is really strong. In such a narrow range, it was impossible to utilize one's full strength, and facing 3 people surrounding one another at the same time, let alone fighting back. Can't even escape. I'll go straight for a thunder kappa. Birdie vodka. Flatten him. Make the dog mad at me. Bang, bang, bang. All kinds of tricks wildly thrown in the face of Shi Zhao. The pan on the head smashed I do not know how many times, to his eyes to the stars, almost did not faint. Every time Shi Zhao tried to fight back, he was pinned against the wall by both men. Then came the punch to his face. 2 hands trying to beat 6 is a dream. Binger, who had collapsed on the ground, woke up at some point, and she found Shi Zhao, who was being beaten up furiously, and he couldn't even change out of his snow mastiff armor. Every time I just raised my hands, I was put on the wall with both feet. That's called a tragedy. Ice rolled away in a heap. Take advantage of the trio's inattention. Ha! 3 reckless people. Let's see how I'll clean you up, even if you're strong. Nor can they be defeated by the alien beast. Anyway, now that I've been exposed, why don't I just fight with you guys? And when I kidnap Xiao Shui, I'll have plenty of ways to clean you up at that time. With Ice's summoning, only 2 alien beasts were seen projected onto the ground from each of a hexagonal diamond-shaped magic crystal, which was none other than the 5-dimensional spatial black domain. It turned out that the Black Emperor had given this valuable item to the Realm King in order to ensure the completion of the mission. Thus Binger had obtained this 1 magic crystal that stored 5 dimensions of space. The magic crystals can be used for more than just surveillance, but also for storing exotic beasts while tricking the armor into going into the 5th dimension and then some serious beating. Swish! Swish! 2 ferocious alien beasts appeared. The beast. Ants. Roar! Accompanied by a beastly roar, only the demonic bull beast was seen charging towards the 3. Wendo reacted as he hurriedly pushed aside the nearest Fang Zhong. Bang! This punch from the devil cow beast smashed straight through the wall, almost giving Shi Zhao an on-the-spot manslaughter. As for Shi Zhao now, his face was full of bruises that had long since gone out of shape, and to say that it was a pig's head would be an understatement, and every time he tried to fight back he would be severely beaten. There was blood spitting out of his mouth. Ahem! Jersey was so scared that he sat down on his butt, climbed on his motorcycle and drove it, then roared out, circled around the demonic bull beast, pulling up Fang Zhong on the ground and running. For his part, Wendo was confused. Not Buddy. What about me? To say that this devil bull beast was also a special creature, he seemed to have a somewhat lesser IQ, and actually didn't react to it but instead glanced at Shi Zhao. In determining if this is the target, the ant beast slammed his scythe on the head of the demon ox beast as he cursed, "Idiot! The people have all run away, what are you still waiting for? Then why don't you go on?" The devil bull beast asked rhetorically. Just because he didn't have a high IQ didn't mean he was stupid. Yeah, why don't I go on? The ant beast snapped back. He's thinking. Binger saw this scene through the magic crystal, but it pissed her off. What kind of retarded stuff is this? Shadowbane's hands are under the alien beasts, how are a bunch of stupid bird things But it doesn't matter. She had long since reached the front of the villa when she heard a motorcycle engine coming from behind her. It appears to be 2 motorcycles, all 3 of them ran away. Humph! Too late. With the magic crystals in hand, she could completely use the 5th dimension to take Xiao Shui away. The moment Ice pushed the door open, seeing Xiao Shui and Tang Shirshir sitting inside the house, the 2 seemed to have expected it. After all, with all that commotion outside, how could it not be detected? Sissy, hit her. Yes, only the current Tang Shirshir was not that soft little girl. Instead, it's tsunami no tsunami. Swirling tsunami palm. What? The intel was wrong. Ice didn't react, and in her desperation, she could only hide in the 5th dimension. Almost got shot on the spot. As for why Tang Shirshir was able to do what he did to summon tsunami no tsunami, the first thing to understand is that this armor requires the summoner to do the following. The first point is that the heart is like water. If there is a cranky heart, then it's impossible to summon the armor for the rest of your life. The second point requires the summoner to be a human, and that threshold can be said to be very low. Magok Hai was a waste of space, he couldn't even open a must-have, and someone like that could summon Tsunozoka nano armor, so you can imagine the threshold. So if you ever cross over to the armor world, the first choice would be tsunami no tsunami. To cap there is a cap. To value has an upper limit. To threshold there is a cap. Mystery number on the homepage, it's Penguin Island. Another book is being updated. Place to visit. Chapter 76. Xiao Yang attacks. None of you can leave. Ice escaped from the fifth dimension as the magic crystals swished out the door and floated more than 10 meters in the air while she was dropped on the ground. You can refer to Tosco's Shin Megami Tensei. Damn! Shadowbane's intelligence was actually incorrect. Tang Shirshir actually has a set of armor in her hands. Ice's intelligence was very high. She could tell at a glance that a dorky-looking girl was missing from the room, and she must have been the one who turned into the sky blue armor. Alien beast, go kill her. Only to see that the demonic ox beast and ant beast instantly disappeared outside the gate and appeared behind Binger, comparable to the speed of a flash. This is the alien beast. The name of the strongest monster is not blown. Roar! The devil cow beast stormed and flashed rushed out. His figure was like a big half hanging pulling out countless residual shadows. Half of his body was lowered downwards, utilizing the hardened cow horns to charge across the room. Tang Shirshir had just stepped out of the door when she saw a black shadow crashing towards her. Whirlwind defense. Bang! The strike was so powerful that the nano armor could not withstand it. Only to see that the swirling circle of energy defense formed in front of him shattered in an instant, and was actually unable to withstand the brutal power of the demonic ox beast. Tang Shirshir was hit by this blow, and her figure flew backwards. Bang! It smashed into the floor, only to see the TS nano armor dented in it. The chest was still sparking classically with some crackling electricity. Sissy! Xiao Shui looked on, and she was heartbroken. Fortunately, Tang Shirshir didn't send it directly, but stood up strongly from the ground. Only, the devil bull beast suddenly faces to the front again. Roar! Fists bigger than sandbags come at Tsunami's face. The three of the second team had just ridden their motorcycles to the front of the villa when they saw this scene. Not good. When did this monster appear? This speed. It's over. That's the boss's wife. This monster is an abomination. Tang Shirshir reacted in time as she tumbled to the ground. Bang! The punch slammed heavily into the ground, only to see the floor tiles collapse, spreading out like a spider web of cracks until it reached Xiao Shui's feet inside the house. So close. Tang Shirshir saw how the armor panel operated, but it was the first time she used it, resulting in it being slow and a bit rusty. Wild whistling attack. She quickly stood up and slapped her palm on the abdomen of the demonic bull beast, only to see a wild roar of power converging and violently exploding on his massive body. The wraith beast took a step back on one leg. Then there was another wild whistling attack. The devil cow beast raised his arm to parry it easily. With bloodthirsty killing intent in his blood-colored eyes, he laughed harshly. Heh! Is that all the power of the armor? It's so weak that it's pathetic. With a casual wave of her hand, shocking back the TS nano armor, Tang Shirshir felt a surge of surprise. It was because the power of this alien beast was just too strong. Especially with the thick-skin defense, the maniacal laughter attack actually couldn't do a thing. Binger stood in the distance seeing this crushing battle. A cold smile appeared on her face. Humph! Ridiculous! With that, he took a step toward the villa. At that moment, a pillar of light from the sky crashed to the ground. Boom! There was a shocking sound, and the earth seemed to be trembling along with it. Only 3 figures emerged from it. Ding! Release the mission. Beat up Shizhao. Reward, Darkwood Shadow Stone. Xiao Yang noticed the tsunami's nano armor that was constantly dodging the attacks of the demon bull beast. Unsurprisingly, it should be Tang Shirshir inside. It was still a bit too difficult for the 4 elemental armor to deal with the alien beasts. Even if Duan Muyen is there, I'm afraid it will take a lot of effort. Follow. Xiao Yang threw out the Darkwood Shadow Stone. This brightly crystallized stone with black energy smashed towards Wenden's face. He hurriedly pulled out the pan to shield his face. Bang! Wendo almost fell to the ground, only to feel a raw pain in his face. But without much thought, he picked up the Darkwood Shadow Stone and held it high in the air. Dark Windhawk Armor. Merge! It was accompanied by a loud and clear eagle whistle. Wendong's body surface was quickly covered with a layer of black and blue armor, and on the helmet like an eagle's head was a pair of blood-colored goggles like sharp eagle eyes. A mechanical beep sounded. Armor together. Humph! It's finally my turn. Wendo felt a rush of pleasure as he felt the power welling up in his body. The figure dashed forward as a residual shadow. Swish! Wind eagle's kick. With a leap in the air, A wooden character post appeared in the sky, only to see Wundong draw his leg towards the back of the demonic bull beast. He was as fast as lightning. Bang! In an instant, it was drawn on the back of the demonic bull beast, and a large amount of sparks exploded out, like the movement of wrought iron, and the dull sound of blood and flesh crashing could be heard faintly. Roar! The devil bull beast felt the sharp pain on his back as he turned around. What was seen was the winged eagle armor, only to see a black and blue post of light inscribed with a wearable weapon catapult out in front of him and reach out to hold it. Winged eagle sword. Swish! Swish! The two swords swung at the body of the demon ox beast, only to see the flesh and blood cut a deep scar under the swing of the winged eagle sword, flowing blood outwards. Get thee outta here! The devil bull beast slammed his fist towards the winged eagle armor. But in the next second Wendon disappeared into thin air and appeared behind him, holding the winged eagle sword and two more swords. Swish! Swish! The devil bull beast roared furiously as he attacked around him indiscriminately like a madman, feeling the pain coming from his body and falling into a state of frenzy. Both fists pounded his chest. Then a large, heavy brown axe appeared in his hand, and he swung it up to slash at the winged eagle armor. Wendo saw that he didn't hesitate. The figure quickly pulled away with a flash. Twist the waist turntable. Winged eagle crossbow. The winged eagle sword disappeared from his hand and was replaced with a new crossbow-type weapon. Bang! Bang! 2 rounds of black and blue energy bombs that exploded on the body of the demonic bull beast. The main focus was not to get close to the other side, to pull and kite the alien beast from a distance and skate around. Wendo still has a good head on his shoulders, and if he hadn't been sneak attacked in the episode, he wouldn't have been tied up as a hostage, something completely unexpected. Tang Shirshir withdraws from the fight. When Xiao Yang comes, she won't be needed. Should go watch out for a thief. At this moment, Binger had just approached to Xiao Shui, only to see her sitting on the chair without moving, only revealing a gentle smile that was very beautiful. Ice wondered what on earth she was laughing at. Did she think that by smiling at herself, she would be spared? That's hilarious. Humph. Come with me. Binger hadn't yet summoned the 5 dimensions and had just reached out to try to grab Xiao Shui. Instead, there was a large hand that grabbed her arm at a faster pace. Who gave you permission to touch my sister? You! Ice's words had not yet fallen. Pop! A powerful slap across her face in no time. Ice almost didn't fall out, only to feel her eardrums ringing along with her, and the fiery pain on her face was comparable to smearing a layer of highly chilly oil. Ah! Are you worthy? Xiao Yang sends his hand, side-kicking Ice around the waist. Bang! The kick came with a muffled sound, only to see Ice fly out 2 meters away, her entire body burrowing under the table and knocking over an innocent bench. Don Cecilia arrived at that moment, and she barred the door. And the ant beast. You must be wondering what he's doing. Inferno Dragon Armor. Black Rhino Armor. Merge X2. That's right, he had long been held back by both Temple South and North Kai. Chasing him all the way, he violently beat him until he was close to the range of the demon bull beast. Group beatings were the 3 of them's strong suit. Place to visit. Chapter 77 Warrior of Light. I see you want an electric fan. Ice burrowed under the table. She just felt as if her bones were breaking. Straining to try and climb out, he maneuvered the magic crystal to teleport himself into the black realm in the 5th dimension. But the next second, wow! An invisible magnetic field, instantly enveloped in her whole body, the black domain of the 5-dimensional space, actually cannot play any role. It was as if Ice was frozen in this 3-dimensional space. How is this possible? Just how powerful is? I can't even break free from the black domain bestowed by Lord Boundary King. Why on earth? Ice does not know that this is actually something given by the 5 guardians, handed over to the Black Emperor, then passed down to the King of the Realm, and finally, it's only her Icy. You, who the hell are you? I'm your father. Xiao Yang squatted in front of the table. He grabbed Binger's hair and pulled her out from underneath. A backhanded slap across the other half of her face. Pop! This directly and heavily awakened Ice's sleeping mind. Eyes widened. Oh! Xiao Yang's hand was very strong, and this slap almost didn't give Binger a concussion. Only he came out from under the table dragging Ice with one hand. Where's that arrogance from earlier? Actually, I still like you untamed. That rotten orange bay meow will spoil you. But not me, Xiao Yang. After saying that, Xiao Yang slapped the struggling Binger in the face again. Pop! Dare to pretend in front of me. Just should have fought. Binger's consciousness was gradually blurring a bit as she received 3 slaps in succession. Completely honest. As for the black domain, it disappeared into space at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was also captured, the equivalent of a camera. Humph. Do you really think you can run away? Xiao Yang just smiled bashfully. This was a deliberate act on his part. After all, where Shadowbane was, he didn't know. The black domain will definitely leave clues, of course. He could also directly press Binger and Shizhao, and if these two refused to speak, then let Ares siphon off their soul and become a cerebral palsy alive. It just so happens that the dog is missing a carrier. Oh, seeing such cruelty in Xiaoyang, this surprised Xiao Shui a bit. I didn't expect Xiaoyang to change so quickly. Outside the door, the battle is raging. Clank! A golden chirping sound rang out, only to see the devil bull beast forcefully fighting the 2 great armors of the black rhinoceros and the winged eagle, and actually not losing the wind, with its great strength and defense. Even though he is covered with wounds, he still fights to the death. Why? For he could not retreat. Do you think it's the magic bull beast that doesn't want to back out? In fact, there is no place to return it at all. Roar! The devil bull beast roared angrily. As for the Inferno Dragon armor, it was in a sound battle with the ant beast, and the two fought back and forth, mainly because Armor Team 2 had just mastered the armor and was not quite skilled yet. It could only be dealt with by using the combat experience in the light and shadow bloodline. Chop! Swish! This slashed at the ant beast's hard armor, exploding large sparks, but did not directly penetrate, increased his defense and attack enhancement greatly. The bullet ants, being an advanced fusion material, made the IQ lower but obviously made the aggressiveness more intense, frantically tangling with the Inferno Dragon armor. Humph! This one monster is really tough. Damn that armor! The ant beast's sharp-toothed blade slashed at the Inferno Dragon armor, but it was blocked by the flame blade, followed by a stomp on his abdomen, using the force to withdraw a few steps. The black rhino armor held a water armor shield, raised his arm to block the demonic bull beast's stored axe, and backhanded a fist to his head. Bang! In his other hand was the meteor gun, and as his figure crossed over the demon bull beast, he directly stabbed the ant beast in the back, while the winged eagle armor took advantage of the situation to sneak up on the demon bull beast. The 3 of them worked well together. After all, they were street thugs and often fought in melee fights that made them work well together. Swish! The Inferno Dragon armor slashed at the ant beast's soft abdomen, and the black rhino armor stabbed him in the back. Bang! The 2 major armors attacked at the same time. Even if they were as strong as bullet ants, they would not be able to resist. Hiss! Hiss! A gaping hole is revealed in the abdomen and soft flesh emerges from beneath the hard shell. The ant beast wailed in agony as he revealed his fatal breach. When Tannen looked at it, he was overjoyed. God help me! The ant beast didn't know who to attack towards, so it rushed towards Temple South. But he was only seen rolling on the ground and flipping over, directly behind the demon ox beast. On top of the North Kai, the ant beast had just turned around, and it was a water armor shield call to the face. Bang! Pulled in again. Without hesitation, Temple South immediately turned the wheel at his waist, and in the Taiji diagram at his waist, a chopping poster was irradiated, and the flaming blade lightly touched directly on it. Seal the devil's chopper. D. Anon. Accompanied by a dragon roar that roared out. Only the flame blade was seen slashing out diagonally. Swish! The fiery chopping attack pierced through the back of the demonic bull beast in this instant. Boom! Almost blew up the innocent empty big armor. Wondong in the winged eagle armor jumped more than 10 meters in the air in a direct leap. Weapons disappeared from his hands. Arms follow with spread wings. Aiming in the direction of the devil bull beast, a wooden character post appeared in front of him, and his legs were drawn out like scissors. Winged eagle's kick. Bang! The devil cow beast was subjected to the demon sealing chop. Its back cracked open, and its entire body was burning with black flames when it was struck by this final fatal blow from Wondong. Blow up in place into a magic sticker. Mailed. Wendon was on one knee as he stood up in a very handsome way, turning slowly with his back to the magic sticker and taking hold of it resting on the taijutsu at his waist. Absorbed into the sealed space. Ha! So this is the alien beast, what a challenge. Come on, let's go help Bei Kai. Tannen looked in the direction of the ant beasts, only to see the black rhino armor with one hand on the meteor gun, and on the free arm was the offensive and defensive water armor shield. It's easy to see just how much over the limit it is. whose armor can use 2 weapons at once. Which can do that besides the Black Rhino armor. Black Rhino armor is just brainless. He's just over the top. Bang! Beikai put one shoulder on the ant beast, catching the water armor shield and lifting him straight up in the air, slamming down on the ground and swinging out with his meteor fist. Swish! Swinging at the soft abdomen of the ant beast, the only weakness was sort of found by the trio. Jersey and Fang Zhong looked on in envy. Of course, they seemed to have overlooked one person. It's Shizhao. Only to see the black-eyed snow mastiff appear out of thin air, flying out of the sky, quickly joining the battle, 2 fists smashed on the back of the black rhinoceros armor, even if it was as strong as a super-standard monster. Froze. Bang! Bang! Beikai was hit hard, and the ant beast didn't let the opportunity pass, his toothy blades slashing into the black rhino armored chest, knocking him back one after the other. Damn! Which asshole is it? Shizhao joins the fray, making things worse for a moment, stealing a wave of katakai, and Tenant notices the lack of heart as well. Dogs! I can't believe it's still the armor summoner, helping the altered beasts to aid and abet the enemy. Oh, really not a good thing. I should have broken your dog's legs just now. Temple South immediately rushed up, and the flaming blade swung down on the snow mastiff armor. Swish! Cut back Shizhao, and he didn't hesitate, immediately twisting the turntable at his waist. A light post with a white engraved weapon appeared. Thunder Stick. Shizhao clasped his hands together and craned his neck, his signature standard maneuver, ringing out a burst of popping beans. Spine Man. A short stick appeared in each of his hands, attacking at a short distance but very deftly. Xiaoyang saw this scene and he stared with cold eyes, mouthfuls of Warrior of Light. I think you want an electric fan. MP3 fiddles with it in his hand, contemplating whether or not to play it after all. The armor is in a 3-for-2 situation, and the ant beast is still half-blooded. You can win a fight with your feet. Although Shizhao now belongs to the enhancement stage, there is no whitewashing of the weak 3 points. But the dark armor is just as not weak. Give me a good review of your new book. Homepage mystery number group chat. Consider sending out a Dragon Boat Festival benefit. The Shift. Chapter 78. True or false black rhino armor. You're the one pirating it. Just as Xiaoyang was watching, 2 white pillars of light landed in the sky, from which familiar figures emerged. They are Bei Miao and Li Xinan respectively. Armor 1 always does this, every time they can't get to the scene in time. This wasn't a special feature, it was another parallel world, and if they really did things this efficiently, I'm afraid the entire City of Hope would be in for a rude awakening. There's actually only one alien beast left. Bei Miao saw the 4 pairs of armor at the scene, as well as a humanoid beast that looked close to an ant. He had shock in his eyes, because these 4 sets of armor, other than one of them that he had never seen before, the remaining 3 sets he knew all of them. Those were the 3 major armors of the Inferno Dragon, Wind Eagle, and Black Rhinoceros. It was just that what made Bei Miao feel strange was that these 3 sets of armor were actually filled with an evil energy that made people subconsciously feel disgusted. Yes, that's the sentiment. It's like eating a full meal and meeting a pile of poop. As for the last remaining set of armor, pure white with black goggles, according to his speculation, it might be the never-before-seen armor of gold. Bei Miao had heard about the totem of the armor of gold, which was none other than a mastiff, and the snow mastiff armor shoulders, the same 2 mastiff head, very obvious, such an appearance and the legendary armor of gold is too similar. What the hell is going on here? Bei Miao didn't care that much, according to the current situation anyway. The snow mastiff armor was not a good person at first glance, actually helping the alien beast to aid and abet the evil. This kind of summoner was definitely on the evil side. On which side of the fence he stood, he could still tell the difference. Black rhino armor. Bei Miao pulled off the magnetic chip on her neck and inserted it into her wrist summoner. Merge. Seeing this, Li Xinan did not hesitate. Inferno Dragon armor. Merge. Armor together. 2 people in situ transformed into Black Rhino, Inflammatory Dragon 2 major armor, toward the battlefield into the situation. 5-2, even if it is not whitewashed before the snow mastiff. You'll only get beat up if you meet one. Temple South similarly noticed the 2, and he frowned. Iron Tree Blossoms, oddly enough. Hey, you guys, how come his armor looks so much like mine? It's ING evil. At first glance, it's a so-called pirated product, and it actually dares to run up to me and flaunt its power. Hearing Temple South's words, this caused Wendo, who was storing up his big moves on the side, to be a bit surprised. I'll go. It's pretty similar, it seems to be almost like a color change. Grass, he stole your armor. Humph. That's really interesting. It's enough for us to deal with the alien beasts. There's no need for the two of them to come out at all, and especially not a dog that is bloodied and comes over to K head. Bei Kai coldly grunted. He was not a good-tempered person. Directly throwing away the snow mastiff armor in front of him, and stood against the two people, Bei Miao and Li Xinnan. Put down harsh words on the spot. You are not needed here. Go back where you came from. When the alien beasts first appeared, you guys didn't show up. By the time we have to seal. Heh, I can't believe they're running faster than one another. Bei Kai was deeply disdainful. He held a water armor shield and blocked the two major armors of the Black Rhino and the Inferno Dragon, and froze as if he was fighting to the death. When Bei Miao saw this set of demonized black rhinoceros armor, the water bloodline in his body felt a wave of that could not be described in words. Disgusted. I can't wait to punch Kitai into the ground. Light and shadow had been opposing each other since ancient times, and the pure water bloodline could not tolerate the presence of such an evil being, especially when transformed into the Black Rhino armor. It's simply blasphemy against the bloodline. Li Xinnan didn't want to cause trouble. He shook his head. We're not here to rob your feats, it is our armor's shared responsibility to deal with the alien beasts, not for our own selfish reasons. And if we delay the big event and let them all get away, that's the scariest thing. More innocent people are bound to get hurt. Still the same old story. Li Nam tries to rely on his mouth to convince Bei Kai. However, Armor 2 was no Madonna, and they had long ago made a vow to work together and destroy all the monsters in the world. Not looking for much merit. At least they lived with a bang. Even if the people in front of him were friendlies, there was no way North Kai was going to let them get one step closer. That was stubbornness, and he wasn't going to let uncertainty enter the scene. Though, to be clear, they don't seek credit. But then again, the ability to seek natural requirements. I don't care who you are. Just stay aside. After Bei Kai finished speaking, he stared intently at Bei Miao as he sensed a wave of hostility. Ha! Only a sneer was heard. It was Bei Miao, who twisted the turntable at his waist, and a post of light and shadow with weapons etched in green appeared in front of him, and he wasn't the kind of coward who was nice to talk. With one hand touching. Water armor shield. Li Xinnan. What's the point of telling them so much nonsense? We are the proper armor organization. These evil devils and crooked people should be eradicated, claiming to be the proper armor. Then I would like to ask you, why does the armor that symbolizes justice have black smoke coming out of its body? In my opinion, you and those monsters are all the same. Here. Bei Kai also came to his temper. He was never a good talker. Besides, he's the real Black Rhino armor. I can't believe I'm being called a pirate by a pirate. And looks like you're hell-bent on fighting me. Don't think highly of yourself. Dealing with you? Oh, it doesn't take much effort at all. Does it? Bei Miao scoffed. He simply didn't believe that this one imposter in front of him could exert much strength, and decisively cut off the screen sharing in his armor. Mi Jin's headset lost signal. Only, this time it was Bei Miao who took the initiative to cut it off. Mi Jin was baffled. Bei Miao is trying to do something. Nan, quickly stop Bei Miao. Never let him go and do something stupid. Although there's something odd about those armors, but judging from the current situation, they don't seem to be bad guys at all, do they? At most, the tone of their words is just a bit punchy. Mi Jin hastily called out to Li Nan's headset. She didn't expect Bei Miao to be so disobedient. Simply a stinking rat turd. He was beaten twice and did not repent. Li Xinnan realized the seriousness of the matter only when she came back to her senses. Bang! Only to see that the dark Black Rhino armor and the ordinary Black Rhino armor collided, and the two's raging power collided into each other's bodies. A ring of energy waves shook out, causing the ground to lift up with it. The water armor shield clashed together, exploding with large sparks as the two of them were at odds with each other. To know! Bei Miao had received training for some time, and had a genetic potion enchantment, counting as half a super warrior, and his physical quality was greatly improved. But what about North Kai? He had nothing but a flurry of the original power of the dark Black Rhino armor. No wave of life, no potential, no bursts of combustion. Belonging is the base model. You can see how strong the dark armor is. Swish! Bei Kai lashed a leg whip at Bei Miao, who hastily used his water armor shield to block. After that, using his free arm, He used his backhand gaba to slam his fist on Kitsukai's water armor shield. The two exchanged a wave of 0 injuries. And Li Shinan is still hesitating. How are we going to stop Bei Miao now? Even if they did stop it, would that North Kai agree to stop there? These are a few handfuls of retarded teammates. Dragon Boat Festival. Sorry for the heavy schedule today. I'll add more tomorrow to make up for it. Sleepy can't write good quality, so I had to force it off. New book debut. Recommendations coming soon. The Shift Ground. Chapter 79 Shizhao Falls. The situation is finalized. Boom! Along with another exchange of power, only to see both of them being shaken back several steps at the same time. The Black Rhino armor was extremely powerful, along with the water armor shield for both offense and defense, and standing there was authority. Neither one of them will be able to do any good. Damn it! Bei Miao was disgruntled in his heart. Where the hell did this pair of armor come out from? It was practically carved out of a template with his Black Rhino armor. This was even so, but the real problem was that no matter whether it was speed, strength, or defense, it was not inferior to his own Black Rhino armor. It's not so bad if you can beat it. If this loses, isn't it just sitting on the fact that he's actually an imposter? Bei Kai similarly felt a hint of surprise, not realizing that this imposter in front of him really had a few skills, actually managed to tie him in a power encounter. It seems, it's still a ing high fashion one. Humph. How dare a fake one come out and disgrace yourself? Let's see how I'll scrap you. Bei Kai stepped on the ground and his figure took off in place like a cannonball. Wielding his water armor shield, he smashed it towards Bei Miao's face. Heh, a thief shouting to catch a thief. I think you're also tired of living. Naturally, Bei Miao couldn't sit on the fact that he was an imposter. After all, he was a proper descendant of the Water Shadow Village. Inside the body flows an extremely high purity of the bloodline of water, even the Water Shadow Stone. It's all brought to you by him. Bang! Bei Miao raised her water armor shield to protect her face and slammed it head-on towards Bei Kai's punch, only to see the ground suffer a huge force and collapse at that moment. Half of the Black Rhinoceros armor's calf sunk into the ground, and Bei Miao managed to receive the punch, only taking a step back, showing how huge the recent improvement was. Being able to stay still while under the power of the dark armor is an epic enhancement. Swish! Soon, Bei Miao couldn't laugh anymore because Bei Kai still had a meteor gun in his hand, backhandedly stabbing him in the abdomen, specializing in weak points. Bang! The shot stuck in the Black Rhino armor as if it had hit a piece of steel. Bei Miao could not take it well. His face changed dramatically, only to feel his stomach flip. Acid flowed back up down his throat, and he almost didn't vomit, actually using two weapons at the same time. Not to be outdone, Bei Miao quickly took a step back and twisted the turnbuckle at his waist. Meteor shot. Similarly, he took out his meteor gun and continued to tangle with Bei Kai while holding his water armor shield. It's just clearly caught in a small disadvantage. At this point, the battle entered a white-hot phase. Temple South versus Shizhao, Dark Inferno Dragon versus Snow Mastiff armor. Not at all losing ground. After all, it is the armor with the highest ceiling, with the title of Little Emperor. Getting an increase in darkness power boosted more than just a star. Full press peak Shizhao Stampede. Is that all you got? Humph. I don't think you're much stronger. Shizhao held the Zhen Thunder Axe. He had now changed his weapon form, the Zhen Thunder Stick turning into a chained form to combine with the former. The two weapons are synthesized to produce a chain axe. Temple South Inferno Dragon armor stance flexible. Quickly dodged an axe. Ducked behind the Snow Mastiff armor. Flaming blade pointing out 2 times on it. Swish! Swish! Directly to Shizhao, split back off the sparks. He turned around, and Temple South has long been away, as if a person is flying a kite, always missing some distance. Snow Mastiff is the existence of the strongest attack power in the 5 elements armor, while the Inferno Dragon is balanced in all aspects, and the most fatal place is that the former can't talk about speed. Because the Snow Mastiff belongs to is heavy armor, with the Black Rhinoceros a level. All 3 sets of sound are more sensitive and good at pulling. No, this is not the way to go. The situation is not in my favor. Must first bring Binger withdrew the team. Xiao Yongbak mission has long failed. It's rumored that Emperor Man is the strongest armor. Perhaps I'm not his match. Shizhao was smart enough to know that the battle was unfavorable and that the ant beast's death was imminent. If we don't run, I'm afraid we won't have a chance. Just. Ice seems to be tied up. Piercing wind stab. Just as Shizhao and Temple South were exchanging blows, An ear-piercing eagle's whistle was heard coming from his ears, carrying the sound of air being cut through. Swish, swish, swish. Then, he saw that the ant beast was covered with countless blue ice thorns, penetrating every part of his flesh and blood, and bubbling outwards with green flames and blue electric arcs. Boom! With an explosion, the alien beast could not withstand the energy. Disappeared forever as a magic sticker. The ant beast couldn't even get a word in before it died, and Wendon took hold of the magic sticker and placed it on the Taiji diagram at his waist, absorbing it into the ceiling space. The situation became obvious all of a sudden. Shi Zhao lost a long time ago, and although he is not beaten by the Yanlong armor now, he is not far away, because Wendong took time out. Wind Eagle's kick, backhandedly jumping up more than 10 meters high. His legs quickly pumped out in the air. Bang! Bang! 2 kicks on the snow mastiff armor. One of the attacks landed directly on the head. Almost didn't whip Shi Zhao into a fainting spell as he took several steps back. Breathing heavily, the snow mastiff was the set with the lowest range within the 5 elements armor. He's at his limit. Seal the devil's chopper. Temple South did not remain idle as he twisted the rotary disc at his waist, barely enough for a fire-red chopping poster to appear, and lightly touched the flame blade to it. D. Ha! Shi Zhao wouldn't easily admit defeat. He quickly twisted the rotary disc at his waist. Then a chipped post appeared in front of him, and the shocking thunder axe crashed roughly into it. Thunderclap. Boom! A chop and a vertical chop collided. 2 kinds of violent energy exploded in this instant. Shock to the ground, crazy lift up, until it falls apart. The 2 major armors were simultaneously shaken back several steps by the massive energy and almost fell to the ground without a single footing. But Wendong's Wind Eagle armor was not affected. He held a Wind Eagle crossbow aimed at the back of the snow mastiff's armored head. Bang! Bang! 2 energy bombs were blown on it. Shi Zhao hadn't stood firm. Where could he withstand the sneak attack of these 2 cannons? And he was directly blown forward and backward. Pop! A fall on the ground. Shi Zhao's whole body scattered white points of light. The snow mastiff armor disappeared, revealing the original slightly handsome face. Temple South didn't hesitate a bit as he went up and was about to give Shi Zhao a strike. Wendon reached out and stopped him. Wait a moment. Find his armor summoner first. After all, armor is a good thing. Makes sense. For the first time, Tannen thought that Wendon was actually that smart. So he crouched down and rummaged through the summoner on Shi Zhao's body, ignoring the latter's frantic struggles, and didn't even let go of his underwear to search it directly and violently. Half a day. What? I can't believe there isn't one. Nothing, is it? With a pang of fear, Wendo padded up to take a look and realized that it wasn't at all what he thought it would be. Oh, so there's no summoner. The Shift. Chapter 80. What share? All I see is a cripple. P.S. I admit the last one was pretty watered down. Shi Zhao fell to the ground. Sitting on a small bench in front of the door, Xiao Yang witnessed the entire battle. The second team just got their armor, and it's good enough to show that kind of strength. As for ERP base members who get in the way. Oh, I was worried you guys didn't show up. It's just as well. New grudges, old grudges. Dare to steal my motorcycle. Gotta make you guys pay for something. Xiao Yang stood up. In his hand was the dark penitentiary summoner. A dark purple belt appeared around his waist, along with a flat put in. Mace to the criminal sky merge. Armor together. Berserk evil energy boiled on the surface of the body, taking on a black and purple form, and completing the merge in 0.1 seconds in a form visible to the naked eye. He started with a shift move. The mace took the soles of Interceptor's feet to the ground, instantly moving out forward and pulling countless shadows behind him. His speed was fast to the extreme. Sheltering sky palm. There's no bull. Raise your hand and it's a little skill move. Bei Kai felt a raging energy coming from behind him. It was a kind of fear from his bloodline that made his armor tremble with him. He decisively dodged away, and in front of him was none other than Bei Miao, who had just swung a punch, holding a water armor shield, and froze as if he was a dead pig. Boom! With a loud bang, only the black rhino armored figure was seen shooting backwards like a meteor. It smashed heavily into the wall of the villa's outer perimeter in a large shape, while the meteor gun spun a few times in the air and stuck in the ground not far away. Clank! The meteor gun kept trembling, narrowly failing to withstand the power of the palm. If it was an unusual weapon, I'm afraid it would have broken. Xiao Yang lowered his palms, He raised his eyes. The ghost-faced helmet seemed to have fangs on it, and the scarlet goggles were filled with a murderous intent. Black and purple energy pulsed across the surface of the armor, and a card was automatically ejected from the card box at his waist, catching it in his hand and pressing it into the summoner. Mace with the Devil's Sword. At the hilt of the Demon Dragon's sword, there are 2 blades leaking out with grooves. To insert 2 must have cards at the same time, and the last one is in the fangs of the dragon's mouth. On the sharp, long sword, lines as hot as lava rolled and flashed with dark red energy, merely hanging down in the hand. The blade clearly did not touch the ground. However, the ground was cut with an opening out of nowhere by this sharpness. Is this the true strength of Brother Yang? This power is simply not in the same dimension. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, there's no way I would have believed that this is the kind of energy the armor could explode with. Beikai's eyes were filled with shock. He felt the mace with the energy in Interceptor's body, and if he had to compare it to the darkness black rhinoceros armor, then it must be 10 times as much, even dozens of times. Bei Miao in the wall was slapped on the water armor shield by this palm, and the weapon that was known for its defense was constantly sparking at this moment, with obvious signs of breakage appearing on it. It could be seen just how strong this palm was. He was a little lax in his consciousness and almost didn't disintegrate in place. Yes, you. Bei Miao would never forget this face. He was the one who had defeated him with a single slap half a month ago, causing him to be blamed only by Mi Jun. Laid in the med bay all day, physical pain that kept him up all night. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Bastard. I'm going to give you hell. Bei Miao's sanity was a bit lost. He was so angry that his adrenaline was spiking so wildly that his pain sensation actually followed. Fairy Falls. This will show you. Invincible black rhino armor in terms of power. Just how powerful it is. A water character post appeared in front of Bei Miao, reaching out in the direction of the meteor gun, only to see the weapon, which was originally stuck in the ground, fly out of thin air. He gripped it in his hand, and the taijutsu at his waist ejected a Zazi post, and the meteor gun lightly tapped on it, and the tip of the gun changed its form in some subtle ways. The front end opened up, revealing the inner core inside, and then the Zazi post transformed into countless green energies and merged into it, filled with a frenzy. Die for me! Bei Miao held the meteor gun and thrust forward. The strike used all of his strength. The destructive power was one of a kind. Bet everything to beat you. Boom! Only to see the green energy vortex, launched by the front end of the meteor gun, crazily swept across the ground, causing the cement to shatter and lift up with it, until the strands are crushed. Seeing this scene, Kitsukai felt bad. This was the full force of the water-black rhino armor, which he had once heard mentioned by his predecessors in the Mizukage village. The power can be described as a horror. No monster can escape intact from underneath this move. Almost never misses. It was claimed to be the strongest strike of the black rhino armor of water. Brother Yang, quickly dodge away. The power of this move is extraordinary. It absolutely cannot be taken hard. Just before Beikai's words left his mouth, he saw a shocking scene. He froze in place then and almost pissed himself. Xiao Yang's straight face wild Natsa, without any dodge, only raising the mace in his hand to the devil's heavenly sword, a vertical chop from the bottom. Swish! Wrapped in the berserk evil energy, a black and red-colored demonic dragon vaguely emerged behind the mace to Interceptor, roaring and raising its head. This sword actually cuts away the wild waterfall zap, flattening the energy, rushing out from both sides of Xiao Yang's body. An explosion occurred. He, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest. Boom! The earth cracked as if it had been washed by 2 missiles, and a large pit 1 meter deep appeared, while the mace to Interceptor stood in the center of the 2 pits. Intact. Jing! An eerie silence fell over the room. Beikai felt that his face was a fiery pain. Just now he was blowing about how strong Mad Cascade Za really was, only to be punched in the face in the next second. You tell me, it's embarrassing. Not only him, but the 2 who touched Shizhao's pants, Tennan and Mundo, were stunned. They did not expect such a horrible blow, actually by the mace to Interceptor effortlessly cut through. It seems, it's just a handful. Don't be so outrageous. Hey, although I know that Yang is strong, you're, a little too strong for that. Li Xinan incredulously wanted to look at everything that happened in front of him. Such a powerful black rhino armor all-out strike actually ended just like that. It's just like setting off a falling cannon. It's over. That's it. Xiao Yang let out a disdainful sneer as he spread out his free palm. Inside was a string of conch necklaces, which looked very cheap, not worth the rotten money. But this, it's from Ice's neck. It is. When Bei Miao saw this conch necklace, he couldn't help but stare, because this was exactly the Schwer sister he had been searching for so many years. Back then, he had given the conch necklace to Schwer, but now why had it appeared in the hands of this armor summoner? Impossible. Impossible. What the hell happened? What have you done with my share? As the saying goes, kill to kill. Since Bei Miao disgusted Xiao Yang 3 times, then Xiao Yang wouldn't make Bei Miao happy either. Ha! What share? All I see is a cripple. Saying that, he pointed to the entrance of the villa, like a corpse collapsed on the ground. Binger. His face was covered in nosebleeds, and he froze, unable to see his face. But River North remembers. Share. You called I'll try to change it later. Place to go. Chapter 81. Waste your legs. Huajin Bei Miao. Take a day off. Sheltering sky palm. Shifting shadows. Xiao Yang instantly shifted to Bei Miao flat on the ground and raised his arm to land a sheltering sky palm fiercely on his face. This strike drove the berserk evil energy, forming a 3-meter-high palm print that blasted at the black rhino armor. Boom! Bei Miao was in a hurry and could only put his meteor gun across his body in an attempt to ward off the damage. But naturally, this level of defense was in front of the demonized Mace Ebenezer Scorpion. It was practically paper thin. With just one move of the sheltering sky palm, he once again slapped Bei Miao into the ground. The black rhinoceros armor half of his body lay in, and the messy rocks pressed down on Bei Miao's legs, and he only felt as if his chest had collapsed, and a strong sense of suffocation surged up. Is this dying? The meteor gun was shaken out 100 meters away from the aftermath of the strike of the sheltering sky palm and was nowhere to be found, while Xiao Yang had one foot on the helmet of the black rhinoceros armor. Ha! A rookie! Share! Bei Miao was chanting Ice's name as a child even before he died. Nay, Binger was unable to hear the response, as she was currently in the middle of a coma, her face covered in blood as she entered a beautiful dream. In her dream, she seemed to see her brother Bei Miao as a child. That time, Bei Miao didn't choose to leave. Instead, he transformed into the invincible black rhino armor and stood in front of her, eliminating the alien beasts, free her from the king of the realm and break the cage of captivity. But that's just fantasy. Having eaten 2 moves of sheltering sky palm hard, even the black rhino armor with the strongest defense couldn't hold up for long now, and Bei Miao could only feel his consciousness starting to blur. The energy drained away at breakneck speed. Bei Kai was shocked. He didn't expect the mace to interceptor could actually be powerful to such an extent. Just now he was still fighting with him in a tie with Bei Miao. Now it's actually lying in the ground like a dead dog. Simply unbelievable. Tannen and Mundo also reacted, and when the two went to look down at Shizhao again, they realized that the idiot had disappeared at some point. I can't believe I ran away. What's going on? He ran too fast. I didn't even feel a thing. Did he use some special means? Temple South recalled that Xiao Yang's kind of ability to travel through space, but how could a piece of trash like Shizhao possess it? So there is only one truth, and that is, someone rescued Shizhao. Temple South's clever intellect, once again, occupied the high ground. Other than that, he really couldn't think of any other reason, but he could only be exasperated and call it quits. Wondong snorted coldly, "Humph! Count him lucky. Next time I will make sure that he has no good consequences." Well said. Tannen nodded. Inside the room, Tang Shirshir. She saw the purple-black magic crystal float up from the air just now, sweeping a black light towards Shizhao's body. Then Shizhao was gone. It seemed to be swallowed into space. This movement Xiao Yang must have sensed it. As for why she deliberately let Shizhao go, she really didn't know what the reason was. Could it be that Xiao Yang was trying to exterminate the boss base camp? That should be the only possibility. Returning the perspective to Bei Miao. At this point, Xiao Yang held the mace in one hand to the devil's heavenly sword and swished towards the chest of the black rhinoceros armor. And the speed was so fast that it did not give Bei Miao any chance to react. It was called a decisive strike. Swish! Bei Miao stared wide-eyed, feeling his life passing by, and he seemed to see those former seniors of the Mizukage village beckoning to him. Mouthfuls of, "We've come to take you away." No! Bei Miao let out a wail of despair, but it was to no avail. As the mace was pulled out with the devil's heavenly sword, Xiao Yang landed a sheltering sky palm on his legs. Boom! The evil energy exploded, only to see the black rhino armor disintegrate on the spot, revealing a bloodied Bei Miao, who had received injuries of varying degrees in various places. Both legs were even broken outright. A sword wound also appeared in his chest, directly through his spine. Li Xinan saw this scene, but he could do nothing. One can only stand over there helplessly, shouting something about bonds and friendship. There's some moralizing going on. But how could Xiao Yang leave him? Backhanded another GABA move with the sheltering sky palm. Delivered to your door. Sheltering sky palm. Xiao Yang flat ground instantaneous transfer to Li Xian Nan in front of. Lift up a palm, violently fall on the inflammatory dragon armor abdomen. This move down to him to shoot the cool spit acid water. Bang! The inferno dragon armor flew out backwards like a red meteor, directly hitting the wall of the villa's periphery, almost gouging out and falling to the ground with the force. Li Xinan's whole body bones are trembling. He can't even stand up for a while. Bai Mia. It's me. Harmed you. He seemed to be thinking that it was because he hadn't persuaded Bei Miao. It led to this one, unfortunately, to a major disaster. Bei Miao fainted from the pain, but Li Xian Nan was still conscious. Hence, Xiao Yang directly put down harsh words. Today, I beat you up just because I can't stand to see your style. 3 times they come to me for trouble, and then the next time, Bei Miao and Li Xian Nan. I will kill you both. Jesus came to come and go to hell. With that, he turned around and walked over to Ice and grabbed her head. Smiled. Take that wasted dog on the ground and get the hell out of my house, ERP base members. I'm afraid you're going to have one more Hogan crew member. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang's smile froze. His voice was cold. Stealing my motorcycle? I'll waste your legs. It was only here that Li Xinan realized the truth of everything that had happened. The motorcycle was actually the owner of this armor in the pouring rain that day, and Bei Miao snatched his motorcycle and ran to him several times to pretend to be a man. That's why Xiao Yang stepped in and hit Bei Miao twice in a row. Li Xinan braced himself to get up. He saw that the black rhino summoner was nowhere to be seen and looked back. Found Xiao Yang holding a pair of summoners in his hand and casually threw them on the ground. Like garbage. The mace then used Interceptor to step on the black rhino summoner with one foot, directly crushing this pair of special materials that had been created into smithereens. Li Xian Nan had a moment of fear. He didn't dare to stay longer. In his head was Mijin's voice constantly ringing in his ears, making him gradually a little annoyed. He saw Bei Miao lying in the pit. His legs were in disarray, full of bright red blood, and his bones and flesh were a bit rotten. If it wasn't for the black rhino armor protecting him before he died, I'm afraid Bei Miao now has no lower body. First, there was silence for a while. Li Xinan did not dare to stay longer. He picked up Bei Miao on his back and walked towards the outside of the villa. The speed of the Yanlong armor was not as fast as the Wind Eagle though. But after all, it was light and shadow armor, and its speed was not something that an unusual carrier could catch up with. Soon, disappeared into the villa. Xiao Yang's home is a bit out of shape though. But fortunately, the damage was all to the courtyard, and the villa as a whole was not much affected. Just go back and get some laborers to fix it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the right to use the Darkwood Shadowstone permanently. Interesting. Next up, I think it's Earth and Gold. Zhizhawa. Do you really think you can run away? A teasing smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth. You, none of you. P.S. The author has a fever today and feels like his brain is going to collapse, so I'll have to start with one more chapter. First vacation of the month, mwahaha. The press. Chapter 82 Controlling Binger. Getting the Dark Earth Shadow Stone. Ding. Release mission. Control Ice. Upon completion you will receive. Reward, Dark Earth Shadow Stone. When Xiao Yang saw this, he was a bit puzzled. After all, it seemed that he had not possessed the ability to control humans, right? Unless it was for Ares, this old Inbi, to use some means. Yeah. He had Ares as a gold finger, although he promised this old Den to resurrect and find a human body in the future. It's not up to him to say exactly when. Old Den, come out to work. Boy, are you trying to do something. Ares had been boarding inside Xiao Yang, relying on evil energy to keep himself awake, after by swallowing a large amount of negative energy. Completely able to live without relying on Xiao Yang, he could board inside other people and keep living as long as there was negative energy. This is the case with high-latitude organisms. Xiaoyang maced to interdictor disintegration. He held a black and purple two-dimensional code, walked to the ice child, crouched down, one hand grabbed her head and lifted it upward. The QR code was taped to her forehead. Go! Control her for me. Ares was a bit speechless but did as he was told. After all, he had been used as a tool, more or less with a little temper. I can't help it. Only to see that the purple and black QR code exuded majestic evil energy attached to Binger's entire body, and her entire head was wrapped inside. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and flashed a black light. Her dull gaze looked towards Xiaoyang. The injuries on her body prevented Binger from managing to stand up, only on the ground. That's what's going on. Huh? Xiaoyang let out a laugh as he asked, Old Deng, how is the control you gave her? A mere mole cricket is nothing to me. I implanted a command for her to obey you unconditionally and without rebellion or be sanctioned by the evil energies. In severe cases, the consciousness is directly obliterated. Ares said flatly. He didn't even think of Ice as a human being. After all, a mole was nothing more than a slightly larger bug in his eyes. Having lost her usefulness, Ice was nothing, just trash that could be discarded at the drop of a hat. Though she was also miserable in the special, wandering for many episodes because of a bad orange quote and ending up possessed by the evil water guardian. But that's the specials. Xiaoyang would not be merciful because of this. If he dared to touch the people around him, he would need to pay a painful price. This was his bottom line. Don't you like Bei Miao very much? Then I'll waste his legs, so that you can never love each other. That's what it takes to piss me off. Good job, Old Den. The body thing. What's the rush? Wait until I find you the right person. The delivery guy and the one on a 3-wheeled motorcycle would be great. Don't even think about this. They all have great karma on them. If you really board up there, it won't be long before you're dust. Ares naturally will not believe in the matter of the great cause and effect. In his heart he is invincible, as long as he gets the mace to the interdictor summoner. Even if an emperor appears, he had the guts to go up and compare a few. According to the mace to interceptor setting, even the galaxy's strongest Shura armor is no match for it, and needs to be upgraded to prison face Shura. If it's an ordinary emperor of Lai Ziyang, maybe it's not really a match, but Xiaoyang is full rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: Dark Earth Shadow Stone. Another task accomplished. Xiaoyang walked over to Fang Zhong and took out the Dark Earth Shadow Stone from any pocket. Only for a moment when he had just taken it out, a blaze filled Fang Zhong's eyes. Hurriedly stretching out his hands, he was about to take them in his hands. Thank you, Brother Yang. From now on, you are the summoner of the Dark Earth Land Tiger armor. Hope City still has you guys to guard as far as the ERP base is concerned. That group of people can't be relied on. Xiaoyang was also very good at drawing big cakes. But the difference was that he was giving something real. This was a Dark Earth Shadow Stone. If the ERP base group was afraid that they wouldn't even give a Light Shadow Stone. In the future, it will also cut off summoning privileges and replace them with new players. How does that make the old team play? Fang Zhong smothered the large pie in one bite, froze, and his face was filled with a smile. Brother Yang, I'll definitely try my best to kill monsters in the future. Well, I'm relieved that you've come to that realization. Xiaoyang patted Fang Zhong's shoulder, then crossed the ice child toward the house. As for how to cross, that you do not care. The finer points. Sure. How does it feel to summon armor for the first time? Still. Xiaoyang looked at Tang Shirshir, who was standing inside the room fuming. She was holding the tsunami summoner in her hand and looked a bit very clumsy. It's inevitable that the first summoning will be confusing. He can understand. After all, it's not like everyone like him is a gifted player. Vomited for a moment after violently slaying the alien beast. Tang Shirshir didn't seem to vomit. It seemed that she wasn't too bad in terms of talent, and she had a strong mental capacity, but unfortunately she wouldn't be able to go to college in the short term. That's a relationship that still needs to be found early. Xiaoyang, you're not hurt. Tang Shirshir walked up to Xiaoyang. She looked him up and down and realized that besides her hair being a bit messy from the wind, that's not even a scratch on the body to be seen. Whether Xiaoyang was injured or not, perhaps Armored Team 2 didn't know. But the monsters must have suffered old age anyway, as well as the crazy woman lying on the ground. Almost didn't get killed. He touched one hand to the top of Tang Shirshir's head, rubbed it and smiled. How could I possibly be injured? These monsters, they can't hurt me half as much. But it's you. Xiaoyang said. He let go of his hand and looked at Tang Shusher's arms, somewhat helpless. You seem to have been beaten up, right? How is it? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Tang Shusher giggled. She took the initiative to hold Xiaoyang's waist. He looked down and could see that on the originally white and flawless lotus root arm, a quite large bruise appeared. The smiles all tightened a bit. If he hadn't given Tang Shusher the armor, then wouldn't she be dead by now? If that kind of thing really happened, he would definitely use the Emperor's power, Mace to use the Interdictor Summoner, go back in time to directly rescue Tang Shusher, and then exterminate Binger and Shizhao to vent his anger, right? In time, according to the influence of the evil spirit on his character, something terrible might happen. Blue Star all had to reboot once. Seeing Xiaoyang somewhat silent, Tang Shusher raised her head, and she noticed his gaze, which seemed to be looking up her arm. Loosening the small arm that was hugging Xiaoyang's waist, she lifted her hand and placed it on his face. Xiaoyang, don't blame yourself. You've always tried your best to protect us. You're right. It's all because of those monsters. It's time for me to go on a purge, and I won't spare any of those who hurt you. After Xiaoyang finished, he looked at Binger and let out a cold laugh. You have the Shadow Realm base in your memory, I believe. There is. Binger's consciousness belonged to a semi-conscious state. She would have preferred to die, but now she couldn't even commit suicide, God forbid. Just answer Xiaoyang. Shadowbuster is going to fall. He still has 7 magic stickers in his hand. Guess what he will directly explode with Xiaoyang? Or will he be pinched to death by a handful of them? The Shift. Chapter 83. Dark Earth Shadow Stones gathered, chasing after Oxymore. At those words, Xiaoyang smiled. Shadowbane, your death is imminent. I will kill you. I'll make sure your bones are gone. Evil energy to break the shackles in the continuous promotion even once exceeded once Aries, if the energy full level is 100. Then, now Xiaoyang, it must be 150. Xiao Shui quietly sat on the sofa as she softly said, Yang, are you going to destroy those monsters alone? Don't worry, sis. Xiaoyang looked at the 5 people in the doorway as he pointed at them. The 6 of us together, what is a Shadow Realm base? Even if the strongest monster, the Black Demon Beast, were to make an appearance, would likewise be no match for us. The 5 nodded their heads vigorously one by one as they saw Xiaoyang's strength. The heart was in the right place. There's a bright future to follow such a big man. Ding! Release the mission. Detection of 2 oxymorons about to appear in the City of Hope. Please host. Burst the ugly demon biker. Reward. Darkness Gold Shadow Stone. Seeing the system interface, a smile appeared on his face. The difference was that this time it was full of rampant flavor, and Xiaoyang had his teammates. I just felt a surge of energy in my heart. Cool. Jersey was worried that he hadn't gotten the light and shadow stones. Eyeing the 4, and looking at their smug looks, a pang of jealousy ran through his heart until his chickens turned green. When Xiaoyang saw it, he took out the dark golden shadow stone from his carry-on pocket and handed it out. Jersey, this is the dark golden shadow stone. Future. It's yours. Hearing this voice full of compulsion, Jersey also got the dark golden shadow stone without hesitation, and the smile on his face couldn't be held back then. Ha ha ha. It's a genuine golden shadow stone. I'm taking off. Jersey held it in his hand, feeling only a rare treasure, his face full of yearning, itching to transform immediately and do a bit of neck twisting. Tannen wrapped an arm around Jersey's neck and laughed. Ha ha ha. The 5 of us brothers together can swallow the world. Noticing Xiaoyang, who was staring at them from the side, Tingnan quickly changed his words. Of course, fighting the world is definitely for Brother Yang. We're all a bunch of military generals, only Yang is the real emperor. Hey, look at my mouth. We're not the Black Snake Society. It's all about protecting our City of Hope and becoming big, respected heroes. Hearing Temple South say that, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. He still proved to be very prestigious. He glanced at the settings for controlling the 5 Dark Shadow Stones from his system, and there was an extra program in there that was 5-in-1 into the Dark Emperor. There's also an important setting that actually converts into a summoner. The system is real helpful, and this is scheduled. Listen, I'm sensing the presence of 2 Orcsers in Hope City right now. There was also a more powerful one that seemed to be called Cold-Blooded Biker. Remember, don't kill him. Save it for wool gathering later and just scrap it for him. When the 5 people heard Xiaoyang's words, they were instantly energized. Katai held out a finger and realized, "Ah, I got it." "Oh, Katai, you know something." Wendo was still a little surprised. When did Katai get so smart? All they heard was that an evil monster had appeared, and that as a summoner they should take care of it. But was Kita Kai hearing the meaning? Is there a hint? Bei Kai had an excited look on his face. "This is called cutting leaks. If we give the monsters a total defeat at once, how are we going to find their lair later? I'm afraid we've been hiding in there for a long time and not coming out, which adds to the difficulty of our search. It makes us look like we're two-timing and letting go of important leaders to find us more monsters to kill. Hey, have you guys ever heard of sustainability? I bet that's what it means." The remaining four sniffed as inspiration flashed through their minds. It's really something like that. What if they are scared of them all at once and hide out? So spare the chief and let him go back to lead the monsters in another charge. Then they keep wiping out and finally find the base camp to round up. Katai is a ing genius. Yang is really level-headed too. Not bad for their boss. "Kai, you kid can do it." Jersey patted North Kai on the shoulder in great approval, and he felt roughly the same way. Xiao Yang was silent as he took out 5 pairs of summoners from his system. "Come on, hand over the black shadow stones in your hands. I'll replace them with summoners that are easy to carry for you, and teleport you to your destination in a while." "Okay." Soon, the 5 wore brand new black summoners with some different colors. They correspond to red, blue, black, white, and brown. Xiao Yang walked outside the villa as to whether he was going to. Does the answer? He had become the boss, and things that dropped his style like fighting small monsters were of course left to his subordinates, just so he could train them in combat with the oculators. It's like an experience pack for nothing. The 5 walked together behind Xiao Yang. They mounted their respective motorcycles and waited to depart as instructed by Xiao Yang, only to see, swish! In front of them opened an immense golden door frame, just enough to accommodate 5 people's motorcycles at the same time, except for Tenant, who was one by himself. The remaining 4 are in groups of 2 each. Xiao Yang exhorted, "Remember, Oxer hasn't shown his face yet. If you see any suspicious people on the street, don't let them go, and you'll definitely get something out of them. We're the armor summoners, the equivalent of the police, and we can't let those orcas do their dirty work. It's important to take precautionary measures. Depart." With Xiao Yang's command, he left the range of the door frame. 3 motorcycles were then seen rushing into the door frame and disappearing. Well, efficiency can be done. The 5 left. What about Xiao Yang? Enjoy the cozy first. Incidentally interrogate Ice about the Shadow Realm base. Wait for it, Shadowbuster. Tomorrow I will be at your doorstep. The community will deliver a superb warmth and take you to the western paradise of ultimate bliss to meet Lord Buddha. 3 motorcycles are riding down the street. At the moment in the afternoon, this street is on the low side of the flow of people. The naked eye can see the people walking, want to find the suspicious person, difficulty plummeted. Only to see that there were 2 people riding electric motors and riding around on the streets, and although the Armor 2 team was doing the same, they at least knew how to be polite. It's not flying in people's faces. These 2 are different. Riding a little electric motor almost got into the face of an old grandpa, and actually played warble in the street. "I'm Nima's. It's the first time I've seen someone so arrogant." North Kai, "How so?" Wendo, "Do it." Tannen, "Wait. Let's see what happens first." Fangzhong, "Holy, so crazy." Jersey, "Go, go." Only the 2 were still shouting some kind of hot words. Yahoo! Go, let's go. Can't stand it. Temple South eventually also lost his mind, twisting the throttle and then tailed behind this small electric motorcycle. 5 people riding 3 motorcycles wildly. Almost did not give 2 people scared silly, where they have seen this formation. If you didn't know, you'd think they were coming over to chop people up. What's coming after us? Through the rearview mirror, the man on the little electric motorcycle was a little confused. Sitting in the back seat, another man looked behind him as he exclaimed, "Faster! Faster! Oops! Faster! They're coming at us, they're coming at us, they're coming at us. Come on! Come on! Come on! Naya! I'm screwed full." Riding a small electric motorcycle man, the guts are almost broken. He vaguely remembered the last time he saw this kind of scene. It seems to be 2007. This new book to debut soon. Armorer. The opening schoolgirl stole my emperor's belt. A personal favor and a 5-star review. The Shift. Chapter 84. The righteous siege was victorious. Riding a small electric motorcycle, two people has not driven far. They saw a black cross-country motorcycle in front of the wildly over, directly adrift across the road, the only way back to the two people blocked. Tenant tilted his head as he touched his sunglasses. Trying to run away. What? Are you guys being thieves? You did something wrong and you're actually only thinking of running away. Ha! That's it. Behind them, two motorcycles came at the same time, blocking the side road and leaving the two men's small electric motorcycle sandwiched in the middle, like a meat sandwich. The three motorcycles present a triangle because of the stability it provides. Kitai got straight off the motorcycle, wearing a black rhino armor summoner on his wrist as he grabbed the man sitting on the back of the small motorcycle, smiling coldly. Recently, many monsters like you have appeared in the City of Hope, and what I hate the most are you scourges. He goes around bullying innocent civilians just because he has a few strengths. I have to show you guys something today. Hearing Bei Kai's mouthful of cauldron on their heads, the man was instantly anxious. He was gripped by Bei Kai but still pointed at him. You guys don't dogpile on them. You who? Pretty good at pretending. Wondong got off the motorcycle. He walked to the man with his hands in his pockets. A slap raised his hand and smacked the other side of the face. The degree of ruthlessness of the hand is really nothing to say. Pop! This slap almost gave the man a concussion all the way out. His body stumbled and almost didn't fall to the ground, looking at Wendon with a face full of shock. Obviously not expecting it, he actually dared to slap his hand on his face. The man covered his face. You asshole! Pop! Get out! Pop! Ah! Pop! Pop! Another and another and another slap, this time can give the man slapped confused. He simply do not know what he did wrong, frozen in place looking at Wendon. I didn't say anything this time, so why are you hitting me? Should I let you go if I don't tell you? What a beautiful thing you're thinking. Wondong justified himself, and Jersey on the side sneered. Although you guys are not doing anything right now, but it's a special time, it's about precaution in the front. Quickly, show yourselves to me. Quick, show yourself to me. Fang Zhong kicked the biker man's body, froze without any mercy, and barely jumped up for a handful of CPR. Bei Kai's face was filled with coldness. Quickly show yourself to me. Show yourself. He was holding a pan in his hand and whistling it at the man who had fallen to the ground. There was no need to be soft when dealing with Oxer. As for why it was determined that the two men were Occidental. Nonsense. They're the two that are the craziest. Decent people who would be so arrogant. Wendo pointed at the two men. Ming people, you're not doing anything right now, but you're the oxymoron. You, what are you doing? You guys. Believe it or not, we call the police. The biker man lying on the ground. He wailed vigorously, somewhat unable to suppress the negative energy in his body, causing black smoke to rise all over his body. This made the 5 men of Armor 2 even more convinced that the 2 men in front of them were oxygen becoming. Thus, pop! Another slap across the face of the guy in the car. You're really too funny. I can't believe thieves are shouting to catch thieves. I wasn't the one who yelled. Quick, show yourself to me. Just like this, chatting 2 people holding their heads on the ground, countless punches and kicks fell from the sky and landed on them, hitting the 2 people that called a bruised nose and a swollen face. Ow, wow! The man in the car, who took advantage of the 5 men's firepower focusing on the man on the bike, rolled and crawled to escape from the 5 men's encirclement, fear permeating his entire body. Ah! A burst of black gas exploded out and his face transformed into a cockroach head, covered in pitch-black colored armor that glinted a bit metallic in the sun's light. Deception! Not waiting for the beetle man to continue saying something, only to see the 5 people stop their righteous siege. A wicked smile appeared on their faces. Waiting for now. Otherwise they really wouldn't be able to explain themselves when the police came later, but since they were fighting a monster, everything had a reasonable explanation. Inferno Dragon Armor, Wind Eagle Armor, Black Rhino Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, Snow Mastiff Armor, Merge, X5. As 5 loud and clear roars of various animals rang out, only 5 sets of armor appeared in front of the beetle man, and the transformation scene was incredibly cool. They are the 5 major light and shadow armors of Fire's Inferno Dragon, Wood's Wind Eagle, Water's Black Rhinoceros, Earth's Earth Tiger, and Gold's Snow Mastiff. Armor combination X5. Oh, good thing you transformed. Yeah, it'll be great again. Flatten him. No good, he actually ran away. Stop, don't run. Only to see the beetle man, frightened legs are trembling. He did not have the slightest hesitation, turned around and walked away, directly leaving behind that good big brother who had followed for many years. You ask him why? Blow awesome yet. You let him fight with these 5 sets of cool black smoking armor. Simply let him kill himself. Even if it does not smoke, it is still 5 sets of IG armor. A 1-2-3 advantage on me? What a joke. Then believe it or not, I'll die 5 times in 5 seconds. Help! Help! Killing! Kill the monster! The beetle man roared along, with the 5 sets of armor in hot pursuit behind him. They simply didn't want to let go of this one oxymoron. After all, this was a mission given by Yang. Say what you will to finish it, and never let this one oxymoron get away. As for the later one, then you stay out of it for a while. Let's kill this one first. Wondong Wind Eagle armor was so fast that he leapt up more than 10 meters high and directly landed in front of the beetle man with a smooth air slide. Wind Eagle sword. 2 backhanded sword swings at the beetle man. Swish! Swish! These 2 swords went down, almost didn't take the beetle man as a takeaway, only to see as if the metal like armor. 2 deep marks appeared under the power of these 2 swords, revealing green-colored flesh and blood, and still spiking outward with unknown and disgusting liquid. Just looking at it makes your stomach turn. Bei Kai didn't hesitate, immediately seizing the moment the beetle man stiffened. A water character post appeared in front of him, and he flung his arms back. The whole body was pierced through the water character post, and the figure rushed in like a large semi-trailer traveling at high speed. Bang! The black rhinoceros armor slammed into the beetle man, taking him over 5 meters high, his back armor shattering out over a large area, revealing soft flesh and blood. Tannen twists the turnbuckle around his waist. Seal the devil's chopper. Raising the fiery blade in his hand, he swung it violently towards the beetle man in the sky. Boom! Under a dazzling fire, the beetle man exploded into ashes on the spot. Not even the human being's original body was revealed under the terrifying might of the demon sealing chop. It was reduced to nothing in an instant. After all this, the 5 people then saw originally fell to the ground riding motorcycle man, do not know when to climb up. Actually, driving a small motorcycle is intended to skedaddle. However, flaming dart. Swish! A cracking sound rang out. The Shift. Chapter 85. Oh, Jin Bei Miao is desperate. The flaming dart hits the biker guy with precision. Swish! Blood splattered on the spot. He didn't even have time to transform into an orcus. Only the lower half of his body belonged to the beast type, and the upper half of his body was broken on the ground with black smoke still coming out of it. No! In the villa, Xiaoyang sat on the big leather sofa. He saw the system beep in his head and couldn't help but have a relaxed smile on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Oxygen. Not bad. These were the credits of Armor Team 2. The monsters they killed using the dark armor would be converted into bounties and distributed to Xiaoyang here. He was crossing his legs at the moment, finally experiencing the joy of being a capitalist. The heart is so beautiful. Xiaoyang is a real, purely by killing monsters turned into a multimillionaire. The bruise on Tang Shishi's small arm recovered. It was Xiaoyang who used the power of the bloodline of wood. He possessed 5 bloodlines. Minor injuries could help others heal in the blink of an eye and would not harm himself. She sat beside Xiao Shui, a bit formal but with a happy smile on her face, and some fruits in front of her, among which was lychee. Xiao Shui went through another treatment. She can now manage to move freely. Her injuries basically recovered to the peak, and the only drawback, it's that those big white legs have some scars on them, which affects her beauty, and she doesn't like to wear those things called black silk on weekdays, only like bare legs. Yang, what are you going to do with her? Her? Serve us as a maid. After all, that's what she deserves. When I destroy the shadow bastard, I will clean him up myself. Xiaoyang decided Binger's fate in just a few words. After all, if not for the fact that this bastard was somewhat useful, whoever she is, Xiaoyang would kill them all without mercy. Currently, the Shadow Realm base, he learned of the exact location, but there was no rush to overwrite it, and it wouldn't be too late for him to go over there when he stayed in Hope City for 2 more days. Xiao Shui didn't say anything against it. She thought, he couldn't control Xiaoyang himself a long time ago. Ah Yang, no matter what you do, sister will always support you. Well, don't worry. After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he looked at Binger, who was standing in front of the TV set. She regained some consciousness, but was unable to do any active resistance. Ares' advanced control art for the Blue Star people is a descending blow. Think of the beginning of a ceiling battle intent, directly let Su Tingfei lost the means to fight. At one point, he controlled him to take Yuzu captive, and the spell was more of a handy trick for Ares to perform. Ice was dressed in a maid's outfit. Knee-high stockings were standard on one pair of legs. She blushed in shame, usually staying in the shadow realm in clean, sharp clothes just to be in a fight and be able to perform. But now it's kind of what's going on. What the hell are you trying to do? What do I want to do? Xiao Yang, however, just burst into a cold laugh. I should be the one to ask you, what do you want to do? Dare to lay hands on my loved ones? You'd better be able to give me a reasonable explanation. Saying that, he disappeared into the sofa and appeared in front of Binger. A hand grabbed her throat and lifted her in mid-air. The current Xiao Yang was extremely strong physically. No ordinary Orxier is a match for him. Ice can't breathe as she's being choked and her legs keep flopping like a drowning beast. In the ERP base, Bei Miao was seriously injured and he was carried all the way to the medical room by Li Xian Nan. Lying asleep in the dormant warehouse, his legs are a bloody mess, and his knees have long been crushed and fractured, if not for the fact that Xiao Yang deliberately left his hand. I'm afraid. The lower half of Bei Miao was now gone. Instead of slumbering, it was more like Bei Miao passed out. He couldn't accept the reality and didn't want to wake up to face it, his consciousness gradually sinking to the bottom. To his amazement, he realized that his eyes were unconsciously open to a world filled with white mist and saw an immortal, the old man of the sacred mountain. Of course, nothing that happened to him here would be known to Li Xinnan and the others, as they were still in the outside world at the moment, recounting what had happened to Mi Jin. Mei Jun glanced at the dormant warehouse Bei Miao. Wait for him to wake up next time. I'm afraid I don't know is the monkey years and months. For the sake of today's solution, the only way was to inject the gene potion once more, relying on the constant reorganization of the body cells to restore its functions until it was healthy at the cost of damaging the water bloodline. Only once that's done, although Bei Miao's strength would be greatly enhanced in a short period of time, his life expectancy would be similarly lowered, and he would originally only be able to live to the age of 50. But now, I'm afraid I've reached the end of my life at 30. Is that really the right thing to do? Mi Jin deliberated carefully, and as she thought about it, perhaps a way to repair the water bloodline would appear in the future, now that ERPs were in short supply of battle power. Qin Zhong's Earthland Tiger armor has not yet dealt with the alien beasts. If it is rash action will certainly be injured. Now ERP base cannot lose the summoner again. Whatever. Xian Nan. Give Bei Miao another injection of the gene potion. What, Mi Jin? But didn't you say that the other day? Although the gene potion can enhance the human body's function, but this belongs to is an overdraft. Let's say that Bei Miao's bloodline is 83 now, and after injecting damage to 73, it will then be raised to 93 in a short period of time. But that means the gene potion has overdrawn his potential, and he'll never be able to break above 93 again in the future. And the lifespan will also reach 30, right? This is the first time Li Hsian Nam has challenged Mi Jin, and while he's breaking up the rapprochement a bit by doing so, he can't stand by and watch her make the wrong decision. Bei Miao, as an armor summoner, had injected a genetic potion once before, and although he had now become an exempted gold, it wasn't so bad that he would be completely wasted. In the future, there is every chance of recovering to the peak, but once injected with a genetic agent, the kind of thing that drains the potential of love, if it is the first time to use it is okay, it does not affect the potential at most pay a little life, but the second time can be costly. All the bloodlines in their bodies will be affected. Hey Xian Nan. Mei Jun glanced at Li Xian Nan, who had a serious face. We now long ago have no choice. 4999 is this year, and this is the most powerful year for the evil shadow demons. If our ERP base can't stand up to them, then the other summoners alone will definitely not be able to defeat the shadow demons, and only our 5 elements armor has the ability to completely seal them. This is not a joke, but a responsibility. Xinnan, you should understand me, right? For the sake of our ERP base, for the future of all mankind, we must be ready to sacrifice at any time. Hearing this impassioned words of Mei Jun, Li Xian Nan could not say any rebuttal voice, and had no choice but to let her go to fetch the gene potion. He walked to Bei Miao and sighed, "Hey, so young. Pity." After saying that, Li Xian Nan went back to his room. He decided to train seriously, at least to do it in such a way that he would not be punched into the wall by the emperor next time. In fact, that was a slap. Just Li Xinnan did not see clearly, naively thought that it was the emperor's full force, but in fact it was just a fart. Similar to that. The Shift. Chapter 86 Open Doors. Community Warming. Start pushing the plot hard. I found out that I can't even get through a copy of Light and Shadow with 20 what. Duan Muyen returned to the ramen store, and a light smile appeared on his face when he saw Ma Ling standing in front of the counter packing up her things. Spirit, it's so late and you're still cleaning up. It's Duanmu. Duanmu, how are you doing going out after that gang this time? Well, they're Orcus. I found. The monsters seem to be hiding more discreetly in Hope City lately. It's surprising that they haven't been coming out. Duan Muyen was a bit helpless, recalling that she had chased after the oxygenator for a long half-day on her Baka colt, and was actually cut off by the boy named Xiaoyang who appeared the last time. The heart can't help but feel a little resentful. These are clearly the monsters that belong to him. At least leave him a knot. The result is a breath of air all settled. But Duan Muyen wasn't complaining, just cricketing Xiaoyang in her heart. After all, working for half a day for nothing, but any normal person's heart will not be too balanced. Hearing that, Ma Lingling nodded. Yes, those monsters are really well hidden. However, I have heard that there has been a big thief in the city recently. It is said to specialize in robbing the rich, but it is a character. And after he robbed, he actually gave all the money inside the poor rural district. Although it is morally wrong for him to do so, but I think he's nice, a good person, but then, since he did something like stealing, it also needs to be punished by the law. Ma Lingling's words were not bad, although what this little thief was doing, in theory, was right. But it was only in theory. It's just wrong on a moral level and should be punished by the law. I'm sure it goes without saying that we all know who this person is. Duan Muyen's specialized martial arts. Wu Gang's savior. Duan Muyen followed and nodded. Indeed, to be able to keep robbing without being discovered, this kind of person must not be simple. Either they are superhuman, either that or Oxer. Yeah, although he's not harming anyone right now, but there's no telling what he might do. And he doesn't seem to be the only one stealing. Ma Lingling said, based on the reporter's information. She saw a blurry picture on the news with a strange crow's head on top. How would a normal person wear a hat like that? In other words, it's not a hat at all, it's Oxer's head. This big thief was the next target for Duan Muyen and Ma Lingling. In the dark cave, Shi Zhao limped back. He was seriously injured and lost the ability to summon the snow mastiff armor for a short period of time. He needed to recuperate for a while. Shadowbane saw the severely injured Shi Zhao, and he had a touch of shock in his eyes. It was important to know that he had deployed 2 exotic beasts this time. In particular, there was also Shi Zhao, a golden snow mastiff summoner, who had undergone strict training in the Shadow Realm and had extraordinary strength. This was an existence that could be compared to an exotic beast. Shi Zhao, what exactly happened? Why didn't Binger come back along? Shadowbane looked towards Shi Zhao, who was leaning against the wall. He was filled with incomprehensibility, not knowing what kind of existence the two had met. How could such a seamless plan fail? It wasn't as if the two were directly rooted to the pile of people and were rounded up, or else with the power of the 2 great exotic beasts and the snow mastiff of gold. How could you get beaten up and lose even ice? It's a big loss. Shi Zhao gasped as he said, Overlord, The attack was met with 4 pairs of armor. Znami, respectively, and 3 pairs of cool, black smoking inferno dragon, wind eagle and black rhino. 3 pairs of armor. Especially when 2 more pairs of armor appear behind us. They are genuine yen long and black rhino. Such opponents we simply cannot deal with, had thought of withdrawing. But who would have thought that another pair of black and red armor named Interceptor would appear? If I hadn't escaped so quickly, I'm afraid I would have gone to heaven. Shi Zhao said. He was full of fear. If it wasn't for the black domain in his roommate's magic crystal forcing himself away, I'm afraid that he would have been left behind with Binger. Shadowbane, on the other hand, was confused as to what was going on. 7 suits of armor. Blowing awesome yet. There are also 2 pairs of inferno dragons and black rhinos at the same time. What a cool black smoke. Shadowbane's already small IQ felt a bit burned in an instant, and he carefully ran through half a day before he could figure out what Shi Zhao meant by that. That is to say, the alien beasts he shot this time were all wiped out, and under the siege of the 7 sets of armor, Shi Zhao managed to escape, living up to the name of a weapon cultivated by the Realm King. Finally, Shadowbane's clever intellect once again took the high ground, and he was filled with disdain. Humph! It's useless even if there's more armor. When I create more exotic beasts this time, let's see if I don't smash them to pieces. By the way, Shi Zhao, you first go down to recuperate for a while. As for Binger, Oh, waste, let her die. It's 1,000 times lucky if something with no use value doesn't reveal the hiding place of our base. Shadowbane wouldn't send out an alien beast to save a tool, and besides, Ice might have turned into a corpse by now. Shi Zhao listened, he only felt a burst of irony. I did not think that the ice child in their eyes is actually just a tool. So, is it the same for yourself? He was just about to leave the cave to go to an unoccupied place to recuperate for a while. But soon, it was heard. Rumble. A violent shaking occurred in the cave, not knowing what was happening, only to see a burst of sky-high fire exploding outside, and high-temperature flames swept towards the cave. When Shadowbane saw this, he panicked and hurriedly used negative energy to block in front of him. Shi Zhao hurriedly burrowed into the back of the Shadow Bastard throne. After all, he was now losing his combat power. If he touched a wave of fire, I'm afraid that the whole person would disappear. What happened? Shadowbane was a bit confused, but no one knew the location of his base. Could it be? Ice, you asshole. How dare you betray our shadow realm? I'll make sure you know what it means to be worse than death. Shi Zhao was also thinking, could it really be that Binger betrayed the shadow realm? But that's unlikely, right? Could it be that she was subjected to some kind of severe torture? Not waiting for the two to then think. A cold laugh then came from outside the cave. Shadowbane, get your ass out here. Open the door. Community delivery. It was the voice of Xiaoyang, who had directly teleported back and forth through the forest through the approximate coordinates that Ice had informed him of, taking the 5 members of the Armor 2 team with him. Together, they were airborne at the gate of the Shadowbane base. As for the fire just now, it was Xiaoyang who used the fire shadow stones and rubbed a fireball with his bare hands to explode on the cave. Mastering the 5 light and shadow stones is the same as having the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The 5 people in the south of the temple did not hesitate. Inferno Dragon Armor, Wind Eagle Armor, Black Rhino Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, Snow Mastiff Armor, Merge, X5. The 5 sets of light and shadow armor transformed and completed the merge in a flash, directly blocking the entrance to the Shadowbane base. If it wasn't for the fact that Binger didn't know about the Boundary King base, and now backhandedly went over to exterminate the Boundary King, this Boundary King is also a smart person, and actually wiped the memories of the 2 people, causing Ares to be unable to peer in. Could it be that the King of the Realm had thought of such a day? Chapter 87. 7 against 5 advantage on me. Fascinated confidence. Hearing the sound coming from outside the cave, Shi Zhao's tiger body shook as he leaned back against the back of his throne. Recalling yesterday's mace with Interceptor's might, it was nothing short of a horror, especially those 5 transforming sound effects, which were the Dark 5 Elements armor. Inferno Dragon, Wind Eagle, Black Rhinoceros, Earth Tiger, and Snow Mastiff. It's over. I'm afraid it's all in the balance. Boom! It was a rushing fire, only to see the outside of the cave violently torn open a huge mouth, and the rocks kept falling down, while in the smoke from the explosion. The 5 suits of armor slowly pushed forward and across the room while twisting the turnbuckles at their waists. Swish! 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 5 different colored posts of light appeared as they gripped the weapons in their hands. The Flaming Sword, Wind Eagle Sword, Water Armor Shield, Earth Splitter, Thunder Axe. Notice that Tenant is in the C position while Beikai and Mundo are on each side, and only lastly Fangzhong and Jersey are on the very outside. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, stood at the end. The real capitalist was the grand finale, and he was eager to see what kind of waves Shadowbuster could make. Only when he was at his most confident and smug, shattering everything he was so proud of, let him feel despair. That's the real fear. Go! With Xiaoyang's order, Temple South and the others didn't hesitate and continued to press forward. They deliberately slowed down their pace just to make Shadowbane summon the experience pack. After all, these could be good combat experiences which could be worth much more than just sealing them away, and as a leader he naturally had to think about the bigger picture. Shadowbar had long been stunned now. He stared dazedly at the 5 sets of light and shadow armor that appeared in front of him. He himself was a descendant of the Earth Shadow Village, so how could he not remember the appearance of the Earth Land Tiger armor? But in front of me, cool black smoke, black and brown armor with scarlet goggles, is a what? Look at the weapon in the hand. There's also a transformation sound effect which appears to be Earth Land Tiger armor. How is it possible? Earth Land Tiger armor. How did it become so evil? You, what on earth have you done? Shadowbane's heart was filled with shock. He gripped the magic sticker in his sleeve tightly. This would be his only hope of turning the tide. These days, He had stockpiled a large amount of negative energy and electricity, and if he failed would be torn to shreds by the 5 pairs of armor in front of him. And in his hand, there were only 7 magic stickers left. 7 on 5. Either way, even if they're dark armor, it's still an advantage to me. Fang Zhong did not reply to Shadowbuster's words. In his opinion, this stupid bastard in front of him was clearly a person who was going to die, and this figure was just like a tumor, which was disgusting to look at. There was no need to answer him at all, was there? Shadowbane doesn't care. Come out, my little baby. He drew out 7 magic patches in one hand and brushed them simultaneously into the grooves on the side of the throne. Wow! As these 7 magic stickers emanating golden energy were injected into them, it was as if an invisible shackle shattered and dark energy flowed out, madly devouring the negative energies surrounding the cave. The entire city of Hope's electrical energy was mobilized at this moment, including Shadowbane's electrical energy that had been hoarded for a while. This is certainly a crazy move, and if it fails, the entire base will be reduced to nothing. The energy of the alien beasts was too powerful, but it wasn't until countless currents exploded from the incubation chamber. The entire cave shook incessantly, and the walls were crawling with all sorts of pitch-black colored energies. Rumble! Seeing this, Shadowbane laughed rampantly in triumph. Ha 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 ha! You don't stand a chance, stupid armors. My little darlings are all unleashed. This time, no matter what, none of you will be able to escape. Shadowbane's eyes brought out a touch of ferocity, only to see him wave both hands. It was as if it was some ancient feudal superstitious godfather waving his arms around wildly, manipulating the flow of negative energy. Swish! This must be a huge aftershock. Seeing such a retarded Shadowbuster, the 5 people of Temple South pressed their laziness and stood in place without moving. Instead, the waiting experience packs appear. Fortunately, the fusion materials for these 7 exotic beasts had been prepared long ago. Otherwise, Shadowbane really wouldn't have been able to successfully summon them, which was a smart move. But that was all he could do. The entire cave was bright and dark, and 7 behemoths came out of the incubation chamber, with hideous and ugly heads that resembled all kinds of monsters, and one of them was covered in all kinds of slime, ugly to the extreme. Just let a person sweep a glance, feel sick at once. The air wafted a nasty smell, like what ants are rotted for 3 years. Separately, apricot beast, urikamushi, pus beast, the hungry wolf, the cicada, lizards, toad. The 7 alien beasts have different forms, and there is even a vicious wolf beast that is an S-class card, able to single-handedly kill the 3 major armors. If it is not for the critical moment to open up and use the Zen seal, it is not really sure that it can be resolved. In terms of speed, it simply crushed the Wind Eagle armor by a few blocks, which was one of the main reasons that made someone once jokingly called the most vegetable armor summoner. Rhinitis man! Roar! The roars of the 7 monsters rang out, and a purple-black magic crystal hung from the top of the cave, staring at one of the alien beasts, seemingly ready to take it away by force, along with Shizhao, who was hiding behind the throne. Because he knew he had no way out, he could only rely on the black domain in the magic crystal to force his way out. Ha 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 ha! Shadowbane, on the other hand, was still smiling broadly. He seemed to think that he was sure to win. After all, he had a powerful evil wolf beast in his possession, which was his only powerful undercard. The only high-level exotic beast in the 15 low-level magic stickers could be considered an extremely powerful existence. As for why he knew, for example, the other summoned only needed 100 energy, only he needed 300. That's just awesome. Armors, you're dead. Ha ha ha. It was a cold laugh that Temple South returned, and he looked at the ferocious monster in front of him, but it was full of disdain. It's only 7. I can't believe it gives you so much confidence. It seems we need to give you some credit. Brothers, follow me. I'll take the lead. Without saying a word, Beikai walked in front of the Inferno Dragon armor, holding the water armor shield forward at a fast and furious pace, and directly just stormed forward. The gab slammed into the evil wolf beast, but the alien beast was so fast that it actually dodged his punch, so it landed on the head of the demonic cicada beast. Bang! It was a dull metallic sound. The sparks on the demonic cicada beast's brain went straight down. The Wind Eagle armor was extremely fast. He followed up with a sword slash on the lily beast's body. Even if the exotic beasts had all sorts of abilities, they simply couldn't bring them into play in such a small space. The armors were a completely different story. After all, each of them doesn't have much in the way of ranged killing skills except for the Wind Eagle armor, and the former is mainly due to the fact that it can't be cast at speed. Let's just say that the Fangzhong Earth Tiger, standing on the ground, is having infinite energy. The evil wolf beast came straight at Temple South. Its sharp claws swung violently. The flaming sword blocked in front. The result of the evil wolf beast, a sudden disappearance. Swish! A backhanded swing on Jersey's back, so fast that only remnants remain. The Shift. Chapter 88 Zen Seal. 2 consecutive rounds of demon sealing chop. Swish! The claw slashed into Jersey's back, causing his body to lean forward a few steps. Bringing out some sparks and white smoke, the snow mastiff armor, that white eyes on a smear of killing intent. Yes, the dark form of the snow mastiff is white goggles, also commonly known as white eye. Damn you! Thunderclap. Jersey didn't spoil the evil wolf beast at all, as a chipped post appeared in front of him in an instant, and as the shocking thunder axe tapped on it, it turned into a burst of pure black energy that infused into the weapon. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous ringing sound, roaring out with a mastiff roar, the pure black chop swept out, forming a vertical chop that wildly blasted out. The power of the strike could be imagined, knowing that the snow mastiff armor was the one with the strongest attack power in the 5 elements of light and shadow armor. In the special drama, the highest level of the World King Beast is he killed. Ow! Evil wolf beast eyes see snow mastiff armor suddenly crazy. He can only avoid its front. We must know that he is best at speed, is not defense, which if hit on a blow, afraid not the whole beast have to be in situ on the sky. Swish! At the critical moment, the evil wolf beast dodged this blow, which can be bitterly beaten by the magic cicada beast, although the number of alien beasts, but the black rhinoceros armor is really hanging fried. Actually one's own strength to carry the 3 big alien beasts of the attack. Boom! A dazzling explosion occurred on the demon cicada beast, only to see ghostly flames spreading across its body, accompanied by blue arcs of electricity, as the little prince of the empty grandeur on the sidelines saw. Turning the plate on his waist, a stabbing post appeared directly, and the wind eagle sword lightly touched on it, followed by a fierce push to the front, and countless ice spikes formed out around it. Swish! Swish! The poor demon cicada beast, which didn't even have much of a movement, had gone up in place, its entire body stuck with ice thorns, and ended up in a wail of pain. Bang! Blowing up into a magic sticker, Wendon quickly put it away in his belt for fear of being revived by the dog thief Shadowbane again. After all, that would be more than worth it. Wow! Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, only to see Bei Kai's black rhinoceros armor charging towards the monster pile, holding a water armor shield that was just rampant, wildly smashing on the toad beast's brain. The toad beast held a steel fork and madly plunged it into the rhinoceros shoulder of the black rhinoceros armor, freezing and only dropping sparks, not much substantial damage. However, this breaking sound is not simple, only to see. Bang! The black rhinoceros armor suffered a heavy blow on its back, and the green figure stepped out of the darkness, the stealth ability of the lizard beast, who had just gulped out his tongue and slapped at Bei Kai's body. Wow! There was another long, cracking sound, only to see that the black rhino armor was just about to return fire when several vines were wrapped around his arms, including his waist and legs, and they were all controlled. Apricot beast. This made Bei Kai momentarily startled. What the hell? There is actually this kind of weird ability. Oh no. It's a wood attribute supernatural beast. Temple South, quickly come to my aid. Humph. I told you not to be so arrogant. Temple South sneered. The exotic beasts had not fused with humans this time, so they were unable to make a single sound, and the Temple South Inferno Dragon armor had just raised its flame crossbow in preparation for a few wild shots. A dense fog suddenly appeared in front of them. Bang! Bang! A few flames inexplicably exploded from the chest of the Inferno Dragon armor, only to see the monster, glowing purple all over his body, flicker past him and pick up a pus-covered beast covered in tumors attacking. Pop! A slip by Tannen and he's knocked to the ground. Fangzhong Earth Tiger armor was tangling with the evil wolf beast. His speed was not as good as the other parties, and he was hit hard a few times in a row, and he almost didn't fall on the ground, just like what happened to Temple South. Jersey reacted and quickly backed up his teammates, as did Vento. I'll help you. Wind Eagle Leg. Wendong did not say anything, he just flung out his Wind Eagle Leg in one go, instantly drawing it on the back of the evil wolf beast, although this S-card exotic beast was extremely fast. But after all, the dark armor wasn't a vegetarian, and with 2 pairs of armor attacking, even the S-card evil wolf beast was destined to be unable to cope. Of course, this goods also with a special skill, can be divided into 5 with the body attack power, can be launched at the same time to attack extremely difficult to fight. You have to use the meditation seal to activate the time stop and then watch the shadows under your feet in order to defeat it. But the problem is that it's pitch black in the cave, so how can you watch the shadows? Come and help me. Bei Kai was still encountering the three major alien beasts furiously beating him up. The toad beast, the apricot wood beast, and the lizard beast. It could be said that he was dragging down 1/3 of the firepower by himself. Jersey rushed to Temple South side and lifted his shocking thunder axe to swing and slash at the pus beast's shoulder. Bang! With his other free hand, he pressed on the grip and pushed downward frantically, only to see a gaping hole in the pus-filled beast's flesh and blood, and the sharp blade of the axe pressing ever closer downward. Die for me! Humph! Dare to sneak up on me! Temple South also stood up at this moment. He twisted the turntable at his waist. 2 consecutive chopping posters appeared in front of him, and the flaming blade clicked on it twice in succession. Swing out. Seal the devil's chopper. Roar! Accompanied by a furious dragon roar, only a fiery red chop with flames was seen piercing through the lily beast's body in a matter of moments. He was actually cut off at the waist, dripping an unknown pink liquid outward. Wah-wah! Lily beast hair out of a painful wail. However, Temple South Yen long armor attack did not end, but in the hands of the flaming sword once again raised. Seal the devil's chopper. Swish! Another demon sealing chop, instantly penetrating through the lily beast's neck once again, followed by dazzling flames rising into the sky as his massive body collapsed to the ground. Bang! It exploded and turned into a magic sticker floating around, which Tannen collected in his hand. Seeing that Jersey was still dealing with the pus beast, he then, without saying a word, directly raised his hand and located it in front of his chest, forming a circle. The left hand is folded over the right hand, showing the opposite movement, and this palm print is called the meditation print, a very superb time-stopping ability. The 5 pairs of armor were used at the same time, and they could also exert a destructive power. Buzz! Only to see that space and time stopped at this moment, except for Xiaoyang, who stood at the entrance of the cave, and crouched people were not affected, almost all monsters in armor. All of them stood still. A fire post appeared above Tannen's head, and the flame blade instantly disappeared. Then he jumped into the air, passed through the fire post, and rushed in the direction of Bei Kai. Flame fist. Boom! The time stopped at this moment, only to see the vines all over Bei Kai's body searing and breaking off at this moment, with only a small portion still remaining on him. But that had been enough for Katai for a long time. Drink! Accompanied by a roar, his entire body shattered with vines and trees, and he held the water armor shield towards the toad beast in front of him and slammed his fist once again, a blow that was extremely powerful. Directly to the toad beast head, our dry flattened down, originally was pointed but now actually flat. Bang! The toad beast retreated back and forth, a dizzying moment, caught in a kind of stun effect, even walking with a stumble, unable to stand still. Tannen glanced at the lizard beast, which seemed to be preparing to sneak up on him. The flaming sword. Swish! Backhandedly anticipating the lizard beast's attack, this slash on the lizard beast, even with stealth, there was still a certain break. There is no such thing as a perfect skill except for the evil wolf beast. Roar! When the apricot wood beast saw the inferno dragon armor, his eyes were filled with anger. Clearly he was about to finish off this rash young man. Bei Kai. Blame it on the red armor. I'm going to get you killed. Yes, the apricot wood beast thinks so, but he seems to be overlooking a very important issue, that is, among the 5 elements, fire is the key to wood na. Instead of avoiding it, you're actually toughing it out. The Shift. Chapter 89. Congratulations to the shadow bastard. Overwhelmed. Temple South. I'll stall the 2 of them. You go take care of this pestering rotten tree root. Your inferno dragon armor of fire restrains him. Bei Kai was smart enough to know that he would have a hard time dealing with the apricot wood beast. After all, it was the wood attribute that restrained his water-black rhinoceros armor. And it was still a remote control attack. Rather than wasting his brain on a fight like this, he preferred a brainless direct charge so that he could battle through it. Temple South didn't make any pretense at all as he directly threw away the lizard beast and charged out towards the apricot wood beast, countless flames rubbing straight out from the flaming blade. Swish! A knife slashed at the apricot wood beast, only to see those pesky vines and trees become charred black and turn into ashes the moment they touched the flaming blade. The apricot wood beast was shocked, and his heart was frantically crying out. How is it possible? This red armor will actually restrain my Fujimaki. What the hell is going on? No, I can't die here. Out of the instinct to escape, The apricot-wood beast subconsciously turned around and ran. Any hesitation on his part would be disrespectful to life. But he was wrong about that. The Inferno Dragon armor is still behind you. Heh, this. Temple South sneered and quickly twisted the dial on his waist, only to see a chopping poster irradiated in front of him, and the flame blade touched it, transforming into countless black and red energies injected into the weapon. The Inferno Dragon armor body slightly bowed. Both hands held the grip of the flame blade, and then, swish, a slanting black and red chop, instantly chopped out and shot out violently in the direction of the apricot-wood beast, piercing through his body in just a single glance. Boom! The apricot-wood beast, who was unbeatable just a moment ago, was burning with black and red flames. He wailed in pain, but the flames were as if they were indestructible. No matter how much he flailed, he just couldn't put it out. And finally, boom! It exploded into countless pieces and disappeared, leaving only a magic sticker floating in place. And after releasing the demon ceiling slash 3 times in a row, Tannen was also a bit weak in the kidneys. He gasped for breath and pinched the demon sticker to stow it in his belt for sealing. Due to the attribute-restraint relationship, coupled with the fact that the apricot-wood beast turned around and ran away leaving a huge crack, so a single move of Seal Demon Chop killed him in seconds. It's no wonder. Tannen will call him a stupid coin now. The only thing left on the scene. Wolves, lizards, toad, pus, bang, thunderclap, only to see that the pus beast exploded into a mess of rotten meat in place, and was transformed into a magic sticker under the devastating attack of a shocking thunder slash. Fighting back, pus beasts may be extremely strong against group damage, very good at releasing toxic substances to kill humans, but if you deal with the armor, I'm sorry, I'm really afraid to look. After all, the armor was mostly immune to his corrosive toxins, and with the extreme speed that could easily be dodged out of the way, the pus beast's strength was completely out of reach. There were only 3 exotic beasts left on the scene. Although Beikai didn't manage to kill a single one the entire time, he must have been the one who contributed the most, after all, hard carrying the fire attacks of the 3 exotic beasts. That's what gave the other 4 pairs of armor the chance to be able to kill the alien beasts. Flame Fist. Tannen attacked towards the toad beast with a punch. Rumble. The punch went down, directly drawing the toad beast into the wall, the entire beast sinking deep into it, and the cave gave a slight shake. Rocks fell from overhead. Beikai found his chance as he summoned his meteor lance and frantically pumped it at the lizard beast, coupled with the black rhino top slamming into it in a silky little combo. The beating lizard beast could not find its way. After all, to be honest, this one monster was not good at fighting either, but rather stealthy to sneak attacks. Let him and the most good at hard rigid water black rhinoceros armor touch. This is not an egg hit a stone it, to say that this Shadowbane, again, it's a Yuletide. Why fight to the death when you know you won't be defeated? Whoa! The lizard beast threw out its scarlet tongue and lashed at the shoulders of the black rhino armor, but it actually couldn't do a bit of damage. After all, the front of the black rhino armor was as defensive as obsidian. The only thing that's a little broken is the back and the abdomen. Humph! You're dead to the world. Beikai twisted the turntable at his waist. Then a Zazu post radiated out in front of him, transforming into countless inky green energies infused into the weapon as the meteor gun tapped on it. The meteor gun thrust forward. Fairy falls. Wow! Mad cascades spun madly across the ground, tearing through the rocks and crashing directly into the lizard beast as he embraced the mass of inky green energy. The body was being torn apart bit by bit. Boom! Finally, the lizard beast exploded into a magic sticker and disappeared. Kitai catches and seals it into his belt. And the evil wolf beast saw that the big deal was not good, and his blood bar was gradually bottoming out under the double attack of the 2 major armors, the Dark Earth Land Tiger and the Dark Woodwind Eagle. He couldn't top it long ago. Swish! He disappeared in an instant like a swift wind, appearing in front of Shadowbane, and then the magic crystal crashed through the top of the cave in a flash, wildly shooting out a pillar of purple-black light that shone on the evil wolf beast and Shizhao respectively. Wow! The 2 were instantly sucked into the black domain and disappeared. This scene could make Temple South furious. He hurriedly tried to go to perform the Zen seal, but the toad beast had strength from nowhere. Surprisingly, he stood up and wrapped an arm around his waist, directly and forcefully interrupting the spell casting. Nima! Ha! Temple Nan was all but laughed out of anger. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll make sure you die a painful death. The flaming blade flung itself madly on the back of the toad beast, and you could laugh at the fact that he was taking a beating from start to finish, but not until his face was a complete mess and a bloody mess. That's when he came to the realization that Toad Beast is a real man. When Dongfeng's eagle leg instantly pumped and swept towards the magic crystal in the sky. Swish! In that instant, the magic crystals disappeared and came close to hitting. Empty Big Little Prince sits down. Wendo stepped on the mountain as he angrily pointed at the sky. Hinama! That was close. Don't you dare slow down anymore and see if I don't whip you down. Hearing Wendong's fury, it made Fang Zhong, who was on the side, follow suit with some anger. Abominable. Damn. They all killed the alien beasts and obtained the magic sticker, only I didn't. No, this will be looked down upon by Brother Yang. How can I pull my crotch like that when I have authentic Earth-Land Tiger armor? But it wasn't until Fang Zhong saw the Toad Beast that was being wildly beaten up by Tenant. His eyes flashed with brilliance and he directly twisted the turntable at his waist. A dark orange splintered word post appeared in front of him. I'm sorry. The ground is split. Swish! As Fang Zhong slashed out, he saw the earth shatter after him, and a furious dark orange-colored slash rushed in, slamming in the direction of the Toad Beast. When Temple South saw this, he hurriedly kicked the Toad Beast away, still cursing in his heart. This sweeps the code mate. The tiger whistled. Roar! Boom! The Toad Beast just happened to crash into the cracked earth cleave, turning into a magic sticker rising up in place, its whole body exploding into countless broken pieces, dead beyond repair. Shadow Bar sat paralyzed on the throne, seems to have long accepted the reality, eyes full of despair, but the face is very calm, but it is pretending to be. But it wasn't until Xiao Yang walked up to him. A grip on Shadowbane's collar. Snap! The big ear slammed into Shadowbane's piggy face. You pretend that a mountain crumbles in front of you and your face doesn't change color. Xiao Yang laughed coldly as he saw Shadowbane's pig face, swollen with red 5-finger marks. Shadowbane stood up angrily. You bastard! A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. It's you that I'm insulting by stepping on the horse. Xiao Yang slapped Shadow Bastard's pig face again, seeing that this pig head actually wanted to resist. Backhanded a nesting knee to the gut of this porker. Bang! Wow! Shadowbane spat out acid. The force of this blow is extremely strong and fierce, almost did not give his belly dry through, but there is a feeling of being hit by a bullet. The fat meat followed the tremor. Xiao Yang easily dodged this mouthful of acid, and backhandedly gripped Shadowbane's collar once again. Respectfully send Shadowbane off. Let's go. Ah! Accompanied by a pained wail, the entire cave echoed with a stream of pig squeals, as if the village festivals, the killing of pigs froze to the armor of the second team looked frozen. That's Ainji ruthless. As for why Xiao Yang deliberately let Shizhao and the evil wolf beast go. Oh, the only way to catch a big fish was to put in a long line. After all, he didn't know the location of the Boundary King's base right now. Shizhao must be an important part of Light and Shadow's destiny, and the Golden Shadow Stone is still in the hands of the Realm King. Want to override the Shadow? The only way to lure them out is to lure them out. Really want to let their group of dogs then run overseas? This let Xiao Yang where to cry to. The Emperor magnetic field coverage is very large, but 24 hours sweep check the world. Dude, even if his intentional energy is awesome, that's not the way to do it. Plus they can't probe unless they come out. The stars in the Milky Way still have too little energy, and when the day comes, Xiao Yang had to stand on the sun to absorb the energy. There's a saying about being shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Please reward me. The Shift. Chapter 90. The King of the Realm's Anger. Evil Armor? In a jungle far away, purple-black magic crystals traveled through space and dropped the severely injured Shizhao onto the ground, along with the evil wolf beast that was brought along with him. Except the evil wolf beast wasn't in great shape either, being in a crippled state, and a random set of armor and hit seal post mailed it. Shizhao covered his arm as he turned around and saw a dark cave. This was the Realm King's base, even though Shadowbane had been overwritten. But the Shadow Realm forces have not completely disappeared. The Boundary King's base was large, and there was also an underground level. Over there was a place dedicated to the research of exotic beasts and all sorts of creatures. Shizhao had been there once, albeit with his head covered. But Shizhao knew that the Realm King was conducting some gene fusion experiments. Did the magic crystal send us here? As Shizhao said that, he limped towards the Boundary King's base with the Boundary King. It would allow him to recover from his injuries in a short period of time, although he didn't know how Binger was doing now. I'm afraid. It's a lot of bad luck. The evil wolf beast followed behind Shizhao, and when the two of them walked into the cavern they saw many precision instruments, as well as the realm king who was in front of an experimental bench. Half of his face is a mechanical construct, and one of his eyes wears a red device that increases his visual capture ability 100-fold. On his left arm is mechanized. He was in a sudden experimental accident years ago. Disfigured in the fire, this arm was also wasted then. And that capitals abandoned him. Even the results of the King of the Realm's experiments were taken greedily, setting him on a path to destroy the world for a time, according to his words. I just want to destroy the world. What's wrong with me? Ah, it's Shizhao who has returned. The Boundary King saw Shizhao at a glance, his eyes revealing a glint as he detected the negative energy within the evil wolf beast. The heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. This alien beast is not simple. To actually be able to hold such a huge point of negative energy, I'm afraid that it's a monster transformed from an extremely powerful magic sticker creature. Good stuff. Shizhao limped as he sat in a chair. The King of the Realm. Our mission failed. What? The Boundary King Kalen's face showed a touch of consternation. He was really Shadowbane's plan. After all, that's what he sent out. But even if it failed, Shizhao didn't have to run here. Exactly what happened. When he saw the scaly evil wolf beast, he sensed a hint of something not so simple. It's not as simple as he thinks. Shizhao, what the hell is going on? Don't tell me yet. The Boundary King inexplicably felt a little panic. If he let this Shabi reveal the location of his base, that would be a bad thing. He has not yet collected enough negative energy to summon a continuous stream of exotic beasts, especially electricity. Currently, his base's devices can't steal electricity from Hope City. Had to go and steal electricity from that one third-tier city next door, which led to the Boundary King had not been striking, but was instead working on more powerful exotic beasts. He didn't need to summon more exotic beasts anyway, he thought, but it was different now. Shadowbuster. Probably mailed it. Shizhao kept his head down, his voice heavy. Shadowbuster. Dead. As soon as the words fell, this caused the Realm King's pupils to shrink violently as he thought in his heart. I didn't expect that punk, Shadowbane, to die so quickly. Looks like the plan failed. It also exposed the location of the Shadowbane base. But where did ice go? Is it? The Realm King suddenly thought of a possibility. This waste of ice is really in the middle of something, if she did not expose her position. How could he let Shadowbane just go to his death? This bastard was holding 15 magic patches in his hands. Abominable. They're both losers. A Shadowbuster. Dead is dead. The question is, where did those magic patches in his hand go? Shizhao, can you tell me quickly? The magic sticker in the hands of the Shadow Bastard. Before the Boundary King could finish his sentence, he heard Shizhao utter. Shizhao shook his head. No more. Not a single one left. Shadowbuster is dead. The last 7 magic stickers in his hand. All of them have been summoned. And this evil wolf beast is the only one that ended up being taken by force by the magic crystal. Upon hearing this, the Boundary King's heart could be said to have been set off by a huge wave. As he stepped forward, gripped Shizhao's collar, and yelled, Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. Shadowbane had 7 magic patches in his hand. 7 whole ones. Even if it's the 7 dumb pigs on the treadmill. Those armors would have to gnaw for half a day. Seeing the King of the Realm so out of sorts, Shizhao closed his eyes in pain as he said, No, those armors are different. There are 6 of them coming. 5 sets of dark 5 elements armor. The whole body is filled with evil energy. The Inferno Dragon, the Wind Eagle, the Black Rhino, the Earth Tiger, and the Snow Mastiff. These 5 major armors not only annihilated all the alien beasts. Even the last of the strongest didn't put up a fight. Hearing Shizhao say this, the Boundary King was finally unable to tense up. He cursed angrily. Impossible. This is impossible. Dark armor. Where is the bull dark armor? Isn't that Shadowbuster just a brat? How come they were all wiped out? Just this one alien beast left. Rubbish. Rubbish. He is a waste. The Boundary King was furious, only to see him red as warmth and broken as defense in a fit of rage. He couldn't wait to drag Shadowbane out of the ground. Then, slam 100 superfans. Shizhao did not speak again. He did not want to waste any more energy, just want to fall back to sleep. Well, he did too. Shizhao's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. Seeing this, the Boundary King also put down this waste. He probably knew what happened. It must be that Binger had exposed her position. Damn thing. Looks like the burden of destroying the world. It still falls on my shoulders. The Boundary King looked towards the evil wolf beast. A cruel idea sprouted in his heart. If he used this one high-level exotic beast, he would give him a makeover. It's got to be the strongest weapon, right? The Boundary King had always been temperamental, and he thought of utilizing some advanced fusion materials, along with his own genetic modifications, to implant the strongest thing in the evil wolf beast. Hope City, on the screen of a building, the host is talking about a call for public attention regarding a recent burglary. In the early hours of this morning, a number of diamonds worth up to $50 million were stolen from the Fortune Jewelry Company, located on the east side of Hope City. Citizens are expected to be aware that thieves have been on the prowl lately and need to remain vigilant. There's more time than can flow like sand in the desert. Topped off with a fly head of green armor, he spoke in a cold voice, and I'm sure armor fans know who this person is. It's exactly robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, the great thief. Xiao Feng. The underworld pack apprehended many first-time summoners. He was seen with a red barb on his forehead, an oversized medallion with red accents on his chest, and a ring of armor as white as a scarf around him. All green in color, cool orange goggles with fly eyes, a cutaway neckerchief on his back, and his hands clasped over his chest like he's awesome. Xiao Feng leaned against the stone pillar, situated in the dimly lit underground parking garage. It seemed to be waiting for something to show up. Place to visit. Chapter 91. The underworld pack apprehends more. What? Out comes the phantom robbery flying shadow again. Not long after, the humanoid monster with a raven's head, carrying a bag of stuff in his hand, appeared furtively, and he first looked around. After making sure no one was there, he spread his legs and planned to run. But at that moment, Xiao Feng, who was hiding behind a stone pillar, saw him and his figure transformed into a green tornado, disappearing in an instant, slamming into the Raven Man. Bang! In just a single glance, the Crow Man felt the sky spinning and his whole body was floating upwards in an unstoppable manner. What is this thing? The bag of diamonds in the Raven Man's hand inexplicably disappeared and appeared in Xiao Feng's hand, and he stopped spinning, sparks of fire dripping down his back toward the ground as he stumbled and fell to the ground, seemingly a little dizzy. Feel the weight in your hand lighten. The Raven Man froze. I've got some big, delicious diamonds. It's you. You're the one who stole my delicious big diamond. The Raven Man looked to the black bag in the pack apprehended's hand, which clearly contained the deliciously large diamond he had just recently stolen. This is a rare item worth $50 million. As long as it runs overseas, a backhanded sale is worth tens of millions, and then he will be a multimillionaire. Just get through the rest of your life. Xiao Feng sniffed and sneered disdainfully. What your things? It's nothing more than a stolen one. And you actually have the pretense of saying that it's your own. You monsters are really shameless. Xiao Feng's 3 words had angered the Crow Man, only to see the Raven Man lunge forward, swinging his arm up to blast the pack with a punch. However, in the next second, only a gust of wind rose up, and the pack apprehended disappeared from its original position, flashed behind the Raven Man, and backhandedly lifted its leg and smacked it on the Raven Man's back. Bang! With a loud thud, the ravenous man let out a pained crunch. Gah! Gah! Xiao Feng's hurricane of the pack apprehended extreme speed, and was itself a speed type of armor with notable attack power. The only drawback was that it was too perfect. Are you kidding? It's just brittle. Crow was furious. He turned around and wanted to violently beat Xiao Feng. However, the underworld pack apprehended disappeared once more, flashing behind the Raven Man as a green tornado and delivering another nesting kick. Bang! Bang! This time, the legs smacked into the Raven Man in turn, sending him tumbling to the ground and spinning around several times in a row, clearly no match for the pack. I don't know how many trash like you I have to clean up in a day. Xiao Feng saw that the Crow Man was so unforgiving, so he also spoke out to mock him. With that, he turned around with the intention of leaving, only to see the mouth of the driveway, rode out a Baka Colt. On the passenger seat was Ma Ling Ling. She wore a red helmet, hand held strong flashlight. Saw the Raven Man and the pack apparatus. Wow, Duanmu, look at his armor, it looks like yours. No, this is your same summoner. Ma Lingling saw the summoner at the waist of the pack apprehended. Wasn't it obvious that it was her family's? This ing stinking thief. How the hell did you get it? Duan Muyen saw that the pack was about to leave. He didn't hesitate to directly take out the key of flame and insert it into the summoner at his waist. Flame Nava. Devour the power of the fierce flame. Combine. Armor together. In a burst of orange-red energy, Duan Muyen completed the flame Nava's merge in a second, leaping up in the air and raising his hand for 2 fierce flame attacks. Flame attack. Boom. Rumble. The 2 fierce flame attacks landed and exploded into 2 flames, directly knocking the Raven Man, who had just stood up, to the ground. The entire beast flew up backwards and fell to the ground. Ah, damn armor. I'm done with you. That's right, the Raven Man had gotten to the point where he was actually thinking about attacking instead of running away, and that's where the bereavement riot virus had affected his mind. Duan Muyen glanced at the pack apprehended. Why are you sparing this one Orcus? Humph. I'm not obligated to clean up after them. As for what you're going to do, that's none of my business, bye. After saying that, Xiaofeng intended to leave, and with such a style he happened to be the complete opposite of Duan Muyen, which caused a pang of dissatisfaction in him. This guy, doesn't he know that if he lets Oxer go today, more innocent people will be hurt tomorrow? What an arrogant and conceited guy. I'll clean you up later. A long, fire red blade appeared in Duan Muyen's hand and slashed towards the crowman. Swish! A knife slashed at the crowman's chest, and before he could react, Duan Muyen raised another knife and landed on his head. Swish! These 2 slashes went down, directly hitting the Raven Man's blood bar to its lowest. Xiaofeng just glanced at him and pressed on, not bothering to talk nonsense with Duan Muyen here. There was no need to pay attention to him at all since the item was in his hands anyway. Malingering stepped forward at this point, having seen the black bag in the pack's apprehended hand, which clearly contained the outline of many diamonds. Anyway, she didn't trust anyone to peddle rocks. Hey, what's that in your man's hand? And is your armor stolen or not? Ma Lingling dismantled Xiaofeng with a single word, yet he only sneered disdainfully, still not wanting to talk too much nonsense. Besides, even if he's stolen, what's that got to do with you? Funny. With that, Xiaofeng was about to leave. Duan Muyen sensed a hint of something wrong, the main purpose of his visit this time, but to arrest the person who stole the diamonds, not Oxygen. Let's just say that this one Raven Man was incidental, just an incidental, and the $50 million worth of diamonds that the pack apprehended in their hands. That's what's worth noting. Stop. What the hell is that in your hand? Is it the missing diamond from the jewelry store? Duan Muyen didn't talk nonsense. He directly opened the window of the sky. Xiaofeng knew that he couldn't hide it from the public, and he was wild. So what if it is? You, this guy. Enraged, Duan Muyen almost wanted to let go of Oxer and go have a fight with Xiaofeng, but he hadn't lost his sanity yet. The first order of business was to clean up this one oxymoron before going after Xiaofeng. That's right. Oxer will always rank first in Duan Muyen's heart. Molten Lin Chop. Swish. Gabba slashed at the Raven Man who had just risen from the ground, not giving him a chance to catch his breath at all, but giving him a beating that almost made him cry. At this time, Xiaofeng left right in front of him. The waste horse Ling Ling did not dare to block him and could only watch him move away. But suddenly, Ka! Space was torn open with a crack, only to instantly expand into a golden door, from which stepped a silhouette, who held a black and blue MP3 scarlet display in his hand, only to see the summoner change slightly. A loop of belt appears around the waist. The summoner is inserted into the belt notch. Phantom Robbery Flying Shadow, merge, armor together. If you put down the diamonds now, perhaps I will still be merciful, Xiao Yang said in a cold voice. His purpose this time was to help Xiaofeng get off the line early and apprehend more of the netherworld to Duan Muyen. Make this one a little more efficient at killing monsters. However, the moment he saw the Phantom Robbery Flying Shadow, a figure hiding underneath the car brought out a touch of fear in his pupils. What, another Phantom Robbery Flying Shadow? Een has no bounds, Cold Blood said as he pressed his high hat in front of his face, blocking the view to just Phantom Jack Flying Shadow, as the others were nothing worth noticing. Last time, he was directly shattered by the Phantom Robbery Flying Shadow. That was stitched with needle and thread for 3 days to put it all together, and it also put his handsome face whole into a monster. If it wasn't for the most advanced instruments for plastic surgery, the current Cold Blood wouldn't have the face to see anyone and would have jumped straight off the building. When Xiaofeng saw this, he felt a powerful sense of oppression. What a strong energy! Ha! Cut the crap. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate. A card appeared in his hand and quickly inserted it into the summoner. Shadow Sword. Place to visit. Chapter 92. Illusory robbery flying shadow will let you know the pain. Shadow Sword. Xiao Yang blocked Xiao Feng's way. The purpose of his trip was to make this thieving thief go offline early. Sooner or later anyway, no? Xiao Feng was alert. He could tell that the illusory robbery flying shadow was targeting him. It was not a good thing to have such a hideous and terrifying armor staring at him. What do you want to do? Do you want to stop me as well? Xiao Feng's voice was cold, although the foreign energy of this armor in front of him was very strong. He had a strong confidence in the Hurricane's pack apparatus armor. After all, if he wanted to go, then the road would be under his feet. Xiao Yang didn't have any nonsense. He took a step forward, carrying the shadow robber knife. He instantly flashed to the front of the crowman. Catch the knife. Swish! This blade went down, decapitating the crowman under his unbelieving gaze, rolling his head on the ground like a watermelon. Duanmu Eyes was shocked. You! That's my prey. This time, Duanmu Eyes finally couldn't help but spit out. This armor in front of him several times intercepted the oculators in his hand, although it was helping him, but at least it also gave himself a chance to power up. It makes him look watery. Okay. Xiao Yang glanced at him and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Xiao Feng, who stayed in place. It seems that this guy wants to play a couple of tricks with himself. But Phantom Jack Flying Shadow will show you what pain means. A thief. I really don't know where you get the courage. Xiao Yang disdained. Even if Xiao Feng was considered a good guy in the original plot, sooner or later he would go offline, and there was no reason for Xiao Yang to give him a good look. Xiao Feng let out a cold laugh. Humph. What kind of thing are you? Today I have to let you know how powerful the Hurricane's pack apprehends. Tell a joke, a 4-element man-made armor trying to get into a fight with an armor made by a higher civilization, and an upgraded dark flying shadow armor at that. One could only say that this was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. An unself-conscious behavior that couldn't help but make Xiao Yang feel a little funny. How much ergotu has this Xiao Feng drunk? Swish! Just see Xiao Feng a leg kick. Hurricane of pack apprehended more armor around the body, rolled up a circle of green hurricane. Toward Xiao Yang rushed. The speed of the fast so that the side of the Duanmu Eyes are breathtaking. However, Xiao Yang just laughed coldly when he saw it. Boom! This leg sturdily pumped, while the phantom robbery flying shadow directly disappeared in place, leaving only Xiao Feng, who was still in a daze. He looked around and realized that there was no Xiao Yang's figure. This ING guy, where the hell did he go? Suddenly, Xiao Feng felt a chill on his back, and he said in his heart, could it be? Without waiting for Xiao Feng to continue thinking, a violent sound of metal hitting metal was heard. Bang! This punch impacted on the back of the Hurricane's pack apprehended, and immediately Xiao Feng was hit, and sparks of fire could not stop dripping down his back. He screamed in pain, his body could not help but lean forward. This time he actually almost fell on the ground. The Phantom Jack Flying Shadow was strong in its own right, and it was in an upgraded form. Purely numerical value can do completely crush Hurricane Pack apprehend. This goods in front of Xiao Yang to play speed is simply asking for trouble. How can this be? Xiao Feng sensed the gap between their speeds. He hastily summoned the Hurricane Shadow Dart and held it in his hand as he attacked Xiao Yang. Prick. Swish. Xiao Yang easily dodged this move with one side of his body and grabbed the head of the pack fly that apprehended, and then his figure quickly disappeared in the same place. Bang! The two reappeared in front of a huge stone pillar, which was the foundation to be exact. But whatever it was, the Hurricane Pack apparatus was like a dead dog, being grabbed by Xiao Yang's head with one hand and pushed down into the stone pillar, spiderweb like cracks spreading. Ah! Cough! Xiao Feng spat out blood from his mouth and felt his entire body's bones in severe pain as the pack apprehended multiple summoners falling at his feet. The armor was unable to carry such raging energy, causing it to automatically disintegrate, and with a lift of his palm, Xiao Yang held the summoner in his hand. Hurricane's pack apprehends many summoners, interesting. Xiao Yang turned around and left, leaving behind Xiao Feng, who was still coughing up blood as he lay in the foundation. A pained sound could be heard coming from behind him. Yet this was all the price he paid for his arrogance, and why Xiao Yang was particularly mad. Because Xiao Yang has the strength and the capital. But what does Xiao Feng have? Even the summoner is stolen, and the must-have skills can't be turned on. To put it bluntly, it's a waste. Soon Xiao Feng fainted. When Duanmu Yen saw this scene, he hurriedly chased after him. Who the hell are you? I have no reason to answer you, but Xiao Yang's voice lapsed and smiled. I know a summoner named Mace to criminal armor. As for this summoner, it's kind of my parting gift, said Xiao Yang in the face of Waste Xiaofeng. The hurricane of the pack apprehended more summoner. Through to Duan Muyen, the latter reached out to catch. Why did you give me this? Duan Muyen was puzzled. This was clearly the summoner of the person who had just laid into the foundation, right? So what was the point of giving it to herself? What does Xiao Yang really want? Xiao Yang knew that Duan Muyen would ask. He just replied blandly. A golden door appeared in front of him. He is not worthy. That's all. Hurricane of pack apparatus and Flame of Nava belonged to the same batch of armor. Besides, he knew in his own mind how he got this armor. As for the diamonds, I'll take them away. Xiao Yang flashed the black bag that had appeared in his hand at some point and walked into the gate and disappeared, leaving behind only Ma Lingling, who was staring. Duanmu, what he said. That's right. This summoner really isn't his. It must have been stolen. This? Duan Muyen held the summoner and recalled how Xiao Feng had acted so irresponsibly. This person was indeed not suitable to be a qualified armor summoner. But by morphic transitions, does that work? Nope. The diamonds he took away. It's not possible that he swallowed them privately. Duan Muyen couldn't help but be a little skeptical. That was a diamond worth $50 million. If this is lost, it's pretty unreasonable even to pin the blame on Oxer, isn't it? After all, the body of someone else, Oxer, was right here, so where could he hide? Ma Lingling was also thinking. Then, should we go after it? Chase? Can I fight? Duan Muyen almost laughed at Ma Lingling's anger. That punch killed the Hurricane's pack apparatus armor of the same model as him in seconds. No, just as well he could kill his Flame no Nava in one punch. The two pondered for a while, and eventually their clever intellects took the high ground, and they walked over to Xiao Feng, seeing him covered in blood leaning into the wall. It was miserable. TSK. Told you to stop being so pretentious. See, it's beaten. Something worth mentioning is that the stone pillar that Xiao Feng is lying on is exactly the one that he just made his debut against, and this bullet is still right in the center of his eyebrow. The two inquired about a few things and incidentally called the hospital emergency number, which Xiao Feng was answering with a hanging breath. Place to visit. Chapter 93 summarized the three camps. Diamonds worth $50 million were finally handed over to the owner by Xiao Yang, but only $20 million of them, and the remaining part was all taken as payment. Of course, the owner must not know this. According to Xiao Yang's words, rather than letting you lose more, why don't you let me go and get it back for you and collect some payment? Back at the house, the entire villa had been remodeled, and after a week or so of remodeling, a lot of training equipment had been brought in. Having a full virtual battle room, while not comparable to the one in the ERP base that was so complete, still had a certain amount of gold in it. Definitely much better than the teppanyaki side. It was worth mentioning that there hadn't been any monsters in Hope City for a week, and it seemed that it was because of Xiao Yang's appearance that all those evil forces had tightened up a bit. One's own power to suppress to the alien beasts do not dare to venture. As for the oxygen, see the VCR. Duan Muyen had the key of flame in one hand and the key of hurricane sticking out of his waist. Why was it said that having the hurricane pack apprehended was the same as giving him a specialized weapon? Because Duan Muyen didn't have a light and shadow colt. He was very slow to catch up. Plus, if he couldn't manage to get a single hit in a battle, he would let the oculators escape. The hurricane apprehended is quite different. 10 kilometers a second instantly. It could be said that just as soon as Oxer appeared, Duan Muyen arrived at the scene and flew up to give the monsters a shadowless kick that tipped them over on the ground, not giving them any chance to commit murder at all. What? Duan Muyen isn't authoritative enough. That and the darkness. The Inferno Dragon, the Wind Eagle, the Black Rhino, the Earth Tiger, and the Snow Mastiff. Catching sight of Oxer's whereabouts, Xiao Yang directly opened the portal and let the 5 of them, Tenant, Wendon, Beikai, Fangzhong, and Jersey, go to the scene together. Oxer as the lowest level monster with a little bit of a power boost. It was simply no match for the exotic beasts, so it became a serious target of attack. In the yard, Tang Shershur planted orange tree after orange tree, waiting for the coming spring to grow with tantalizing little oranges. The only hobby she had left in her weekdays. You don't have to run around for a living, and you can be with Xiao Yang openly and honestly. Ah Yang, you rarely go to deal with monsters lately ah. Tang Shershur washed her hands and sat next to Xiao Yang, the two of them sipping water leisurely in the small pavilion, their cell phones playing the latest news on the desktop. Recently, a group of monsters that look close to insects have appeared in Hope City. smuggled in from the Kodomo side, and it's suspected that the other side's executives are doing it on purpose. Its purpose is, predictably, fortunately, a new pair of armor named Flame no Nava has appeared in Hope City, and Hurricane no pack apparatus together to clear out those insect monsters. According to the story of the Little Day, those monsters are called Amazno. Based on what has happened with the recent attacks in the small days, it is suspected that they will lose all means of sanctioning Amazno perhaps in the next 2 years. Xiao Yang roughly glanced at it. It should be 4,000 Amazno flooding the area, and there is no insect night from the special series Amazon. Leading to an uncontrollable catastrophe, the Amazno population skyrocketed, even spreading into Deshani at one point, and these monsters, it's a lot more difficult to deal with than oxygen, and there are too many of them, so if they have anything to do with oxygen, they'll only exacerbate the infectious power of the Death Riot virus. Sure. Remember to carry your Nano Summoner with you when you go out these days to avoid any danger. And also, take your sister out with you. Call me at the first sign of danger. Xiao Yang said he couldn't not go out because of those monsters. He needed to speed up the speed of cleaning up those monsters now. Tuan Yen is cleaning up at a decent rate so far, averaging 1 oxymoron kill per day, which is a good tool man. He himself had a grudge against the Orcsurs anyway, and before Duan Mushanku could find it, he would just keep killing Orcsurs over and over again until he mastered the Thunder Aderix. The Armor 2 team will also go out in groups of 2 or 3 under his leadership to kill those monsters, although the alien beasts have not appeared recently. But it didn't stop him from hitting Oxy. The ERP base and the Teppanyaki side were also stepping up their training, clearing out the neighborhood of Orcus, and at one point there was a dry run between the 2 crews. Although Rotten Orange didn't know, for what reason, his legs had recovered, he clearly noticed that the water bloodline in his body had forcefully increased to over 90. This is probable overdraft according to Xiao Yang's knowledge. At the grand finale, Bei Miao's water bloodline had only reached over 90. Li Xinan even reached an astonishing 95 or more, so the 5-in-1 merged into an emperor. Even the empty great little Prince Wu Dongsan's wood bloodline has 80 or more. Kuinzhong is also close to 90, while Shizhao is 90 and up. But where the bloodline is a little lower, even if you comprehend the true meaning of unity, you may not be able to summon an emperor. The ultimate merging condition can be, is that the bloodline all reaches more than 80%. And then say Li Haoyan and other people's recent situation, Waste Wu Gang and Su Tingfei, unsurprisingly, the 2 again as the original plot, fought over some kind of chicken. They had recently improved their strength greatly, with basically all of their primary weapons unlocked. And Li Haoyan had also learned the incredibly powerful Shaded Sky Palm. There is also the advanced skill, Fire Torture Wind and Cloud Palm, including the 2 superlative skills of 8-bits shifting and shifting shadows, although it was a little bit of a blue drain is all. Su Tingfei, on the other hand, was taught by Qing Ziji and learned the optimistic top and the electric lightning wind slicing leg. Waste Wukong, on the other hand, is a Vajra Mountain and Sea Fist, Vajra Mountain and Abyss Fist, plus a newly realized Vajra Mountain and Abyss Fist, although it looks impressive. It's actually pretty awesome too. Waste Wu Gang talent can indeed be close to a fierce battle mode armor upgrade, including Su Tingfei is also close to a line. Li Haoyan ditto, the trio lacked a real life and death battle, the only way to inspire the maximization of intentional energy and unlock the armor upgrade in advance. If they can't manage to upgrade, I'm afraid that even ordinary spectral demons are very difficult to deal with, and the second weekend copy is never a joke. Counting the time, it seemed like it was time for Qing Zizi to make his sacrifice. He should be an important part of getting the trio to upgrade their armor, so maybe I can try to trigger a system quest for a more powerful reward. Desire. It's like an alpine rolling stone. Once you start, you can't stop. After summarizing the 3 camps, Xiao Yang recalled the Underworld Legion, and he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. After all, the Lufa dog thief hadn't been able to make a move. What the hell are they doing? Weird. That's not at all in keeping with the style of the Psi Corps. The Shift. Chapter 94. Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves. The Baal King Group, a mansion in the City of Hope, where the Psi Devil is currently recuperating, is in the unseen basement. There was secret research going on, utilizing advanced technology brought from Ares to fully combine the Psi Devils and negative energies to make them more powerful. But at a cost. That's where it gets incredibly ugly. However, these were not worth mentioning at all to the underworld demons, and anyway, they were already ugly as hell, so even if they continued to be ugly, it wouldn't affect anything. Bottom base. Bajorbi and Kibitsu sat paralyzed in the center of an oversized device, pitch black negative energy, constantly pumping into the 2 spectral demons, creating a unique energy. Thus, the strength of these 2 underworld devils was greatly enhanced. It was also obvious what the device did, and that was to suck up the negative energies that had been generated throughout the City of Hope. Not completely, but only a portion of it would suffice. Luffy also got a second weekly copy of the Phantom Legion as a result, and the battle armor in the alphas was taken out, which again means, now that Luffy had obtained the Gung Ho Vajra Mortar and Pestle, his strength had been greatly enhanced, and he could use his genetic restructuring and repair abilities to allow the Spectral Legion to regain the ability to summon armor and restore the genes they once had. As long as they obtained the 3 pairs of armor of heaven, earth, and man, they would be able to regain a certain amount of combat power, and with their current energy, they would definitely be several times more powerful than even at their peak. Humph, I, Baobi, will take note of this disgrace. When I finish recovering my energy, I'll make sure to make those armors look good. Especially that one Nava armor that came out of nowhere, Baobi said. His eyes were filled with anger. After all, a broken artificial armor with no name had actually knocked him and Kibitsu to the point of bloodshed in a single blow. If it wasn't for the other party's lack of energy, I'm afraid that they would really be accounted for today. I'm going to smash you. Bajobi was so full of vengeance that his determination axe had long been pressed into service to give the Nava armor a smashing. Kibitsu was relatively much calmer. He had gotten this wave of negative energy. His ability to control the flames had increased several times, and the temperature had grown as well. Even if he did run into the flame Nava again, he wouldn't necessarily lose. As for where he gets his confidence. Oh, of course it was because he was destined to not lose to the Nava armor just because he had absorbed an extremely large amount of negative energy. Such was his confidence. All right, Baobi, calm down for a while, and when I recover, we'll blast that flame Nava together, Kibitsu said as he increased the rate at which he absorbed the negative energy. In the group office, Luffy sat at his desk, looking at the most recent newspaper, his face full of blandness, for through the last 1,000 years of early recovery, the general's diamonds had long since been smoothed out a bit, though still with unity of purpose. But he has learned to be calm and collected. It's a little less evil than in the original episode, and more of a sense of having wisdom, after all. The best way to defeat the armors is to know everything about them first, and the only way to win 100 battles is to know your roots. Including recently, Luffy has been studying the art of war, the so-called art of war. He would get his hands on the blue star energy crystals and kill his way back to planet Ares, gaining all the glory that had once belonged to him and tearing down the wanted list of shame, leading his former brethren to the top of the ladder. It had long been an obsession of Luffy's. He possessed Badu and was looking at the latest news on his cell phone. The mace is used to torture the sky. This weird armor, how did it appear on this planet inhabited by inferior creatures? Could it be that the heavy fugitives from 10,000 years ago came here? The Mace to Interceptor was transformed from ordinary interceptor, in which a lot of good treasures were used, and it was 1 point more powerful than even the strongest Shura armor in the galaxy, but the user would have to consume his lifespan and potential. It would even burn away one's life. The Mace to Interdictor was subdivided into Dark Interdictor and upgraded Mace to Interdictor, and there was a huge gap between the two. The Dark Criminal Heaven could draw with the Shura armor, having defeated the first Shura armor summoner, who had a boundless reputation at that time, 10,000 years ago, but it died out later on. That being said, this first-generation Shura summoner was always inferior to the second-generation martial idiot Yen Emperor. Perhaps I could use some of this crap, Luffy said as he took out the Shura summoner flap, which showed energy. Fixing my eyes, I was surprised to see that it was less than 10%. This was the reason why Luffy had been struggling. He couldn't use the full power of the Shura armor, especially since the old display of lack of energy could make him even more obscene. But where there is enough energy, he said anything to make those armor summoners fly and give these fools a little color. Perhaps he could utilize martial idiot Yen Di's hatred for the Mace to use Interdictor Summoner to get this stupid, then to defeat the other party and take away this summoner. After all, although the Mace to the Heaven of Punishment was very strong, it was also extremely dependent on the user, and it would be impossible for someone with good intentions to successfully summon the Mace to the Heaven of Punishment. This means that the summoner is bound to be an evil guy. It would be a good idea to go ahead and pull some strings and talk about it before taking the summoner away. On the contrary, since the summoner is an evil guy, he must be able to summon the Mace to torture the sky as well. Ha 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 ha. As long as he was allowed to get this evil armor, then when he killed back Ares, he would definitely be more powerful, together with the 3 armors of heaven, earth and man. Wouldn't that be beautiful? But Luffy said this as he noticed the latest appearance on the news of an armor named Emperor Man, and he was filled with doubt. After all, this time he had revived thousands of years in advance, and had long known something about the light and shadow war, and he had heard of this emperor man. In 1,000 years ago there was a fierce battle. A summoner successfully summoned the emperor armor. Exactly how to summon seems to be 5 in 1 or something to come. He couldn't remember. It was only known that the armor of light was extremely powerful, and must require the user to have a righteous heart, so and mace to interdictor summoning people categorically cannot be one. But alas, what Luffy doesn't know is, when the bloodline of the Emperor's armor summoner is pure to an extreme, then, what he says and does is both justice. At that time, the summoner was the will of heaven to come down to earth. And the evil in the heart of the mace to interceptor also all originated from those exotic beasts. Although it was the pinnacle of evil chi, it was, in fact, an evil chi that was gradually twisted into an evil chi from the most extreme positive chi. This does not lead to immodesty, because there is always only one of his intentions. Slaughter monsters all over the world. And take them. Strip the world forever. The Dark Emperor is thus made just a hair's breadth away, and Xiao Shui will be the last goodness in Xiao Yang's heart. And of course, Tang Shishir is considered a beloved. Chapter 95. Transforming into armor in front of the entire school. Today is the first day of enrollment. Xiao Yang came to Sunny Day University. He was holding the acceptance letter, which is a 985 university. As for Tang Shishir, she was still at home. After all, the difference in points was a little too much, and although Xiao Shui passed, she always had to let the two of them keep each other company. One will always be lonely. The entrance to the school was bustling with activity. It was crowded as far as the eye could see, and there were countless students talking about the recent events. As for your question to Xiaoyang, why did you go to school? The answer is simple. He needed to find something to do, just hang around and come to school occasionally anyway. College life was boring like that. For a guy with his gift of forgetting things, it's easy to pick up on many of the abilities that come with taking those courses. Hey, have you guys heard? Those monsters have been appearing less and less frequently lately. It must be the armored warriors who are secretly cleaning them up. Of course, this is something that concerns the safety and security of ordinary people in the whole of Dacia. How could I not know, especially the Emperor man? Every time, as long as he makes a move, he directly crushes those monsters with one hand. It's so cool. Yeah. I even got a hand-me-down. That being said, which armor do you guys think is the most handsome? I do think the Mace to Interceptor is so awesome. That evil aura is simply a hidden big boss. I just didn't realize that he was actually a good guy. Just a little bad. Whether it's armor or monsters, he punches them all. Hey. When you put it that way, Emperor Man seems to be the same thing. Hearing the discussion of the students around him, Xiao Yang just smiled bashfully. He was naturally relieved about the whole City of Hope being at peace for a while. It meant that his choices, what he was doing, was a right path. It's true. The world will only be a better place with less monsters in it. Not bad. Xiao Yang reinforced this one idea. He soon noticed a silhouette walking by among the freshmen. The aura was different from ordinary college students. Rather, it is an indescribable nobility, always feel that it carries some sense of superiority, although I do not know what is going on. But after his understanding of the line armor summoner, this kind of temperament, it's either rich or expensive. There was a clamor up ahead. Please, Lin Shinner, accept my confession. Only to see a man kneeling down on one knee, holding roses in his hand with a sincere face. The woman in front of him, however, had a look of disgust on her face. Sorry, this student, I don't really like you, and in college you should focus on your studies, and Clear Sky is a 985, not a normal university. Lin Shinner sternly rejected this man. She turned around and left, pressing not to bring a bird this one licking dog. There is an old sentence, as the saying goes. The moment you become a lickspittle, you're doomed to lose karma. Note that dog licking is not called deep love. Ha. Laughing my ass off. This Zhou Yu is actually thinking of a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Ms. Lin is a sophomore, and her family is rich. A real estate tycoon. How could she possibly look at a freshman and still look so shabby? This Zhou Yu is just barely able to meet school mistress Lin by virtue of his connections into the student council. That's right. This person is not big, but also strange, will think, why I did not see. Zhou Yu, this kid. So love intention to print anyone who dares to confess. If it wasn't for schoolmarm Lin being in a good mood, I'm afraid he wouldn't have found someone to do him in. Zhou Yu, I'm going to you. You dare to confess to my goddess. I think you're tired of living. There were countless voices ringing out one after another in the surroundings. Most of them were some kind of contempt and ridicule, as they simply despised Zhou Yu from the bottom of their hearts, especially when they also confessed about the white moonlight and goddess in their hearts. They cannot wait for Zhou Yu to go straight to death. Just now when the confession, they are all in a strong heart secretly think, quickly rejected. Quickly rejected. That's how they are. Schoolgirl Lin is a goddess. Can't let anyone get it. In a nutshell, I can't get it. No one else gets it either. It's that simple. Schoolgirl Lin is so pretty. I'm afraid only Brother Wang can match her. Yeah, and this family situation. Yoo-hoo. The two of them are a good match for each other. That's it. Another voice rang out, only it was obviously a bit of a waterboy, and it was obvious as to who had invited it. I'm afraid it's Wang. Xiaoyang saw the scene, he shook his head and lost his smile. This group of youngsters are really good at playing, but I'm kinda clucking. This Lin schoolgirl has a good face value. It actually catches up to Psyche, who is a kind of simple bottom that's great, and the schoolgirl, who is a more intuitive kind of pretty. After all, she seems to know how to dress herself. Xiaoyang thought he planned to go back and teach Tang Shirshir how to dress up herself as well, so that she would become even more beautiful. How can a girl not be beautiful? Well, let Xiao Shui teach. Xiaoyang added in his heart, but soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because there was a familiar and unfamiliar aura that suddenly emerged, causing him to feel a wave of disgust, directly Zhou Yu, who had been kneeling on one knee just a moment ago. At some point, it actually stood up. His face was bruised and filled with a twisted sort of grimace. Ha! Lin Shinner. Don't you dare refuse to drink a toast and take a penalty. I like you so much. Why? Why? Can't you just try to accept me? It's just because you have a rich father, what the else do you have? Saying that, Zhou Yu's whole body rose up in a circle of black smoke, which was the negative energy stirring, and his face underwent a burst of change as his whole body gave birth to armor like pieces of flesh, forming a substantial defense. Sharp, sharp claws that grew over the nails, eyes that became similar to insects, and a pair of half-open and closed wings on its back made it obvious that it was a cockroach. There are also tentacles on top of the head. This is a Masno. I didn't expect that a Masno, the so-called xenomorphs, had actually appeared in Daxia so quickly, originally thought Xiaoyang. These creatures would quickly be beaten into oblivion by the armor, not realizing that, actually so good at hiding, if not for the fact that he had the Emperor's magnetic field, he really could not discover it, only although he discovered it at the first time. But this one Amazno turned into its original form in a flash. It's a monster that feeds on humans. It's definitely a biochemist. It's a lot nastier than the Oculus, which isn't as powerful as the latter, but it's not far off in terms of all-around attributes. Xiaoyang was only slightly in a trance. I never thought I'd see this in a special episode. In the next second, only the cockroach xenomorphs were seen, rushing wildly towards Lin Shower in a flash. Just now, when Lin Shinner heard the curses behind her, she herself was a bit dazed, and before she could turn back, she felt a piercing chill. What is this? Lin Shinner, who had just turned her head, saw the hideous head of the alien insect. Sharp claws were closing in. However, the next second, Ka! A camera shot went off. In this instant, everyone was all fixed in place by this terrifying evil intent energy, including the cockroach xenomorphs that were keeping up their fluttering movements. Lin Shinner's stunned little mouth opened slightly as she realized that she actually couldn't control her actions. What's the situation? With everyone looking shocked, the pupils of their eyes quake as a handsome boy is seen walking out holding a black and purple camera. Transform into armor in front of all eyes. Mace to the criminal sky merge. In an instant, berserk evil energy gushed out as he completed the merge, shifting and instantly flashing in front of Lin Shower, the time stop unraveling at a moment's notice. Armor together. The alien insect clawed at the mace to the interceptor's chest, only to see a wisp of white smoke rubbed out. There will be no effect, only the sound of metal collision. Silence. Everyone in the room froze. This is... The mace is used to torture the sky. Seriously, he's a ING freshman. Surrounding students, a shrill popping sound, pointing to the mace to interceptor face full of shock, obviously saw a freshman holding up a camera on the transformation. The shift. Chapter 96. One punch. Speed bumps. The moment the cockroach xenomorph saw the mace to interceptor, his tiger's body shook, and his 4 eye pupils were obviously filled with a trace of shock. He had never felt such a huge energy. It is simply mind-boggling. If I could eat him, must have gotten an unimaginable evolution. Ha ha ha. At that time, I'll still be in charge of the whole of Daxia, and I'll be able to go wherever I want. Straight across. Ha ha ha. Stupid armor. It's your bad luck to meet me, because I'm... The cockroach xenomorph's words had not yet fallen. The mace was slapped out with a palm from Interceptor and violently blasted on his arm, only to see the pitch-black-colored evil energy roaring with it in the blood-colored shock. Lift your hand. Swish! One of the cockroach xenomorph's hands flew up 3 meters in the air, and just like that, it dismantled the arm of the monster that was still arrogant just a moment ago. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was some kind of puzzle toy. It was only then that the cockroach xenomorph came to the realization of what a horror he had met. He turned around and ran. But, just as he turned around, the other remaining arm was grabbed. Ka! The mace with Interceptor grabbed the cockroach xenomorph's arm, and with just a gentle pinch, a sound of bones breaking came out, and he let out a cold smile. Looks like you didn't read the calendar when you went out today. Go to hell. Bang! As a green blood flower exploded, the cockroach xenomorph incredulously nodded its head down to look at its own chest, which had actually been opened up by a large hand. Body energy is constantly flowing, his vision in front of his eyes blurred. His body like a soft noodle kneeling on the ground. Consciousness followed in the blur. What have I, in fact, met? Not waiting for the cockroach xenomorph to completely fall to the ground. His entire head exploded in an instant, like a watermelon falling to the ground, rotting all over the ground with green sticky liquid. Xiaoyang lands a leg kick. Bang! The cockroach xenomorph completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the xenomorph. Reward: 20 Daxia coins. Lin Shinner, who was behind her, saw this scene and only felt, it was so horrible. She almost died just now, if it wasn't for the appearance of this evil-looking armor. I'm afraid I would have been dead a long time ago. Thank you. Lin Shinner forced her composure. Her legs were trembling slightly, and it could be clearly seen that her face was as pale as paper. Shouldn't be able to take such a bloody scene, because Xiaoyang just started doing the same thing, feeling sick to their stomachs and nausea. But, and a big part of it, too, is of his own making. Why is that? Whose good guy fights monsters and actually plays split up? It's weird if you don't get sick to your stomach. By the way, said Xiaoyang, armor disintegration will mace with the interdictor summoner back into the pocket. That carry space is the system rewarded out, can hold a ton of items. He turned away and walked into the campus as if nothing had happened. Xiaoyang still has to go to report. How can he have time to mess around with this group of college students? Silence. The whole room was shocked to the point of shock again, and they stayed for a full minute before coming to their senses. Even forget recording the scene. My God, did you guys just see that? And he punched that monster right through. Brains crumbled all over the place. Nonsense. I'm not some blind guy. That said, he's actually really a freshman. It looks like he's only 18, right? And he's an armor summoner. That's a good question to ask. I'd like to know too. I thought the armor summoners were all some kind of mysterious existence, but I didn't expect them to be right here by our side. What a coincidence. He just saved schoolgirl Lin. My goddess is fine. Returning to her senses, Lin Shinner. She then recalled that she didn't even know who the owner of that armor was just now. Yet, how could she repay this? So, Lin Shiny caught up with Xiaoyang's pace and walked behind him. Wait a minute, classmate. What's the problem? After Xiaoyang finished coldly, he stopped his footsteps, wanting to know what the so-called schoolgirl could say out. A smile appeared on Lin Shinner's face. Thank you. I've heard such words more than once. Xiaoyang didn't appreciate it in the slightest. Possessing the armor, he had long since stopped being on the same page as this group of students. Even if he didn't go to destroy the monsters, those monsters would still come to him of their own accord, so it would be better to expel them all from this world in one fell swoop. Lin Shinner froze for a moment, obviously not expecting that Xiaoyang would say this, but she quickly regained a smile on her face. Classmate, can you tell me your name? I want to repay you. Lin Shinner was very straightforward. She seemed to be a girl like that, I guess. Xiaoyang sniffed. Disdainful. Repayment. Hearing Xiaoyang's tone change, Lin Shirao air was confused. She looked at him in confusion but only heard. Schoolgirl Lin, you're a bit of a natural nerd. Afterward, Xiaoyang's face was expressionless. Am I trying to repay you for saving you? I have something to do now, goodbye. What? Lin Shinner froze. How could she not have expected this? One day, she would actually be rejected by someone and it would be something as simple as asking for a name. This couldn't help but make Lin Shinner somewhat incomprehensible. I'm a shallow person? But you saved me. Shouldn't I do nothing? How can this be? Seeing Xiao Yang leaving, Lin Shinner chased after him once more. That's rather like a dog pile. Nima, if I didn't see it wrong just now, schoolgirl Lin actually chased after that freshman who transformed into armor and went over, what's going on? No man, you ask me, who the am I going to ask? Does transforming into armor necessarily make you more attractive? There's a few, look at the tone of his voice, so punchy. Not pleasant at all. How can he be attractive? That's it. Could it be that schoolgirl Lin is a fighting M? Question mark. Soon the student was being beaten by some of the surrounding lickspittles and dragged, allegedly, into the grove before a scream was heard. It's worth noting that the lickers appear to be from Chengdu. Xiao Yang was registering, only what he didn't expect was that Lin Shinner was actually in charge. A sophomore sister ran to help the teacher to register, which belongs to is what he did not expect. After all, is the first time on the university many things do not understand. Lin Shinner took the place of the teacher as she sat at the table, registering names and some checkups. Class, can you tell me what your name is now? Xiao Yang was a bit speechless. Xiao Yang, male 18. Then there was a flurry of muddled inspections and a medical exam. As for why Xiao Yang hates Lin Shirao so much, the reason is simple, he has Tang Shirshir. There is no need to add a new one, the most important point. The more bonds you have, the more your own weaknesses increase. He can't protect everyone. If the day does come when those villains put a knife to his friend's neck, then Xiao Yang would just have to endure the pain and strike them down. The Shift. Chapter 97. Kita Kai. I surrounded 5 Amazno by myself. An abandoned factory inhabited by Amaznos smuggled in from the small side of the world, commonly known as xenomorphs, specializing in feeding on humans, who in their normal state are indistinguishable from humans. Eat anything and it becomes tasteless, but once you go too long without cannibalism, your whole body is drilled with pain, and gradually your will is controlled by wildness. Going in search of humans to nibble on, and after eating them, they can replenish some of their weakened bodies, and in the long run, they can even get a kind of evolution and get a great boost. Of course, there are not no ways to curb this wildness and desire, that is, to feed on one's own kind. In comparison, they chose to devour humans. After all, no Amazno wants to die. What an ugly and selfish creature. These Amaznos, gathered together with the strongest as their leader, infiltrated into human society and began to live normal lives, luring students and ordinary people over to the vicinity of the factory by illegal means. Letting the other Amaznos kill the nibbles was the goal of their gathering. After all, the armors of Daxia were really powerful, and they wouldn't act rashly without full certainty of what they were going to do. The Amazno in the abandoned factory wasn't much, it was just a small subgroup. After all, there were over 4,000 Amazno in the original small day, plus constant reproduction and protozoan infections. Its number, long ago, reached a frightening figure. Zhou Yu is dead. What? Zhou Yu actually died. He's one of the stronger ones in our Amazno. How could he die so easily? It's really a bit unbelievable. The truth, that's it. I can't feel him anymore. A protozoan xenomorph spoke, having evolved a unique ability to sense the presence of any Amazno, but only those that had a tether to his hitch. The purpose of his trip was to infect more people with Amazno and then dominate the entire world with absolute numerical superiority. That's right, he's a sentient Amazno, with an ambitious ambition to captivate all of humanity and rule the world as an Amazno. In time, he will be king of the world. Ha ha ha! Because the 4,000 Amazons that absconded lacked intelligence, it was only through continuous derivation that independently conscious Amazons were born, commonly known as special individuals combined with humans. You can refer to Shifuyu. 3 who want to die, 1 who wants to live. The protozoa named Shigeru Miyamoto was an ordinary man from the small days who accidentally infected and evolved into a protozoa that can constantly infect ordinary people to become Amazno, which is technically more of a threat than Oculus. In the abandoned factory, there are hundreds of Amazno in total, among which there are also Daxamites turned into the progenitor's masterpieces. And becoming Amazno means that they have only one way to go or wait for the armored ones to execute them with justice. Zhou Yu is like that. Some of their Amazno will change their names to Daxian names, and although they have no household registration, some of the more exceptionally gifted xenomorphs can sneak into life by killing ordinary people and taking on their appearance. Those who don't have that ability continue to hide as rats in the gutter. Hiding from who? Nava of the Flame. Hurricane of the Pack apprehended. Shigeru Miyamoto looked at Amazno, who was staying in the abandoned factory in various positions, as if he was scanning the river, and he got a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. Ha ha ha. I declare the next program ready to open. That is, infiltrate a rich man's house. Take away his wealth so that we can rightfully this dasha place a nice house. You can post a recruiting order and by then, yeah. There won't be a steady stream of people coming to our door. And if we're discovered, we'll just escape. We'll continue practicing in another place. Shigeru Miyamoto was smart enough to know that he might not be able to make an enemy of the armor right now, but that wouldn't be the case when it developed for a while. After all, Amazno gets negative energy, it's like a tiger with wings, and with the constant nibbling of humans to get a boost, it's really going to be able to fight the armor in a short time. It's quite a bit more capped than Oxer, but the foundation is poor. Damn it, the trail is broken again? Kitai rode his motorcycle all the way, chasing him into a wilderness outside of Hope City, which was not part of the city limits, but an ungoverned area. Because of the rarity of people, naturally no one to build, but also vacant, there are quite a few lumberjacks living inside, but they are all cutting down trees or to protect some wildlife. There has been a lot of illegal hunting in recent years, really. Of course, if Xiao Yang knew what Beikai was thinking, he would have told him. That's not a ing press to illegally capture more. Rather, the raw materials of the alien beasts are wild animals. Temple South also followed Beikai, the two are a team. As for the remaining two people also form a team each, the last one. Naturally, I'm keeping it for the gate. They are the Black Rhino for the main offense and the Inferno Dragon for the secondary. Chase the Wind Eagle and fight the erupting Snow Mastiff. And then there's Earth Tiger Man. He's going to summon the Earthland Tiger armor. Earth Tiger. He who stands on the earth has boundless energy. Good for housekeeping. Standing on the earth had infinite power. Fang Zhong released 3 big moves at once, giving Xiao Yang enough time to reach the battlefield. It's perfect. Tannen took off his sunglasses and sneered. These bugs are really good at hiding. Humph. One day I'm going to give them all a smashing, Beikai said as he angrily punched the stump. The 2 motorcycles were still a little slow. If he could obtain the light and shadow pony, his speed would surely increase by more than 100 times, and no monster would be able to escape under his nose then. Speaking of which, there really isn't one in the system, so it would be a good idea to go wool gathering on the ERP base and blend the energy of the Dark 5 Shadow Stone that way. It should be able to do the same thing. This system, right? Call it awesome, he can give a lot of supermodel armor. Call it crap, he can't do anything. The 2 were furious and planning to leave when a playful jeering sounded behind them. You people of Desya, are you all so stupid that you actually chased them all the way here? Ha ha ha. I see you guys are also living to the end. Baka Yalu, a small-time Amazno, grinning broadly, seemed to feel sure of his victory, a confidence that came from nowhere. However, when Beikai and Templeman heard the taunts, a berserk buff was stacked on both of them, especially the monsters in the small days. Can this be tolerated? Inferno Dragon Armor. Black Rhino Armor. Merge. X2. Armor together. Skipping the transformation process, the 2 merged right out of their armor, noting the increased number of Amaznos around them, which at a glance actually amounted to 5 energy waves. That means there are 5 xenomorphs. Humph. Looks like today is destined to be a bumper harvest. Tannen thought in his heart. Beikai was disdainful. He likewise thought secretly in his heart. 5 trash monsters, not the so-called supernatural beasts, actually dare to be so arrogant. If I don't flatten you, I'm not the invincible Black Rhino armor of water. The 2 were surrounded, and although they faced 5 xenomorphs, they did not panic. Small scene. Beikai shouted his microphone. Wondong, come over for support. Temple South and I have surrounded 5 xenomorphs. Don't let them escape. Maybe the main camp is nearby. Seriously. Wait. I'll be right over. A flash of delight appeared on Wondong's face as he and Fang Zhong were skulking around Hope City. I actually got into a fight with an inexplicable summoner because I couldn't find a monster and agonized over chasing an oxymoron. But it was sort of a no-brainer that they met a summoner named Duanmuyen. It was actually possible to use 2 pairs of armor at the same time. Duanmuyen could see Wondong's abnormality. He asked curiously, Wondong, what are you doing? Harm, little thing. My brother surrounded 5 xenomorphs by himself. Take it to the reward later. Wondong had a smug look on his face. Duanmuyen was surprised when she heard this. 5 xenomorphs. I'll go. Can you take me one? Look at your unseen appearance. I'll give you one later. Wondong was very generous. mainly barring the fact that Jersey's speed couldn't keep up with the Wind Eagle armor. He could only let Duanmuyan's pack apprehend more power. Running costs always have to be given a little. They are of course mixed black, but it does not mean that they are the kind of bad to black stinky egg, cannot bully people, honest people. The Shift. Chapter 98. Shocking thunder chipping remote K-head. I'm a laying dog. Water armor shield. Beikai was the first horse. He directly went forward to fight each other with 3 xenomorphs. Amazno water armor shield can attack and defend, coupled with the excellent defensive power of the black rhino armor. Itself in addition to the back can be said to be nothing weak point. Even if it was his back, unusual attacks wouldn't work on him in the slightest. Bang! A mosquito Amazno xenomorph, knocking violently behind the black rhino armor, lay on its back with teeth and claws like a corpse, frantically tearing at Beikai. However, his attack was pathetically weak, and he actually only managed to rub some sparks on the back of the black rhinoceros armor, not possessing as much power as the exotic beast. Ignoring the attack behind him, Beikai pinched a squishy xenomorph with one hand and slammed it into the tree, only to see the tree break. Bang! The squishy xenomorph spewed out a mouthful of green slimy object, making Beikai, who was already in evil black rhinoceros armor, look even more hideous and scary. Drink! As Beikai exerted his force, the flat alien insect was actually smashed directly into the tree stump, half of its body sinking into the ground, and his left hand raised the water armor shield. Boom! The horned Amazno xenomorph was furious when he saw his companions actually being harvested like wheat, and he charged over with that unicorn horn. Sparks crashed on the water armor shield, while Beikai's evil black rhinoceros armored arm, however, only moved back slightly, which showed how supermodular this defense and strength really was. Temple South. Get on and harvest them, Beikai shouted. Tannen sneered. I don't need you to tell me. I know what to do. Flame knife in the hand, only to see the top rolled up a layer of black and red waves of fire. Evil Inferno Dragon armor stormed forward. Dancing up the flame knife is actually a tiger and wind. Swish! A slash swung across the mantis xenomorph's chest, followed by a blood splash that exploded, surprisingly enough, as black-green blood spewed outward, and behind it a keen fly xenomorph swooped in. Naturally, Tannen noticed, and his figure instantly disappeared, appearing behind the mantis Amazno xenomorph, his flaming blade dancing once again. Bang! Although the fly xenomorph reacted quickly, he still collided with the mantis xenomorph, and when Tannen saw this, he didn't hesitate at all. But if there was even a hint of hesitation, he wasn't the first captain of Armor 2 at all. Twist the waist turntable. Seal the devil's chopper. Tannen slightly bent down. The flaming blade was lowered downwards, and then violently raised forward to slash a black and red chop from the bottom to the top. It swooped down with a furious energy. Boom! This move, the demon sealing slash, pierced through the 2 Amazno xenomorphs in just one strike, only to see black and red flames burning on the mantis and fly, entering a bloodied state and losing the means to fight back. Humph! I'll kill you while you're sick. Tannen put away his flame blade, and a living post appeared in front of him as he punched out towards the 2 Amazno xenomorphs. Although he was not practicing Southern Fist, his punches were strong in speed and force with additional energy, and went straight through 2 Amazno xenomorphs with a single punch. Disembowel these 2 Amazno xenomorphs. Bang! Dazzling flames exploded into the sky, and broken bodies fell to the ground everywhere. At this time, in the distance to catch up with the hurricane of pack apparatus and Wind Eagle armor, the 2 of them, one person tugged one arm of the snow mastiff, flashing madly in the jungle. But the bitter slow Jersey, you say he in the end what sins, why would he make his main attack of the snow mastiff armor become like a kite in the sky? Is that right? It's not right. The 3 of them saw the fire in the distance, and Duanmuyan was still thinking in her heart. What the hell is going on here? What a horrible evil force. I can't believe. Huh? It's the same as the one on these 2. Is this their partner? How do you think? They don't look like a regular organization at all. But what's the deal with their mouthful of regulars? Who can tell me? Duanmuyan was confused, but both Jersey and Wendon felt a hint of something big. For no other reason than simply because this heads are going to get KD. Wondong gave the white-eyed snow mastiff Jersey a look. Over to you. Don't worry, the snow mastiff, who has the strongest attacking power, will be the one to do it. It must be a handful. Jersey was confident in his attack power. After all, he was indeed the gene with the strongest attack power in the Light and Shadow 5 Elements armor. Only Duanmuyan, who seemed to have heard what the 2 were saying. That's not a headshot. It's not. Is this something a regular armor organization can do? How does it feel? You two are kind of like villains. In the meantime, the black rhino of water armor, holding a water armor shield, was tangling with 3 Amazno xenomorphs. They had noticed something was wrong. The armor was just too much to handle. It's the same as being made of NG steel all over. Hard. Real ing hard. The bite of the mosquito xenomorph's mouth hurt, and the crooked straw didn't even dislike the iron of this black rhinoceros armor. And really, he didn't want to bite the armor for the rest of his life. Off the mark. Tannen came with the flaming blade in hand, and he smiled teasingly. It's your turn. Still in the stump, pressed down by the black rhinoceros armor. The squishy xenomorph hissed. Run, run. Brothers, run. These armors, they are simply monsters. It's simply not something we can defeat. Quickly, go find help. Hearing the flatworm's words, the other Amazno xenomorphs woke up as if in a dream. 2 of the brothers had already died just now. Sooner or later they would all be wiped out if this continued. It would be better to hurry back to the base and seek help. Hornworm Amazno may not have a high IQ, but he at least carries some brains, turning around and decisively preparing to run as he yanks on the mosquito xenomorph. As for the lentils, get lost. They were all on their own, so how could they care about a squishy? And if they wanted to blame him, they should blame him for being the weakest. He was actually forced into the ground by a pair of armor. Disgraceful stuff. When Bei Kai saw this, he was furious. Damnable bastards. Dare to run away in front of me. Did you guys go through me? Humph. None of you will be able to leave today. Temple South sneered. He wasn't afraid of these 2 xenomorphs running away at all. The Dark Inferno Dragon had absolute strength. It can kill them instantly. Temple South issued an order. Bei Kai, take them alive. As for those 2 in front, oh, just die. Seal the devil's chopper. The Dark Inferno Dragon half crouched his body. The flame blade was storing berserk energy in his hand, and just when he wanted to directly chop out, he felt an incomparably terrifying slashing attack erupting from the distance. Especially, that one sound like a thunderclap. That's Gold's Snow Mastiff armor. Thunderclap. Boom! Before the 2 Amazno xenomorphs could get far, their bodies were struck by a vertical slashing blow, and then exploded into pieces. Gone. As for what the fragments were, they were of course flesh and blood. After all, these weren't supernatural beasts, but actual bugs turned into monsters. Tannen looked up with an irritated face. Jersey, you? Haha, you all asked for help, so you can't come here for nothing. Jersey giggled playfully as he was thrown from the sky and landed smoothly. Hurricane Pack, apprehended, also transformed into a residual wind, came to the flat alien worm in front of the first time he saw the strange creatures, not to mention with the Orcus really like Wendo also landed. Humph. How was the interrogation? It hasn't started yet. Bei Kai lifted the flat alien bug and pressed it into the ground again as soon as he could, followed by a guanine sit, directly blocking the bug's retreat. Want to run? Unless half of him flies in place. Otherwise it's impossible to leave this forced grab. Nope. It's half the head that flies. Place to visit. Chapter 99. Have I met a gangster? Hey, say. This guy, who is he? Tannen noticed Tuan Yen, who was standing in front of Kitsukai, observing Amazno. A green armor with a cool fly-like helmet topped with a red barb and a silver gauntlet on his chest. He looks quite technically handsome. Of course, putting aside the resemblance to a fly is this. Wendo had nothing to hide. His name is Duanmu Yen. He is also an armor summoner like us, and happened to meet him while chasing after Oxer. Saw he had some skills and made a friend. So it is. What is the name of your armor? Tannen came to a point of interest. He still hadn't seen any other armor. He hadn't thought of this world. There were actually different armors that looked fast, like a hurricane, very unfeeling, but worse than the powerful values of the dark armor, I guess. At first glance, it's light and fluffy. Not much damage. Duanmu Yen nodded. The hurricane's pack apprehended, characterized by its speed, but its attack power is slightly weak. It is very suitable for chasing after the Auxer. Oh yeah, this one on the floor. What's it called? He rubbed the back of his head. It didn't look like a normal monster by any stretch of the imagination. After all, where an Orcus is it all insects. Is that right? It's very wrong. Bei Kai sniffed as he slapped the flatulent Amazno in the face. This thing, named xenomorphs, it's flooding the small country of Days. There's an English name for it, Amazno, and they can infect ordinary people. It's a very difficult monster, and I really don't know what's going to happen if it's left alone, especially since some of them in there can take the form of us humans. It's just an abominable lot. Speaking of which, Katai was deeply disgusted, all because of these monsters. It was their fault that so many innocent people had been hurt, and he vowed to destroy all these monsters and follow his good brothers. At that time, not only would you be honored with both reputation and a great hero of the entire Hope City, you would also be able to have a single opening in your family tree. Let those from the Water Shadow Village know. North Kai is the best heir to the Black Rhino armor of water, even if it costs him his life. Wondong very much agreed. He had long heard Xiao Yang talk about these monsters, although this boss couldn't afford to strike out on his own as he had some things to attend to. When it's done, you'll be able to grind bugs at full strength. But they feel, what's the point of hiring a bunch of them fighters if they still let the boss do it? Temple Nan did the same, glancing at Jersey and then back to Hurricane's pack apparatus with a hint of unquestioning in his tone. From the day we joined, the 5 of us then vowed to work together without complaint or drag. Vow to kill all those monsters, even if it means dedicating our own lives to it because we feel that life, burning for a moment, is enough. After listening to the words of Temple South, this made Duan Muyen greatly shocked. This is the heroes who are truly worthy of respect, if not for the fact that he had already joined the Iron Plate burning. We'll definitely run right over and join them. Those are some grandiose words that would be a killer pull for a teenager. Jersey nodded similarly. That's right. Our lives are like the withered leaves that fall in the fall, but they don't end there, for our will is ever present. Whenever spring comes, the green leaves are transformed into sustenance as they sprout, so that life's more vibrant people can grow up and top us. Speaking here, Duan Muyen also understand what is the inheritance, but listen to the 4 people, they seem to live not long. Is it because of the armor? But where's the 5th man? Seniors, I understand. Duan Muyen looked as if she had woken up from a dream. Next, it was time for the 5 to interrogate this one squishy xenomorph. Wendon walked over to the flat alien bug, grabbed one of his fingers, and violently broke it. Click. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. The flat alien insect had a fierce face. It was itching to eat Wondong alive, but it was not possible for him to be suppressed by the Black Rhino armor. There was no way to break free. Wondong let out a cold smile. I know. A broken bone in the area won't kill you at all. Tell me where your hiding place is and I can still give you a pain in the ass. Ha ha ha. The flat alien bug laughed loudly. Even if you guys kill me, there's no way I'll tell you guys. Just die if you guys are really capable. Kill me. Wastes, you wastes. Hearing this mockery, all 5 of them were a bit angry, but Tannen stopped Wendon as soon as he did so, not a trace of emotion in his voice. Calm down, he just wants to beg for death. Let's not let him have his way. Let's torture him to death and see how long he can hold out. Temple South sneered as a black and red energy flame appeared in his hand, roasted the severed finger in front of the squishy xenomorph, then broke open his mouth and threw it right in. Squeezing it as he watched, he gradually swallowed. A hint of panic surfaced in the eyes of the flat alien bug. He finally felt afraid, because these 5 sets of armor in front of him were not normal people at all. The devil. Yeah, they're practically evil. This one word appeared in the flat alien bug's mind as he shook his head. No, you can't do this to me. Aren't you the self-proclaimed armored warriors of justice? How? How 5 beat me one and torturing me like this? If it gets out, your whole life's reputation will be ruined. Hearing the words of the flatulent xenomorph, the 5 looked at each other and smiled. Jersey slapped a flat alien bug in the face. What process? We only look at the results. Say it or don't say it. I go to. On the side of the Duan Muyen, he was shocked, had thought that he would be very cruel when he started, but also often put out harsh words and said what? Today is your last day to breathe free. But until now, he saw how Armor 2 acted. I'm practically a saintly mother. How could I? Duan Muyen wasn't the only one who thought so. The squishy xenomorphs were dumbfounded. You! How could you do this? And what else? Keep roasting. As soon as Tannen yanked off a finger, he was dismantling the squishy xenomorph like it was a building block toy. Another scream followed, as the Black Rhino armor had a death grip on the squishy xenomorph to keep him from struggling, seeing as his arms and legs were still flailing. So Jersey grabbed him by both arms. Wendo stomps on both legs, so that the flatulent xenomorphs could no longer move. Temple South, on the other hand, took Duanmu Yen and began some violent interrogation. Since the process is so brutal, it's decisively skipped to avoid physical discomfort for the kids. An hour later, only to see that the flat alien bug is not monstrous. All over the body are different degrees of wounds. His voice also weakened. Say, I said, don't tear it down. Speak up. Tannen heard as soon as he stomped on his skull. The flatulent xenomorph uttered the address. Come on. Give me a hard time. Release you? Are you kidding me? Wendo seemed to be a little out of earshot. He was long gone from the leg as it was long demolished. Wondong sneered. Giving you a painful death was the price just now. Now! We want you to live and die. Duanmu, let's go and see what's going on first. And if what he says is true, consider striking decisively. This? Black eating black ah. This sentence popped up in Duanmu Yan's head. His three views are really kind of falling apart. First, I met the shameless ERP organization that inexplicably robbed the monster. After meeting the Teppanyaki two-players Civil War, delivery of words cannot be persuaded. Results. Met the mixed blacks again. I'm really living this life, aren't I? New book. Armor. Sister sacrifice. I'm evil to the point of being righteous. Homepage. A group chat has been set up, let it be known. The shift.